and that's Refresh on the con side. They're double stacking this one, but a big headshot from Hunter, and now Shush is last man standing. Have they spotted him? Well, now they definitely know his position as the headshot comes through thick and fast, and Shush puts it off, nail the coffin. King Carrigan shuts down main. 2 massive headshots.
Yeah! Nice shot. Double HE.
Oh, it's so good.
And now Yabi, who was a monster in their previous game, has to stand big again, and he will deliver. Only Dexter remains with the scout playing possum. Ring around the rosy, and Yabi is gonna be the last man standing. It's a clean kill. There's 2 clean kills. Not a single point of health has been lost. And Patsy goes in for a 3rd. That's the bomb spilled down as well. Single-handedly ripping all around away from Copenhagen Flames.
Frag grenade. Ooh. Oh, look at that.
That's money.
That is so much damage.
That's umami.
Nap's gonna get an ace. Woo! That's That's 4 kills and the tap away. Shox is going to round that corner, ready for it. Magisk still with 1 and 2, and with a couple other players. Magisk lights him up. 4 kills.
Inside the site, Simples need to look up as well. He hits Hampus, but the plant's coming in, can do nothing about it. S-Attack jumping, chasing, but Simple with a no-scope. And this has been a fight that Hampus has been on top of every single time. The back is turned, 2 for Hampus. The smoke doesn't let them down.
Bomb already ticking away. This is horrible to watch. Thinking it through. Missed nade. Fur found. A couple more is required. Just 2 frags away, and Imperial will extend play. That's it.
Two teams have already made their way to the playoffs, and today is all about finding out which other teams will be joining them, and indeed, Blair, how many teams will also be departing from Antwerp. Empty-handed, we have some twists, some turns, some results, honestly, yesterday that caught my eye, and especially on the first day as well. We had the likes of Cloud9 dropping down and the shenanigans with that nuke pick that we got to cast. There's been a ton of storylines, and I'm sure there's plenty more twists and turns where that came from.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the 2 teams who have made it already to the playoffs. We're talking about Na'Vi, who I guess quite a few people have expected. They look really, really good right now, you know, in major form at the moment, despite a few hiccups earlier in the year. And then you had Spirit, as everyone expected, Vince, to go through. You know, of course, we had to say goodbye to a couple of teams as well. Liquid, unfortunately, not quite getting much done. And today, looking at matchups, we have 3 more teams are going to be joining Spirit and Na'Vi in the playoffs. It's, of course, the winners of the 2-1 matchups. And 3 teams are going to bid us goodbye today.
Indeed, but on the other side of the coin, 3 teams are going to lock their place in the playoffs as well at the arena. You can see FaZe, Furia, and Heroic, alongside Copenhagen Flames, NiP, and Ents will all be doing battle. The winners of those games, which will be on the first stream, on Stream A, will be securing their spot, and obviously the losers will be in that 2-2 bracket, which is already looking mighty stacked.
Yeah, and if you look at down there, you can take a look at what will be transpiring here in Stream B. You know, opening things up, it's going to be Big Vitality. Then later on, we have G2 against Outsiders. And then to close things out at the end there, we have Imperial Esports, who still cling on. The Brazilian veterans facing off against this new roster of Cloud9. 3 of these teams will live to fight another day. That is today, where they're going to be facing off in the 2-2 matchups. But 3 of these teams are going to be, well, basically getting knocked out of the major. So much on the line here today.
Well, massive amounts. I mean, this is it. For some of these players, this may be their last chance at glory. You're looking at a team like Imperial, who have gone above and beyond really what anyone expected, beating Bad News Eagles yesterday. Some people would argue that was a little bit of an upset, a bit of a surprise, but they're still here. They're still somehow clambering on. And there's a ton more storylines in terms of some of the upper tier teams. We've also already seen Copenhagen Flames. They've missed one opportunity to go through to the playoffs. They're going to have another chance today, but are we going to see a return of what happened last time?
I don't know. I think that's a question on everyone's mind. That's a question on Copenhagen Flames' mind as well. For those of you who remember watching the Stockholm Major, do a 2-1 up in the Legend stage, and they weren't able to get that all-important best-of-3 win. And yesterday, they had the greatest chance to pull it off against Spirit, but the spirited CIS side able to punch in their tickets. The youngest team right now in not just the Major, but I do believe the RMR as well. Out of 52 teams are now going to be playing in the playoffs come the next couple of days. But right now from Event, the game I'm looking forward to, of course, is going to be Big against Vitality. These two teams, again, battling for survival right now. The German side, they look great in the RMR. Not so great thus far in the Legend stage. And again, to take a look here, Taps, and he is, of course, going to be the man I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. But it has been a bit of a topsy-turvy journey for them all the way from the RMR.
It has, and this is an org as well that is up there. I think many people would expect them to do pretty well in this major, but you never quite know what to expect from them. Even within the likes of Searson, one of their players that can really pop off, as you're seeing on your screen right now, he does have maps, he does have games where he goes a little bit absent, and if he's not there, you worry for Big, because he is such a huge part of the machinery that gets them across the finish line. They need him to show up today.
Yeah, and if you look at the teams they played at the Legend stage thus far, it hasn't been an easy ride. The first game they had was against Imperial, the Brazilian veterans who we were speaking about just a couple of minutes prior. They beat them pretty convincingly, 16-11 on Nuke, and then they just got dismantled by Na'Vi, who we know can do this to a lot of teams out there on Ancient, and then they got... I don't know what Gobby's doing, but they do have Gobby. Now, that is something that they have going for the Big side. They also lost to Furia on Vertigo later on, so they have had to go up against some pretty tough opponents, so to speak. So, I mean, nothing against Vitality, but if you're Big heading into this, you're maybe feeling a little bit more confident as opposed to going up against the madness of Furia or the sheer juggernaut that is Na'Vi.
Thinking with Vitality as well, I mean, they're an interesting narrative and an interesting plot point as you're seeing them on your screen now. That man, Apex, pulled off some madness in the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage, they looked like one of the best teams in the entire tournament, and then we go into the first game, they get absolutely smashed by NIP 16-4.
Yeah, they destroyed Astralis, they completely dismantled Complexity, even taking down a very plucky-looking Forza. And then, yeah, 16-4 to NIP, who, listen, NIP have looked incredible in Legend stage thus far, but still, and then losing to what a lot of people call a dead team walking in the form of Yakinda and Jame in Outsiders. So a bit of a rough start, the Legend stage for Vitality, but then yesterday we saw them make very quick work of the NA hopes in the form of Liquid. For me personally, Dupree has been Magisk especially has been incredible. It feels like some switch has just been switched on for him, and he is delivering in spades. And also ZywOo. We've heard Apex say in the past, man, ZywOo, we need you. And right now, he is delivering.
Oh, he played phenomenally yesterday. You mentioned Dupree coming into the tournament. I think a lot of people had their eye on him as being one of their heavy hitters. He hasn't had the greatest of tournaments so far, but he's definitely not been completely absent either. ZywOo, of course, in one of his previous games in the Challenger stage, didn't die a single time, and they absolutely hammered their opposition. Coming through into this, as you said, Magisk is one of those players you're looking at and you're thinking, right, if he can have a good performance here, Big might be in trouble.
Yeah, and especially for Big, the individuals, they are struggling right now. Searson has been the highest rated player, but even him, it's not been that impressive. Crimbo has been very quiet. Faven hasn't really stepped up, in my opinion. And looking at the map vetoes, I was wondering, oh, that's spicy. I was wondering where Vitality is going to go with this, because Dust 2 and Mirage are two maps that Big are also comfortable on. They go with the Mirage pick, fair enough. They looked really, really good on it yesterday against Liquid. Big going for Vertigo. I kind of honestly thought they might go with the Nuke pick coming in, and actually it would be, you know, Vitality going for Vertigo. Now, Vitality have looked good on Vertigo, but they haven't played it too much. I think 3 maps, I believe, in the past 3 months. So it's a bit of a surprising veto overall. Vitality not allowing it to go to Dust 2. Dust 2 is 50-50 for both these teams. Big are very, very comfortable on it. So are Vitality, and Vitality banning it out, leaving Nuke as a decider. And if I'm Big, looking at that Nuke as a decider, you're feeling mighty happy. But first, you need to ensure you at least win 1 map in the first 2 we have here to see Nuke.
Yeah, and I suppose that would be my question to you here, Blair. With it being Mirage and Vertigo to kick off this series, do you think that maybe slightly favors Vitality? Do we even get to a Nuke?
I feel like this game is just so 50-50, right? Until we see them in the server, like actually, once the rounds start taking place, we don't know what we're going to be seeing. We can see a Big who started steamroll, everything's looking perfect with Gopi at the helm as the the returning coach, legend of German Counter-Strike, or it could be Vitality just popping off. We saw, like we said, Magisk has been almost a man-possessed side. We're really stepping up, and we also know players like you just touched upon it. Players look almost unplayable. If you're looking at the individuals, the storied legacies of the individuals here on the side of Vitality and how good they looked yesterday when they took down Liquid, you would be forgiven for siding with Vitality. But I think this is kind of like a 55-45 or like maybe 60-40 favoring Vitality in this matchup. Big are the underdogs here.
And that's an interesting position to be in coming into this game, because I think a lot of people thought Big may not just get past the Legend stage, but go pretty far into the playoffs as well. But that really feeds into the narrative, into the story that we're trying to paint in here, where the reason why this game, not just because of the individuals on the server, but the reason this game is so tantalizing and such an interesting matchup is because of the uncertainties and the unknowns and the question marks. And that, for me, is what this Major's been all about. There's been so many teams, like Spirit, for example, like Copenhagen Flames, where you come in, you don't really know what to expect, but they've kind of exceeded expectations in a lot of aspects.
Yeah, the thing with both these two teams are, if you look at Vitality, as I said earlier, they look incredible in the challenger stage. Suddenly, they have set their expectations up high, and they're not delivering. Big did the same thing in the RMR, punching the ticket straight for the Legend stage. They could skip the challenger stage, and coming in, they have struggled quite a bit. So it's been a story of struggles for both these teams. I was taking a look at the stats while having breakfast as well, Vince. Like we saw some of the 4v5 conversions. These two teams have the lowest 4v5 conversions in the entire Legend stage, right above Imperial. And then you look at the trading as well. It's 16% trading for both the teams. It is abysmal. It is the worst in the tournament right now. So looking at some of the numbers, some of the fundamentals of how you can take a look at his numbers and like, yeah, this team's looking good. It's not looking good for these two sides. It comes down to individuals, them having some easier opponents in the form of Liquid yesterday. Let's be real, Liquid were very flat in the Legend stage here, right? And Nafly was the only shining light. So I don't want to read too much into that win. It was a convincing win nonetheless. So a lot to be proven here by these two teams. And when you look at the players in the server, you look at the players sitting behind them as well, players like Gopi, for example. You look at, the coach of Vitality as well. You have Zonic standing behind them. You're expecting them to deliver. But from an eye test, even looking at the numbers, it has been lackluster for both these two teams. But when it comes to winning the games, they need this game. They need this match. They need to win this best of 3 to stay alive. One of these teams are going home at the end of the next few hours. That's going to be a bitter pill to swallow, whoever you are.
Oh yes, there's many a fan that have tuned into this game, hoping to see their team progress. But as you said, this is an elimination match. All the elimination matches on the B stream, all the potential playoff matches will be on the A stream. Yeah, and you could take a look at the map stats as well. You could see, despite Vitality having a 66% win rate on Vertigo, they've only played 3 in the past 3 months, right? Big, they played a little bit more, although the win rate is a little bit lower. So if you're looking at all the maps over here, Big should be, at least on paper, feeling good. Look at Nuke. They're pretty damn solid in Nuke. I expect them to go with Nuke here, with Big. Mirage is the question mark for me. Mirage is a map where Vitality, they got absolutely smacked by Yakinder in Outsiders in one of their best ones earlier in the Legend stage. They've gone for it because they were very convincing against Liquid. Again, the question mark, Vince. Flip the coin. Which Vitality are we going to be seeing in the server today? That's it. It's the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde approach, isn't it? It's the never quite knowing. If Apex, though, in particular, who can be an absolute monster on Mirage, I think his crazy Deagle play he pulled off with the 2 insta snappy headshots with the Desert Eagle and Window was on Mirage earlier. So, again, as you highlighted, that's what just makes this such a tantalizing prospect. I can't wait to get into this. We're having the fist bumps. Hopefully, that is a sign of good things to come.
2 legends standing behind them as well, right? Zonic, he won the most number of majors as a coach in CSGO. And then we have Gopi as a player, as a coach. He has been a bastion for German Counter-Strike and like Counter-Strike as a whole globally. Everyone knows him. Everyone loves him. He's back where he belongs. Smiles are all around. And here we go, Vince. They're going to be jumping in on Mirage. It is the map pick from Vitality, the French-Danish side, picking the map, and they will be starting on the T side. For the CTs, we got a kit and a couple of flashes for Crimbo. The youngster taking one for the team, rest of them USPs and Kevlar. And you can look at Vitality, a Molotov, 2 smokes, a flashbang, and looking at a setup, it looks like it is going to be an A pincer here.
That appears to be the play, slowing things down somewhat, and Big now stacking 4 players over on the B site. This could get a little bit sketchy, but Vitality have kept their options open. Searson, though, is finding information. He's flanking around the back of T-Spawn. He already knows this can't be A. That's allowing them to stack all these players over on the B side of the map. And Artisan goes down to the hands of Dupree, but they still have no idea that Searson is making moves. The problem here, though, on the side of Big, is if they continue to lose players, this flank will mean nothing.
Quick pivot coming in for Vitality, and they could actually get caught off guard. Searson, that's the bomb. He had a chance. There was a tiny window where it could have prevented the bomb from making it into the bomb site, but he will manage to elude him. 3v5, and look at the flank as well, Vince. This is looking rough. Apex will be found. They won't be expecting the second player. They haven't seen him yet as Dupree plucks Searson.
Searson did get a pick from Catwalk because he was playing very passively and patiently, but it was too little too late. The bomb's now been planted down. Dupree already with 2, still in the fight. Whereas Crimbo and Faven have to move on to the side, out into the open, but Crimbo has connected, and now Faven has chances, and he will finish the frag off. The bomb planted out in the open. There is a kit in the hands of Crimbo and a flashbang to precede that peek into ramp, where Faven will gobble down the kill, but it's down to Dupree, takes the frag in the back, and all he has to do now is wait. Dupree may very well pick up a 4K as well. This round is done. Super close, though, and so many moving parts in the process. Dupree may get his head removed, but they have first blood anyway.
Great attempt from Big there in the retake, especially Crimbo. Finding all the players' Vitality. Even had that one flashbang to take down the player at ramp, but Dupree, huge 3 kill for him. And he's a player that we did touch upon. You know, we've seen Majis turn up, we've seen ZywOo turn up, and we questioned if Dupree is going to have a game here, and it looks like he's going to be getting off to a very solid start. Vitality, though, they're going to be happy with the way it still panned out, losing all 5 members, but they still win the round. And look at this from Big. Aggression towards mid. The M4 in the hands of Faven. It's the only one rifle purchase alongside a scout in the hands of Searson. And we know what Searson can do with the scout, Vince. Probably the best scouter on the planet. And Crimbo slowly trailing back. That nade could deal quite a bit of damage, waiting for the utility to be deployed. And here comes the nade and the hit.
Not a lot of damage, though, put into play with a bit of grenades onto Masuta. He'll fall into the headshot range of a few of these weapons as Faven trades back 1 for 1, but Masuta opens up the sight. Searson misses his chance, and he will be punished as a result. Taps him with a P250. There's no slouch with the scout either, as he flicks the head of Dupree clean off, and that bomb puts the bomb on the ground. It's in such a bad position now. Even with a smoke down and ZywOo capable of taking down Tabs in the process, Tizian has made inroads. He may get caught, though, and just slightly peeking through the smoke. So Vitality will just about sketch their way through.
That got a little scary for Vitality. What a shot coming in from Tapson with the scout, the flick downwards. But an M4, it needed to find more than just the 1 kill. Unfortunately, Faven just able to find the 1. So Vitality are able to withstand the force buy from the German side. And of course, going to have a pretty comfortable buy there. An M4 from the previous round, a couple of upgrades in the AK-47s. Apex going to be wielding the MAC-10. He's a guy going to be going on a fact-finding mission. And this, okay. I thought it was going to be Farm City for Apex, but that's the thing, right? In a round like this, Vince, you have your player with a MAC-10 just running into a bomb site, making sure this, you know, you're not walking to a stack. And even if it gets taken down, the information gleaned there is so crucial. As Magisk tapping away, if I'm Vitality, I'm not looking to lose more than 2 players at the max. I've already lost too many, if you ask me.
Yeah, more than this, and you're looking at rifles, more rifles being expended. Dupree continues to peek, takes the head of Searson, and the round is done. Crimbo has a MAC-10, but won't be too keen to save that, all things considered. Masuta will put him down. And yeah, it was an interesting moment with Apex, looking to farm, less farm and more shepherd, though, as he kept all those CTs over on the A side and allowed B side to be open. So Vitality 3-0 in the lead, but Blair, we have ourselves a buy coming up on the side of Big.
The AWP in the hands of Searson. And M4s in each and every one of his teammates. Utility, a bounce, 3 kits as well. So this is very, very full-fledged buy. And for Vitality, they did suffer a few casualties, but that's okay. They still have a little bit of money in the bank as we do try to go for a little bit of a mid-battle here. Tapson dealing a lot of damage on the ZywOo, who's now been whittled down to 4 HP through the smoke. They still have Dupree top of mid, and Tapson finds Apex. He will be tagged down to 46 HP, but after this initial skirmish, Big will be coming out on top here. They've taken down Apex, ZywOo internally hemorrhaging at the moment, and Vitality, they need to decide what they want to do here. They do have Dupree towards top mid. Masuda pushed up inside of the kitchen in B apartments. But still a minute on the clock. They have a lot of time remaining to work with. Dupree now on a one-man mission to try and find something, to try and maybe find an opening, potentially try and, you know, divert the attention of the CTs. But now the B play coming in and the 2 CTs towards short. This could catch them off guard, Vince. It's all about the timing.
Have boosted up as well, but it seems like they're more preoccupied with middle. And in doing so, they get caught out. Magisk and Masuda both come out with kills. And although Masuda and ZywOo are both underneath 5 HP, ZywOo may not be required because Dupree is putting down the pain in middle. And that opens up the B site again. How brutal this round is on the side of Big. They're in a position where they may think they've done a lot of damage, but you're in a 2v3 with an AWP on a retake, no kits, but they have dealt the fatal blow to Dupree. But they're pulling out. Vitality are going to win this round.
They have no idea how low Masuda and ZywOo are. They probably know how low Masuda was because they did deal quite a bit of damage inside of B apartment. To ZywOo, that was unconfirmed damage through the smoke from Tapson early in the round. I did worry there, Vince. I was like, yeah, like they're going for the short play, short boost, but the timing could catch him off guard. And the timing, it was the worst timing possible for Big while trying to boost up. Able to only find one. Huge kills, good trading for Vitality. And Dupree towards mid, he didn't really have to do anything. He just waited there, and then he caught one of the CDs walking out through the smoke. His job was either to create a distraction or to cut off the rotation. And all he had to do was find a 1 kill. And even though it was a 2 versus 2, because Big had no idea how low the final 2 players were, they have to go for the save. 4-0 for Vitality. Now for Big, they'll be able to eke out still a very solid buy. They have the AWP still in the hands of Sirison from the previous round. A lot of M4A1s and a faster pace being set here by Masuda towards the B bomb site. Oh, this is fast.
Oh, they're picking up the pace. This is rapid. They're already closing the gap, but Searson and Faven will be passing with flying colors. Magisk is the only player to answer back on the tees. And Dupree picks up the pace. Molly down, but Tapson stands his ground. And ZywOo, all that remains, will get the free frag onto Tapson, although nearly made a meal of that. Bit off more than he could shoot. And with a low Crimbo, this is not out of the realms of possibility. The Magician, ZywOo, still almost full HP. Plenty of time. Has control over the bomb and a Molotov to try and cordon off one of these areas and force the CTs into awkward angles. That Molly allows him to just clear all of these angles now on the site so he can feel comfortable. Searson passes by on the marketplace, doesn't see ZywOo relocating in towards the market himself. And if he takes down Crimbo, this could get so messy, so quick. There is the frag, still 81 to his name, as he peeks back out, but there is Searson, and Big finally claimed their first round.
You could see how good ZywOo is in the way he played that 1 versus 4. He sneaks his way towards bench, he finds the kill, gets a second one inside a market, but the way he was able to use his Molotov, clear out every single angle while ensuring he doesn't get spotted, while ensuring he won't get caught with his back turned to one of the CTs, showing why he's one of the best players we have ever had in this game. But eventually, Sirson, his aim is true. Vince, he lands the shot. If he gets taken down there, suddenly it's a 1v1. And ZywOo in a 1v1, usually you're going to be favoring him, as we'd have attack time getting called here pretty early on by Vitality after having lost the first round. Although, again, Vince, they inflict so much damage, right? 3 rifles getting taken away for the big side. So despite winning this 1 round, they still are in a very picklish situation economy-wise. We have Sirson with about 2k. He's the one who survived a couple of rounds back-to-back, so he's got that extra bonus money. Every one of them are kind of broke. Of course, for now, they have a full-fledged buy coming in. The 1 kit for Crimbo. I would like Sirson to buy an extra kit. He's got the cash. Just the 1 solitary kit makes me a little uncomfortable. For the side of Vitality, it is a little rough. Apex on the P250. Dupree comes charging out, and he will be found. They still have the AWP, though, for the very first time in the hands of ZywOo.
Searson, though, will have him dead to rights if he continues to peek. They're both waiting the other side of the smoke. As Zaiwu, his brain is so big with this AWP. He knows when to back away, when to re-peek, and Searson never stood a chance. The early kill into Dupree has now been equalized, balanced back out, the scales no longer tipping in Big's favor. In fact, you could argue it's in Vitality's, as with the 4v4, it spread the big team out that little bit more. And now with a minute left on the clock, Vitality are taking systematic control over the B-apps. Crimbo goes down to the hands of Magisk, and now Favin has to have a huge round, try and stall. Tabson is rotating in quickly alongside Tizian, but they stomp Favin from above. And Tabson's made moves through on the marketplace, could very well deny the bomb plant. There it comes in, but now his position is known. 3 players to find and frag, second goes his way. A low Magisk has been removed, and the bomb is now down on the site. This round is in the palm of Tabson's hands, and he snatches the life out of Vitality! What a beautiful clutch from the IGL!
That's a 1 versus 4 almost coming in from Tabson. His repositioning there was sublime, Vince. And that is after Majis just opens up that B bomb site. Firstly, just a great pre-fire around the corner, catching the player inside of apartments. Then he Goomba stomps Faven towards Van. But Tabson, you can see how quick his repositioning was. Zaiwu still wasn't looking, wasn't expecting him to have walked inside of towards the side of bench. These are the openings from Magisk, but this is played to perfection by Tabson. You can see Zaiwu still not expecting where he is, and then he reads Apex's flank coming in from Market to perfection. Huge, huge round from the captain, and he delivers. Vitality now down to just the pistols. You can see a deagle, couple of deags in the hands of Magisk and Masuda. 1 smoke to work with. And for Big, this is a round they want to win. And not just win, but win convincingly, Vince. Don't hemorrhage any players. Favin with the MP7, okay. That's a rarity nowadays.
I don't see it too often. Still a damn solid weapon. Obviously costs more than the MP9, the counterpart you'd likely see for the most part. UMPs, of course, are a thing of the distant past. One stage, they're everywhere, Blair, but that's just Counter-Strike for you. The meta changes, the weapons change. The A4 was all the craze for one state, and now the A1S is back at the forefront. But yeah, I completely agree. This has to be a clear-cut round on Big. Like, you've just pulled off a 1v4. That's going to crush the soul, crush the economy of Vitality. But what do you do with it? The shot misses from Searson. We'll get it on the second time of asking. There are still deagles in play, though. So Big need to be careful. That's the bomb. The bomb spills out. And the aforementioned MP7 now comes to the forefront with a kill. Zaiwu is going to put down 1 casualty, but that, all things considered, that's okay.
That's okay. They also retrieved the M4A1,
Yes.
so it's only the MP7 getting lost. And that's all right. Able to stave off the deagles. And Vitality, here comes the buy. Apex off to a bit of a quiet start here. We know how explosive it can be, but it's okay. You know, 4-3 T side here. Your map pick. Vitality should still be feeling pretty comfortable. Apex opting to go for the Khalil just so it can afford that extra flashbang, that extra little bit of utility. 4 Molotovs, a ton of smokes, and we really haven't seen too much of action on this A bomb site yet, Vince, apart from the pistol round. Vitality now. You can see the group up here. A bit of a waterfall from Palace. They have Magisk and Dupree, and for Big, they've opted not to battle towards the A bomb site. And look at the position of Searson as well inside of Market. He can quickly pivot back towards A the moment they see the smokes arrive.
That's a good point. Big have the mobility to get around quickly. Now the wall of smoke's being put in. HE behind it. Minimal damage inflicted, negligible to Masuda, only 5. Tizian now with his back to the wall has to be the lone bastion, the safeguard of the site, but the Warden has been dethroned, and it's Dupree's hand that puts him down. And with that death, and the smoke still up, every chance to get this bomb planted now on the side of Vitality. Smoke's now clearing, but Masuda's going to dust off the cobwebs, and only Crimbo's came back in with one of his own. Heavy damage inflicted to multiple Vitality players, but Searson and Crimbo are now slowly being asphyxiated out of this round, and Zaiwu is going to pick up the pace, apply the pressure directly to the forehead with Searson. and Crimbo cannot get anything in this round. Runs back to his spawn, and Dupree is there. Vitality masterfully dictating the pace of the round.
Yeah, they completely obliterated the defense there. Great stuff coming out. And even the post-plants, Vince, they didn't allow Big to really set up the retake. They just kept peppering away at them with their H-47s. Firstly, Tizian, like I pointed out, caught by his lonesome, gets taken down. And look at the proactiveness. Apex getting on top of the stairs, making sure the CT coming up from connector gets taken care of. And the final two CTs trapped inside of, right towards CT spawn, basically, towards the ticket booth. Well, basically getting nothing done. The force spike comes out. Surson will be found by Zaiwu, a cheeky little boost early on. And Surson, well, there's not much he's going to be doing this round. And if you look at the buy for Big, it's not that great, Vince. A couple of M4s, you have the Deagle in the hands of Tizian, and Tapson with the FAMAS. They would be looking to retrieve that AWP, though. The question is, how did they pull this off? They still have to be wary. They don't notice no one towards the top of mid, and quietly, sneakily, they pulled it off. The AWP will now be handed over towards Tapson. We know he is pretty capable with the scoped rifles. We just saw it with the Scout earlier on in this map itself. A delayed window smoke as Vitality. They're going to be coming back, poking and prodding towards mid. The thunderous shots of the AWP in the hands of Zaiwu, letting his presence be known. Big dope. They're going to be a little proactive here, Vince, but it might be a little too late because the B hit is coming in, and it's going to come down to young Crimbo with his sole his sole M4A1 in his hands.
Oh, this is so difficult. The molly's also extended. I'm pretty sure they heard that. He's going to get peeked.
Oh.
He had no chance. That Molotov, the utility was perfectly placed, and as you said, everything was resting on his shoulders. However, because it's only him on the site, it does afford Big the luxury of trying to hold on to these saved weapons, so they'll have something to play with. My concern here, though, Blair, is the overall bigger picture of this game. If Tabson doesn't pull off that outrageous 1v4 and they win the subsequent round afterwards, you'd be looking at like a 7-1 scoreline right now.
Oh, absolutely. Don't
Big
get
have
me
been
wrong.
getting wrecked.
Oh, absolutely. Vitality have had their number, and you can show and you can see why they've gone for this map pick, right? I might have had a couple. I did have a question mark. I'm like, okay, which map are Vitality going to be going with over here? I initially thought they might go with Vertigo because of the recent successes on that map. Because Mirage, it's a 50-50 map for Vitality. We saw them dominate Liquid on it. We saw them get smacked down by outsiders as well. We're wondering, are they going to go on a map like Mirage where Big have shown they can be pretty dominant on? And they go on it, and they're flexing really hard right now. 6-3 on the T side, with the money broken for the CTs, where they're going to have to go for a force once more. This is just a sheer dominant performance, and even the timings in which they're hitting the bomb site. We saw Big going for the right play, right? You've lost Surson early on. They retrieve the AWP. They try and push towards T-ramp, trying to at least gather some information, right? And they would have found out, yeah, there's no one towards A. We can pivot back towards B. But by the time they find that information, they've already lost the B bomb site. Crimbo, as you pointed out, getting absolutely ruined by the Molotov and Masuta. He didn't even give him a chance to rattle off a single bullet. Masuta, for me, has been a question mark for this team for a while. Sure, he had a few times where he's shown what he can do, but he has been kind of flat for me recently, especially in this Legend stage. He really hasn't delivered, but right now he's starting to wake up. And if you look at the scoreline, okay, fine, Apex has been struggling a bit, but he doesn't really have to do much. Every one of the individuals are chipping in. It's not only Magisk, who's been incredible thus far. It's not only Zaiwu, one of the best players they have, not one of the best players in the world, but absolutely the best player in this team, but also Dupree and Masuta chipping in with the numbers. Things are looking good, the money's looking solid, and for Big once more, it is going to be the force coming out. FAMAS's MP9s, and a fast play towards A.
Surson did see a pixel, but misses his shot. It's not the first one he's missed either. It's starting to look a little bit grim, but there's the MP9. Re-engaged from Tizzy and double spray with the SMG. Majis coming to traipse over the corpse of his teammates, but two massive entries back, equalizing the round. Whatever Tizian can do, Majis can do just as well, but he's down to 26. So much bloodshed in a short period of time. There's still over a minute left on the clock.
Yeah. And Dupree staying atop mid, ensuring no one's going to be walking up, trying to get the flank on. And right now, Big's feeling a little paranoid. The amount of times Vitality have been going for this B hits. We even saw on the pistol round the slow, late B lure coming out from Vitality. So Crimbo, I like this from Crimbo. He's not just holding onto the B bomb site, he's being proactive. He's pushing it towards B apartments, and it's getting a lot of information. That's going to allow both Surson and Favin to concentrate towards the A bomb site. And I like this from Vitality. Two players are grouped up towards Palace. That was Magisk retrieving the C4. moving up together with ZywOo. And it's going to come down to dupreeh here. He's going to try and sneak his way towards connector, and they're taking so very long. Searson's rotated himself. He's now going to be coming in towards mid. They've somehow managed to find the timing, Vince. This is huge for Vitality.
Oh, it's so brutal on Big, though. They've lost their first player in this engagement, and as you said, with Searson making moves away, it may be the end of the round, but they're taking too long. They just dropped the bomb down, but ZywOo does come back. That was looking a bit shaky for a few moments on the side of Vitality, but now Crimbo, they know he's the lone B defender for the most part. He has to try and wiggle his way into some kind of advantageous position, but it's hard to see how he can get this one done. ZywOo on one side, dupreeh on the other, and Crimbo in the middle of this sandwich. A position he doesn't want to be in. He doesn't even have a kit, and time is already low. This feels like he's just effectively waiting around and just seeing what happens. He's not really being proactive. This round is done. He can't defuse the bomb. Whatever happens, Vitality are going to take a 7-3 lead. And their economy's still not in good position. They're still not in good shape, but he's looking to try and save this orb. He will be taking down dupreeh in the process. Not too shabby, all things considered. But it does still put Big at a huge discrepancy in terms of rounds.
I am a little surprised why Searson rotated back from ticket booth, because we saw Crimbo pushing in towards the B apartments, and he was getting so much information. So the play would have been they're either going to be coming up towards mid or from A, and Searson really pushing control. That kill by dupreeh at jungle was pivotal. If he doesn't find that kill, suddenly he gets taken down, and things look a little uncomfortable for Vitality. Even if they get the bomb down, the retake was very much within the realms of possibility here for Big. ZywOo, he's just everywhere, Vince, and I love to see it. Searson, he goes towards A, ZywOo's there, you go towards B, ZywOo's there as well. And that's the AWP, the only one saved weapon. Good find by Tizian, though. Catches Magisk, and that's an AK-47 retrieve. The AWP as well has been picked up by Crimbo, and bear in mind, even though it is kind of like the light buy with pistols, they do have armor. So the AK-47 and the AWP can be wielded quite efficiently and quite effectively by both Tizian and Crimbo. As Vitality, once more, trying to go for this A play. The two-man walk up towards Palace, no one towards ramp. And that could be Tizian being a thorn. If he can stay alive towards ramp position, this walkout from Palace, it's not going to be easy at all. So it's going to come down to Apex to do something. Apex waiting at the edge of the smoke. Is he going to find the timing? No, he doesn't, but he's been spotted, but immediately he peels back. But then that's a time for Masuda to strike.
Well, the flash from Tabson is so good. Fully blinding Masuda, but Apex is there to retort, to retaliate, and to regain the lead in terms of manpower. Vitality still have the Thorn of Crimbo to dethrone, but he can't really get too much done in this position. He's being watched down from Apex as well. Still, though, takes the head of Apex. Plant down in the smoke, but dupreeh's position here is so solid. He's out on the catwalk side, and I believe the bomb is planted for him. So although they're looking to try and boost over on these CT boxes, which so far it's not working out for them.
Oh, no.
I don't think it matters a great deal either way, though, Blair. Even if they did manage to get a pick on ZywOo, dupreeh's position is so good. He has a molly. They both have Molotovs. This round's done again. Big are just looking to save, and this has been a reoccurring theme.
Yeah, no kits as well, right? So what Favin would be looking to do is maybe pick up a rifle from one of the fallen Vitality members, perhaps. But yeah, looked a little worrying for a second there. Maybe if the boost worked out, maybe they could have potentially found ZywOo, the AK-47, it's so close by, so tantalizingly close. Favin is gonna run for it, but...
Nice Molotov, that, you know.
Yeah.
He threw the molly purposely to make
Just
sure they
delay
could get the
them.
rifle.
Lovely stuff from ZywOo, and great spot there, Vince. 8-3. This has been domination for Vitality. Even though they did lose a few players there, it's okay. It's all right. 8-3, you still have quite a bit of money in the bank. ZywOo's over 11K. Seemingly unkillable right now. Is the man 11-4. 11-4, as you can see, a number of players dropping underpass, and I think that's been spotted by dupreeh. Flashbang will pop, they're going to avoid it. The two CTs lying in wake. Searson finds it first, and look at the number of CTs here as Masuda, only good for one. And this was a bit of an unorthodox play from Big. 3 players towards underpass, but it will work out at least for the time being.
The crazy part about that play is it works out, but you imagine if Vitality stacked top mid? They'd have got wrecked in the side of the head. They'd had no chance. It's kind of desperate times call for desperate measures. It has worked out, as you say, in an orthodox play, but Vitality are still in this round. Faven down to 48, a 4v3, but so much in terms of grenades on the belt of Vitality, and dupreeh is sneaking his way into window already, bypassing a lot of these positions, snaking himself into jungle, and considering that Big have nobody on Shadow, no on Sandwich, no on Firebox, their 2 defenders are back on CT boxes, the positions for Vitality are very strong right now.
A lot of utility remaining for both the sides here, and 45 seconds, so all about the timing, and ZywOo reading it to perfection. Tizian will fall, but he's seen 2 players now, and tabseN, what can he do from here?
dupreeh's not going to check this, and tabseN lets him walk by. And there's the veterancy in full swing. He wants to deny the bomb plant. This is beautiful from tabseN, but it's just the 1 kill. He nearly had more. dupreeh now up on the CT boxes. tabseN's giving them a chance, a window of opportunity. Smoke in the eyes of the CTs, difficult site to retake, and Faven just takes so much damage. Dropped down to 0, leaving Crimbo on another retake mission. He's had so little to do this game. He's either been wrecked on 5 players pushing him on B, or retaking A every round. What we do know, though, is Vitality. They're 9-3 in the lead on their T side.
Looking fantastic, the French-Danish squad. tabseN, he needed more than 1 kill from that position, Vince. He played that to perfection, but I kind of thought he'd get the C4 planter, spin around, and catch a player in CT, and just tuck inside a ticket, but that could have potentially been the ideal call. But great reaction once more from Magisk. So many impact frags being found by the Dane. This is a switch up. This is a switch from Vitality. A fast take towards short. They're walking up, not making too much of noise. Player drops down. Apex will be found. Look at dupreeh just running in, leaving tabseN. Is Masuda at least able to trade? tabseN will eventually fall. And Faven at 5 points of health. Tizian, I think he spotted Magisk. He's seen the dome of his head, and syrsoN will decapitate him. 4 versus 2. A round Big desperately need. But as long as this man is alive, ZywOo, you can never count on Vitality. Slowly a double creep up here, no eyes on them. They're playing this one a little passively, are Big. You can already see Tizian pushing towards the ramp position. He's holding very aggressively. So that's one angle they don't have to worry about. And it's going to come down to the B hit. There is a player tucked inside. It is Faven.
That's a bit of rough spray from Masuda, though, but ZywOo, he strikes once. Masuda knows at least 1 player's on the site, and they're both backing out. However, the one contingent they're not sure about is syrsoN's, and he is in ramp with the AWP on the cross. If Vitality try and push to A, he should be good for at least 1 kill, but they may not be afforded that luxury because a double stack on Catwalk could shut them down through middle first. Vitality need to make a decision and push through with it. ZywOo is sneaking around the side, but this is the problem. This does nothing towards dethroning syrsoN's spot. Even if ZywOo gets around here onto the boxes, syrsoN just has to pick off the bomb, and this round is done. 15 seconds, nails the bomb carrier. Good night, Vitality. This round is over. It's so hard to see how ZywOo can win this. He has mollied in. He's being stalled away. Surely ZywOo can't pull this round out of his hat. Surely the Magician is not going to make Big disappear 1 more time. He's moving into syrsoN, and syrsoN puts him down. The fact that ZywOo even got a plant there is outrageous.
Yeah, that is just ridiculous movement from ZywOo. And for a moment there, Vince, I was starting to fear for Big again. Even though it was a 1 versus 3, ZywOo, who knew where syrsoN won. If he could isolate the fights there, catch syrsoN, then it's very very winnable for ZywOo. It is so unfortunate that it was Masuda with the C4, because if it was ZywOo, he could have snuck in from CD spawn, syrsoN would have no idea, he could have planted the bomb from CD spawn, ZywOo could have tucked in inside of CD spawn as well, and then you have Masuda just staying alive towards the connector area, cutting off the rotation, and that would have left the CTs in a very uncomfortable spot. Finally, the streak will come to an end, 5 in a row for Vitality. But Big, 4 rounds here out of 13, they're not going to be quite happy with that yet. Maybe 6 rounds. Maybe that is something they could work with. Tack timeout as GobB will be speaking with his squad. Double upset up coming out here from Big. Something we haven't seen much at all yet thus far. syrsoN and Crimbo. tabseN and the rest of his crew with the M4s, of course, an AK as well, picked up a Tizian from the previous round. And Vitality, they're in a pretty comfortable spot, Vince. even if they lose this, if they're able to save a couple of guns, they're going to eke out a buy. And even, yeah, listen, even if they lose all the weapons here, they will have enough money for at least 3 AK-47s, maybe a couple of Galils. Fast play coming out here towards ramp as Iwu's going to be boosted up, looking to catch someone. Tries to time the shot though, but no one's going to cross early. Taps in, a little bit of delayed cross, maybe allowing him to stay alive. And a missed shot from Sirson. That one should have been a sitter. There was no flash across on over, and they are playing with fire. Dupree tucked into the corner. Sirson knows exactly where he is. I think he can even spot the tip of the barrel as well. And Dupree's aware of this. Dupree knows that Sirson knows where he is.
Yeah, he took a shot at him from this very position, so yes, Dupree knows, 100%. The thing is, though, what they do about this, because they're effectively locking away the AWPer in this position. That's why they brought in the Molotov. There's no way he could have escaped that. I don't think Dupree had a smoke to extinguish it. It's really cool, the little changes that you see from both teams. Very good boosted up in multiple areas. Like, the guy is just all over the map, depending on spawn. But, speaking of which, Tizian, he's pushed through on the ramp side.
That's very, very important here for Big. Most of the times when they try to go for the map control, it's after they've lost a player, right? We saw them push down ramp when they lose a player, when they're 4v5, disadvantageous position. This time around, the fact that it's pushing so deep is going to allow 3 CTs now to hold the line on the B bomb side. Apex, in the meantime, trying his desperate best to sell something towards Connector. The look at the position from Faven, though. Flashbang is going to find Dupree. Flash for short, not expecting anyone there. The AWP in the hands of Sirson is going to pluck Masuda, and this round might go the way of Big.
Oh, the miss on Majors, though, gives him a way forward. But there's Crimbo up on the boxes. Apex watching the back, his 3rd kill of the half. ZywOo still alive. And while ZywOo lives, there is always doubt in the hearts of Big. 20 seconds, though, in order to pull off this masterful clutch. And he's going to get picked off from the back. That flash from Apex doing him no favors at all. And it's going to be Vitality 10-5 in the lead. They had to go for a desperation play. Was a bit funny, though, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, the flashes for the CT playing towards short, but it kind of reminds me of when we played matchmaking with Hugo. It's like, I'm flashing. I'm like, no, don't flash. Just blinded. I mean, he's trying to be helpful, but just unnecessary. But nonetheless, yeah, good round coming out from Big there again. We didn't really see too much of extremity control being exerted by Big early on that CD side, right? I think that was the one round where we saw them, Tizian pushing down ramp early in the round and able to gather information that it is going to be a B hit. And with the Vitality running out of time, they had to make a little bit of haste. And the 3-man setup there, perfectly shutting it down. Is it a little too late, though, Vince? That's a question. 5 rounds on the CD side is... It's not a fun scoreline. Although, you can never count on Big. As we have a smoke and a flash being purchased by Crimbo. It's a fast play coming in towards A.
Fast play, Apex has seen it as well. I don't know if that grenade's going to do too much. No, it was a bit too deep. Need to be more shallow. Apex, though, now stepping back up with the P2000. 2 players in the window already, and Apex is staying alive, and that's very important. It doesn't allow them to bypass into the CT side here. ZywOo, a little bit labored with his USP. That allows a bit of window control, and now the Julies go to work. So many bullets in the magazines, allowing a little bit of a reprieve on the side. It's a post-plant, there's a flank round the back, additionally from Tizian. And he's praying that Crimbo can just stay alive. Now the CTs start to embark on their retake journey. There is no kit, no grenades. Tapping onto the bomb, Crimbo takes the head of Apex, but now his position is known. It's compromised, and the full diffuser's coming in. And there's Major Squids, the Julies, picking up a 3rd and securing himself a 15th kill and an 11th round for his team.
Beretta's akimbo is Magisk. Beautifully played. And Apex as well, Vince, like even though initially he doesn't get any kill with the P2K, he prevents the plant from taking place for a few seconds, buying a little bit more time on his retake, which was crucial because they didn't have any kit, as you pointed out, and Magisk, the bodyguard, first bullet, that's all he needs. What a round for Vitality. It did look like Big had done enough. They got the opening pick, they got the bomb down, they got some pretty good... The flank is from CD spawn, that should have sealed the deal, but Vitality, they hold on, 11-5. Big round from everyone involved, especially for Magisk and Apex. And for Big, despite getting the bomb down, the call has been made that they're going to be going for just the upgraded pistols. We see a few deagles. Faven actually digging in a little deep and going for the Kevlar buy as well. So 4 deags, Kevlar on Faven, and no utility whatsoever. For Vitality, it's just the the usual standard buy. You have a couple of SMGs in the hands of Dupree and ZywOo, the A1s for the rest of them. ZywOo may be hoping to farm a little bit of cash so he can bring out the AWP at the earliest opportunity. And for Big, they need to be presented a pick here, a duel here for them to find something. They don't really have any utility, zero utility to work with.
Precisely, those Deagles need to find a target. And don't Vitality know it? The way they're playing right now is so passive, so deep in their angles. Not trying to take mid control, not putting themselves in harm's way. Excellent call. Now Big, with 30 seconds, will start to feel the pressure of time. Because obviously they want to die before time here. The whole purpose of this round is to build up that economy. So they have to rush in. From range, the MP9 sprays down. That's the bomb that goes with it. And ZywOo putting some money in for the AWP fund with 2 frags. And as anticipated, this round falls heavily in Vitality's favor. And with not losing a single player here, Blair, they can hold on. They can use this now as a bonus round.
Absolutely. Almost a team ace there. For Big, the big guns come out. AK-47 Searson going with the AWP, meaning it just has Kevlar and absolutely not a singular piece of utility. And because of the Deagle purchase in the previous rounds, Vince, and you can see Favin, he went for the armor Deagle as well. He only has 1 flash, so a bit of utility lacking. Early 2 smokes already getting used for the short smoke as well as for jungle. So they're really not having much options to work with here. And look at the way they're approaching this round. Are Big. It's a standard default. We have Tizian looking towards apartments. We have Crimbo making his way up from connector. And of course, Favin making sure there's no aggression from the CTs, either from ramp or Palace. Is just holding on to that position while we have Tapson and Searson with the AWP looking to maybe find something at mid. For Vitality, it's a very A-centric defense. We have the SMGs over there, both the SMGs, and it's going to be a perfectly timed peek from Crimbo. Apex will fall, that's one of the rifles, and it's already made its way into a murder hole. That's so fast coming in from Crimbo.
They're very brave, aggressive, love that. Not resting on their laurels, but trying to push forward and take control of this round, take control of this half. That's what they have to do. Yes, it might be a bonus. But he's still going to dot all the I's, cross all the T's, and Crimbo's doing just that as he puts a bullet in the head of Masuta. With 2 MP9s, though, up close in these kind of ranges, things could get tentative, and Vitality make the read. They make the call. They're rotating. In comes the ZywOo push, though. He had a good read of the situation, and Favin goes in for more. A freebie frag from Dupree. Can trade up now to the AK-47, but he'll have to deal with Searson, who is on the prowl with his AWP at range. This is not a range you want to try and take. If you are Dupree, that does mean that Big will pick up a round on their T side, and Searson makes sure there'll be no save weapons in the process.
It was a bonus round, but still a huge round from young Crimbo. Catching Apex and Connector, like just, he wasn't expecting that dry peak there. Gets taken down. The pace towards jungle, and still, there was a danger Big were going to be walking in inside of the stack. When he catches a rotation out from market, which I feel that was a bit of a blunder from Vitality, right? You should be aware that your jungle's completely open. There could be a player posted there. And once he gets taken down, they immediately pivot back towards the B bomb site, because they know at the max, it's going to be 1 player towards B. And then ZywOo, maybe not expecting a player to be up close. They're just running on in with the MP9, hoping to catch him off guard towards T-spawn. A well-played round overall from Big. Crimbo being the main man behind it. But they've gone. They opted to go for the full eco events. I respect that. You know, it's 12-6. There's no need to panic buy. There's no need to try and break the economy. You know you're in a very comfortable spot right now. Save your money. Get the AWP out for ZywOo. Throw it his direction. Have the M4s out. And for Big, it's about trying to ensure they get round number 7 without suffering too many casualties. ZywOo and Masuta, both with the Deags. See a 5-7 and a couple of P250s in the mix as well. This position is very deadly, Vince, especially with a 5-7 and the Deagle crossfire. If there's no flashbang, if they just walk on in, this could be a free kill for the CTs.
Absolutely, there is a flashbang, but still Dupree. He recognized that possibility, turned his back on it.
No.
And another frag from Masuta. Big getting annihilated, destroyed by Vitality with a 5-7 and Deagle now trading up. There's another one for ZywOo if he wants it, and indeed he will. It's not just the round looking like it'll go in the way of their favor, but they lose one player in the process. Big have just been completely destroyed.
When I said they should lose just one player at max, I was talking about Vitality.
Yeah.
Oh no, Vince. That's the round. That's the round you go back when you look at it and you're like, all right, that's where Vitality pretty much won.
Yeah, that felt like the soul leaving the body of Big for Mirage.
A kill with a 5-7, upgraded to the AK, kill with the AK, and then the Deagles, and in the end the USP from Magisk just goes to work, goes to town. Oh my lord, that is not ideal for Big. But for Vitality, they will take it. Look at the amount of upgrades they have as well, but Magisk caught off guard, not expecting Tapson to catch him at that angle, and Tapson just slowly creep walking in. That's going to force Apex to be a little bit more proactive, and proactive indeed he will be, and he's going to find another one on the escape. They know where the fourth player is as well, and that is Sirson, and he will immediately find a bullet between his eyes. They knew where Tapson was. He got the kill towards Cat. Bomb dropped out in the open. Round number 14 coming up for Vitality.
Well, Tapson's picked up a 1v4 already in this game, but this is a whole different ask of him, and the flash drive-by headshot will secure that 14th round. 14-6, that was a full purchase on the side of Big. I don't think their money is looking in great shape right now, Blair. This might be either some kind of a force bargain bucket scraping the bottom of the barrel by. Could even be an eco. Something rush long. I assume that means B apps, maybe?
That's the only long I see here. And that could be it. And you're right, it's a hard call to make, Vince, but they're basically going to try and battle out for OT. They have the pistols, maybe hoping to replicate what Vitality did to them. Apex needs to be careful as Tizian finds him.
Flash is good. ZywOo, though, can actually pull back, and of course he repeats. Of course he keeps going in. Deagle whipped out, and Major's there to help him out. It was looking grim for a few moments on Vitality, but they have stabilized. It's at the cost of a couple of lives, and Sierson is still in with a chance, but Masuda has his angle covered, and there will be no escape. There will be no 7th round just yet. However, another bye will be coming up, but this is their last chance, Blair. Vitality on the cusp, on the precipice of taking the first map and nearly knocking Big out of the major.
Whoo-wee, what a dominant performance, right? And I love that from ZywOo. He's like, all right, fine, I have to stand and deliver. And then stand and deliver he does. 9 map points for Vitality on their map pick at potentially final tactical timeout getting called by Big. What did it do? 9 on the trot. It's been done in the past. But just the dominant way in which Vitality are winning their rounds, it leaves me very little hope. Copenhagen Flames 15-9 against FaZe in the 2-1 matchup. Yeah. On FaZe's map pick. This major is a little topsy-turvy, Vince. But right now, what's not topsy-turvy is Vitality with a gargantuan lead on their map pick. And here we go, Big early smokes. This is kind of the newer smoke here. We have the smoke towards Cat. We have the smoke in the middle of ramp. They're going to try and play around it, but instead they don't leave anyone there. And Vitality might fall for it. They think there's someone looking to battle at mid, but look at the poking coming in from Apex, and Apex is aware that there is no one towards mid. Now they can fall back towards the A bomb set or B, but there's only one player at A right now. It is Magisk, all the way to its ticket booth.
Apex on the rotation now gets shut down in the back though from Sierson. The bomb isn't here. It's still reversing round on the T side. Another kill though goes the way of Big. Maybe holding on a little bit longer in this game. Fast rotation on ZywOo through middle, but he's going to get caught by 2 players. I think he's probably heard this though. Indeed he has. Does he expect a second? He does. That in-game IQ spiking again. Doesn't give his position away, but the bomb is going to be getting planted on the other side. And there is Tizian, who just played it patiently and passively. And so Big will be yielding a 7th round, bare minimum. I don't expect Vitality to go in for this one, especially considering that ZywOo is on low money. The rest of them have no issues buying, but just bolster up that buy don't get too desperate to finish this map off. Second AWP is down on the ground if they want it. They'll picking up 2 AWPs, though, on the T side. This is more about Masuta. But Tizian, he knows the AWP is down, and he understands that it's important for him to stay in this position. If Masuta pushes out, there's 2 players here that are going to deal with him. Does take the kill, and he yoinks the AWP and pieces out of there. Well played. Well played indeed, good sir.
That was a very well-constructed round from Big. We saw the double smokes at mid. That is usually a tell that there are going to be a couple of T's top of mid looking to take the fight, playing around the smoke. But Vitality were a step ahead of that. Apex actually pushes up mid. He realizes no one there. Then we see the execute taking place towards B. It's a double fake coming in from Vitality. They catch him rotating out, and then Syrson with 2 clean openings on the A. Bomb site round is done. Syrson plucks Apex. 2 rounds back-to-back now where it's found Apex's number, and Zai was looking to do a little bit of solo combat opping, but he will be flushed back by the utility.
For some reason, I've just got like that hold me back meme every time I see ZywOo pushing up me. Like, hold me back, guys! And they've just got flashes, mollies, like everything's there to deal with him. Meanwhile, this round isn't over just yet, though. Even though 2 casualties down on Vitality, dupreeh holds on ladder. But B-site's been lost.
They need a save.
Does feel like it's going to be a save. I mean, there's a lot of money on the likes of dupreeh, but it's more along the side of ZywOo. Apex are starting to struggle a little bit financially. And again, it's the bigger picture. Doesn't matter if Vitality win this 16-14, 16-9. All they care about is winning this map. So don't rush in. Don't give anything away for free.
Absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on the head there, right? Sure, you have a lot of money for dupreeh. You know, Masuda will have the bonus money as well, but it's more like, sure, you go for this retake, but you might lose all your players. Then you have a buy. You lose that, you're going to have to eco instead. Just let this round slide by. You're going to have 2 back-to-back buys coming in after that. So the right call from Vitality. The bigger picture. That's something which some of the newer teams, more newer up-and-coming teams, they tend to kind of lose track of, right? I even seen some teams who are quite tenured make some questionable buy decisions. And suddenly you look at a scoreline and their team, your opponents are trailing by just 2 or 3 rounds, and money's in a rough space, and you're wondering how it all went wrong. But when you look at Vitality, you look at the veterans on this team. You know, just one of the best players we've ever had in the world. A couple of major winners right there. One of the greatest coaches standing behind them as well. There's more than enough veterancy and awareness. What a find here, though. Oh. Syrson coming alive. Even if this map goes the way of Vitality, Syrson coming alive is going to be an X factor, a very important factor for the side of Big if they want to bring the series back and maybe even take us to map number 3.
Exactly. Him finding form going into Vertigo, that's a tantalizing prospect. Tactical timeout has came and gone. Apex has an M4 on the ground, so he'll be picking that one up. He's also started to come back into this a little bit. He had a very slow start in the first half. 10-17. At one stage, I think he was 2-10, 2-13-ish. CSM misses that shot, but doesn't get punished. Fully, at least. Tagged down to 42. And now Crimbo taking a bit of control over middle with flashes and mollies alongside him. Some aggression, flashbang over. Apex wants to get in the mix. We know from previous lineups and iterations, he has no problem entry fragging if the need is there. But he could also overextend. Gets his man at CSN. They line up for dupreeh, but he can't get either of them. And Thompson and Faven will be taking the B site. It's another round that Big could be stealing away as they prolong this game just that little bit longer.
Crimbo tucking in to his chair position just as the smoke dissipates. It's 1 round at a time, Vince. 1 round at a time. Once more, the save coming in, but because dupreeh had so much money, he'll have no trouble buying for himself, and I'm sure he can also donate a weapon towards ZywOo. In fact, I expect dupreeh to buy an AWP and give it to ZywOo, and maybe Magis can drop a weapon for dupreeh. So buy is still not going to be an issue here, but Big, they're able to find, somehow finding a couple of rounds here. Apex is 1-10 in opening duels right now, which is kind of insane. So I'm just looking at the opening duel stats here. So it's been 7 opening duels won by Vitality out, and for the side of Big, they've won 17 opening duels. 7 for Vitality, 17 for Big, and the scoreline is 15-9.
Jeez.
the trading has been insane. And that's the thing with Apex, right? Even though he might not necessarily net you the opening duel, if you're able to trade off of him, if you're able to ensure that his death doesn't go in vain, that's all he has to do. Here we go, then once more, the smoke's coming in for the cross and the ramp smoke, and Apex is calming furiously to his teammates. Flash to pop as well, and that's going to allow a player to sneak on in towards mid. That is Tapson.
Dupree having that secondary open play, something we haven't seen from Vitality just yet. Not catching him off guard just yet. It's the primary AWP of ZywOo that strikes first. And Magisk on the balcony can hear grenades being pulled, can hear players pushing his location, but still thwarts Tizian's play. And ZywOo can make moves in from connector. Flashed out of position, leaving Magisk all alone, but he can survive quite a while longer. Molly down. They expend 2 Molotovs, though, just to deal with Magisk, and that's allowing
Apex?
a fast rotation round, but Apex realizes, hold on a second, they haven't pulled the plug, they haven't decided to go into A site just yet. I can't give my life away. He is turning his back to middle, though, but he's getting back into connector. What a strange decision from Apex.
I'm not sure what Apex is up to. He just ran in and he just did a U-turn right before a bullet struck him between the eyes. But that's information gathered by Crimbo, and they might just be walking into this crossfire events. Dupree, he doesn't miss these.
Oh, it's so nice. The attention's turned to Windows, so Apex can get the second. A beautiful setup. And that could very well be the map going the way of Vitality. Searson in a 1 versus 3. Has 20 seconds to his name. Has got to push onto this B side. It's his only way forward. And there's players littered around this position right now. 10 seconds on the cross. Whether it's Dupree, whether it's the player in-apps, it doesn't make a difference because the end result is the same. And that's Vitality taking their choice of map. And pretty convincingly so, all things considered.
Yeah, that was all predicated off that T side. Just a brilliant stuff from Vitality. They called well, they were able to toy with the rotations, having a little bit of fun outside of server as well. And yes, you deserve those smiles. That was so well played by every single player on the side of Vitality. And I want to actually bring up a stat which we alluded to at the beginning of this game. We spoke about how the 4 versus 5 conversions for Vitality and Big are extremely poor, one of the worst in the tournament right now. But as you pointed out earlier, despite the fact that almost every opening duel seemingly went the way of Big. Big, I think, had like 17 or 18 opening duels, one compared to 7 or 8 of that of Vitality.
Yeah.
They were still able to trade very, very efficiently, able to turn things around. And Apex, sure, he doesn't get all the kills in the server as opposed to his teammates, but he was so impactful in gathering information, going for this, creating space for his teammates, and creating a lot of space for the likes of ZywOo, the likes of Magisk to shine. So yeah, the map pick from Mirage, maybe a couple of question marks were there, but Vitality, they give an emphatic answer.
I believe another stat that you brought up early on in the broadcast here on this game was that the sort of counter-fragging or the exchanging was quite low. Trading, yes, for Vitality was low. Yet a stat you pulled out at the end was that their trading was insane because they were losing so many opening picks, yet they were winning so many rounds. And you can see there, one of the main reasons why was ZywOo, 24 kills to his name and just shy of 100 ADR.
Yeah, both Masuta and Apex being very selfless. We saw Masuta, for example, in that pallet spot. We just swung out wide, enabling ZywOo to pick up a 3K with the AWP. But yeah, when you see this guy popping off, that's when you know it's not going to be a fun day in the server if you're going to be going up against Vitality. 41% headshot, especially considering he was opping for what felt like the majority of that game.
Yeah.
Just ZywOo, thanks.
He only got like 15 kills with the AWP, and he had 24 kills overall. It goes to show how well-rounded he was there. He was getting pistol frags, giving them 4, he's going to frag out as well. However, that is our first map done of this best of 3. It's quite simply put for Big. They are 1 map away from being eliminated from the Major. Find out if they do after this short break.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
feel like, Vince, you would have a great, like, part-time job as a bouncer.
I used to be one.
There we go.
many years ago when I was a young man. Yeah.
You're still young, Vince.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Are we though, or are we just lying to ourselves?
We're just lying to ourselves.
Oh well. However, back on track.
Back on track.
Back on track. Big are struggling. There's no two ways about this. They're going to be feeling like they're ancient at this stage, although it's not going to be ancient up next. Instead, it will be Vertigo. They lost the first map 16-9. If we're being honest though, Blair, 3 of those rounds at the end were basically Big mounting the second win that never really went anywhere, and another 2 of those rounds were based off a Tabson 1v4 clutch out of thin air. So I don't think that paints the full picture of how that map went.
Absolutely not. And it's also Vitality just taking a sweet time. They're like, it's okay, let them win a couple of rounds here and there. We're just going to save a weaponry. And heading into Vertigo, honestly, I felt like Vitality would actually go for this map pick, honestly, but Big going for this one. And if you look at the win-loss, it's pretty even, right? Big have played 7, they won 3 out of them. And for Vitality, even though they have a winning record on this map in the past 3 months, it's only been 3 maps played recently. So it is still very even, if you ask me, heading into this map, of course, for Big to stay alive. Heading into Nuke, I'll say Big might have a slight little edge. I really do like watching Big on Nuke. It's a map that is supremely comfortable on, but firstly, they have to withstand the test, which is going to be coming on Vertigo over here. The individuals from Big, I don't know, like I really wasn't very impressed coming out from some of the players who were keeping an eye out on. Tabson had, like you pointed out, that 1v4 clutch he had earlier on the B bomb side. Everyone's so very quiet though. Tizian's still struggling. Apex, he's feeling it. He's excited. Now, I wish we had an Apex cam throughout a game. Just 100%. Like one tiny little cam with Apex and his reactions.
That is content right there. That's content I would watch. Vitality, if you're listening right now, make it happen, please.
You could just have literally a separate stream, PGL_Apex on Twitch at just his face cam. That would be amazing. Actually, that is possible. We do have, PGL do have, you guys can check it out as well. You have all the 10 players POVs streaming where you can pick and choose whose POV you do want to watch. If I'm tuning in on that particular stream, I will be watching Zywoo. He was looking incredible. Magisk as well. These are the 2 players we were talking about heading into this matchup, and they have delivered. For the side of Big, you want to see Sursen pop off, right? He is the talisman of this team, and thus far in this event, he has been comparatively a little quiet, really getting dominated on that map. And heading into Vertigo, I would assume it will be Vitality starting on the T side. Big would obviously. Actually, no, it would be Big starting on the T side because Vitality did choose this map. Am I wrong? Am I losing my mind? Big chose this map. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's the age, Vince. The mind's a little bit of a mush. Big chose the map. They should be starting on the T side here. Vitality will be starting on the more favored side. And I'm taking a look at the matches that Vitality played on this one as well, right? They had a very convincing win against Dignitas, and you get back a couple of months in Pro League. They played against Furia and Mouse, where they got dismantled by Furia. But then again, we know how good the Brazilians can be on this very map. But here we go, Vitality. There we go. Starting on the CT side, Dupree with the dualies. We have double dualies, 7 pistols for Vitality on the pistol round. For the side of Big, it is going to be a ton of utility, Vince. 3 smokes, a Molotov, a couple of flashes, and 2 HEs, and they are slowly grouping up for this A take.
Maybe that's what Apex's charade was all about, is pew, 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 pew on the, just telling them exactly what they need to be buying here. Zywoo with the first dualies though, but he's firing blanks. Searson is using live ammo, takes his head clean off, and Apex now and Masuda have to try and scrape together a bit of a defense. Masuda's getting aggressive, takes the head off in midair, flashbang there afterwards, and Masuda's got both of them, but Tabson from the side comes in. Major trades back out. Dupree is all that remains. And he does have 1 gun for each of the remaining Big players. They've traded up to the USP themselves. No post-plant is in just yet. Positions are a little bit shaky now for Dupree to contend with, but still removes the head. Keeps himself in this round. Still has 68 HP to his side as well, Blair. And Crimbo's spot still hasn't gone in for the plant.
I don't think they've seen Crimbo. He hasn't got a kill yet, right? And they haven't spotted the C4. The timing is everything. He hears a plant taking place at Dupree. Oh, no. It's not a plant, Crimbo. Now going to be sticking it, and this is going to be heard now. The 1v1. Dupree has got Kevlar, he's got the dualies, and it's going to be going against Crimbo and the USP.
Absolutely fire off. Oh, there's so many missed bullets on both players. It just takes one to connect, and Crimbo will seal the deal. The experience not prevailing this time against the youthful aim, and Big get their first round on Vertigo. So important they pick that pistol up.
The 1v2 from Dupree, not able to land a single bullet. This is a great attempt from Masuda, by the way, the re-aggression coming in. But those two nades, we saw the two nades and we are like, where it's going to be used towards, and Apex gets obliterated. And Crimbo, a young gun, will reign supreme. Pistol round will go the way of Big. For Vitality, once more, they're going to go for the pretty much the eco. A lot of nades being purchased, 4 nades in fact, and they've gone for a B stack. Unfortunately for them, there's no one there. We can see Apex just peeking around the corner, spotting, calling for his teammate to lob in the nades if needs be. And Zaiwu is by his lonesome, and he is going to have a rough time with the USP.
Yeah, good as he is, there's only so much you can do with the USP against the full weight of the teams
nades
pushing you. There are nades, there's 4 of them in actual fact, but they needed to be there before the bombs actually finalized. This is to deny the bomb plant, so they just kind of show up and say, hey guys, the party's already left though.
You can still wreck a few players here if they group up those nades, but they might even just hold on to these nades, Vince. Keep it for the next round.
Yeah. No, that's legit. They may very well go for that one. I'm curious, though, if they do decide to hold on to the nades, knowing they could be getting flanked from an SMG, and it could all come undone.
All right, evacuated the premises. No kits as well as they come charging it. Oh, they assume they're going to be saving at the edge, Vince, but no one's there. I love the attempt. I love the attempt, but it was only Sirison, and he will survive comfortably. I like the plan there from the side of Vitality, but Big, they had a player at the bottom of ramp, and you're like, listen, there's no one there. We can save in a much more comfortable position. So here we go. Big keeping all 5 players alive. For Vitality, the buy is going to be coming in. M4s for all 5 members. No op for Zaiwu yet. And a bit of a number of smokes. I do see a distinct lack of a kit here for the CTs. And look at this, Vince. Heavy presence from the CTs towards mid and towards B. And Tizian is good for 1, but the trade is solid. And I like this aggression here from Dupree towards B stairs.
Oh, double peek, though. Double angles to watch out for. And because of this scrappy start, it means that Zaiwu's going to take that much longer to get his hands on an AWP. Major's burning alive through a flashbang down to 31. And with him being one of the only 2 players remaining over on the B side of the map, that is pretty rough. Zaiwu, meanwhile, somehow gets the better of Tabson. Had no right to win that fight considering his back was turned. And it is 3-on-3. All things considered, this round is still up for debate, especially as Zaiwu's picked up another frag. And although he's down to 8 HP and his teammate of Majors is 31, they're still putting the frags down with Apex. Grenade up and over, but it's not the weakened Majors. Instead, it's Apex that comes back swinging in with his 3rd kill.
Huge round there from Apex, and especially from Zaiwu, right? The way he was able to find the first kill, and even though Sirison got the timing right and was flanking him from short, the re-aggression catching Big off guard, and then Apex sealing the deal. Because bear in mind, Majisk was very, very low on health, although it wasn't confirmed damage here. But I like this from Vitality on the first buy round, being very, very proactive, pushing towards stairs, and sure, that didn't quite pan out. But Apex, clean shots coming out from him. They do suffer a few casualties, and that is something Big could try and take advantage of. The buy is still going to be coming in for the German side. Sirison once more with the scout specialist, as we like to call him, for Vitality. Once more, a B-centric defense. They have a player towards mid. That is, of course, going to be Masuta by his lonesome. He might be taken down here.
Oh, they line up for Masuta, though. This is the FAMAS could be a detriment. The Vitality push. Flash over first. Still gets both while flashed Masuta.
The angle, Vince. The angle was just such a perfect angle. All he had to do was just hold the left click. And the T's, they were so unaware of him, they were even turning away from their own flashbang. What a huge 2K for Masuta. Not even taking a single point of damage against the AK-47s. And Big, that little excursion towards mid gets stopped right in its tracks. But Tabson, he's looking for more. He's probably knows that Vitality might have left the premises, but no, the FAMAS, it continues to tear through Big. 3 kills on the FAMAS. The bomb dropped as well.
Absolutely huge passage of play on Masuta. And now Dupree can feel a little bit more comfortable, although timing has not been good for Big. This entire round, they've been timed multiple occasions. And CS has a quick checkup, that's a corpse as opposed to Dupree's very alive body, which is now moving down on the B stairs. Maybe he can save this scout, but there's going to be very little behind it on the side of Big. And Vitality, who started off in pretty rocky shape, have bounced straight back. Not just that, but keeping 5 players alive allows them to trade up to some AKs. They catch themselves. Apex was waiting for after time so that Searson would die and have no money. But it looks so awkward, didn't it?
But he does it like he even sacrifices his own life, and you can see him having a bit of a laugh. Oh, Apex, you absolute rascal.
But I know some people at home like, what's he doing? Why isn't he shooting? Because there was 1 second left on the time. He wanted to wreck Searson completely, and it has two effects as well. Searson's their AWPer. His economy now is in such a bad shape for a while.
$700, right?
Yeah.
So well, we could see an AWP getting dropped his direction, but still. Oh, Apex, you rat. I love it.
Not enough players do that, Blair.
Yeah, there's so many times we see where, you know, you can just play it out for a little bit, right? Just a couple more seconds, and it can completely ruin the buy. And Apex has indeed done that. 500 IQ sacrifice right there. Dupree pushed very deep. Now, these are just the Glocks, mind you, not a single bit of investment. Okay, that was a little awkward as Crimbo falls to his death. Where? Okay, I need to see how Crimbo fell. Did it try the run boost? I'm not even sure, but they have lost Apex, but that's okay. Sorry, they have lost a player, but Apex is going to come in from behind, and his aim is true. And oh, there lies Crimbo. There lies Crimbo, way at the bottom. I do want to see how he died.
That was so strange. Like, first off, Crimbo dies, I assume fell to his death. There was a Molotov down, though, and he was low. And then you had this weird wide swing where, was it Dupree, like, mollied himself, then went for a wide swing and just got wrecked by a Glock?
Yeah, the two of them and his spray, yeah, it got a little awkward. But nonetheless, Vitality, again, suffering just two casualties in those 2 rounds. They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable right now. For a Big, though, again, it has to be the light investment, right? The money, it was in shambles. They've gone for the Deegs this time around. Kevlar to enforce it as well, and a bit of utility. Apex being aggressive towards the bottom of ramp. Has got backup as well in the form of the very capable Zaiwu. This Deagles, though, we've seen it do some filthy things in the past. Let's see what Big can do here. They have a lot of utility. Dupree with a little bit of the wide off angle, and he's kind of alone for the time being.
He's completely alone. There's tons of utility, though. There's flashes and smokes that are going to be coming his way. Needs a rotation quick. Incendiary down. Now they'll be running into Dupree. 2 kills goes away. No, only 1 kill. He was only good for 1. And now Major has managed to move in close enough with his AK and M4 alongside it, where you expect things to start to fall into position for the CTs. And Masuda, Major spraying down. The round is over, but it wasn't without a couple of twists and turns and shaky moments.
It's okay. It's totally fine. You look at the cash right now for Vitality. They've lost 4 players in 3 rounds, Vince. That is massive for the CD side economy. For Big, finally, they can eke out a solid buy. But a little bit of an early couple of rounds they won, it's just dissipated, right? The lead they had, Vitality looking very solid. The 4-2 alongside the amount of money they right now have in their banks. See the first tactical timeout here getting called by Big. And for the side of Searson, finally he's got enough money to go for a buy. $6,000, we can expect him to go for the AWP, Kevlar, a little bit of extra utility as well. As Big talk things through and decide how they want to approach it. For those of you who haven't purchased your tickets for the Major, you can obviously scan the QR code over there. There's still a few tickets remaining. The final day, as far as I know, is completely sold out, but you can come on in for the quarters and the semis. Trust me, it is going to be one hell of a weekend here in Antwerp. And this matchup, these teams are battling it out for that very arena. Here we go. Searson with the op. 1 flash as well. For the rest of the CTs, they're feeling pretty comfortable here. But this heavy B-centric defense from Vitality is something that Big could opt to try and disrupt. But look at this 3-man hole. Faven able to find one, and I don't even know how he's still alive. Magisto replies back. Faven still looking to find more. These trades are fast and furious. Apex lobbing in the nade, however, not able to quite deal too much of damage. Huge round from Faven here early on.
Apex wants to go back in. There's a smoke down there. Could afford him in one way. Oh, but his spray is off. He'll feel like he should have done better now. Masuda's caught between two completely separate angles. This would be heroics if he pulled it off. And although Faven and tabseN drop below 10 HP, it won't be good enough. Big retained 4 players and put Vitality's backs against the wall.
Despite Vitality keeping 3 players at the top of stairs, Vince, Big somehow able to, firstly getting the opening, winning the opening duel here by Faven. And there was no immediate trade, right? So that was a small little window they needed to bring it back. Able to re-aggression, but the smoke working against him. Huge round there being won by Big, keeping 4 alive. Once more, the duels will take place, and Faven, the demon of the B stairs, is going to find one. Sursen plucks Apex. The flash was good, and now it's going to come down to ZywOo to try and bring this one back. 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock, and a 2-man advantage for Big.
I'm starting to see those trades, those duels go in Big's favor. These were fights that Vitality was winning handedly over a Mirage. There was 2 opportunities. Dupree and Apex both had chances here to get kills. And now ZywOo, hoping that he gets peeked into slowly. tabseN down on ramp. 2 players there alongside him, and they have the bomb. Smoke precedes this peek. Another smoke tossed in for ZywOo to change up his angle, and a Molotov in position. However, this is all a ruse for Masuda to have impact, an impact he shall have as he carves a path through tabseN's head, and that forces Big away. They hurt 2 players over here, but there is a fast flank in as well. And Major's cast to try and hold on by himself. Incendiary forces him out to put in a smoke. He'll be looking to try and spray in for a few kills. There's one, but an even trade will not be good enough. Big take control over the site whilst ZywOo misses the shot mid-air. Incendiary down to the site may force Crimbo away afterwards, but a smoke is preemptively put into position. And now these 2 Vitality players have to work in tandem, but they're being smoked off. Masuda is low, ZywOo with just about 60 HP, and they will turn back. They have to save. Big equalize, 4-4.
Having control of the stairs position, and the moment they know that there are 2 players from Vitality out of the 3 alive playing towards A, quick pivot back towards the B bomb side. And yeah, sure, the final player there on the B bomb side, I do believe was Magisk, good for 1, but the wide swing out, he was caught in a bit of an uncomfortable position, able to only find the 1 kill and getting traded immediately by Crimbo. And then you pointed it out as well, they had the Molotov from ZywOo on the bomb side, but an immediate preemptive smoke there, ensuring the flames do no damage. And then a re-smoke comes in towards Gen, and the round's done right there. Vitality have to get the hell out of there. And Big, after the tactical timeout, Vince, getting a couple back-to-back in pretty convincing fashion. We see Gobby as well, speaking intensely with his teammates. I like the pillow on the gaming chairs. I use that as well.
You know, I'm embarrassed to say this, as someone with a pretty bad back that's had like slip discs and stuff, however, I've never thought of that before. I feel like I'm going to have to incorporate that into my gaming lifestyle now.
Do you use a gaming chair?
Yeah, I do, but I'm going to probably replace it soon.
I just use a plastic chair, Vince.
A plastic?
No, I'm kidding. I have a chair.
I was going to, mate. I was going to say, come on
now. Gaming chairs, gaming tables, you might have all of that. But that still might not be enough here against Vitality, unless Big are able to pull this one back. Again, this is a map pick coming in from Big. Trailing 1-0 in the series. A series for survival. Oh, okay.
Oh, this is tasty. The thing is, though, if no one comes B apps, or B stairs, I should say, this is so much manpower you're putting over on the B side. This leaves mid open. This leaves A also a little bit vulnerable.
Oh, this is so uncomfortable for ZywOo, not expecting tabseN to have crept in through the smoke on the left-hand side towards sandbags, and he will be plucked away. And that's the one of the saved rifles. That the AWP taken out of contention here. And Vitality, they're still going to go for the commit. The thing is, they could try this again later on, right? Big haven't spotted this boost here. They won't be expecting it again. But that could have been disastrous for Big if they did opt to head towards the B bomb site. But instead, a slow, creepy, crawly approach towards the A side. ZywOo caught unaware, sticking around for maybe a little too long. getting caught out in no man's land. That is the AWP lost. Now, I assume Apex is going to be dropping him an op. Apex or Masuda is going to be dropping in an AWP come round number 10. But Big are back to the winning ways, Vince. They have finally got the lead back. Remember, they won the pistol round. They won the first couple of rounds pretty convincingly. And there was Vitality going on a 4-round streak, enabled by the fact that Big were in a very, very rough position when it came to their economy. But now, come the bye. Nothing too complicated, but they are coming out on top of some of these duels. We saw a couple of rounds being won with Vitality. The aggression towards the Beast is not quite panning out. Of course, the buy is going to be coming in now here. No AWP. Apex decides, you know what, we're just going to stick with the rifle. ZywOo, you're good with whatever weapon you have in your hands, and the A1 is what you're going to be wielding this particular round. And for Big, though, the op still in the hands of Searson. They're starting to look good here. A solid start on the T side. Their map pick. And here comes a faster play. ZywOo looking to take the duel. Dropping on down. Is completely blinded, but he has recovered now.
Oh, and the A1S not showing traces allows him to just pivot in for a frag. They don't know he's here. Second kill comes in for ZywOo, but there's the re-engage from tabseN. 2 kills go to his way.
No.
The suit whiffs out on the spray, but more importantly, tabseN gets a 3rd entry. And all the flashes are good to just pave away that and re-engage for a moment. tabseN can now collect his position and his thoughts, and this round feels like it's pretty much a done deal. I'm surprised Magisk is even attempting that. He gets whittled down to 39 HP. Surely this is a save now on the CTs. But that was all tabseN's doing. Just runs in, 3 entries, round over.
And that is what ZywOo getting two kills, one of which was Searson just getting tapped away. The nade, unfortunately, detonating right behind the bomb site, so there's nothing Vitality can do here. Big, they continue this little streak that they find themselves in. 6-4 now. Vitality, they can go for the buy. Lost bonus money will ensure that they can eke out a pretty solid buy. ZywOo can perhaps even go for the glass cannon if he wants to. But yeah, ZywOo, he gets a second kill as well towards the bottom of the scaffolding, but then immediately, as you pointed out, Vince, tabseN, right? The second kill. And Masuda, when you're playing a position right in front of the bomb site right there, you need to at least find one.
Yeah.
But tabseN just goes wide swinging, and unfortunately, Masuda's aim just wasn't there. Big looking very, very solid right now. Map 3, if we do see it, is going to be Nuke. And for Vitality, battling for survival, Vince, you want to close this out in a 2-0 fashion. You have the lead, you have the advantage. You don't want to let it slip away. When it heads to Nuke, well, it's basically a best-of-1 at that point. The previous results don't matter. Mid stack coming in here for 2 of the players of Vitality. And this time around, just a 1 player towards B.
I like the Vitality in mixing things up, though. We've seen that triple player boost. We've seen 2 players mid. However, it's leaving ZywOo in so many awkward spots. He's stuck alone again. Incendiary tossed in will force away the tease, though. So that buys up ZywOo some much-needed couple of meters.
The nade, though, dealing so much damage, right? Even though he smoked himself off, the moment they tossed in the Molotov did big. They followed it up with an immediate nade. So ZywOo, he'll at least find a little bit of window to fall on back, but tabseN's pushed up again.
The nightmare of the last round on the CT side is still alive and still kicking and still claiming frags. tabseN will be traded out, but Searson then instantly puts an end to Apex's streak in round 11. And just like that, again, Vitality are eyeing up another save. They really need to figure out what's going on with this ramp side, because they have lost this multiple times now.
They just don't seem to know how to hold ramp right now, right? We saw ZywOo earlier on. He was able to find a couple of kills, but his teammate just fell all around him. And this one, it was just like ZywOo was kind of by his lonesome, right? He had to extricate himself out from that position all by his lonesome, and then tabseN finds a timing to get the kill. He swings out wide. He gets traded, but the spacing was perfection from Big. Vitality, this is a round where they had two players towards mid. They left dupreeh alone towards B. And again, just 2 players at A. And Big just seemed to be a couple of steps ahead here off the Vitality side. And even when, if you go back a few rounds where Vitality kept 3 players at the top of stairs, the trading was so very good from Big. They're able to crack it open even when facing off against a wall of CTs. And you take a look at the HUD on top right there. Big, they are on fire. It's a 5-round streak coming in from Berlin International Gaming. And they're looking very convincing with winning these rounds. And you know what's an easy tell for me? It's the money. 2 players over 10K, 2 players in about average of like $9,000 in Favin and Tizian. And Tapson's the only one who's low in cash. When I say low in cash, it's still in $4,000. They are looking sublime at the moment. As this time, Vitality trying to take matters into their own hands. 2 players with the M4s. Sirson looking to find one at the top of the smoke. Zaiwu, however, will somehow duck underneath the smoke, doesn't get spotted. It in fact deals quite a bit of damage onto Sirson, who will still, however, stay alive.
Still alive, yeah, absolutely. Most of that damage is done through smokes. The flash is so good. The follow-up damage finally shows its hand. dupreeh pulverizing this push up onto the B side. Smoke in the eyes of the T's as they look to pull the plug and back off. But with Searson being down at low and Crimbo below 50 HP, this is a very good chance for Vitality to finally get themselves back into this winning ways after 5 unanswered rounds. Apex stuck on the sandbags. Have seen from Vitality, though, they like to play these close angles as scaffoldings. That's why Crimbo is being very diligent with his peaks. Double stack on short. Good maneuvering from Vitality. They have what looks on paper to be the winning formula here, but if they push through unneeded, unnecessarily, Tizian can punish them, and punish them he shall! 2 kills to Tizian. Apex mollies himself out in the open, and it's all come apart at the seams of Vitality. Magisk gets caught off guard, but he stands his ground to deliver the fatal blow down to 19 HP. 25 seconds to go, and Magisk was spotted. Crimbo is watching for this angle. 1 bullet will seal it up, and dupreeh now has to try and clutch. The thing is, though, he's got a vast advantage in terms of HP, but he's missed his opportunity. Searson spots him on the approach, and dupreeh has no idea to their current standing on hit points. Otherwise, he may go in for this. You see dupreeh as well sit back into his chair, look up at the heavens. You can see the frustration for Vitality. That round should have been theirs.
They know how low Crimbo was, but they had no clue Sirson got tagged on. That was where Zaiwu threw the smoke early in the round. What a take there from Big. You said it, Vince. That was almost an unlosable round for Vitality. They had a player inside the sandbags, 2 players pushing up short, and then Tizian. 2 instant headshots coming out from him. Oh my lord, that's just a disaster for Vitality. That was a round they had in the palm of the hands, and Tizian just breaks their fingers. Look at this. Look at this. Just great control with AK. Apex good for just a 1 kill, but again, the trade is so good from Sirson. And Magisk, he actually ran out of the smoke with a nade in his hands, and he was very lucky to actually even get that kill. Yeah. But in the end, dupreeh, a little too late, gets spotted by Sirson, and from then on, yeah. 8 and 4. 8 rounds for Big, and this is them winning the pistol and the following anti-eco, and then 6 rounds back to back to back for the Germans. And Vitality, that little 4-round streak they had initially, you can take a look over there. They won round number 3 all the way through 6. Ever since then, it feels like it was a lifetime ago at this point. They have just been absolutely bodied by Big as we head into round number 13. Of course, a bye. Still going to be good for Vitality. Max loss bonus kicked in quite a while ago. They did have the saved weapon from dupreeh. Op once more going to be handed towards Zaiwu, looking to do a little bit of combat opping of his own.
Molly stalled him long enough, though, that he could be slim pickings, and Searson through the scaffolding. Re-engage with his HE, but Tapson lucky to survive. 7 hit points to his name. And Vitality's woes continue. Apex is thinking of going in for this peak. Did spot a player and has to shimmy out of there. He has called for a rotation, though. 2 more players join him. Masuta flashed off the angle. It's going back in for seconds and will be punished. And there's another player in, and Apex has such a poor whiff. Searson can't believe his luck as he gets another 2. Vitality, they are coming apart in front of our eyes right now, Blair. These last few rounds have been difficult to watch.
How does Apex whiff that? That was a free kill. That trade should have taken place immediately. But the protocol from Big are so good. Searson on the ace bits. He's got 4 kills already. Favin will finish off Dupree. They have just been decimated. And we asked questions of Searson and the fact that he needs to find more impact with the AWP. And he's found it. ZywOo getting caught between a tiny little gap. You can see a little bit of a sliver of a movement. And then this I'm not too sure about. Masuda getting caught. And oh, Apex, you need to hit those. You need to hit those.
Take nothing away from Searson. He's playing well, man, but they're walking into him one by one.
Oh,
here.
absolutely, absolutely. It's a fact that Big are not just tactically looking so much better than Vitality right now, but the individuals as well. And the boost doesn't quite work out. Crimbo close by. ZywOo needs to go big.
And he's cut down where he stands. The M4 trades hands, but Apex puts his deal to use. Taps and won't let him escape, though, as the HG will bounce off the back of Apex's head. And now Masuda with his Eagle had a chance, but it was brief. But at this level of play, at the legend stage of the Major, that's all you're going to get. There won't be any second opportunities. Vitality have to pull a plug again, and it will be Big on 10 rounds. This was 4-2 at one stage. Vitality looked in cruise control, and now Big, not only have they overtook them, Blair, but they've made this look easy these last 5-10 minutes.
It's just been bullying from Big, in all honesty. Vitality, the ramp control is non-existent, and whatever they try, firstly, it does seem a little discombobulated. Some of the setups they have, it's isolated, it's not tradable. Okay, let's play a little game of can Tapson survive?
Nope.
No. You know what, Vince? It's okay. He's got $11,000. He can buy virtually anything he wants, except for maybe a tactical nuke. But they don't even need a tactical nuke. They're just completely blitzed Vitality here. Tapson versus Masuda. Look at the amount of utility damage from Tapson. That's on a T side, Vince.
Yeah, he's just unreal. We saw in the last round he killed Apex. He's the brains behind the operation, but he's also the brawn. He's top fragged, I think, on both maps on Big so far. And you mentioned about the no need for a tactical nuke. They've got the cruise missile of Sears. That AWP in his hand is a thing of beauty, is surgical precision. And he's trying the wall bangs, nothing really forthcoming. The only damage that's been done is on the Faven. But still, Vitality feel compelled to try and prey down middle with their spraying M4s. And Searson yet again carves a path. And this happens so many times on this T side. It's getting out of control. Well, honestly, it was out of control 2 or 3 rounds ago. And ZywOo, with his A4, had the right idea, but knows that his back is quite vulnerable to a fast push. Masuda in the same position, hasn't had too much success. Will that change in this round? Nope. It's more of the same. Magisk is the only player that's posting up anything in return. Tries to muster up the strength for a clutch, but instead it's a do and done. And Dupree, the B defender, will be going in for this. It is the last round of the half. 2 of the 3 players are low. Tapson down at just shy of 70 HP. And that flash does connect, but there's no follow-up damage. Dupree at least has a kit, has a smoke, has a little bit more in terms of that flashbang. And we've seen him go crazy in these kind of situations before, but it's not going to be happening here because all of the momentum, all of the drive is the way of the Germans. And they are looking undeniable at this point.
Absolutely steamrolling this defense from Vitality. And it's been like, even if you look at Searson, right, I think he ended that with 11 and 6, 11 kills, but each of those kills was so high impact, so high impact, winning those duels at ramp seemingly every single time. Tapson having a blinder of a game as well. And if you look at the kill spread here for the side of Big, it's 12 for Tapson, Searson at 11, Favin and 10, Crimbo and Tizian and 6 and 5 apiece. It's not like a crazy overperformance from any one of the individuals. It's just as a unit. They were just an unstoppable juggernaut. And Vitality CD side, I have to say, it was severely lacking and was laid bare to see by Big. Here we go, the Vitality. T side, going to be a fast break coming in. Glocks out, they have a lot of utility as well. A couple of smokes and a Molotov, which is going to be deployed early towards sandbags. And Tapson smartly falls back to the back of the bomb site. He's got his teammates right next to him as well to help him out as they look to snipe away the players of Vitality with the USPs.
Yeah, it's just experience prevailing through, knowing that at best case he maybe gets a 1-for-1 trade, and that just opens up A. So staying alive forces Vitality to respect the CT side, and they, for all they know, this is a stack of 3 or 4 players in the site at this stage. Like, they can't rush in, they can't just go crazy. They know the importance of this pistol. They lose this, and it's basically going to go to 3 maps more than likely. Masuda, bullets whizzing past his head, but the smoke allows him safe passage onto the bomb. Tickles it, tries to draw out some of these CTs. Now will be going in fully. He's not sure if they have HEs, if they have incendiaries to toss to his way. And Tapson gets up on the headshot angle, but it's Zywoo that returns the favor. Nullifies him, gives Vitality a huge advantage post-plant, as one of the heavy hitters has been dealt with and sent packing. Dupree, Masuda, both tap in through the smokes and flashes, but now Crimpo comes in. The full diffuser's coming out. Here comes the shank. He pulls off the side. He's still in the smoke. How has Faven survived this long? And he's still alive? He's still got a chance to clutch this? Absolutely no way should this be the case. And Vitality, they finally put an end to the madness.
You could see a little bit of panic setting in for Vitality there. They knew he was taking the bomb. 3 guys are running in with a knife, but Faven, he's got a guardian angel somewhere there. What a shot from Zywoo though. The drive-by through the smoke, catching our man Tapson, and in the end, there's not much Faven could do. It's going to be the full eco coming out here from Big. Vitality though. If there's ever a time for them to mount this comeback, it begins now. And AK in the hands of Zywoo. He's making a lot of noise at the back of ramp, so the CTs might not be expecting this, but Apex is in for the rude awakening.
Oh no, there's so many CTs, so many bodies there, but they walk into the blender, and Dupree and Magus get a full house of frags as they lock it down. Incidentally, by the way, we did see on the graphic just before, FaZe lost the first map, but they are leading 12-3 going into the second half against the Flames on Stream A.
I was just outside grabbing a cup of coffee right before this map, and I did see FaZe, and even though they lost the first map, their map pick, they were in very good spirits. They're like, listen guys, we got this. And you are one of the favorites. They're my pick to win this entire major, mind you. So they should be knowing that, they should be feeling confident. So it looks like map 3 might be in the horizon over there on the A stream right now, though this game is still quite open. You can never, ever count out Vitality. The buy will be coming in for Big. We have the M4s for everyone. No op yet for Sirson, though. And I do want to see the contrast on this A-ramp defense between Vitality and Big. Vitality looking to catch someone. Sirson just jump spotting. Waiting patiently as a Molotov will be deployed for the short position, and that's going to be the call for Vitality to slowly creep on up. The CTs, though, slowly walking back. They're not looking to really face here towards the ramp position, but they could start and re-aggress on some other part of the map. They have only 1 player towards the B bomb site, and with the... Not sure about that Molotov, though.
Molotov
That's a wasted one, Vince.
Yeah, that forces a second one out there, and now 3 players all at the forefront of the site. No one pushing on side. For the T's, there's no 2-pronged attack here. The easiest of frags out from Tapson forces Vitality away, and this comeback may have been cut abruptly short. This is looking so dicey on the side of Vitality. They still have Zywoo, Apex, and Magisk. All 3 of them are fragged pretty decently in that first half. Now Zywoo will be making moves onto the side to jump up, but Zywoo sees it, sprays down, knows the second player has to be there. 3-play-4 in this retake. Just making sure they're not getting flanked in. Magisk now with the spray, but it's not only good enough for 1, but maybe a second, as Zywoo's still alive, stuck in the ramp. 1-on-1, Crimbo's already clutched out a couple of times in this best of 3, but he has to go above and beyond. He's against the powerhouse of Zywoo. 46 HP, plays 57. And the smoke onto the side. Zywoo's going to use this to his own advantage. Pushes inside and has the perfect read. Clutches out for his team and gives Vitality a chance to come back.
Cold as ice. played so very well there by Vitality, and I agree with you. It was looking a little weird the way they just got shut down, peering in one by one from the ramp position. Tapson finding a double, peeling back to a safe position as well. But once they were able to make their way onto the bomb site, getting it down, and ZywOo coming in clutch. Big down to the pistols once again. Deagles. Tapson with a little bit of utility though. Some Kevlar being purchased as well. You can see Sirsen's going to opt to go only with the USP just so he can afford the AWP at the earliest opportunity. What a nade though.
That's money.
100 points of damage. I want to take a look at the amount of nade damage being inflicted by Tapson and Big at the end of this series, because right now in the tournament, in the Legend stage, they have the most amount of nade damage amongst anyone.
That does not surprise me in the slightest. Tapson is so on point with that. Trading out the Deagle on the low players. Tapson is taking a back seat, allow Crimbo to shine. But the B side is being dulled down, and that's at the hands of dupreeh. The bomb is now making moves inroad onto the side. Tizian boosted up in the smoke. Will be caught by Magisk. If not, dupreeh had a dead to rights. This round will be coming to a conclusion, you'd think, sooner rather than later. Crimbo, if he can maybe peel a cap back with a Deagle to kick things off in this 2-on-4, there's maybe a way forward, but dupreeh and Masuda won't be giving him that chance. dupreeh now goes in for the peek. They know he's here, and they won't let him survive. This round is done. Vitality have now closed the gap to just 3, and their biggest issue and why they lost so many rounds, and we discussed this before, Blair, was their ramp control. They don't have to worry about that anymore. The T side of Vertigo can get so much success, as we saw in that first half. Big now will be making themselves a little bit worried and nervous about what could be coming up next.
The slow crawl back up for Vitality. They've already withstood one buy round from Big. Came down to some very clutch plays from the likes of ZywOo on this A-bomb site. Can they do more? Sirsen finally is going to get his claws on the AWP. We saw how impactful he was on the T side, especially in the ramp position. And on the CD side, especially where it's a much more comfortable spot to be in with the AWP, he should, at least on paper, be even more impactful. dupreeh. Spawn smoke coming in. That's going to allow them to cross on towards mid. Molotov towards window as well, as we have a heavy take coming in from Vitality towards mid here.
Masuda's already wrapping around the back. Big kill to Tizian. Has site control. And this central control puts Big in such an awkward position. Faven, though, comes out swinging. Lands the haymaker onto Masuda and Apex. Knocks them both clean out. And in doing so now, dupreeh has to make moves onto B site. Faven there on the generators. dupreeh pushing past it, navigating himself in, but Faven gets his third. 19 HP left. Molotov's now descending onto the site, forcing the T's out to the open. Magisk trying to tap himself in with ZywOo. They're still with a chance, but Magisk has now been put down. ZywOo, with low ammunition, trades across to the M4. Stuck in the smoke, there's only 28 seconds. Big headshot, but there's Tapson for the re-engage. But Faven was so pivotal in this round, Blair. Those 2 kills on Con were massive.
Faven just saved his team there. They weren't expecting the repick coming in. He timed it to perfection as well. Just getting on top of the window. The moment the flames dissipated, catching the 2 players off guard. There we go. No one was watching. They weren't expecting that. And then the 3rd kill. If dupreeh's able to find the frag right there, suddenly things look very dicey because they have no control of the B bomb site. And ZywOo, despite the heroics, not quite able to pull off what would have been an incredible clutch. For Vitality, the buy is still going to be pretty solid. That being said, they are now starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel. AWP out for ZywOo. AK-47s for the rest of his teammates. A full set of utility as well. And for Big, they do have 2 members surviving the previous rounds. If you look at the cash right now, Vince, it is a bit of a precarious position for both sides, right? Primarily for Vitality, though, because they don't really have too many opportunities to bring this one back. Still trailing by 4 rounds, beg your pardon. For Big, a golden opportunity to get to round number 14. And it's beckoning them. Galil for Majis, though. Invested a lot in the utility. 4 members grouped up below. And once more, Faven looking to be the hero for his side.
Totally being tossed into the site. Vitality not pushing just behind it yet. Seeing what Big counteract with. This game of cat and mouse continues. There was a brief moment before the smoke plumed, and now Faven fully flashed, fully blinded, can't see anything. And once the flash is cleared, he will be on the bench. Things slow down now on the side of Big. They've been smoked off. They've been forced out of position. Searson needs impact. But dupreeh manages to navigate him way across. Finally put down. Tizian comes in for one. tabseN now steps up, but Masuda knocks him back down to the ground. And it doesn't seem as though Big have enough pieces to play with at this stage. They have to save.
They were telegraphing it's going to be a B hit for so very long. I am a little surprised why Big didn't peel more players back towards the B bomb side. So it's down to just the one defender. It was Faven again. We asked for him to deliver this time around. The flashbang was perfection. It was caught behind the pillar. The first player pushing into the bomb site, it was dupreeh. He makes sure he checks the pillar position, finds him, and that's a B bomb site just busted wide open. It took a little bit of a while though, because the bomb was with ZywOo and it's a little bit far away, but there was no pressure being exerted by Vitality either towards mid, either towards ramp. And for Big, like considering the amount of utility being deployed towards the B bomb site, I was a couple of question marks there. They were still very committed. They were still so very convinced it was going to be a mid play coming out or a pincer play or could be a potential ruse. But because of that, allocating just to one player to defend a B bomb site. And once Vitality got that kill, the round was pretty much sealed. 4 players surviving as well for Vitality. At least for Big, they're able to save a couple of guns there. Now that, we said this is a very pivotal round for both the teams. For Vitality, a glorious opportunity to get to double digits and then slowly but surely start narrowing the deficit they have. For Big, that was a great chance for them to just break the money and run away with this game. This is the kill there for dupreeh. I love the flashbang and Tizian jumping across, but great work with Masuda, finding both Tizian and tabseN, and from then on the round was done. Tac Timer getting called by Big. And you take a look at the money, Vince. Like, you can still eke out a buy out of this, you know, try and work around the AWP and the AK in the hands of Searson and Crimbo, but it's a hard call to make. Instead, they opt to go for the light buy, and in my opinion, that is the correct decision being made here. Equalize the money out a little bit. Even if you lose everyone this round, you will still have a full buy come round number 23. For the time being, though, for Vitality, it's about maneuvering around the AWP in the hands of Searson, avoiding the lethality of Crimbo with the AK-47. But what was looking like a very, very one-sided affair, it's starting to look a little bit more competitive now. Vitality, signs of life.
That pulse is getting stronger and stronger. The BPM on Big is getting higher and higher as the nerves build up, and Crimbo has had his kneecaps blown out. He'll limp back to the side on 16 HP, and considering he's one of the contingents with the rifle, that is certainly not good news. Deagle's alongside it with the AWP. Crimbo, though, will maintain, will keep the AK. tabseN having full faith in the young man's ability. Molotov fires by. Masuda, though, will take him down. And Crimbo and his AK have actually spilled down in an awkward position, not where tabseN could pick it up. That cost tabseN his life. He was trying to get across to the AK, and in doing so, Apex is given a second. And there is potentially 9 rounds ahead of Vitality. They still have to slip and slide their way past the dangers of Searson's AWP and the Desert Eagles and Faven and Tizian. But you better believe that they're going to be taking their sweet time here. And yes, Big don't want any part of this. They back off. Vitality will have 10.
What a back and forth game it's been. Like, you go back to the beginning, was Big winning the first couple of rounds and Vitality 4 rounds in a row. And then Big having pretty much a flawless CD side from then on, right? Winning, what, 8, 10 rounds in a row? And now Vitality clawing, battling back into the game. This has been feisty from the French-Danish side. And they get round number 10. In this half, 7 rounds played in the second half, and only 1 has been won by Big. And for our dear viewers tuning in right now, we can take a look right on top, right below that Vitality name. They have the lead in the series, this do-or-die series to stay alive. And even if they win it, they're not quite done yet. They will still have yet another best-of-3 to play tomorrow to make it to the playoffs. So the pressure was on Big. And we thought with that gargantuan lead they had in the first half, they'd done pretty much enough to take us to nuke. But Vitality say, no, we're not done yet. come back here, fight. That's exactly what they're doing. Match paused, bit of a technical issue perhaps. Also a bit of a update, I guess, on the A stream. It was you did point out there was a phase. Spoiler warning for those of you. Oh, there we go. Update right there. I say it to bring it up. 15-10 for phase. It was a 12-3 half on the CD side of Ancient. Copenhagen Flames bringing it back, but phase now with 5 opportunities to take us to map number 3 over there. Winner of that game is going to make it to the Legends, to the playoffs.
Yeah. Out of the Legends into the playoffs, and I think many people, it was a point they discovered it and they really discussed on the desk, and we also mentioned this when we got to cast Copenhagen Flames up against Spirit, that if they didn't win that game, it was going to be a very hard track for them to finalize their position in the playoffs. They'd be against some of the heavy hitters, the phases, the Cloud9s of this world. If they can bring this back, they're already 1 map up. That would be absolutely huge in terms of storylines, but also that'll put FaZe into a bit of an awkward spot at 2-2. So we'd be definitely saying goodbye to some very big teams come the end of this Legend stage.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? The winner, even the winner of this game, whoever wins this game, and then you have the loser to Copenhagen's Flames and FaZe matchup. I'm just naming out some of the teams still who are battling it out for that playoff stage. We have NIP who have looked incredible thus far. Yeah. Sure, they got battered by Na'Vi on Ancient yesterday, but then Na'Vi likes battering almost anyone. So at any given time. You have Furia still in contention. You have G2. You can never count out outsiders. Ents are still there. Heroic is still there. Cloud9 still there. There's so many teams that you have to go up against in order to book your ticket. So yeah, for Copenhagen Flames, it's only going to get harder and harder the more deeper they languish, the longer rather they languish in the Legend stage. This does look like everyone's ready. We can hear the buys taking place as well. Not yet. We still see Big on the USPs. These are probably the most stylish T-side models, right? The guys on the ones in Vertigo. They got the shades, they got their nice white shirts, their waistcoats.
They look like they're ready for business. They're ready for action for sure.
They kind of all look like Maniac. Well suited up, always a tie.
That's true. Maniac is incredibly well dressed, I have to admit.
Makes us all look bad.
Definitely.
Those shades look better than mine.
Just get a nice close-up on them.
Coal, black, glasses, no reflections whatsoever.
Doesn't shield you from flashbangs, important to mention. If there's any new people watching, like, hold on a second, is that pay to win? Nope. Has no impact at all.
We were talking about the night vision goggles we had in CS 1.6.
Oh, man.
It was so useless. It cost $700. Here we go. We're back. We're back in, ladies and gentlemen. The technical issue has been swiftly resolved. Surson has got money, but he doesn't need it. He's got the AWP save from a couple of rounds prior. A1's coming out from Big. They would have time to talk things out as well amongst them and figure out how they're going to stop this comeback in its tracks. Vitality still trail by 2. From an 11-4 lead that Big had, this is a big comeback. Look at the aggression here from Big towards the stairs. Favin in a beautiful position. They won't check him. He's going to find one, and he's looking for more. Oh, never mind. Masuda, Magisk, and Dupree, they all strike. And you blink and you miss it, Vince. Crimble left alone, probably left scratching his head, wondering how it all went wrong.
Yeah, Zaiwu on his way out, it's like that Rorschach scene from Watchmen. You think you're locked in it. You're locked in it with me. Just as everyone gets wrecked as they try to run away from the crime scene. It was a great start. You get Zaiwu, and then everything collapses.
I don't even know where some of the other kills came in from. Masuda with a 3K as well. Just the trades was so immediate, instant from Vitality. I need to see the replay, because that was so quick. There we go. They were actually pushing both extremities of the map. Masuda finding both the kills at A all alone. That should not be allowed to happen. Big are just getting slaughtered right now. Now, because Surson had so much of extra money to work with, the AWP is still going to be coming out. But for the rest of them, it's going to be just the pistols and armor. They need to find an answer quick here, Vince, or Big. It's starting to slip out of their hands. I might even say it slipped out of the control a while ago.
Oh yeah, it has. This is just their desperate clambering, their remnants of their CT side that they're trying to get back into. Everything working against them. A hefty halftime score has been brought down to a one-round deficit. Tizian will have some opportunity. Strikes once, but there won't be a second to follow it up. And Dupree is now closing the gap, but Faven is still alive on the site with a deagle. Ran out of ammunition, wanted to put down the smoke. And in amongst that action, the prodigy himself, Zaiwu, will stand tall and deliver. Big have Searson still, though. That AWP at the start of the round maintains its position, but he looks more like he's looking for exit frags than anything else. Tabson's whittled his way onto lower staircase. Searson with a big pick. There is no kit between the two players, but there are two smokes and a HE, and still plenty of time left. Searson's going in for this. They want this. They can sense the blood in the water, but Searson narrowly navigates his way across, not to get fragged, and in doing so, his teammate is deemed forfeit, and he has to pick that AWP back up and save once more.
They've tied it up, Vince. They have tied it up. And somehow, this AWP in the hands of Searson, it's like he seemingly had it almost every single round in the past 5 or 6, but it has been completely ineffective. Somehow, Vitality have been able to navigate around it, and he hasn't really found much impact. Sure, he gets a kill over there, but it doesn't really matter. The round was still pretty much lost. The buy is going to be coming in. Bear in mind that was just a half investment coming in from the big side just so they could have this full buy. But Vitality, we question, would there be a comeback taking place? This is more than a comeback. Right now, they have the momentum their way. They have the money favoring them. They have everything going their way. And they're looking to close this out in a 2-mapper.
They're sprinting towards the finish line big. And their hopes of a playoff position in the Antwerp arena. Perhaps Tabson takes us straight through the wall as well. Knocked down to 65, has to reposition. They see the trajectory of that Molotov. They know roughly where he is, but they still extinguish it. It has forced out a lot of big aggression, though. And Tabson gets in amongst the smoke. He's pushed down. He's been spotted by Apex and thwarted. The barrel of the gun protruded through the smoke, and that cost him everything.
Heavy posturing as well towards the B stairs. So for Big, they're getting just so much of information. Searson, though, he could get the timing right here, but the players cross on over. He could find one, but the trade could be immediate. They could line up for him. They indeed do. And he finds Masuda. And Magisk, he's been tagged on to 14 HP, but has pulled off the escape. The great escape by Magisk. At least equilibrium has been established for the time being for Big.
Those scales can quickly come undone for either team. 35 seconds. Smokes mollies being exchanged. Dupree needs his entry, and he collapses. Crimbo crushed from the AK-47. Flashes proceed to push. Tizian caught in no man's land, needs to get at least one kill. Is going to take the fight to Vitality, but that backfires. As Zaiwu now gets sprayed down. Faven 1-for-1 trade, but he's weakened 2 players up. But Searson sprayed to oblivion. And Vitality regained the lead.
Dupree! What a round from him. He opens it up towards short Vince, and the trades were so very good. Even Zaiwu hitting that blinder of a headshot with a player, it was Tizian, behind the smoke. He didn't rattle off a single bullet, and he just peers out, trying to catch him off guard. But he's so very good. Look at the shot from Dupree. Walks straight into his crosshair. And amongst all the chaos and madness, Dupree reigns supreme. Vitality with the lead, 13-12 now. And again for Big. Again, you have the AWP in hands of Searson. Again, you have the pistols, but what can he do with it? Nothing, seemingly. This slow march from Vitality, it's unstoppable, Vince.
Continues to move its way onto its objectives. This time, the B side has a bullseye painted on it. And Vitality looking for that precision once more to throw the dart perfectly. Apex, gift wrap to freebie. Searson, even while Flash still nullifies it, and Tabson, though, on the receiving end of a battering in middle. Searson once again steps up to the plate and delivers, but Dupree is giving Vitality the advantage one more time. Searson is still in with a chance. Molly is down onto him, has to flick, has to reposition to keep himself in the fight, narrowly missing out on his chances. He is trying his damnedest. He is trying everything in his power to get Big into this matchup. But now Crimbo is the last man standing. Big frag with a 5-7, but Zaiwu with a Tech 9 will seal the deal for a 14th time.
Syrson finally waking up with the AWP, starting to hit some blinders, but still, it's not enough, Vince. You can see Apex. Smiles starting to break out here. There were no smiles a while ago, Vince. There were no smiles at the end of the first half, but Vitality, calm, composed, and it is looking a little grim in the big camp. Gob B taking attack time of the third of this series to talk things through. They know this is a very precarious position they find themselves in. Vince, they've won one round in the CD side. Yeah. One round. That is absolutely abysmal for Big. And here we go. Vitality, they are well and truly on fire. They are right now a raging inferno. And Big are just getting burned to a crisp. The buy is going to be coming in again. Syrson has the AWP again. But Vitality, almost unstoppable. They're taking fights at will on either side of the map, on both the bomb sites, and is just out-dueling and outplaying Big every single time.
Now, Big may have the extinguishers out, but it's basically like a puddle at this stage. There is no putting out these flames. Vitality putting down the liquid fire on the scaffolding, looking to burn those beams and try and take control over this side of the map one more time. Middle also being aggressed on, simultaneously moving their way through, just flowing through the map. Syrson has been a standout player, though. He's had a lot of impact with this AWP, as you mentioned in the first half, was instrumental in all of their success. And Crimbo's forced out. Big kill goes in for one, bit of damage onto the second player as well. He's done his job, but this is where that mid contingent really comes to the forefront. They've got to try and repel this push, and Tizian does just that. Forces Magisk away. Maybe Big can mount a second round after all. Or perhaps not. Dupree is keeping that flame burning. Syrson simmers it down somewhat. Opposite number of Zywoo is suppressed, and Faven should have the bomb back down again. Dupree in a 1-on-3 with no control over the bomb is not looking good to pick up Vitality's 15th. But if he can just do a bit of damage on his way out, that may be good enough, because the finances still haven't fully recovered on Big. Dupree may be given the opportunity against Faven, but the timing works against him. Big, though, have got their second CT round finally.
Great run from Faven there. The flank coming in, taking down Masuda, who had just retrieved the C4, and Big finally can breathe a bit, but it's not a sigh of relief, Vince. It's still in a very precarious position, and this is a very important kill to win for Crimbo. And then this one, Zywoo walking into the crosshair of Syrson, and you pointed it out as well, Dupree, if you can inflict a little bit more damage onto the economy, it could be worth its weight in gold. Already going for it? The run boost, oh, never mind, just gonna be the smokes. I would love to see it. You don't see that often, the run boost, catching the CTs off guard. Syrson has found a little bit of impact now. Looking for more. The flashes are so good. The flashes are perfection. 2 flashes back to back. Syrson's dead. 4v5.
Syrson's life, that could very well be the round as well, because that's such a huge part of the puzzle that's been thrown to the ground as they desperately clamber to try and figure out the solution. Big rotate in 3 players, CT and B site respectively. Double player stack in mid, looking to try and attain and assess the situation. But look how slow Vitality are taking this play. They've got plenty of time. They're okay to let Big sweat this one out for a while longer.
Absolutely, and Big, they have invested so many players to this bid and mid position, but they have no real control. Tapson's now going to peel back from mid. And on the A bomb site, we only have Crimbo with an A1 playing at the back. 45 seconds now, though. Did Dupree spot a player? I'm not too sure there. They're slowly creeping back towards B, and they could actually be walking into the trap here. Big have 3 players. 1 on the site, that is Faven, and 2 nearby. And Dupree looking to find the opening.
Have Vitality taken too long? Have they overthought this? Here comes the smokes. Crimbo needs to rotate through. Tizian and Faven pull back to the generators. The smokes are good. The flashes on point. Molotovs all over the site. Now going to start to clear. But Faven in a good enough position to thwart this push. Spray through the smoke is good. Faven gets 2, but Magisk and Dupree will counteract. 5 seconds left in the timer. Dupree puts an end to the life of the remainder. And I think if that kill doesn't come down, they may not have had time. That was incredibly close.
Absolutely. I did feel like Vitality had let that window of opportunity close. They get the first kill towards mid. They slow things down a little bit, and that allows Big to, well, basically poke a number of members towards mid. That was a chance for them to maybe sneak in towards stairs, maybe go for an A hit. But this spray from Dupree is coming in so clutch. Masuda, mind you, he stood towards mid for so very long. He was low on HP, the flank was perfect, and when the final CT looked to take out Masuda, Dupree walks in and takes him down. 15-13, Vitality on map and match point.
Apex in, coming out second best in that spray. tabseN keeps himself alive. Flashes are good, and Crimbo's push even better. Masuda, the only Vitality player that has struck in this round, but that's going to be coming to an abrupt end. 28 HP becomes 0, and HG's being tossed in. Big looking good to maybe get their third round here, and considering that Tizian has just threaded the eye of the needle with the Deagle, this round should be a done deal. It seems we may very well be going the distance. And Big holding on for dear life.
The Deagle shot from Tizian. He has been quiet, but at least this time he delivers. They've seen a bomb as well. They know exactly where he is. And Dupree, gotta say, his days are numbered. They all peek him together. A couple of upgrades coming in. One more round remains in regulation. For Vitality, they win it, they're through to tomorrow, where they battle once more to stay alive, to make it to the arena. 16-14 would be the win they have for Big. Sure, it's been a rough CT side, but if they can somehow take this one round, it is OT. From then on, Vince, it's anyone's game. Everything gets reset. In fact, I might say Big might even have the advantage if it goes to OT, right? The fact that Vitality were not able to close out the series of that monumental comeback. Will they stumble at the very last step is the question. 5 seconds remaining in the freeze time. Vitality, they have everything to work with. No AWP for ZywOo. He's got his trusty Kalashnikov in his hands. No op as well on either side. Big is going to be wielding the AK, safe in the previous round, and the M4s. An early aggression here. The nades getting lobbed into with sandbags. tabseN looking to find something. Crimbo as well, but his vision's going to be obscured. He could find ZywOo though.
Top angle, double spray is good. tabseN and Crimbo both coming with 2. OT might still be an option after all. Apex taking a bit of damage. Major's getting pushed off and punctured on the other side of the map. There's no success to be found on Vitality. It seems like Big have finally awoken from their slumber on the CT side. Better late than never. There's still a way forward, but faveN's going to be closing the avenue and going in for one more. Big can now breathe a collective sigh of relief, but OT is just around the corner.
Oh, Apex, head in his hands, emotive as usual. He knows it. He knows they had it. He knows they had that one. That was an incredible comeback, Vince, from Vitality. But the final hurdle, the final couple of rounds, Big are able to clinch it. And it came down to tabseN and Crimbo finding the simultaneous kills, and faveN as well, shutting down the B bomb site. Now what do they do? Vitality. Still looking dangerous, still looking deadly. But now Big starting to put up a little bit more of a defense. $10,000 the buy money. So an op who is going to be comfortably placed in sursaN's hands. Double aggro play towards stairs taking place once more, and it's Dupree. I think he saw him. I think he saw the player cross by.
He knows he's there, but he's not entirely sure as to exactly where Tizian is. Great play from Dupree. Excellent read, exquisite execution. And just what Vitality were hoping for. These last few rounds have been pretty dire from their perspective. Plus the mood maybe dropping a little bit. Getting that first kill just builds up that confidence again. But can they pivot into more frags after that? Apex coming out second best. tabseN survives on 4 HP somehow.
faveN's position here, Vince, it's critical. If he falls, site's lost, but he's not going to fall. He's going to stand and deliver. But the trade is so very quick from Dupree.
Quick fire frags back and forth, 1 minute left on the clock, but Vitality starting to get a little bit of control over on the B side. I say that, but they've still not passed across, and csN is here with the AWP. Keep in mind, there's no smokes for this cross either. So this flash is coming in first, but this Crimbo sat up on the window, pushing them back once more. Now counteractive grenades come in, generators, but additionally Molotovs in succession to one another. And Dupree backs out of there. Oh, this is all a ruse. It's ZywOo. Do as much as you can on the site. See if you can keep them interested while Dupree runs across to the A side of the map and tries to get this plant down. tabseN is on A, but he's on 4 HP. 1 bullet and he's gone. ZywOo is still trying to sell this. Still trying to get some buyers across. But Dupree thinks better of it because ZywOo's made inroads onto the site. He's bypassed all of these defenses. Dupree has time to go in for this plan, but he needs ZywOo to have impact. He needs his AWPer to have a little bit of lead.
5 seconds.
He's landed it onto the frag. The bomb's now getting planted down with just a second to spare. Vitality may have pulled this out of the fire. csN 40 HP, tabseN 4 HP. And ZywOo with a freebie onto tabseN. It looks like Vitality have stolen this 2v3 and made it theirs. But csN, down but never truly out of the situation, is coming in late. He has no kit, but he's landed the first frag. And he backs out of there. The kit was on the window, and Dupree puts him down in the back. Vitality played that to perfection.
That could not have been called any better. Take a bow, Vitality. That's brilliant, Vince. Dupree running. He made a lot of noise there.
Yeah.
Right? And then just timing, the perfect timing to run on back, allowing ZywOo, as you pointed out, to slowly creep in to the bomb site. There was 4 seconds on the clock when he planted the bomb. That was the best 2v3 we've seen thus far today. Absolutely fantastic from Vitality. A round that looked like it was done.
And it started with Dupree's frag through the smoke onto TiZiN as well.
True.
He came full circle. He's 25 kills right now. He's top fragging. The only player better is faveN on the CTs with 27.
And don't forget, the shots ZywOo was hitting there, the CT was holding the angle from window, and ZywOo just crossing the generator. He doesn't miss. The amount of impact he's found, the amount of impact everyone's found on this Vitality side. We spoke of Magisk and how he has just kind of come alive, but there was that... I had my doubts with Dupree. I'm like, can Dupree deliver when everyone else is around him? And boy, oh boy, the amount of impact Dupree has had has been incredible.
We're not done just yet, Blair. The OT is just starting to warm up, and Apex puts lead through smoke. Finds Crimbo. Discovers a player advantage. 40 seconds remain. Vitality, as ever, keeping their options open. 2 players coming through mid, something we haven't seen a great deal of. Elevator's now under real threat. It's forcing csN's hand away.
What?
Shuts down Majorsk in the back. Masuda can see the barrel of the gun. There's no way they can deal with this just yet because Vitality are spreading their way out onto the site where faveN lays in wait with his A1S. So much damage done. Masuda trying desperately to get himself a couple, but he will fall. And now Apex in a 1-on-3 with 14 seconds left. 42 hit points to his name. And he's hoping that one of these CTs pushes out. He's going to get aggressive. CS around the corner, though, will put him down where he stands. And big bounce right back.
That must have been a little bit of miscomms coming in from Vitality. They had a player pushed in deep. That was Masuda. And he knew there was a player nearby. He saw the barrel. There was csN, of course, with the AWP. And yet his teammate just goes up window. This is the play. Magisk, maybe the comms didn't come through, that csN was there, but just goes running past. That's a free kill right there. And Masuda, only good for 1 as well from that position he found himself in. A bit of a stumble from Vitality here after what was a beautifully played round earlier. And that was such an important round to win for Big Vince, because again, it's 10K start money.
Yeah.
If they lost that round and lost all the players, they would have just pistols to work with here. This is so unfortunate for faveN. Caught out in the open. The flashbang is so very good from his teammates, but he's stuck in the corner, and he will be taken down. TiZiN at least able to find Dupree before.
Yeah, it just felt like a room. Light shut off, everyone just closing their eyes and swinging for the fences, and once the flash clears, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but it is Dupree that goes down, and he has been simply sensational so far on this Vertigo. That's a big scalp to take, but the other top fragger, faveN, also falls by the wayside. The 2 heavy hitters are down and out for the count, just shy of a minute on the clock. Vitality making moves on middle again.
pressure being exerted towards ramp, though. They're trying to sell this, Vince, and there's a walk-on towards mid. Apex is trying to sell everything. And look at his rotation, it's drawing out. Tizian slowly peeling away. Timing is everything, but it's going to find the first. Can he find the second? Yes, he can! But ZywOo able to trade, and Apex continues to push on ahead. This is, again, a topsy-turvy round. ZywOo rotating back towards A. Apex with a forward positioning. And if he can find one here, maybe onto Crimbo, this could be the round for Vitality.
They have no idea where Apex currently resides. He's just checking all of his angles. He knows the headshot angle is clear. ZywOo making a bit of noise, trying to draw away a bit of fire. Apex now up. HE is good. Molotov is so good as well. 12 HP left for ZywOo, but he's going to get aggressive. Frag out can fall back. There's no flanking play coming up for Big. They're both pushing through from the CT side. Flashes in. ZywOo once again nails the frag, and now Searson stands against him. 12 HP playing the 100. He's on the site. ZywOo misses his shot, and the full defuse comes in. Heartbreak for Vitality, but a huge zest of life for Big. They take the lead going into the second half of OT.
Oh boy, ZywOo did everything humanly possible there, Vince, on 13 HP with the AWP, but in the end they know, they're like, all right, we have the smoke blooming right now, we have at least that to work with, stick the bomb. ZywOo not having a rifle nearby to swap to, had to take that one shot, and he had one opportunity, and unfortunately, it missed. Big. At the very end here, Vince, have they done enough to take us to map number 3 is the question. This is just squeaky bum time. 17-16, Big taking the lead, heading into the second half of the first OT. And Vitality, that massive comeback. Again, you got to remember, the comeback they did was on the T side. The CT side was rough, Vince. They really didn't show anything for me to have any faith on the CT side, and that is something which would come back and haunt them here, as now it's their turn to defend.
And I think that's going to be reflected with the fact that ZywOo didn't really have any impact in that first half. All of it came on the T side. He goes into the M4A4 as opposed to the AWP. So it's full rifles in play for Vitality. And in doing so, they're taking more control over ramp. This was a consistent hotbed of contestation, which typically went the way of Big. So I like this little change around. 3 players stack up here, and Vitality maybe about to spring the trap, because Big, they're hungry to try and take some control. Smoke's now coming down. Molly's being tossed in on top of it. Bit of a stalemate, but ZywOo's got the close angle. Flashbang up and over, but he's completely read that situation. And Tabson got tagged by the Molotov, which gave his position away. Searson over the flick before Apex comes back in for one of his own. But now Masuda has a chance to spray down all 3 players. They line up for him. It's 2, and here comes Apex, but he whiffs the spray. It could be good enough, though. Faven down to 21, and a HG, 1 HP remaining. Faven, a Guardian Angel, descends to keep him alive, but for what purpose? Is it just delaying the inevitable, or is Faven about to pull off something truly spectacular? He just sits in, waits, anticipates, pontificates on the idea that maybe a rotation is coming through, wants them to be divided so he can conquer them, and Dupree's backed off. Faven actually has a chance here. He's walked through the middle of the CTs.
Time
is an issue he has to contend with. He wants to get one before going for this. That Molotov is perfection. Gonna go in for the plant as well, but Magic's wide swings. He sees the time. He knows what's coming up. Yep. He's too experienced to fall for those shenanigans.
Yeah, nice try from Faven there, but that would have been an inhuman clutch, an almost impossible clutch to pull off. ZywOo played that so well. He avoids, he doesn't stick to the corner, Vince. So when the first player checks him and taps to check the corner, he's like, oh, it's empty. And then he re-peeks, and then the re-aggression by Masuda. Honestly, he should have had more than one, but Apex was so good at supporting his teammates, always trading every single time, leaving Faven alone in the 1 versus 2. 17-17, it tied up once more. The buy is going to be coming in against Searson with the AWP, and once more the aggression, but somehow Searson finds Apex through the smoke and almost finds a second.
He nearly found a second and a third. They lined up for that shot. I thought it was going to be a collateral headshot at one point. Oh, this game is everything that you love about Counter-Strike. In the legend stage of the Antwerp Major, Big refusing to go down without a fight. And if you've just joined us, they lose this map, they are eliminated. That is what's on the line for both of these teams, and Tizian removes Dupree with haste. And in doing so, B site is now open. It's completely vacated. Vitality have a decision to make here because their money's not exactly ideal on a couple of these players, but I assume they're still going to go in for it. 3 players bumping up, Tizian gets bested. ZywOo takes the A4, uses it against him. And time is ticking away. Molotov's lined up onto the window. Now tossed into position. I'm not sure there's a smoke to deal with that. Indeed there is. There's also a flanking element coming in with a former Sizen. So all of this is a race against time. But Big don't need him to show his hand. They have that round locked in before Searson's flank gets to the forefront.
How back and forth has it been from Big? Now, on map point. A map, in all honesty, at the end of the first half, I thought this was a done deal. I thought we were going to be going to nuke almost half an hour ago.
Yeah.
And for Vitality to stumble here at the very end would be so gutting. It's not just about the 10 players in the server here, Vince. It's also about the two legends, the 2 veterans in the form of Goppy and Zonic. It's kind of like just a mental fight playing against each other. They used to once upon a time, back in the good old days, as I like to call it, 1.6. Both world champions. Here we go. Big. One more round, and we see map number 3. Vitality. They take this round. It's going to be OT number 2. It's not quite done yet here. And for the side of Vitality, because they're able to get the first round, they still have more than enough money to go for a very solid buy. Look at this from a gist. Look at the aggression towards mid. But Tizian, he knows this. He can catch both of them from behind.
You can hear him as well shouting down his microphone. He is relaying that information as clearly and distinctly as possible. That gets repeated. Magisk just losing 10 HP, but Tizian's still alive, still maintaining control over the ladder room. Masuda at the back of Spawn, trying to deny any kind of rotations from taking shape. But will this just force Big into going aggressive onto the side already? They're on the ramp, they're stuck there. 2 players have rotated in. This is such an awkward position on the side of Big.
They're trapped. They need to commit. They know this, and the longer the wait, the close of Vitality are going to keep wrapping around them. Molotov, a couple of seconds too late, though. tabseN's already crept his way up towards ramp. The nade's going to be a dead giveaway. ZywOo, once again, has to be the hero. They go for the boost. The timing is perfect.
Oh, the wall bang, though, from Tizian's up to the task. But it kills Apex, not ZywOo. So the man is still alive. Still a threat. With the A1S, joined by Magisk. A duo of tantalizing prospects to try and lock this down, take us to second OT. There's a flank coming in. The spray down not quite there for both players, but the flash preceding that push before ZywOo takes the head of Tizian and knocks Crimbo down to 10. 30 seconds to play with. Crimbo's been in quite a few of these positions already today, with varying degrees of success, trying to fake out, and there is dupreeh. Be careful what you wish for, you might just get it. And second OT is coming up.
Holy, what a round from Vitality. Just the double push towards mid, information conveyed, but doesn't still matter. The wraparound takes place.
But to listen, no. Gotta love Apex. I heard something about dupreeh wrapping around and trying to get kills, so maybe some aggression again coming in. And that's what it means, because that gives them another chance to finish this off in 2 maps.
The amount of veterans in this team, right, on the Vitality side, it's insane how much talent and how much experience is in that lineup. Here we go, though. Big. Once more. Having to try and close it out in yet another OT. Op train, ZywOo again spotted at Searson. The second time he finds him. The way he was able to just track him with his AWP as well. Fantastic stuff. And in the meantime, that's going to draw the rotation, Vince. The B bomb set is empty, and dupreeh's got to go big again. He's got an AWP.
He does. This is maybe the wraparound he was talking about. It's going to be 1. Not anticipating that. We saw double ops a couple of times over on Mirage. Vitality, though, have not really bust this play out as of yet on Vertigo. Molly out to the side. Apex in no position to fend off this push. They've completely vacated the premises as a result of this middle aggression. And now Tizian in for 1. Apex with a spray only musters about 50 HP worth of damage, and Masuda goes down to the hands of tabseN. dupreeh, last man standing, last spotted in mid. And now walking over the corpse of his teammates on the B side.
This is such a good call from Big. Dupree, you're probably wondering, you're in 1v3, guys. You just got the B bomb side. Why would it fall back towards A? But immediately pivots back. And if I'm Dupree, I hold on to the AWP. And I toss it over towards Zywoo come the next round. The thing with the CD side is, especially with the with this lost bonus money, if you lose 2 rounds back-to-back, and you don't save any of your weapons, you have nothing to work with come round number 3. You will literally have pistols, maybe a scout or SMGs. So this AWP could be very instrumental. What a take of the B bomb site, though, and for Vitality, they were just caught off guard. Apex, he needed to at least find one, but right behind the triple boxes, there were like 3 players looking his direction. Masuda just good for the 1 kill, and that was off the... and he was right on top of the boxes as well, on the bomb side, trying to hold the off angle, able to find one, but the flashbang completely destroying him. Nice time to Dupree towards mid, and Tizian catching the rotation. This is the position from Apex, right? He was hoping the flashbang found someone. He gets taken down, and Masuda was so blinded and out in the open, there was nothing he could do. Great trading coming out from Big. Great utility usage as well, going for that quick play towards B once they knew where Dupree was. Vitality, still, they have the op, which was saved by Dupree earlier in the hands of Zywoo. Again, the fast play coming up towards ramp.
Start to slow down a little bit, though, as they get round the cusp of the ramp side. Masuda round the back. An aggressive play we've seen before. Typically, Tizian is watching this angle. He is still watching his back, though. Oh, he's heard the footsteps. Masuda's got such a fast flank coming into play, and he's joined by Apex. 2 players here. They need Zywoo to pull off some magic on the side. There's one. Flash down in the meanwhile, though. Now Major steps up, delivers some fatal shots, and the bomb's been dropped down on ramp. Surely there's no way back into this round, or perhaps there is. Perhaps I spoke too soon, because Tabson comes out with nowhere with 2 frags. But he only has 8 health to his name, and Dupree is full on hit points. Even if this plant comes into play, it heavily favors Dupree. The timing here is everything, and Dupree is taking ramp control. 50 seconds left on the clock.
Dupree is following behind. Now he knows Tabson's gone back towards B. And Tabson has to be very, very careful how he clears out all these angles. So that's going to buy a lot of time for Dupree. So if Tabson opts to head towards the B bomb site, he could literally just be walking into Dupree, coming up the stairs. So what does he do? He thinks he's bypassed him, Vince. He's so sure where Dupree is, but Dupree... Is Tabson going to come back? He is. That's it. That's the round. Oh, Dupree, a window of opportunity might have slipped by. He could actually pull off the escape here.
He doesn't shoot. There's 10 seconds to go. He's got enough time for the plant, I want to think. Incendiary as well could buy him up a little bit more time. Now, Dupree does have a nade. This nade could be everything, but he's gone the other way. Dupree's lining up the grenade, but it lands the wrong side of the boxes, and Tabson sprays him down with so little HP. Tabson takes this and runs away with it.
Oh, Dupree, oh, that is rough. That is so rough. He played that to perfection until it came to shooting at him. He had so many opportunities, Vince, to close that one out. So many chances. All the heroics is pulled off thus far in this map, and that's the one he loses. I just refuse to believe it.
There's so many moments that could have gone the other way, and now Big, from strength to strength, Tizian with 1, and Crimbo watching mid. They've seen this happen too many times. Mid control has fallen prey to Vitality, and now Searson striking from lower ramp. Waiting for Zywoo to push into his crosshair. Flash is good, but Searson peaks a bit too early. Searson's now been bested. Dupree 1. Needed to get 2 from that encounter realistically to give Zywoo a chance, but it is Zywoo we're talking about. 30 kills already to his name. Crimbo in an awkward position, and Zywoo didn't realize that was Molotov. He runs in, nearly gets burnt alive, and exactly the audio sound cue that gives to the remainder of Big. They now know exactly where he is. They can position on the staircase, position on window, and Zywoo is living on borrowed time. As good as he is, he's gonna get shut down in the back, and Big clean sweep their T-half. It is important to mention, though, Blair, both teams have typically shone brighter on their T half as opposed to their CT side.
Yeah, but this just seems like Big might have just done enough here, right?
Sure.
A flawless T side. No smiles now for Vitality. Has it all been for naught? That comeback. Good hold here from Tizian and Crimbo. Both the players waiting mid. They know that Vitality like going for the two-man push towards mid. And in the end, nothing ZywOo could do. He didn't even have a kit to work with, Vince, and all they're getting tagged on by the Molotov. A dead giveaway is his position. So for Vitality to take us to OT number 3, it is going to require, well, just a flawless T side again. We've seen them have some incredible rounds on the T side, but can they do it once more? They pulled off that monumental comeback on the in regulation. This might be far gone. Masuda, fast pace here.
Very fast pace, running into the eyes of Crimbo, though. And Big off to a great start. Masutra and Dupree, though, bounce back with 2 of their own. And there is ZywOo once again. HE up and over. Won't be affecting Tizian much. But that's not really the problem that he has to face first and foremost. The priority list is 4 Ts breathing down the neck of A-side. And with so much time left, they don't have to fully commit to this. Dupree is offered an island by himself behind the sandbags. But ZywOo's now waiting, anticipating this play. Tizian wide swings him, though. And ZywOo won't be able to nail him in. They know where these players are, so HE and Incendiary will land on both of them and cordon them off from this area. Tizian could still make something big happen, but instead it's Masuda that trades evenly. They know Faven is stuck in this angle. They need to wrap around with 2 players strong from the right-hand side. But Faven is bypassing both of this aggression. He goes into the smoke, plays around it, but there is Dupree to shut him down. 1 down, 2 to go for Vitality.
30 bombs for ZywOo, Dupree, and Masuda, Vince. Trio have really stepped up here. What incredible pace coming out as well. And ZywOo through the smoke runs out. He was the one with the bomb, mind you. And I like how they slow things down to 2v4. There's no need to over-aggress, use up all the utility. We're able to isolate the fights, trade efficiently. And now Big. 2 more chances to close this one out, Vince.
2 more opportunities. Vitality had some in regulation. Faven flashed multiple times, but can use the red box as a bit of cover. Lands the dink as well onto Magix. And that forces him away instantly. He's now susceptible to being HE'd or Incendiary down, so he has to be very careful indeed. And Searson plucks out ZywOo on ramp. A massive pick of epic proportions on Big, and they have every opportunity now to close this game out.
But just 10 HP, 3 of them. They're just telegraphing where they're going to be coming in from. And now the 3 CDs lying in wait. They're going to try and shut this one down. Vince and Sandry are going to be lobbed in as well, delaying them even further. Now for Vitality, they do have time to work with. But first, they need to find a pick, an opening, which hasn't gone their way. And you can see Big now slowly falling back, playing a little bit more of a passive angle. Faven is going to be left by his lonesome towards B, but he does have backup nearby. He's very low as well. And here it comes.
Flash, but still alive. The thorn in the side. The pain in the rear end on Vitality, but they're looking to try and take the fight. If they're going down, they're going out on their shield. And Faven, in the meanwhile, though, is still alive, still kicking, still fragging, still cleaning up with taps in as well. And this is looking like a done deal. Unless Magisk can evict the CTs squatting on the site. 18 seconds, 10 HP, and the bomb down in an awkward position. Surely this is unwinnable. Molly down onto window. Now gonna look for the plant, but there's the dunk downtown from Crimbo with the HE, and we head to a 3rd map.
I feel so lucky to have witnessed that map. What a performance from both the teams. Big initially running away in the first half, Vitality bringing it back with a massive comeback, but to eventually fall to Goppy and his men in double overtime. Big, they get it done. It wasn't convincing, Vince. It was belabored. They had to pull out everything to get it done at the end. And despite 3 players on the side of Vitality crossing over 30 kills, they're not able to do so. We're going to be heading to Nuke. And my, oh my, what a battle that was.
Oh, that might be the map of the major so far as I'm concerned, at least the one that we've casted. I think we are blessed with some incredible moments, great AWPing. I think everyone pulled their weight. You know, we had moments from Searson, from Zywoo, Dupree, Magisk, Masuta had some huge rounds as well. And then you look across to the big, Tizian had some great entry frags, some great holds. But I think Faven has to be the player that you really highlight here. Some of his plays on B site stalled them for 5, 10, 15 seconds long enough for the rest of his team to come in and close rounds out. That was a phenomenal comeback from Big. But let's not forget that at the start of this game, it looked like Vitality were going to get completely crushed. So we had this weird roller coaster where Vitality came back, and then Big came back, and then they ended up extending and winning in the end.
Absolutely. We saw some really, really good rounds in individual performances. We saw some weird rounds as well, and also individually some slip-ups taking place. Dupree, what an incredible game. But that one round, Vince, the 1v1 he had against Tapson, that might haunt him. Of course, I don't think he knew how low Tapson was, but if that was a round which led to, you know, them losing this and then on Nuke things going topsy-turvy for them, it is something he might come to regret. But right now, the man of the match, fittingly so, is going to be Fab, and he was a difference maker. Even in that final round, he'd been tagged down, I do believe, to like red HP, like 13 HP or something, and he still finds a couple of kills and makes it so easy for Big to close it out in style. But we're going to be going to Nuke, and at this point, I don't know what to expect.
I have no idea. It was good to see at least Zywoo had smiles at the end. Obviously, Apex is always very animated, head in his hands, was looking pretty lost for words. And it's understandable. They know they could have won that. They could have already had this one tied up. It could be 2-0. They could have already eliminated Big. But it all comes down, as you said, effectively to a best of one on Nuke. And we're going to find out which of these two teams is eliminated after this short break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get too much better than that Vertigo game. Let's be honest, we had everything. Twists, turns, clutches, crazy spray downs, couple whiffs as well, and plenty of story moments. However, none of that matters anymore, Blair, because Nuke is coming up, and this is our final map in this elimination match. It's a 1-2 match. Whoever loses Nuke, simply put, is gone from the major.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the scoreline as well. A quick recap, considering how long the second map was. We saw Mirage going the way of Vitality in a very convincing fashion. It was their own map pick, and then on Big's map pick, as we saw earlier, it was an incredible first half, 11-4 the scoreline, but then it was Vitality able to bring it back to OT. But in the end, eventually, Big, they hold on. Heading into Nuke, though, you look at the maps played, it's not looking ideal for Vitality. In fact, when I was trying to kind of theory craft which maps we might be seeing here, I expected Nuke to be picked by Big, and for maybe, you know, Vitality to go for the Mirage, or perhaps even a Dust 2 and whatnot. But heading into the final map here, Vitality, despite the star power they possess, despite how convincing they looked on map 1, despite the comeback they pulled off in map number 2, you have to kind of give a slight little edge to Big, because they have looked pretty solid in this map.
Sure. I would say, though, as a caveat to play devil's advocate for the neutral's perspective here, how many of those games that we saw in the stats on Nuke were an all-important decider matchup for the potential playoff position at the major? This is where it takes on a whole different aspect. You can see that huddled together, unity. I will also say, by the way, we get to share, like, obviously the sort of dining area with the players. The loudest team by far that's always laughing is Vitality. They're always having a good time. They're always cracking one another up. There's always a really good, positive atmosphere around these guys.
And like 60% of that is just one guy at Apex,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
He's very animated. You can say Zonic and Apex being very, very animated as they talk things through the one final group hug before they jump into the server. Gotta say, though, I think you kind of grazed a point I wanted to touch upon as a deciding map in a must-win do-or-die game. For the side of Big, sure, you have veterans like Tapson at the helm, you have Godby sitting behind him as the coach, but in the server, someone like Crimbo, for example, like, this is probably the most stressful game he's ever played in his life, right? The academy player coming up, even players like Tizian, even Favon, they've been around for a bit, but not really at the highest tiers of Counter-Strike. So this is a supremely high-pressure game, even though it's in a map they're very comfortable on. Then you move over to the Vitality side, and you just have oodles and oodles of experience. Multiple major winners. Zonic's there behind as well. And then Zaiwu, sure, he hasn't won a major yet, but one of the best players. And I guess you can be forgiven for saying he will be the best player in the server. So they might have a little bit of a mental edge heading into map number 3.
I would say, though, on the best player on the server, Mark, under normal circumstances, absolutely. We'll say Searson had moments of utter brilliance on that Vertigo. When he was tracking Zaiwu with the smallest of gaps in the scaffolding, he got that shot like 3 times, and Zaiwu had no idea what was going on. So much so, in actual fact, Zaiwu wasn't even playing with the AWP on the CT side. He was taking the A4, or he was being dropped across an A1S.
But that's also why Zaiwu is so very great, right? Like, we talk about him and his AWPing ability, but give him a rifle, he can pull off magical things with that as well. And that is why he's so versatile, so very impactful. For me, it was the Dupree show for Vitality in that comeback. He was phenomenal, Vince. The decision-making coming out. Sure, there was that one round we all kind of want to forget where he failed in that 1v1 versus Tapson, who was low in health. But if you ignore that, he was impactful. And he was so instrumental alongside Masuta in Vitality bringing out that, grinding out that comeback. And this is despite the fact that for Vitality, Magisk was comparatively a little bit quiet. It wasn't like he had a terrible game, but thus far in his Vitality run, starting from the challenger stage, it has been the man that is Magisk who has delivered. Can he deliver again? Here is the question. As Big will be starting on the CT side. Crimbo donating the dualies towards Tizian. He's got a couple of flashes for himself. No kits for the CT side. Vitality, though, 2 smokes and 2 flashes for Apex and Magisk, and a P250 for Zaiwu.
Getting aggressive outside already. Tapson is there with his USP. One of the elements that makes Tapson such a great player that stood the test of time. is he can pretty much play with anything. We've seen him at IGL, entry, AWP, pistols, rifles, but ZywOo's like, here's a pistol for you. And a P250 carves his head clean out. Outside control will be going with that. ZywOo does take a dink, though. I'm not sure if that was from a teammate or if that was from Crimbo. Maybe partially through the wall. Julie's, though, meanwhile, going to be staving off the push, and you can see the respect shown instantly. Like, Julie's, nope, we don't want any part of this. Let's get out of here.
This is such a fast decision being made here because Dupree pushed up towards Mini. They know that the upper bomb site is probably empty. And look at the flank coming in from heaven as well. The CTs, though, they've grouped them from behind. They could find one. Dupree spots a player, and that is the jig being up. Bomb should be planted. An Apex position here. This could be huge.
Could be a free kill in the back of Tizian. Can pick up the Julies if he wants them. Vitality, player advantage, post-plant coming in. All three players clumped on the lobby. And Dupree gonna get smacked down by Faven. Apex, in the meanwhile, steps up to the plate, but Matrix gets flashed out. Now ZywOo with a P250, point-blank range, comes out second best. Apex has it all to do alone. Trying to play the time as well. There's no kit in the hands of Crimbo, who's being slowly put down in his grave. And Vitality get the pistol, and Apex is feeling himself.
That was a bit of a weird round for Magis, though. He tosses in a flashbang when he knew the CDs are going to be pushing Hut, and he even blinds himself, but Apex coming up clutch. He was lurking towards outside. All of this, of course, precipitated off the opening pick from ZywOo with the Hero P250, but then Apex with a massive 4K. Mr. Impact, the IGL delivering here in the opening round of the Decider map. Between the two sides. It's going to be the force buy, though, for Big. We've seen multiple CD sides from Big where they've opted not to go for the force buy, but Nuke is a map where you know the pistols, especially close range, can deal quite a lot of damage. We also have the Hero M4A1 in the very capable hands of the captain, that is Tapsin. Molotov going to be deployed, and that is a little rough. They needed to get the boost, and they will not manage to do. Actually, they did manage to do so. So from above, Tapsin can deliver depth, and indeed he will find two.
Oh my god, this round is spiraled out of control. Tizian, though, drops into his grave, his tomb. Final resting place is Squeaky as ZywOo will push him off his mortal coil. Tapsin misses his chance, does a lot of damage to Mages. This is where the heaven proponent of Crimbo can finish off the rest. 5-7 in hand, and from above, he will rain down terror with that 5-7 and Scout. So Big, they force it up, like you said. They manage to get the boost in, and they reap the rewards with their second round win.
It looks so dicey, right? It looked like they wouldn't get the boost in time with the flames licking at their feet, but somehow they're able to mow down the marauding Vitality members. Great shots coming in as well from Crimbo from atop. Finding a double. And for Vitality, this one with the pistol, they're down to, well, even more pistols. They have the AK-47 though for ZywOo. Of course, that's one player you're going to be giving it towards. 3 smokes, no flashes. Right now they're waiting for some aggression here from the CTs. And the CTs, they're giving nothing. Tizian's got the MP9. He's going to be playing a little aggressively towards Hut. Surson with a scout as usual. Smoke for Garage. As the T's will start to cross. Surson should find a player up top. That is Apex playing a dangerous game, getting tagged down, but he will stay alive. As Vitality slowly creep on through the bullets, just whizzing past them, but not quite finding its mark.
Well, this line of smokes, they're not picking to go on Secret, they're picking to go in Garage instead. 3 players in there. There was an incendiary tossed onto the Secret entrance, which maybe added to their decision-making process, but now they're looking to spill outside. Tapsin, though, with the A1S spraying down. 3 kills go his way from the vents. And that should be round done and tied up in a neat little bow on the side of Big. They don't lose any players. Excellent news to their overall standing on their CT side. Meanwhile, Vitality hot off the back of a force buy. Well, they'll be looking to dip into a save.
Yeah, they have to, right? Not really getting anything done. A little bit of shooting gallery there for Tapsin. This is big. Despite losing a pistol. Solid next couple of rounds here. Still have the MP9 in hands of Favin, and he'd be looking to maybe just get a little bit of extra money, right? Just farm a little bit of cash, upgrade to the AWP, toss it to Surson. Start to build the rounds. On Vertigo, it was a story to T-sides, Vince. I felt like the CD sides for both teams were very, very lacking. Nuke, however, I was taking a look at his stats yesterday, and although it's only been like 5 maps played thus far, I think it's like 71% of a CT win rate in the Legend stage, which is quite interesting, considering a lot of people would imagine it would be Ancient, which is way more lopsided when it comes to defending sides. Serson out in the open. So the Scout just a 1 tag onto Apex, and that's going to call Favin to come charging in and farm that cash.
All the damage from Searson. Zywoo has put at least 1 frag down. The Glock gets 2 kills. That's more than I think Big would have been comfortable with. Not that it's necessarily the end of the world anyway, because they can upgrade their weapons.
Yeah, there was just a Scout and the MP9 getting lost, so Big are not going to be feeling too hard put with that fact. Op coming out for Searson, and Favin having built a decent amount of money with the MP9 kill, but for Vitality, it is going to be the buy coming out. They really haven't had much success here, Vince, apart from that first round, which did come down to Apex clutching it out in a 1v2, mind you. So Big have looked, even though it's still early days here on Nuke, they have looked pretty solid thus far. Op for Searson, playing inside of Mini. You can see Big looking to be a little bit more aggressive here towards the upper bomb side, keeping the T's at bay, and Crimbo playing a dangerous game here, just a shoulder peek around the corner for Ramp. He is a sole defender. There is literally no one nearby. If he gets taken down, there's not going to be any trade. Rotation's going to be far, far away, and ramp control is going to be easily taken by Vitality. So Crimbo staying alive here is critical. Favin, in the meantime, the hero for Big on Vertigo, playing towards Squeaky alongside Tizian. On top of the hut, we of course have Tabson with the smoke, with the Molotov ready. A shot taken by Searson, but not quite able to find anything. But Tabson perfectly lining up his crosshair, and Mad just kind of be kicking himself after that.
Oof, that is dirty. And in amongst all of that chaos, Crimbo did throw down his smoke, and now the cavalry has arrived. The help has maneuvered itself into position. Volley down onto Squeaky as well. Big doing a really good job of just wasting so much time for Vitality. They'll feel claustrophobic, like they can't really get anything done. They can't get a stranglehold over this round. And now Tizian getting aggressive with Faven, 25 seconds to play with. All these grenades coming out of Squeaky will stand to reason they're going to be pushing out there. That's the bomb. The bomb goes down first, gets dropped. They vent over with 2 players, but they have to come back up to pick it up again. They have somehow managed to do that, but it's at the cost of 3 lives. They line up. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but there's no HP left on Dupree. And although he may get a bomb plant finalized, nope, he won't actually. He'll get denied. Even if he did, he was a dead man anyway.
Oh, what a hole coming out there. Again, just a utility being used by Big, perfectly timed smokes, perfectly timed flashbangs. And when they ran out of utility, they had only 1 smoke remaining with 28 seconds on the clock, which was in Tabson. So what does Tabson do? He firstly catches the player trying to cross on over. He also finds the player on top of Silo, just being so impactful with the M4, but also the way they're just repositioning around. Right? Earlier it was Crimbo all by lonesome towards ramp, then Searson backs him up after they get the first kill towards outside. And even the double mat push up towards hut, I love that play. They're not in the bomb site, and there is a gargantuan, a massive gap in that smoke, and that means they can't cross on through. Now, bear in mind, they still have 1 more smoke, but that's about it. A lot of pistols. Oh, there's the timing. No, never mind. Tabson's there, but Apex from above deals with him.
Searson has changed angles. This makes it more of a narrow prospect up on the silo. Cartwheels to his demise in round 6. And the remaining 3 players pushing down into ramp, but this is a crossfire. 2 players locking this one in, make it a 3rd as well. This is over. Vitality's only round they've managed to muster was the pistol, and since then, Big have just been absolutely eradicating them. And then one of the players, the standouts that you highlighted over on Vertigo, Dupree, he's yet to get off the mark. 0-6. Magisk, 1-6. They've been completely absent.
Yeah, it's very grim start here. But then again, got to bear in mind, right? They got E-code, and then after that, they've only had a couple of buys. I mean, this is the second full-fledged buy they actually have for us here. And this time around, they have all the utility they want to work with. Early deep nade. Searson finding Dupree, and his woes continue, Vince. 0-7. Once more. Crimbo, just a little bit of a jiggle peek there. So just making a little bit of footsteps. I don't think Crimbo heard him. If he gets found out, this could be massive. The boost comes in. I like this. I like the way Susan's just repositioning himself, right? He was outside Squeaky, now he's going to be going towards Heaven while ensuring he doesn't have to cross from outside. So after this early pick from Big, Vitality, they've been stymied. They don't seem to really know what they want to do here. They're waiting for some more re-aggression from CTs, which never really transpires. And look at the amount of utility still with the CTs. They have this smoke in the hands of Crimbo. Of course, he's all the way towards the ramp position, but they have nades as well. Another smoke comes in for Squeaky. 50 seconds on the clock now, Vitality. They have the utility to work with them. The Molotovs, a couple of flashes, a nade and a smoke as well. But they really haven't done much with it yet. And time is slowly dwindling away.
Nearly half a minute on the clock. Zaiwu had chances. They were brief. They were glimpses more than anything else. And now Molotov forces away those players from the hub. But not for the first time. That boosted up position could be so huge. Maybe not required because Tapson is doing it all alone. 3 kills to the IGL. Again, the impact cannot be overlooked of what he brings to the table. And Apex on the other side of the table is trying his level best to flip it over and take control. But instead, it is a 6-1 lead, and Big are looking impenetrable on this defense.
That was such a huge hold from Tapson because Favin had actually burned down to about 30 HP from the Molotov being lobbed in the top of Hut. A little bit of a celebratory fist bumps here. Gobby, serious as usual. He's like, listen guys, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We saw what happened on Vertigo. It was 11-4 for Big. And yet Vitality bought it back. First tactical timeout getting called by the French-Danish side. If you look at the money, they can go for a buy. It's not great, however, right? You can see it will be a few of the players having to maybe bring out a Galil just so they have a little bit of extra utility. A couple of them just wielding the AKs. That means they have no utility to work with. So it's going to be minimal nades and flashes and Molotovs. But even when they had all of that, Vince, it really hasn't been great. And there's one thing which has been a question mark for Vitality have been their T sides for me personally. And even though Vertigo was great, right now we're seeing why it is a problem here. A faster play, are we going to be seeing? No, it's not. Sirsen once more being the opener. Apex will be found on top of Silo.
It's just pistols on the side of Vitality. Not really giving them much hope. As you mentioned, even with full utility, full rifles, it's not worked out for them. They do have an AK-47 though, which has been picked up on the hands of Major, who's going to need to have a significant upturn in his impact if they want to get themselves not even back into this game, but just on the right track, honestly. They've got to get there first. Masuda, not for the first time, playing a game of cat and mouse with Crimbo over on the ramp side. And now the smoke's starting to fade away in the distance on towards the hut area. Now stacking up here though, it looks like it could be an explosive play, but it is Searson and Crimbo up against them. Smoke is tossed out. Crimbo getting tagged out, but not fragged in the process. A 2-for-1, and Searson, even if he is to go down, Crimbo is there alongside Tapson, and this round falls into position yet again. 4 corpses in ramp, 7-1 lead for Big.
Vince, you pointed out earlier, I think 3 rounds ago, that Dupree and Magisk had 1 kill combined.
Yep.
Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. This is looking a little rough here. Great hold coming out from, again, the well-placed smoke. And for Vitality, they didn't have any more flashbangs remaining. They just had to go for the contact play. The smoke separating them, and then Tapson, of course, arriving. 15-3 for Tapson. I didn't even notice that. He's having a field day here on Nuke. The buy is going to be coming in once more, though, for the team. And look at this aggressive posturing. Apex finding Searson. He will have his vengeance. And look at Apex charging in. And he's got to find more. He was blinded, Vince, but Tapson will fall.
Crimbo, though, can line them up. Only 1 kill. Heavy damage done. Masuda down to 10 and Apex on 9. Maybe Faven can clean this one up. There's the first. And it's a clean kill at that. Losing no HP. Grenade. Just scraping Zaiwu's knees, nothing too serious. But considering that started off in a 5 versus 3, Vitality not only desperate for the round, but need to get this one done and keep 3 players alive in the process. They have control over A. Faven and Tizian have moved out of position, but now Vitality have to clump together, have to get on the same page, put that bomb down, put the pressure on Big. Smoke onto main, molly onto vents. But Tizian is lurking in the shadows. Can hear the bomb getting planted down in the background. Can't deny that just yet. And it would seem at this stage that Vitality are a shoe-in to take this round. Tizian, though, lining up the flash with Faven. Looking to try and explode out in the process, but ZywOo has his teammates back covered, and Faven is given the go-ahead to save. Vitality get their first round in 7.
Apex is doing everything humanly possible for Vitality to somehow just kind of steal these rounds away. You go back to the pistol round, 4K, the 1v2 clutch. This round, he opens it up by finding Syrson. You can see his body right there with his blood splattered across the shutters. He finds him the narrow angle, and honest to God, I thought Tapson had him dead to rights. He was blinded, he was low, and yet somehow Apex, with a Galil, mind you, able to open it up with 2 quick kills, and then of course after that, the rest of his teammates, they do the work. So while we might have had a very quiet game thus far from Dupree and from Magisk, Apex, he is delivering here. Second round, after a 7-round streak from Big. But because of that streak, Vince, their money is just incredible. Saved AK for Faven, the rest of them going to be going for the buy once more. And again, it's going to be Syrson, but ZywOo, he sees him, I believe, right before the smoke bloomed. And it's going to be an easy opening for the Frenchman.
Oh, Tapson, though, nearly executing Apex at top of silos, takes his head, dinks him down to 11. Crimbo, in the meanwhile, gets pushed into Masuta. That is the kind of opportunistic hunting that we've been looking for and lacking on the side of Vitality. Masuta sending him out of this round puts it into a good position. They also have Apex at the back of the T-spawn, but keep in mind, he's the player with the bomb. The bomb carrier is the one watching for the flank. So they can't push down here onto the B side. They can't force their will onto the A side. And Tizian is starting to dismantle this T side round. I'm so perplexed as to what is happening here for Vitality.
Yeah, I'm perplexed as well. That's huge though. Finding Tapson. That's going to allow Apex. The bomb has been spotted, though. He's at 11 HP. He's got a cross on over. Fortunately for him, there are no CTs towards Hell or towards outside, so they will creep on back towards the lower bomb site, where it is going to come down to Tizian. He's down to 55 HP. He's going to be perched in a kind of a off angle, a one-and-done spot. 23 seconds. Vitality, they need to make a bit of haste. Smoke getting deployed towards Mini. Are they going to be going up, back up? They are. Faven going to shut this one down, perhaps, Vince.
13 seconds to decide not to. They're Molotoving the vents instead. But now Tizian is in action. Spray, good for one. Has to switch to the slide on. They need to deal with him right now. 5 seconds to play with this. Should be enough time for the plan.
No.
Oh, it's going to be so close. They took the extra half a second. Oh, in the nick of time. With milliseconds to spare. But now Faven comes down. Looking to evacuate the premises, but Apex pushes him out of the round. And Vitality get 2 in a row.
Oh.
That was scary.
There were so many ways that round could have gone wrong, and Vitality, they had it forth with them, and then off, like with ZywOo opens it up, they catch Crimbo, it's a 5v3, and then again Apex the hero there. That could have gone so very wrong, Vince. They got the bomb down with barely, less than a second remaining on the clock. One more second in the delay, one more second late in ZywOo getting that trade. And that would have been big, winning off the clock. But finally, Vitality stringing a couple of rounds together. For Big, money is not a problem. Tag timeout getting called by the Vitality guys. And the game will resume. Up once more in the hands of Syrson. And he has been, the past couple of rounds at least, he has been taken down by Apex and by ZywOo. Early opening death. So that's something he'd be looking to recover from, something he'd be looking to fix, as we have ZywOo's got the AWP, just a standard default hole here, looking to take the duel towards Squeaky, but no one's going to present himself.
Slowing it down. ZywOo's had early picks on the outside. as you highlighted, Searson's been on the receiving end of a couple of those. tabseN has continued to impress. 15 and 5. Dupree still yet to get any kills on this half, but as I mentioned that, he comes through and takes Faven down with him. That's maybe the catalyst to some more success as ZywOo through the smoke. Pints is in for one, but Searson holds his resolve down on ramp before the opposite AWP once again rings out. Back and forth, frags, and Searson gets aggressive through a ramp side, through the Molotov, is forcing and coordinating the T's into awkward positions, and Crimpo is cleaning them up. He's putting them down where they stand. ZywOo with it all to do. Takes down the first of Crimbo. Molly designated to heaven. And in this encounter, ZywOo already with 3 kills in this round, with a chance to clutch it out and put big on the back foot. But Searson is watching downstairs. The HP advantage firmly in favor to the Frenchman, but he's going downstairs.
Vents, 2 bullets and a deagle.
Only 1 required. He did just give his position away, but still takes down Searson, who only had the USP. How he wishes he had any other pistol in the game. And ZywOo gets a 4K, a 7-4 scoreline for Vitality, and they are back.
Despite the heroics of Searson and Crimbo, I loved how Crimbo played there. Played that position from the HUD. He gets a kill towards Squeaky, drops on down, catches the second player, ZywOo. He was red. He even went for the reload. Searson was ready with the USP, and you said it, he only had the AWP, and he didn't want to rely on a fast scope because the scope would have given away his position. And ZywOo just spins around, and because of how low Searson was, 1 bullet was all he needed to land, and land the bullet he did. 4 rounds now for Vitality. Suddenly starting to look competitive. It came down to some heroics, Vince, from Apex, from ZywOo in that clutch. But they'll take whatever they can get here. Creeping in towards Secret. It is going to be Magisk alongside ZywOo, daring the CDs to show something. And despite how flush Big were with cash a while ago, right now you can see tabseN only in a P250 as well. They of course have the rifles and the rest of the other teammates. And tabseN the nade could deal quite a bit of damage here.
Boost up. Oh! Unlucky not to get the kill. The tag must have just glanced his shoulders. Down to 16. tabseN will fall. But the blood will be the clue the Vitality need to string together to crack this case of round 12. Crimbo, in the meanwhile, though, is forced out of position. Flashes are plenty. Searson has a chance, and he will nullify the frag, but now the counter kills come into play. Apex with 2 as they drop down onto the B side. Faven and Tizian have to try and greet their oncoming. Invaders with open arms. ZywOo may miss with a deagle the first shot, but won't on the second. And now Masuda and Magisk, albeit on a low HP Masuda, have control over the bomb. And they have 17 seconds. Molotoving out the doors is huge because Tizian desperately wanted to peek through there. That should afford them safe passage for the plant and indeed the post-plant as well. 1 grenade made all the difference in this round now. As an incendiary to the back boxes, clears out the angle with the HE, but Tizian also in doing so has given his position away. Flashbang out, he's being rotated on, he's being flanked, but it's not needed. Vitality have now strung together 4 rounds, and finally, Blair, they've broken what was once millions of dollars, or it felt like. Big are now back in poverty.
Yeah, they're just finally broken the economy, and yeah, sure, you'll have a few pistols coming out from the side of Big, but still, it's a fashion in which Vitality is starting to string these rounds together. Individual prowess, able to dissect the defense, and especially when it comes to these clutch situations, again, we talk about the veterancy on the squad, right? We saw Apex with the clutches he pulled off. We saw ZywOo with his own 1v2. This was a 3v2 there. And they ensure that nothing goes wrong. You take a look at the scoreline. It was 7-1 for Big. They were looking nigh and unstoppable. Vitality finally forcing Big to slam on their brakes, and it has come to a bit of a standstill. Because of the lost bonus, they will be able to eke out a decent buy. The Alligator in the hands of Tizian, the auto shot. You love to see it. A fast play coming in towards the upper bomb side, and the Alligator might chomp them down.
Not at that range, it won't though. It never really stood a chance. Masuda with 3 big entries in the meanwhile on this half buy on Big. And it's falling into position nicely. That HE nearly actually yielded the kill onto Masuda. The bodyguard system in play. Dupree. That is rough.
That's
That
ugly.
is very rough. And on top of it being a rough passage of play, this does give Big a small chance now. They have 5-7, P250, bit of Kevlar. If nothing else, they can whittle down some of this economy and vitality, which is hardly the greatest.
Yeah, they're just going to try and go for the exits here, right? And maybe pick up the, yeah, like you said, take away a couple of the weapons so you don't have to, you can invest a little bit more in the utility come the next round. But vitality, oh, they make a bit of noise. And remember, Masuda is very, very low, but a great shot from Magisk. What a round from Masuda. Okay, that got a little hairy. You can see how low Masuda was there, but what a sequence of openers from Masuda.
What you know, the crazy part about this, Blair, and he's kind of like a victim of his own success in the past, is you look at Dupree and you look at Magisk. These guys, previously some of the best players in the world, even within the context of this tournament, had amazing performances. They're bringing this back 5 rounds in a row, basically with no Dupree and Magisk on the server.
It's not just a French.
It's just wild. It's just mad. How is this possible?
It is kind of wild. Fast play as they run ahead of the smokes, and that's actually going to almost catch Tapson off guard. He will survive. Tizian now. He's going to be pressured here, Vince, and he's going to find nothing. Magisk, he's woken up now. He's looking for blood.
And he's found it. But he may not be satiated. That bloodlust may still continue to drive him forward. The Viking wants more. Apex, in the meanwhile, trades back and forth. The Dupree's woes continue. Faven doubles up on Hut. 3-on-3. Crimbo downstairs has pulled all the way back. And he must know that these Ts are pressing down on his position, especially as they're covering the lobby side.
The problem is, Vince, if Vitality choose to pounce on the lower bomb side right now, the other two CTs are so very far away. So Crimbo, for the time being, he is all by his lonesome. The lone defender has got a nade. No nades, nothing else apart from that. No smokes, no Molotovs. And he's going to have his crosshairs trained, but they're going to pounce on him simultaneously, Vince. They're going to open up the squeaky, and that's the moment they break the window. However, backup could be nearby. Faven is there.
The window's now been smashed. Molotov towards ramp. Smoke also there. Flash is coming in. Beautiful. That's exactly what Vitality were looking for. However, what they weren't anticipating is Faven pushing through the Molotov, but now the spray is good. And with the post plant also coming in, Searson, he'll be looking to save this AWP, I think. He's half thinking about it. This may put him back into the game. This may put him into the round. He's been gifted a 1v1. And now switching across to his AK, there's plenty of time, even without a kit. Now he's picked one up. He's got a smoke, a HE, and a flash, but no idea as to Masuda's positioning until it's too late. And he gets snatched away. 6 rounds in a row, Blair, from 7-1 to 7-7.
Vitality, they like their comebacks, Vince. That's one thing we've figured out in the past couple of maps. This is just fast and furious from Magisk, and Zaiwu again in the window position being so good. And in the end, the 1v1. The Frenchmen, they're doing it all by the lonesome. Although that previous round, Magisk did have some very impactful opening frags, just running on in, seeing glimpses of what he could do. I think Tapson got spotted there. Down to 19 HP, but he might be able to escape. Indeed, he will. This is, of course, pretty rough buy for the CTs. There's still a player tucked inside the Searson. With it A1, will Magisk check? That's the question. Is Magisk slowly fading away? Now, for Searson, even if he doesn't see anyone, there's information gained by his teammates, right? They've also taken on Zaiwu, the danger man, but they're creeping towards ramp, and once more, it's Crimbo, and he's got a French rifle in his hands.
HE up and over, that could do some serious damage, but instead it only tickles Dupree before he relocates, repositions to the B side. So ramp control now forthcoming on the T side. Tapson probably should have died earlier on to Magisk's hands. Lucky to be alive on 19, but they've backed all the way to CT spawn. And this is to facilitate any kind of heaven push, which Dupree is about to come into. Gets the kill. 1 HP remains, though, for Dupree. And Magisk is watching Squeaky. The timing works against him, and the MP9 comes out ahead. That kill changes the dynamic of this round entirely in 1 second. That could have been Majorsk wide swinging onto the site, but instead they have to push out onto Heaven, and there's not enough time to change their angle of aggression. But Faven, there's too many areas for him to watch out for. Too many targets. 1 HP on Dupree, 25 on Apex. But a post plant comes in. And Searson, still on 100 or thereabouts, is making a move outside. They pass by one another. Dupree coming up the stairs is found and put down, laid to rest. And now Apex has to try and fend off this push. First spray is good on the periphery of the smoke. 25 against the 98, and time ticking away. No kit for Searson. He's going to stick on this site, going for the full defuse right now. Apex around the corner, just has to peek in. And even though he gets killed, there's no time. Apex will clutch.
He knew there was no kit. That's why he says it. We knew it. Oh, Apex. He has been magnificent this half. It was looking rough for Big, but led by the captain. He rallies the troops and they bring this one back. That looked almost unwinnable, Vince. A combined HP of less than 20, Dupree and 1. Apex is 20, I think 23 HP in that 1v2. He plays that edge off that smoke so very well. And Vitality, the comeback kings, led by the 3 musketeers of Apex, Zaiwu and Misuta. And Big, they're probably left wondering, they're probably shell-shocked by now, Vince. 7-1, and then Vitality on a 7-round streak. What a comeback.
And the one in that 7 was the pistol. So they had them by the scruff of the neck that entire half. And then that switch was flipped and everything changed. Vitality, though, we're going to have to mount a comeback into a lead attaining position, and it won't be happening in this round. Searson and Faven both putting in with their Glocks, and 2 headshots are forthcoming. And the 3 remaining CTs all clumped on the CT, already losing more lives. What a turnaround, what an answer by Big. 7 rounds in a row, you could let your heads drop, you could start to really get in your own minds, come straight out, A rush, take heads, clean it up as easy as you like.
Oh boy, Big. Remember, it was Vitality winning the pistol round off the back of Apex, you know, with a 1v2 clutch and the 4K, but it was Big who won their force buy, right? So that's going to be kind of itching at the back of their minds. They need to be paranoid. They're like, okay, we won the pistol round. We've got to... Okay. All right. Something for Big. It feels like a lifetime ago when they lost one around, because Vitality were just running all over them. And this is with Dupree and Majorsk being so very quiet, Vince. The fact they lost the pistol round, they're still going to be feeling mighty comfortable. They're still going to be feeling absolutely just in that flow state. But Big, you can never count them out. One thing about Big, one thing we know about are the super ultra mega nerdy executes they were known for. And Nuke is a map where a tactical T side can really wreck the defense. So let's see what Big have in store for us over here. The pistol win allows them the couple of AK-47s, the Galil, the MAC-10s as well. I'd be surprised to go for just a shock and awe approach towards the upper bomb side, but looking at the amount of utility they have, they might just slow things down. Force Vitality to use up the bare minimal utility they have right now.
Well, they're starting off, though, with a fast push. Nothing slow about this. They vent dive down, multiple players losing a lot of health in the process, but Apex is the first casualty, and more importantly, on the side of Big, the only casualty thus far. Faven, Crimbo, Tabson, all low. But Dupree can't finalize the kill through the smoke. On the downstairs in the meanwhile, Majorsk is putting some speculative deagle shots down range, but in the smoke, nothing connects. And a post plant comes in. And with all of that damage being done through the smoke of Squeaky, they don't even know there's low players. So there's no way they're going to go for this. They just want to hold on to what they have, back away and try and save. And my concern here, though, Blair, is on the T side, they're getting carried hard by like Apex just being a monster, going back to his roots of like entry fragging and just basically being a well-rounded beast. Zaiwu having impact. If Dupree and Majors continue to be underperforming and they get singled out and exploited, this CT side can completely capitulate.
Oh, absolutely. That is definitely within the realms of possibility here, and Big are aware of that as well. But I like this round for them. They didn't... Usually you see a lot of teams, and after they win the T-pistol round, they will kind of like slow things down and kind of just wait for the aggression from the CTs, and that's when the timing sometimes doesn't quite work out for them. You see a late lobby crunch maybe coming from the CTs. You walk into hut, and there's a 5-7 staring you down. And instead, they just opt to go for the fast play towards lower bomb site, and it just works out perfectly. Not losing a single player. However, because of Vitality only suffered one casualty, they will still have these the 4 spot from the previous round to work with. Have that FAMAS in the hands of ZywOo. The Frenchman fittingly wielding the French weapon, but he's taken so much of damage. Nade, bullets, and the flames taking him down. And they are making quick work of this. As I say that, Masuda finds one, and Tizian is very low. That's the bomb spotted as well, I believe.
I think the only saving grace is it might have been on the other side.
Oh, it's on the other side, my bad. X-ray. But still, finding the 2 kills there. Searson and Tapson, they slow it down. If I'm them, I just group up here, walk together, plant the bomb, and even if Masuda finds a kill, just go for the trade. But they're making this pretty expensive of Vitality.
Oh, they have already, absolutely. There are some rifles down, though, that they'd like to trade up if they get the opportunity to do so. Masuda, though, knows there's a weapon outside. This is the... It was a FAMAS, now it's a MAC-10. It's been upgraded from Tapson. But Masuda has the timing, has the deagle, and has a chance. But that's all it is. A brief glimmer of an opportunity to make something truly special happen at the legend stage of a major. A player of his experience would do well to make this even close. He's already got 2. Can he go 2 better? Post-plant in, not planted favorably for Masuda at all. And with no kit, no smokes, no flashes, nothing to really work with, he has to go and have a look first. Tickling the bomb here will do nothing for him, so he's going to take the fight to the T's. And finds the first. Frag down. Now it's a battle against time, though. Tickling the bomb out. Tries to get Searson out into the open. So nearly rattles his skull. But Searson has done enough to clutch this. Even if Masuda had connected the shot, it would have been over anyway. Beautiful try, though, all things considered.
I love the silent drop from Heavens. So many times people just fail that. People always make a little bit of sound. He was silent as a ghost, making it so very expensive. Because it honestly felt like Big would have won this one very, very convincingly. That's Searson, the last one to stay alive. So definitely going to be hampering the economy a little bit. But still, Big able to string 3 in a row together. And here we go. The first buy coming in for Vitality. ZywOo with the AWP M4 spawn for everyone. But just get Capri looking to redeem themselves after what was a very lackluster half. And somehow ZywOo, I don't think he's seen this cross. Okay, he's all the way from CD spawn. Big gap in the smoke there. Taps it up close. It's going to be the A hit.
I was going to say the audacity to vent dive there, but Apex is already down. So you've just walked into your jail, your final resting place for round 19, and already only 2 players remain, one of which is the AWPing contingent of Searson, and the other is Tapson, who's hoping that Apex, who was last seen in vents, tries to come up. Searson making moves downstairs. Now, this is a really important round for Vitality. They're already in a great position, but their money is in no place to lose more weapons. They have got to hold on to this.
The question is, how are the 2 Ts going to be grouping on up? Searson head spotted. Apex. Tapson finds one in the meantime, Vince. 4v2 to a 2v2. Tapson, those days should be numbered as Magisk finds him. And Searson.
Even the absolute audacity for him to slow peek up the ladder and try and no-scope there, mate. Get down. That's outrageous behavior.
They do manage to inflict a bit of damage on the economy of Apex and his men. Rapid German being spoken there by Tapson. It's just the pistols right now. Tech 9, couple of Deegs, P250 in play, a lot of utility, a decent chunk of utility being purchased as they opt to deploy the smokes towards outside of Molotov as well for the T-Red. And ZywOo lies in wait and happen in the meantime, dropping on down. Apex caught with his pants down. He can find another kill here, but ZywOo blinded, no scopes him.
ZywOo on the cross as well. That was the call that Tapson made. Said drop down main, get some kills. That's exactly what Faven did. Nearly had two. Probably should have had two if it hadn't have been for ZywOo just being an absolute monster with the AWP as per usual. Masuda now has 3 players. Ooh. First one is a crisp headshot. Bomb gets spilled down, but tabseN's there to deliver the fatal blow. Problem for ZywOo is he could get swept in, and I think he realizes it too. dupreeh will claim the kill into Tizian. That is gargantuan for the prospects of Vitality winning this round. It means that ZywOo can now focus his attention down onto the actual site itself, and now joined by dupreeh and Tizian. Trade back and forth, but tabseN is going to finally be put in his final resting place. 10-10 the score, but that was another 3 casualties. Vitality can't quite build their economy yet.
Yeah, considering the investment from Big, that's a big win. No pun intended. As Vitality now, at least they've tied things up, right? A couple of rounds expensive. Oh, that's just lethal from Faven. And ZywOo, he's so fortunate, Vince. He is so fortunate because that could have gone the way of Faven, and then the round could have spiraled out of control.
Oh, yeah.
We saw the timing flank, the timing flank from dupreeh as well, from ramp, able to take out a player. There were so many places where that could have gone very wrong for Vitality, but they hold on. The buy now going to be coming out. sirsyn with his Zoom banger atop the silo. dupreeh, CT vents is rattling off a number of bullets. The smoke's going to allow a lot of room to work with here for the T side. It's going to be tabseN sneaking in towards Garage. No one inside a secret. As Faven and Tizian, they team up. dupreeh will be absolutely ruined. The Flames forcing him out of position. And now Magisk has a lot of work to do with ZywOo. And inside the upper bomb side with AWP, it's not a comfortable spot to be, even if you are ZywOo.
That's why ZywOo's going looking. He's trying to find himself something to execute from. sirsyn, maybe the first player to peek. Thinks better of it. Molotov now will give their position away. Just shy of a minute on the clock. sirsyn through first. Gets the kill on ZywOo. He had no right to win that frag, but the triple spray down was available for Major's. Going to get 2 in amongst all of this chaos. The clarity of Masuda to be pushing forward still to get 1 and to tag sirsyn down so low. That flank is pristine timing. And it should be the curtain coming down on round 21. tabseN, though, from the heavens, looking to spike down onto Vitality, but instead that will be his final demise, and Vitality take the lead 11-10.
What a round from Magisk. What a round from Magisk.
I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you can see with the play as well, Vince. He did not give an F.
And he was talking to dupreeh there.
I love it.
It must have been dupreeh maybe asking for help. He's like, yo, bro, look, we won the round, okay? Like,
I've already dropped an F-bomb yesterday, Vince. I'm not going to do the same again. The players can do whatever they want. What a play. What a play from Magisk, though. He had a quiet... he was very quiet. He was 1 kill and 10 deaths, and dupreeh was 0 and 9, I believe, in the first half. Yep. But he's kind of coming to his own here. 9 kills. Impact. Huge impact there in that round. 3K for him. And here we go. Big. They had everything going their way that round, but then it just completely falls apart. And because of that, the pistols come out once more. 3 smokes, 3 deeks, make that 4, in fact, for the side of Big. And for Vitality, can they win a round without losing too many players? Can they win a round without hemorrhaging so much of money? That's the question, and I really hope they do.
well, surely it's this one, right? You got 4 Deagles, a Glock alongside it, no flashes, only 1 smoke left. If there was ever a round you expect Vitality to take and to take comfortably, it's this one. HE touches down base on Crimbo. 77 health evaporates in a brief moment. And now Tizian finalized ZywOo, a shooting gallery. Target-rich environment, and so far he is keeping himself alive. Will go down, that's an AWP that goes with him. Obviously can be retrieved later on, but this is where the Deagles start to get a little bit terrifying. Crimbo on the close angle. Not only is this not a clear-cut round, it's now a 2-on-2. This is a winnable round for Big, with elimination on the line, with so much at stake. Big have somehow brought this back, and now they have an AWP, and it's in the very capable hands of sirsyn. Faven playing bodyguard. Players isolated, separated by a thin veneer, a thin wall, and now the Deagle goes to town again. The patience of Faven proving to be such an integral part of this round. I cannot believe, Blair, we are in a situation where Big might be about to win with 4 Deagles and a Glock.
This could be a huge catastrophe. I just said, Vitality, you need to win a round like this without losing too many players in a 1v2. They don't have a kit as well. Thank you for the observers for pointing it out. He doesn't have a kit. And he can't afford the time to run all the way towards Hell and pick it up, because that's going to make a lot of sound as well and give away his position. Magist needs to do the impossible now.
Pushing onto the site. No nades to draw out any of these angles. No idea as to where they currently possess, and he's just moved past. He's gonna get spotted, and Faven shuts him down! Big with Deagles have pulled this out the fire! And the impact that has to Vitality, not just mentally, not just score-wise, but financially as well, is so significant.
It's a disaster, Vince. It's an absolute disaster for Vitality. Oh, the shots, though. The shots coming out from Faven and Crimbo. And the patience as well. Vitality, they just keep poking and prodding, trying to find some information. And it all goes wrong, so terribly wrong for Vitality. Big calling their final tactical timeout. No more opportunities for Gob to talk to his men after this. And they've broken the money for Vitality. Absolutely capitulated there, did the French-Danish side. And is this the round where it all went wrong? That's the question for me, Vince.
I mean, if they lose at this point, Blair, I think you have to highlight that round as being a particular back-breaking, soul-destroying moment in this game.
Round 22. That's what I'm going to keep out. I'm going to remember if Big mount this comeback and knock out Vitality. Because over in the A stream, of course, we have all the 2-1 matchups. So even if you lose that, right, you still have another opportunity to play tomorrow. This is do or die. You either win and live to play another day, or you go home. That's what at stake here. And would that mistake have been what completely ruins the hopes of Vitality? That's the question. Right now, a bit of a stack taking place towards the upper bomb side. They have a couple of deeks of their own as well, Vince. Dupree with the 5-7 and 2 USBs. No utility.
Major's going to take first point of contact, and he will go down. Unsurprisingly, as he gets peeked from multiple players. Faven, triple spray. Activates onto the side. And this round is how the last one should have gone. Easy, comfortable cleanup with no casualties. That's how it's done, Vitality. 9-0 to Nip against Furia?
Holy hell, okay. It's been a day of some interesting matches, Vince. Like, this has been the banger of a series. Mind you, the first series on the A streams was already done about half an hour ago, before this map even started. That's how insane Vertigo was. But Furia struggling against Nip at the moment, and right now so are Vitality. Big, winning a couple of rounds, massive rounds. Tizian's going to find the opening. Magisk will fall. Oh, Zaiwu though, he doesn't need a sniper. He's going to snipe away Surson with his M4A1, but Tizian somehow finding kills at will through the smoke. Apex will fall.
More trays, Dupree knowing the Molotov was down, repositioning. Turning his attention as Zaiwu now shows his hand from heaven. Oh, this combo is looking so sharp. But Tizian comes back once again, 1v1, and Zaiwu holds his resolve. However, it's at the cost of 4 teammates. So this next buy, grim.
Absolutely. And the thing is, for the side of Big, they won the round with the Deagles, able to salvage a couple of guns there. After that, the round they won following that round was just a flawless round. They didn't lose any players, so they have all the money to work with here. Thankfully for Gob, Big don't have any more tactical timeouts remaining. That is, they're using Vitality's tac timeout, the third of which is being used by Zonic right now as they talk things through. Zaiwu coming up clutch there. He opens it up by decapitating Surson on top of Silo and following it up with a 1v1 clutch against Tizian. You can take a look at the cash. It is looking very solid here for Big. They have enough money for 2 rounds now. What is this? Oh, I couldn't even see him.
Saw a brief glimpse of a pixel, and that was all Zaiwu needed
4K.
to make him disappear. And that 4K on top of it is something very special indeed. Oh, this is a rough mix-match buy-up. MP9, the XM, FAMAS, AK, M4.
It's a variety.
Just one kit as well. And they've lost the first player in the round. Masuta is sent packing by Faven's AK-47.
That's not the start vitality we're looking for, Vince. This is the force buy, mind you. They lose this, they have to go for an eco. And that means big. They're going to get to 14. Magisk hoping, praying to the Elder Gods, begging them to come down towards Vents, where he's looking to chomp onto them. Pretty cool crossfire potentially being set up between himself and Dupree with the MP9 atop a hut. Is it going to come down to ZywOo again, Vince? That's the question. He's got that AK-47 in his hands. We know how capable he can be. As Big are going to start deploying the wall of smokes. A little delayed on the 1 minute mark, but it is only going to be Tapson sneaking on up while the remaining teammates group up for this ramp position. Where guess who lies in wait? It is Apex, the captain.
Timing will not be sweeter either. If he depletes this magazine, he will get pushed afterwards. XM point blank range. Major removes the head of Tapson. So the one player pushing down Secret has now been compromised. And you don't really play a play down Secret at this time unless you're eyeing up a potential B hit. But CSN now shows himself. AK-47 from ZywOo looking to try and repel the invaders. And that's 2 kills that go by his side. Tizian last man up to the plate. And it may just crash against the side of his head with ZywOo picking up yet another rifle round kill. And it's 13-12 to Vitality.
There's 5 kills within ZywOo and Magisk, Vince, and that was Magisk with the auto shotty, the XM finding Tapson on the look towards Secret, picks up the AK-47, but what a hold coming in. What a hold from Vitality. That was such a grim looking buy, but they managed to convert it. 2 AK-47s picked up as well. Now we'll see the buy coming out, and Big, they don't go for it. They don't go for the force buy. They can't afford to, Vince. They're going to go for the eco here, the full eco. They have a couple of deagles to work with. It's in the hands of Faven and Crimbo. And they're going to allow Vitality to, well, at least on paper, get to round number 14.
The thing is, though, I have that last deagle round still in the back of my head, Blair. And you better believe that Vitality do as well. Surely they can't let that happen twice. There are less deagles in play this time. Just 2 as opposed to 4.
Tizian. Oh, he actually finds the timing. Oh, Tizian. How's he alive? How is he alive?
Screw this, lads. I'm pushing Vents. And it works out somehow. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the bombs, so we can't try and rush that plant down, and they're walking into the crossfire. And this crossfire will put them in their tomb. Bomb gets dropped down as well, so no hopes or prospects of a bomb plant, although they do still have Tizian downstairs, but that would have been called by Dupree. And Tizian, he's a goner. This round is going to be a done deal. 14-12, as you highlighted, Blair. But now, it's all been leading to this moment. This is where Big have got to shine.
I'm still giggling internally over Tizian just running out. Just like, slow it down. And just put in the Leroy Jenkins sound, the sound clip on top of the Leroy Jenkins just runs on in. Bit of a comedic moment in what has been a very intensely played series here. 14-12, and Vince, you said it right. Big, it's do or die time right now. Was that comeback all for naught? 14-12. They have the buy up in the hands of Surson. Oh my lord, the nade, over 100 points of damage. Another follow-up nade. Dupree will find Tizian, and that's a man advantage early on. Tapson down to 47 HP as well. He's been spotted, and he fades away. Falls on back, but Apex should find him, and indeed he will. 3v5, man advantage for Vitality.
CSN spots players jumping across, but it's not put off. He knows another player is on the silos. He saw him jump across there. Apex now joining in. HE tossed into Squeaky, damage done to Faven, who pushes by, bypasses the smoke. He's on top of the vents. He can't quite dive down yet. He's looking at the top of hut. Another frag for CSN, almost identical to the last time around. And suddenly it's in a 3-on-3, but there is a flanking contingent in play. The Faven will bypass that. Just Vitality peeking 1 by 1. But Masuta has this in his hands, and he will not deliver. CSN throws the AWP in his way. An Apex in a 1-on-3 surely can't get this done.
There's no way. The moment he drops down, there is a player waiting for him. It is going to be Fab, and he spots his feet, and the bullets will take out his caps, kneecaps basically in Apex. You can see the frustration starting to creep in, Vince. And we said it. We said how this round is basically it for Big. They needed to deliver, and despite the opening duels going the way of Vitality, a 3v5 favoring them, Sirison comes live with the AWP. Nothing flashy, nothing crazy, just he hits his shots. He makes that AWP shine, and he is still keeping Big in the game. Final tack timeout getting used by Vitality from now on forth, Vince. That's it. There's no more timeouts remaining for either of these two teams. It's pure stress and nervousness and anxiety right now in the server. It's about who can make it to the next stage. It's about who can stay alive to play tomorrow, to play another day. And it's going to come down to the final couple of rounds here. Vitality, they have the buy, but that's it. They have nothing more left in the coffers. For Big, they win this round convincingly, Vince. They take away the weapons. It's pretty much map and match point.
The most important round, perhaps, of both of these teams' tournament is right now, and the early damage inflicted across the ZywOo. Vitality only have the one kit. That is in the hands of ZywOo. No AWP again. He's typically been playing with the rifles. On most CT sides today, 3 players, Big, making moves, making inroads, looking to take control over ramp, pillage it, plunder it if they can. Masuda flashes, incendiary, death. Crimbo will deserve himself a lot of praise after this performance. But that's if they can convert from this point, because they're starting to spill downstairs. And Major is here, but he's been smoked out of position. He must know if he pushes through there, he's a goner, but there's a flank coming into play. But Major and Apex have both been dealt with swiftly and with no mercy. dupreeh and ZywOo remain. They do still have control over that kit. But considering that ZywOo's already out of there, it's going to be a save.
They have to save. There's no money. There is zero money. ZywOo and dupreeh having to hold on to this A1s. What a round from Big. Just a straight on-ramp execute. Man, Masuda was just lost. He had no idea what was going to happen. He was blinded. He was burning alive. He couldn't head back down towards the ramp position and gets triple peeked by Big. And they have absolutely smashed Vitality. They're going to get to round number 14. They're going to tie things up. And we spoke about the T side from Big. Even though the CD side fell apart a little bit after the 7-1 lead they had, we always said that the T side is something which you need to be wary of. They have these executes they can always bring out. And that was such a great take coming out from them. And even the flank getting taken care of, the shots being hit by Favin and, of course, by Tapson. And look at this. Look at what Vitality have. The 2 safe rifles, and they have to go for the full ego. Just so, come round number 30, because they were now guaranteed all the full rounds and at least have a semblance of a buy to work with here. A P2K from Apex tapping away ZywOo, the M4 towards Mini. They've heard the sound. They know where ZywOo is, and they know there's another M4 in play. It's about avoiding the death trap that could be ZywOo and dupreeh working together.
They're both downstairs. They're both in the right position right now. 3 players coming through. ZywOo will take first point to call, and dupreeh can wide swing afterwards. Now they're spotted. Oh, the headshot is huge. Here comes dupreeh. 2 kills go back to 4th. And the USP as well. Masuda showing his hand. The bomb spilled out. The bomb's in an awkward position. It's more headshots from ZywOo. A 1-on-3. Now the only silver lining for Crimbo is that none of these 3 players have Kevlar or rifles. It's USPs and a P2000. That's it though. This is a winnable round for Crimbo.
But he's lost out of them, Vince. He has no idea what his CTs are. Vitality immediately evacuating the premises. They're like, cool, we're not going to give you the opportunity for a spray down. We're not going to allow you to isolate these fights and take us down. Because as you said, USPs, default pistols, a flashbang for Apex, no Kevlar, no nothing. 30 seconds to work with here. He's got the health, he's got a utility, he's got everything to work with. Time, however, is dwindling. He's got to punch in the digits on that bomb as soon as possible, but he's still walking. He's still paranoid.
How terrifying.
He's got a gun now.
How terrifying for Crimbo here. He's just like, I don't know where I'm going to get peeked from. It could be anywhere. 10 seconds. Here comes the pushing from Apex, but Crimbo successfully gets the bomb plant down.
He's still got 2 flashes. He's still got a chance. Crimbo could be clutching this one out. The spray is good for 1, but there's Apex on the return. And they make the double stack on Vents work. And Zonic with his head in his hands can't believe it. I can't imagine the stress that's going for him right now.
Oh man, you could just see how relieved he is. He doesn't even look happy. It was how stressed he was. Apex, he left ramp, went all the way outside, came in from secret, and picked up an AK, which helped them to clutch that one out. Because I could have seen Crimbo against 3 people pistol spins with that duel. Oh, what a round to be won by Vitality. What a massive round. The 2 saved M4s alongside the USPs coming out on top. And now Vitality, they are at map and match point, 1 round away from knocking out Big. For Big though, they need to battle it out for OT, for overtime. Nade gonna be lobbed in by Apex, a little too shy. But look at Apex, he's pushing in so very deep here, Vince.
Had 1 match point as well, or 1 map point, I should say, over on Vertigo. That didn't work. We went to OT. Big was successful. Vitality also showed a lot of backbone, playing super aggressive in the last few rounds. Apex thought about it, but backed away. And now Vitality into more stationary default positions. But because of their early incursions outside, Vitality have made sure that Big haven't really got any control over the map. With a minute left on the clock, they're still all stuck in lobby. No one's outside. No one's bypassed ramp control. They're still very isolated. And now they're going to try and turn up the pace a little bit, but there's mollies being exchanged back and forth.
I don't think they heard the flames lick at his feet because of the sound of the AK-47s, but all of them just grouped up right now. Perfectly timed Molotov there. Got to keep Tapson at bay. Big. They have 1 Molotov for Crimbo, which they haven't used yet. He's going to use it for top of HUD. Here comes the play, Vince.
This could be it. This could be Big's last play in the Major. Dupree holding on from HUD, but he's going to get knocked down instantly, and Tapson and Crimbo explode outside of HUD. Kicking ass, taking names, and putting it into a 2-on-4. Masuta and ZywOo have got to clutch out if Vitality want the win in regulation. ZywOo pivoting into heaven while Masuta comes round from main. Smoke still in his eyes, allows him safe passage to the left-hand side, but the smoke in heaven is huge. There is a gap in this smoke, however. Maybe Masuta can make the most of this after all. As he looks to try and push in, he's going to get caught from the side, and now ZywOo has to spring into action. No kill coming up, and for the 2nd time in this all-important elimination match, we head to OT.
What a round. What a round by Big. I love it. I love the amount of voices everyone's talking. Magisk, he's demanding attention. He's got something he's got to tell his teammates. Oh, yeah. But right now, Vince, OT to decide who goes on to play more games tomorrow. OT to decide who's going to be going home here today. We saw a double OT barn burner for a game in Vertigo earlier already. Mirage feels like a lifetime ago.
A distant memory. A blip on the radar as far as Big are concerned. And as we said, coming into this game, none of the previous maps, not a single map in the entire Major makes any difference. This effectively is a best of 1, and now this is just an OT. It has to be that simple. Anything that's happened before this point is irrelevant. ZywOo performing well, but so is Faven once again. Tapson stepping up when it's required. And speak of the man, he's taking some early aggression outside and dodging bullets while doing so.
Apex has got backup, of course, in the form of Masuta. All the way tucked into the back of the garage, and he's just going to go for the wide swing. Catches Tapson in the middle of no man's land, is looking for more. Apex, you lunatic, is looking for more, and he'll be punished for it. Tizian will take him down. There is a gap in the smoke, though, and Masuta has been seen. He's been found, but look at how low Faven and Tizian are. Dupree, it's going to come down to him here.
We had the right idea, just the off timing. Faven also on this squeaky side, gonna get re-smoked. They also have to play it up on silos, but outside control now firmly rests in the German hands. As you highlighted, Blair, Tizian 10 HP, Faven 8 HP, Searson also underneath 50. So all 3 of these players are easy targets. And with 30 seconds left, they're going to have to push at some point, and in doing so, one angle may go unchecked. One rock will go unturned, and that could be the one that bludgeons them to death in our first OT round. 20 seconds now coming up. Who will the hero be? Can Vitality withstand this 4-on-3 retake? Aggression now coming through. Dupree and Magus holding the line. It's the Great Danes who will take this round down, or will they? Crimbo from heaven steals and snatches it away.
All right, I don't think I've ever seen Big trash talk out loud. They're fired up, Vince. They're fired up. They're calling out the baguettes, man. Like, this is getting intense. Oh, the crunch. The Danes, they almost did enough, but Crimbo from above. Big take the first round of overtime. Holy hell. It's been 4 hours since the series started, Vince, and I don't see it ending anytime soon.
I'm fine with that, Blair. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. I know Big and Vitality fans may disagree on that one, but I think any CS fans are having a very good time watching these two teams do battle. And it's hard to really put it down to who's going to win this. Yes, Big have the advantage. But we've seen Vitality come out of nowhere and just put down the law. And ZywOo gets out the baton, smacks Searson upside the head with his AWP. It won't stop Big taking secret control, though.
They do, however, have Masuta. He's basically everywhere on the CD side for the side of Vitality. That's Apex. Dangerous game, but he will cross on over. And as you said, Vince, they have taken secret control, but they still need to be methodical, clearing out all these angles. And despite them not finding anyone, it's buying time here for Vitality. But in this 5v4, they're not budging. They're not making any moves. Apex spots the player out, goes for the duel, and Tizian's going to find him. And that could be the timing for Big to pounce on his lower bomb site. But Masuda tucked on in inside, and ZywOo's there with his AWP.
This kind of a lockdown should be enough. Good shot from ZywOo, and now he can lean on Masuda to clean up the rest. Great teamwork. Spray is good for one, and that should be good enough. Tizian's going to be running up the vents, but there is Majus laid in wait. So Vitality may concede the first, but they bounce right back. I'm just getting a little bit concerned watching Apex. It's like he's trying to do everything alone. You keep seeing him go for these crazy peaks. You said yourself he's a lunatic. He's died twice in a row now, re-peaking outside and getting himself killed.
Yeah, I can kind of understand why he went for that particular duel, because he just saw the one player isolated, right? Goes for the long spray, doesn't quite pan out, but this hold from Masuta and from ZywOo, good enough. And the thing is, Apex, he's that guy. He's the guy who's going to kind of throw himself, right, just to find information. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And when it works, it's magnificent. You're like, holy hell, Apex, you're a god. And when it doesn't, you're left wondering, questioning why he goes for these maneuvers. But right now, he's going to be a little bit more restrained. Double up on the T side, or what?
That's a first for this best of three. Will it work, though? Absence just given himself away for free. And Apex played this very position last time. There's the repeat from Apex. This time catching them in the chaos. Searson will be peeking with one of those two orbs. Flashbang will do nothing. They can't connect the shot. Vitality looking to dial in their second CT round on OT. Searson missing another opportunity. He at least forces and brute forces his way downstairs, however. But we've already seen a couple of times that Vitality are fine giving up secret control.
They must have an AK-47 drop to its lobby, one would assume, right? So you can pick up the AWP, so pick up the AK-47 with Faven. Faven, crosshairs trained though. And Masuda finds Tizian in the meantime, and now they're probably Vitality are like, wait, there are two AWPs, what in the name? But the bomb is dropped, and Faven needs to pick it up, and he's gonna come running out from the smoke. He manages to steal the bomb away and drops on vents.
Excuse me? He should be dead from ZywOo, but still, how the hell has Faven survived that long? That's unreal. And now Searson with his AWP getting baited out from the doors. HE down, running around the corner. That shot is slick, and he would have enough time for the plants. This would be unbelievable, and it's not going to happen. Dupree from the behind with the M4 gets Vitality 17-16 in the lead.
I would not want to be in Gobby or Zonic shoes right now. there are no more attack timers remaining. Just remember that. So all they can do is just sit and watch the stress everyone is feeling in the server, the fans, the coaches. Heck, I'm feeling stress for both of them right now. Nice attempt there from Sursen, but big, yeah. They win the first round. They're on their attacking side, but Vitality able to recuperate themselves and recover. And now they have the lead. It's a tenuous lead, Vince. Just the tiniest of margins. 17 to 16. First team to reach 19 wins. And the other goes home.
And if we hit 18 at deadlock, we will head to second OT for the second time in this elimination matchup. There, of course, is a human element. I'm sure everyone watching this understands the amount of effort, the blood, the sweat, the tears, the dreams that both these teams have of going the distance, winning the entire major, having their moment in the sun one more time for some of these players, and the first time for a lot more. And all of that hangs by a thin thread. One big play, one moment of brilliance could make the difference, could get your team the win.
The wall of smoke is getting deployed here by Vitality. We saw a smoke being deployed by the CDs as well towards the entrance of Secret to just give them a ruse as someone around the corner towards Secret. In the meantime, though, Sursen finding Dupree, but Masuta with an immediate trade. And Sursen's just combat opping up close and personal. This is getting chaotic. This is getting dicey. Matizian and Tapson, they strike in tandem. And all of a sudden, Vince, it's all in Magisk with 2 clean taps. And all of a sudden, down to a 2v2. You blink and you miss it. The Dane is coming alive.
He most certainly is. Zaiwu in the meanwhile, though, alongside him for the ride. 30 seconds. The Dane from killing to supplying the bomb-carrying duties with Tizian and Crimbo. Crimbo has been Mr. Dependable. Throughout this best-of-3 series, he has been on point. His positioning cannot be questioned. Magisk, though, on a measly 18 HP, goes down first. Tizian can hit and run.
10 seconds.
Flashbang. The time is so low that Zaiwu has to just chase him, has to rush in. Gonna go for the plant. It will be afforded to him, but will he be able to live to tell the tale? Yes, he will. And now Crimbo's up against him, and the Prodigy will come out second best. Crimbo bests Zaiwu and keeps big in this match.
15 HP. And Zaiwu, the Prodigy, almost making it happen. Vince, there was no time. He just plants the bomb, gets off it, gets the kill. The 1v1, almost finding Crimbo, but you said it best. Crimbo, he looks like... We had our questions about his kid, like he's coming in playing the most high-pressure game of his entire young career, and he comes thumbs up. Gobby is a happy man, at least for now.
Yes, because in 3 seconds, we go again. And both teams have purchases. This game is far from over. It has been neck and neck. Mirage, as Blair said, a far cry. The most one-sided of maps. But now, Vitality and Big are digging deep. The rulebook can get thrown out of the window. This is pure nerve, grit. And taps are coming through. Tapson's still alive. Able to stay alive a bit longer before Zaiwu will smack him down to size, and that gives them secret control on top of it, but Tizian's already making moves into vents.
Tapson overstaying his welcome. He was out in the open. It was so fortunate he wasn't actually perforated by the AK-47 bullets. And Simple with the Magnum, shutting him down. Tizian now. He does have backup nearby in the form of Crimbo on his side, but Magisk for the first test, and he will come out on top. Tizian falls. This defense is crumbling.
There's Crimbo again, though. He's had so much impact. Oh, nearly 3! But he's given Big a chance. A way back in. And Searson darts through the smoke, into the Molotov, but more importantly, into Zaiwu's crosshair. And now Faven has to try and pull this clutch out of his pocket, and Zaiwu, with yet another AWP shot, connects the dots and gives a match point, elimination point, in favor of Vitality.
These 2 opening kills though. Zaiwu finding Tapson just as the smoke starts to fade. What is even that from Zaiwu? He is delivering time and time again. 35 kills for the Frenchman, ably supported by his countrymen in the form of Apex and Masuda. And Big Vince, you said it. They need this round to take us to the second OT, or else this one is done! And ZywOo! Circet, get out of the server! 4v5, Vitality, they need 4 more kills.
Oh, ZywOo, these last 5 rounds, it's been a masterclass on how to T-side AWP, how to have impact. Take notes. Big aren't done just yet, but they are dangling so tentatively, so close to elimination. Well-placed, well-timed incendiary. Keep Vitality on their tiptoes. Big can just breathe another couple of sighs of relief, but they know they're going to have to dig down deep. Because Vitality still have a ton of utility. On the other side of the coin, though, there's no kits in play, no smokes, no incendiaries for Big. If they're going to win this round, it's going to have to be raw fragging power, and Tizian may be the man to deliver. 1 kill and a little bit of damage done onto a second player. They line up, but ZywOo continues to twist the knife in the side of Big. And Crimbo is the last man standing, the last hope. The last reprieve the Big have to build behind before they may be relinquished out of the major. Now, he's had some massive moments. He's had some huge spray downs, some huge clutches. But against 4 players retaking on the A site, this surely is too tall an ask for a player that is so inexperienced compared to his compadres. But there's the first shot. Gives them a way back in, and a second, but it's the 2 weakened players. Time is so low, he has to get on this site right now. And there's the white swing, and there is Vitality living to fight another day.
Finally, they get a hug from Zonic. Apex collapsing into the arms of the big man. What a victory, what a win, what a battle.
You can see Apex is spent. He is exhausted. Understandably so. That was a marathon of a best of 3.
ZywOo, Vince, the final couple of rounds, he became a man possessed. Ascended beyond what we thought he could. We were just literally wondering, what more could he do? T-side AWP, just combat opping, not missing a single shot. It has got to be crushing for Big. You can just see on their faces. And at least they have Gobby behind them. He's been in this situation many times in the past. Commiserations for Big. They gave that everything, Vince. They gave that everything. They put up a hell of a showing. And shout out to them for making this one of the best series that I have had the pleasure of casting. That was brilliant stuff. A couple of rounds, a couple of mistakes, 1 kill going either way. It could potentially have been Big, the ones staying alive in the legend stage. But eventually, yeah, that's going to be it. Vitality, congratulations to them. That was one of the toughest wins I think they've grinded out in a while.
I honestly think both teams can come out of this feeling pretty proud of their performance. The first map was fairly one-sided, but these second 2 maps, we had every clutch, masterful rotations, great calling, some amazing moments of individual brilliance. You said yourself, ZywOo in those last 5 rounds was just a god of AWPing. He was everywhere, he was omnipresent, he couldn't be killed, he was landing fast combat AWPing shots or long-range encounters. But let's also not forget, he was doing most of his work in this best of 3 with rifles on CT and T sides. But Big, this is just the unfortunate aspect. We're at the legend stage, this is where all of the huge teams take part, and unfortunately, they were on the receiving end today of a Vitality on form.
And the thing is, the most impressive feat for me personally is the fact that this was a very quiet start from Magisk and Dupree. They were a combined 1 kill and 20 deaths in the first, I think, 10 or 11 rounds, and it came down to the Frenchmen, the Musketeers in the form of ZywOo, of Apex and Masuda, and they delivered. And it took a while for Magisk to wake up. It took a while for Dupree to wake up as well, but wake up they did at the very end. A rough game individually for Dupree, someone who was incredible on Vertigo, but in the end they get it done. The MVP is, of course, going to be the man himself, ZywOo. What a magnificent performance from him. And you said it right as well, Vince. 38 kills, majority of which came in on that CT side with the rifles.
Yep.
But those 15 kills with the AWP, I felt like almost every one of them came on that in that OT where he just was running amok, just absolutely smacking down everyone with his magic wand.
Absolutely. And I can't overstate how gutted I am for Big here, because I honestly think Tabson in particular had some great performances. Crimbo, Favon as well in this best of 3 was just so consistently good. But that's the nature of the Major. That's the nature of the Legend stage. You go 1 and 2, you know you're going to be up against good teams. There are no easy matchups at this stage of the Major. However, that does mean we have to wave a goodbye to Big and a congratulations to Vitality, who move across to the 2 and 2 bracket. We still have plenty more Counter-Strike coming up today on the A and B stream though, guys. So stay tuned. We'll be back soon for our next elimination match here on the B stream.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Well, I bet you're thinking, how can this get any better than that big Vitality matchup that just went down? And, I got a little surprise for you, right? This is a pretty exciting one, Hugo.
Yeah.
This is G2 taking on the Outsiders, right? This is two squads who were able to get into the champion stage last major. G2 made a run all the way to the grand finals where they faced Na'Vi. And now they're here at this major in Antwerp, staring elimination dead in the face. So kind of an exciting situation we find ourselves in, albeit one that feels a little weird.
It's a naughty matchup because we have outsiders who we know to long out series and love an overtime and play games the full 3 maps, the full 30 rounds. And we know G2 on the other side are a team that do struggle to close these games. They've already shown that in the Legend stage already with 2 overtime losses. They have had very hard matchups. I'll give that to G2, right? Like Na'Vi on the first day, not an opening game you want. Literally the rematch of last major final in your opening Legends matchup. G2 have had a hard run at things, even taking on Heroic as well, who we know do so well in this studio environment. But there's no excuses at this point, Harry. We've already said goodbye to Big. We will say goodbye to one more of these teams, and G2 need to bring their A game because outsiders are really a roster that can beat anyone when they're on form.
Yeah, and you know, I think when we kind of talk like expectations, where squads view themselves, a lot of teams like to play it safe. But you know, when you're a G2, when you're a Na'Vi, you're a FaZe, you're not really allowed to kind of toe that line of saying, yeah, we're just taking it as it comes. Like this was meant to be a championship team. This was meant to be a team to lift major trophies, and they're currently 1 and 2 in the group. Yeah, it's gonna have to be a pretty big day in the office. You know, we can't afford to have some of these slow starts out of key players, right? For example, Mossy to just hit the ground running from the get-go. It's also kind of hard when you look at his AWP counterpart on the other side, and Jame is a very frustrating AWPer, right? I think all you have to do is go back and watch their matchup versus Vitality on Mirage.
Good example.
Zywoo was off to an incredible start. He was 12-3, and then he dies to Jame once. He just dies to Jame once in one slight over peak in middle, and from that point, I think he got like 5 kills in the rest of the game. It was just mental, like
James
how
in his head.
Exactly, right? And how like this passive kind of play of AWPing that Jame can muster up can feel so oppressive at the same time. So yeah, you know, you don't really envy the position that he's in right now. But let's start to talk through this Outsiders squad, Hugo.
Yeah, such an exciting team. We always love watching these guys. Yakinda, definitely the guy to look out for if you're looking for a big performance today. But him and Flit have certainly found their 1-2 punch on these T sides, and this team has gotten better and better at those attacking halves. Remember, this is a core of a roster who went to a major grand final in Avantgarde back in Berlin in 2019. So they've had the experience, right? It's not just the stage play that Yakinda finally got to taste back in Stockholm. One matchup, of course, they fell to Heroic there as well. But, you know, these guys have been on the big stage before. They know what it's like, and they want to get there again, Harry. But not only do they need to win this match, they need to go through flawless. We've got our vetoes, though.
Veto is super interesting, right? Out of the 6 maps played between these 2 teams, 5 of them have been Mirage, right? That's 2 Mirages for G2, 3 for Outsiders on the other side. And it's going to get taken out by G2 in that second stage of the ban. So this is like a very, very fresh look coming through in this BO3 map pool. I do find it super interesting that it's banned out. Part of me figured that it could have been the Decider or left waiting in the wings, but instead it's going to be Dust as that 3rd map.
These are the best maps you're ever going to get for this series in terms of the styles, especially the Outsiders play, but just the kind of matchup you have here, right? It's the info game, it's the blindfolded Counter-Strike that is Inferno, that is Vertigo, especially on those CT sides, playing for gamble stacks, something Outsiders are so good at, you know, drawing in early rotations with no information. You know, G2 on those odds are very heavily favored, and yeah, I agree, they probably should be given the championship level that we expect of this team, but we've not really seen at this event, Harry. Sure, the challenger stage was great. They ran through 3-0, they looked flawless, they looked incredible. They even took down Spirit, which in overtime, which didn't look like much at the time, but now we know just how much that game means given how Spirit have gone through to championship 3-0 themselves here in this stage. But for G2, you know, they may be favored in those odds, Harry, but Outsiders are certainly going to give them a run for their money.
Let's get into this one then. It's Inferno to open up. G2 taking on Outsiders, elimination on the line. And we're going to start this off on Inferno. Outsiders map pick. They've got this T-side opener. A lot of utility. That should leap out at you right away, right? Only 2 sets of armor. Everyone else donning util. On the other side of things, yes, kind of similar story, right? A nice bit of stopping power for G2 with these smokes and flashes. Hunter up close in the apartments. His dual Berettas managed 3 kills so quickly. And even though Buster's retrieved them, even though now he's got 2 guns, and so in theory that's better than 1, he's still going to be hard-pressed to find a way back into this.
2 guns, but 4 opponents, Harry. Oh no, the model gives it away, and he can't hit those back shots. Jack from the back hits a headshot, and Kicker is trapped in a 1v4. They're going to face him together. Nice peaks for G2, and the flash was even inbound to give them the round. 1-0. And that is a slaughter. What a pacey round for Outsiders. Very rarely do you see a pistol, especially on a map like Inferno, where you want to get that info, you want to figure out where the CTs are leaning. Is there a gap? Can we XXB? That was a very decisive, sped-fast pistol through apartments, and they get mauled by dual Berettas. G2 starting things off on the right foot.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what kind of form we get out of G2 here, right? I can assume that the fire's probably lit beneath them, right? What with the situation, but on top of that, you know, we had the whole heroic smack talk versus Nico. I want to see if that fires him up, you know, and if Outsiders kind of become the martyr for this G2 squad to go up against, right, and take out all that pent-up rage on.
Yeah, and you imagine there is a lot of pent-up rage. We saw it, you know, in that Imperial game. Like, Nico was getting stressed. It felt like he couldn't do enough to win the rounds. He was getting so many multi-kills, and G2 was still dropping the ball, and that game went 16-10. But even in those 2 Ls to Heroic and Na'Vi, very long games, very difficult ones for G2 to close in overtime, both falling 19-17. So I think G2 have gotten fairly unlucky with their matchups, but that's unfortunately no excuse at this stage. You still have to perform. You still have to go through to those playoffs. Na'Vi have already made it. But now these plucky CIS players of Outsiders, couldn't think of the right adjective there.
Yeah, you know, I mean, with how you're running with it, I thought you were going to say underdogs. I was like, man, I don't know if that's fair or...
I mean, odds-wise, yeah, sure, but they're still... I can never count out Outsiders.
No, I mean, dude, it's exactly like what we said coming into this. Like, these guys are both... Sorry, these teams are both playoff teams. Like, they're both teams that make deep runs. It's kind of astonishing we're even in this position where at the end of this series, we're saying goodbye to one of them. Alexi with this double opener. It's a last, like, 10-second push. They do have to die. That part is important. And luckily enough, Nico and Alexi will oblige them in that quest.
Yeah.
G2, 2-0, they get the conversion. But this is what Outsiders were waiting for. Money now locked and loaded, this investment ready to come in. And they're going to have an all right, you know, little bonus round to go up against. Still with SMGs in play, Famous for Jax. This is where Outsiders are hoping to put their first on the board.
Yeah, these rounds can also be very oppressive. Like, G2 have great util on CT side, but, you know, they made up that deeper mid smoke, but also just popping players into top mid fights, or in this round, I guess, down Banana. 4 players on B. It's Nico lining up a flashbang at Coffins for 3 guys setting up Car. Jax, if he dies mid, this round is wide open for Outsiders, and they really want to go through this smoke. Yakinda finds the gap. Jax looks away, but he does recover well, getting that kill and getting out alive. Hunter's already here on rotation. There's 3 players now in position for G2. The gap is gone for Outsiders. They've got to make one of their own.
Oh, Buster, clean opener. You know, does get tagged down to 10, but you'll still take that, goes untraded. And so he's at least put this back in a 4-on-4. G2 now, still with a lot of their resources, you know, lent towards this A bomb site. A deep banana smoke from Alexi. Gonna slow down any attempt to take this banana control back. He's making a bit of a gamble here. Alexi's leaving B open. And that's interesting, man. Outsiders, we know this about them. They love working within the extremities of this timer, right? They really do leave it down to the wire. And they're not above taking these kind of late round explorations. G2 are going to start to go for mid control. They've kind of misread the situation here. All that space that they spot in mid led them to believe this was destined to be a B play. Outsiders now, 20 seconds left. It has to go towards A. The bomb's here. Oh, he is going back down Banana. Going to try and be a last-second switch up into the B play, but it does hinge on Kicker winning this fight. And with him not winning that, James, 1v3, needs the plant. So little time left. He's
lost.
He's just faking it out, trying to stay alive, run down. That is very ugly out of Outsiders.
I mean, it was a nice check for Kicker, right? He cleared Alexi, but not a very confident peek there. Maybe he was expecting him a lot deeper off that rotate, but yeah, that's a bit of an awkward one. I guess Outsiders hoped that G2 would panic rotate B after Nico walked down middle, kind of playing into exactly Outsiders want to do. They make you feel so comfortable in these mid rounds to get aggressive. Oh, look, I found a massive gap, but no, there were still 3 players in alternate apps. It's a bit awkward for James. He wasn't convinced on the stick. To be honest, if he sticks there, he probably still dies. It looks just as silly, but if you want to win the round, sometimes that's what you got to do. James, he's not a guy who always plays for the round. We saw him even the other day save in a 3-on-1 with an enemy bomb site, but he could have planted. Nice kill for Nico. He's removed the rifle from play. There's still armor on Kicker, board up just to find this weapon. But those nades went in after the fact, and he suddenly can't find the gun. Oh, Kicker. Inquisitive. But he can't see a thing. Where the hell is it gone?
Where's it gone?
Good luck. J-Raz is flying around the map in panic right now. It's got to be somewhere.
Where is it?
Those nades were excellent for G2. That's what I can tell you. They have completely blown any chance of winning this round out of the window.
Dude, that's brutal. Oh, they found it. They found Ager. There we go. Buster seems very aware. Oh, that's a clean deagle. Up on the boost, Nico waiting for them to move in. Hunter's drawing the attention away, and now Nico pounces as well. It's good, util right to real. You just grind this one to a halt. For the outsiders, James is waiting for Flit to join him. But with just these Tech-9s going into this Hunter-Nico hold, you don't favor their chances here. Nico tries his hand at the tap. Hunter's going to show him how to spray, and they light up outsiders there.
Yeah. So I guess what happened is Nico blew the gun up top B, swapped it for the A4 or A1S, got there in the end, and just threw his A1S somewhere, and they found that instead. So at least they got a gun, but it mattered not. G2. When Nico's going for taps already, he's feeling fresh. We saw him on Twitter. He's got he was aimbotsing earlier. I think he got 10k bot kills while he was waiting for that big game to end. So certainly feeling good. And that much is translating at 4-0. Outsiders with a 4-buy though. AWP on James. Monacy going to meet him. Starting 4B, G2 keep doing this, really trying to establish banana control. It's often Kicker who's on these solo lurks, taking logs, somewhere that G2 can keep in mind and double nade later in those rounds. Right now, Outsiders wanted more than one man to be, but look at this cycle of utility, just when you think you can get comfortable. Oh, through the smoke, Nico trades Alexi, so keeps things alive, but Buster still wants to fight, and he's beating that next smoke.
Yeah, he's up ahead of it, Nico. Holding, just waiting patiently. They're locked in this fight of tiny, pixels making the difference. The flash won't blind Nico, but Buster will still deliver the opener. That's the B site now vulnerable. And Outsiders this time, they don't wait around. They're quick to recognize the opportunity they've been given here, and they're going to move into an empty B site.
Yeah, great call for James. They slowed down there for a second, scared that maybe there were more players just due to how much utility had come down already. But James must have just made the call, yo, Buster, go. We've got it. And when Jay makes that call, we've already talked about the outsider system and how they have to believe in Jay in just the crazy way that this team plays. Buster does. He knifes out up B into that site. The read is right, and outsiders are on the board. Hunter, he can live here from the bomb if he doesn't take more than 30 damage, but he needs to be getting kills on the way out. That's why he's here. Does make that drop. They shouldn't have heard it. So Hunter, with that CT smoke, is given away out. We got a game on our hands.
Yeah, dude, it's a little bit weird right now, right? All this kind of opening firepower is coming from Buster. He's very much been responsible for all of these kind of space-creating kills. That's not like super odd in and of itself, but it's the quiet performance paired up with that from your Kindar and Flit, guys who you often associate with being those guys who can create space. So
on this map, you see it a lot less with Yakinda. Those T sites, he does have a lot of trouble. He's never really entering B. Sometimes he's that guy running through the smoke, but more often than not, it is Buster and Kicker taking Banana instead, and Yakinda on slow A defaults. And we've not really seen G2, other than that one round from Nico walking down mid, challenging this position. This is the difference, though. Double lat setup, and no better time for it.
Yeah, this is going to be hard for Flit, right? 2 here, they've seen the barrel, but he does win the spam.
Okay.
Hunter now dead, and Jax is going to fall on out of there. Doesn't want to be another casualty of this apartments play. Early man advantage, Flit up on the board now as well. Nico's going to try and re-aggress with Alexi in towards Banana. The nade, good damage from it.
Nice.
Softens them up for Nico. Still, Buster will trade that one out, right? This little duo of Buster and Kicker that you talk about. Able to keep this looking pretty for Outsiders as they now sit 4 on 3 up, rather.
Oh, Alexi, I thought it was a gamble. He's going back to grab nades. That HE could kill Buster if it's well placed, and that's a top B smoke as well coming in. But Outsiders are running their execute. It looks like the commit as well. This nade could still do good damage to Yakinda. As he comes in, he gets bullied by it. Still yet to frag, and the spam might not help either. Buster terrified to cross as the smoke is now faded, and there's no replacement, but that bomb needs to go.
Oh,
wow.
He had to win that, man. 10 points of health. And killing Alexi on the cross has given a route to this plant. They're still paranoid that there could be more bodies here, but eventually they've got to commit to this stick. Outsiders in with a second. G2. Dude, that's a real shame. Like, there was a huge chance in that round. It's not every day that you kind of have these 3-on-4s, especially when you're pushing into a solo B hold that you're feeling too comfortable in. But there was a huge chance there with that CT smoke having faded, with the nades doing great damage, you know, the bomb having a cross in the final 20 seconds. The pieces were all teed up for Alexi to try and get something phenomenal done. And that's where, you know, 10 HP Buster just kind of completely domes him out in a must-win fight on the cross.
Yeah, well, they're sending Buster in because he's low. Flit has the bomb behind him. If Buster goes in and dies, which is part of the plan, Flit should be trading that. For Alexi, like, a good scenario would be killing Buster and getting out and then 3v3ing the retake, but his team was so far away. And you already mentioned Buster's entry work this game. Well, he does it again. That was a sick kill to just guarantee the round for Outsiders. Looking like their game plans towards B. Really just fighting for Banana every single round, but G2 have been keen to start 4B. This one, not going to be the case. G2 definitely familiar with how Outsiders have been, you know, mixing up the pace more recently, going for faster T rounds just to catch you off guard, because look at G2, they have all their utility still. They know these are late round plays. What a gap. Hunter is all the way down middle. This A1S silencer can often give you away on the bench angle. It's not too great, to be honest, but it requires m0NESY to hit the shot, and that's what he's good for. He's trying to bait a peek. Buster with nades out. There's a kill. Hunter looks for 2, but James swivels in the air. Yakinda's trying to help as well. They saw him get lower.
Oh, it's only a tag out of James Orp. Hunter doing a lot from this mid-take. Good for the double. He's set G2 up nicely. Outsiders, they've now got to play catch-up in this round. Tag from m0NESY's Orp. Going to force a bit of respect out of Yakinda. Smoke down over towards long A. Going to give Flit a bit more room to work this short side control. But it doesn't feel like Outsiders want to use that right now. Looking like they're going to try and, I was going to say maybe flash Kicker in, but they've decided against it.
Yeah, and because of Alexi's position, there's such a nice stack on this A side right now. Nico is re-aggressed in middle. Yakinda's having to AWP. He's so low. Flit's going to come out boiler. If he just contacts that, he could have killed Nico, but smoke on long, and as said, Nico's ahead of it. He's got a nice bit of vision here in mid. He's going to catch him with nades out. They're just running it dry. They think he'd respect the long smoke, but he was there way ahead. 2v2 at the bomb site. G2 are good.
Yeah, m0NESY and Jax have got this crossfire set up, and with so little time left, that's Flit dead. Yakinda was caught running back, looking to save that AWP. G2 just kind of manhandling them in that top mid play. I do love that from Nico, right? Long was conceded earlier on. If you remember, Flit got all the way out and up short, kind of like near the hay bale, and then went back to regroup for that hit in middle. And it gave them a real false sense of security as to the real estate that G2 would have in top mid.
Yeah, we're seeing a really good look out of G2 to start this game. That's a tag as well, m0NESY. Doesn't look like he's hitting these, but he certainly is, putting on damage early. And Yakinda's only going to be slowed down further as a result. I've seen games where Yakinda's gone completely silent T-side Inferno and still rushed down Banana with MP9s and popped off in the second half. So it would be nice to see him start a bit stronger, but it's not the be-all and end-all. Boost up. Not connect this time, and Buster gets that opener. again, good for these 5-on-4s for Outsiders.
G2 are still looking to fight for this top banana area, though they don't want to concede this. They don't want to give this space up to the Outsiders, throwing in that smoke. Just going to slow it all down. But Outsiders are more than content with this. You know, it's a very weird spot. You try to hold on to all this util, right? And it's nice that Jax and Hunter still have their utility over here towards the A-lane. Nico's even retrieved another smoke that was dropped over here on the B side of the map. And him having that smoke is massive, man. Outsiders right now are poised for this B hit. With the smoke going in, if they wait for that one to fade, they are playing it in like the final, 10 seconds of the round. They might have no choice but to go through. Nico can't afford to go down to spam here. They're trying their best. They're flashing in now, but he will just hold the line. It's only one out of Nico. The nade from Alexi's nice. With the bomb now cut loose, 10 seconds. It's crossing in. Lots of damage to Jame, but not the kill. And so a 3v3 on the retake. G2 having to wait for Jax to make his way over. But as he gets here, it should look to begin now. You've got a flash on Alexi to try and set this up.
Oh, James just grabs him out of the air. Flash does nothing. Hunter's left side. James doesn't know he's double scoped. He could just die here if Hunter goes for the peak. But nade's out. James goes wide. Clears the angle. Jax no time for this one. 1v3 and he's trapped in ruins. They want to make sure this gun goes with him. But it might cost their lives as well. James has to evacuate as that bomb's going off. And his team still hanging around. Buster's going for it. Last second fight, and that's perfect. It's so Outsiders-esque. He dies, but it's worth it, really. Outsiders are trying to slowly but surely break this money down of G2 to pull back the half, and that is one round to do it. Seemed like things went well enough there for G2, right? Nico held 1-for-1 plus some damage. The nade from Alexi this time actually got the kill on the cross, and he put Jame low. All the makings to a round, but not able to do it on the retake. It's Jame who comes alive with the AWP, and this guy in a post plant is a different beast entirely. Clay pigeon shooting for Jame. Odyssey again attempting a mid pick, finally won't get a tag. Jame holding that jump cross. Really not a lot to play with here for G2. Smoke's traded, and Nico has one more at this B site. Allowing a 4-man A stack with the AWP included here.
Whoa, tiny angle, man.
Is that what you call him, honestly?
Yeah, that's his
tiny
nickname.
angle man.
Tiny angle man. Not quite as good as the Flash, but I kind of like it. Got a bit of a ring to it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Right, he's got the big green here. They put a lot of faith in him in this force buy. Slow take of top middle out of the Outsiders. Yakindar looking towards long, and he's got Buster with him. Hunter will get checked. Yeah, Yakindar invested in that angle.
Nice
and with the long smoke already down for the Outsiders, Monacy was locked out of helping his teammate over at long there. The AWP now needs to hold the line. There's that first. Monacy's AWP hits the ground running. Gonna need even more mileage out of it. Outsiders, they don't really, well, I was gonna say, they don't really have the time to go back, but they always seem to defy the logic there. They're gonna try and return to this B play. Okay. Nico here alone with the Deagle. Back of the B side. Outsiders moving in, but it's very slow. It's very measured. And as they go in, one kill in the right place is going to do it. There's Nico sending them packing. The last second rotate does betray the Outsiders. They don't have the time to fully clear B. And so Nico just wins it to the clock, really. Plays within, the confines of the final 5-6 seconds as James crossing with the bomb. And the round was theirs all day long on the back of it.
Okay, that's twice Outsiders have done that, and now I really hope to not see that mistake again, right? G2 know what this team likes to do, and they just don't leave a bomb site open. They don't leave it empty. They always have an anchor remaining, and that's twice now that Outsiders have crept into B with 5 seconds left and tried to stick a plant. 3 if you count the one with Jame. But yeah, the other one was Alexi and Spawn, and Buster's trying to clear him, or kick it rather, trying to clear him at tree with 10 seconds. Like, these are silly mistakes. Just expecting a little more respect out of G2, but they had not done enough to pull rotations. And that's, I mean, Nico hits perfect shots. He doesn't rush that kill onto Kicker. He just takes the planter instead, knowing that is the route to the round. Both kills, AK upgrade, the AWP kept on, and James left on a deagle. Rarely do you see this guy getting the worst end of the stick, the shorter straw. James coming up from air from under. And G2 finally own Banana.
No way, they're
Crazy.
full sending it. Nico flashed in and out of there after one, living to tell the tale. That is beautiful for Nico. Flashed in by Alexi to make it all happen. Outsiders are trying to reclaim this kill, trying to bring us back into a 4-on-4. But G2 are still fighting on the Banana side. They still want these engagements. Jame over on the ramp side, bomb on his back, can't afford to go down crossing, and it will just tumble away. The bomb now loose in mid. Even though they're going to claim that kill over on the short side, they've got to go back and get the bomb. With only 10 seconds left, this is a save out of Yakindar, and Flit just going to hold on to these AKs, run them again in the next round. Beautiful bit of Banana work there for Nico.
So if you want to play as well as Nico, all you've got to do is 10,000 bot kills before each map you play. So keep that in mind. It's a little secret trick that you can try at home. Anyone can do it. Those are sick, though. G2, I mean, Nico got punished earlier by just pushing down mid-drive, but a little more supported this time for the utility. And also Outsiders just not expecting disrespect out of G2 because it's been punished before. But what a nice way of not only going and getting that bottom ramp kill, but then he just sits back on the half wall as well. That's a position you can't really flash. None of the default Banana flashes for Car are going to do anything about it because of the balcony over your head. But also it's just such a weird off angle. You're so committed. But when you got aim like Nico, you can be committed and still get away with the kills. 7-3 and more broken buys for Outsiders.
What do you make of this? Flit's throwing the AK to Kicker.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he's getting something in return for it.
Trying to
will
wake
get
him
given
back
a
up.
tag.
Yeah,
so trying to bring Kicker back into the game because he's had a bit of a rough go at it so far.
But also you need Banana, right? And that's the high point of contention that we've had this game. G2 are going to fight for it again with 3 players.
He's got the spawn as well, so he's just running in. Yeah, this
I
is
like
spawn-based,
this,
right? Trying to take this control early, trying to get ahead of the G2 utility, and it has forced a bit of respect out of them. Conceding the Banana side. They might go back for one of these late takes, right? They haven't minded doing that. That's what Nico's setting up for now. But as he hears the footsteps running over the car, will that make him reconsider? That smoke goes in and Outsiders just fall away from it. And I like that, right? You know when all that util's coming over, you're anticipating that flashes are going to go with it. G2 are going to try and fight you over at the car. They've got their full util set in to make that happen.
They will.
Right now, it really is like this kind of battle for Banana. And it feels a lot like a chess game, you know? It's like one team does something, then there's the reaction. I don't really know how chess works. Now's a good time to admit that.
Trading pawns for space. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah,
like
exactly,
Like a pawn for a knight, that's a good trade.
Oh, well, it depends if you're the one giving up the pawn, yeah. Go with checkers, Harry. It's way easier. It's more down your avenue. That you just jump over the pieces.
That's the one that's like backgammon with more steps.
Yeah, exactly. Extra steps.
Alexi,
right, here we go.
Playing around the top Banana smoke. They are going to come through this, right? Once again, just leaving it down to the wire for the Outsiders. They've got no flash to actually send them in with this. So it's going to be like a dry smoke walk in the final few seconds. That util's coming over. And, well, Nico only going 1 for 1 is certainly a starting point here. Alexi's bested. Hunter, through the smoke, has also dealt with Yakindar. His head on a swivel. 3 kills to his name. And one of these 2 hero guns finding a boatload of impact has put Outsiders in a doable spot. Yakindar's holding for Jax's rotation and is now on for the ace. 4 out of 5 kills in the round and just Monaseat left to beat.
Time is not good, but he's got the kit, he's got the smoke, flash in and over. Monaseat trying to fight Yakinda first. No, can't find that second player though. Yakinda swings out and Monaseat can't hit it. It's the ace for Yakinda in the B-bomb site. 1 of 2 weapons and he does everything with it. Beautiful shooting from the young Latvian, and that is one way to get around on the board.
It's wild as well, because it's like he was getting faced from all different positions, right? It starts with the boost, then the mana pillar, then the smoke run. You know, he's having to adjust so much in that site take as the one guy who can really like dish out some firepower. And he makes it work, makes it look a little too easy. If anything, outside is onto a fourth.
We were waiting for Yakinda, right? He had a bit of a cold start to this game alongside Kicker, who's yet to really recover, but is at least playing his role towards Banana. But that is one way to wake up and come in big. Not only that, Harry, but it's broken the money, finally, of G2 after this half was getting pretty out of hand, pretty one-sided. Outsiders, they sneak one past the keeper, and now they can start to close the gap. Just a few rounds between these two teams. And nothing in this one for G2. A couple of upgraded pistols and a smoke.
I feel like we've seen m0NESY look very, very measured with the AWP early on. And that's kind of the Jame effect for you, right? Like, normally you'd expect your CT AWP here on Inferno to be trying to get very involved in the early round, you know, trying to get stuck in.
Okay.
But we haven't really seen that yet from m0NESY. It's been super measured, oftentimes like leaning very passive back into the A site, you know, trying to make contact as they're launching these executes in. That's kind of the James/Outsiders effect for you. It forces a lot of respect out of AWPers who are normally very flashy, very aggressive and in your face. This round started well for them. They're looking to do good on the promise of a little freebie round up against the Pistols. Util cuts out Alexi.
I hope they get the practice in this round and, you know, clear back of the site, clear all the angles. The mollies are landing, yeah, pretty well. This should be fine. I mean, there's no one in there, but Outsiders has let them down before. Re-aggro needs to be punished here by Flit as they walk into B. Alexi comes through, goes 1 for 1, but Flit, he will begin to farm as he sows 2 heads into the ground. Bomb has been planted. Just m0NESY now trying to wrap him back, but Flit should have the drop. Let's see again, back in apartments, there's nowhere to go as Outsiders put on 5. In the anti-eco, as clean as it should have been. And now we have another rifle, one where Nico immediately drops out AWP over to m0NESY. He's seen this guy save games for G2 before. Even that Imperial matchup, which was so head-to-head, so neck and neck rather, so back and forth, and then m0NESY came in with that big 1v3 at 10-10 that completely shut down the game, and G2 won every round after the fact. So yeah, like you said, m0NESY, he's been pretty tapered so far, but we know he's got it in him. Taking a B peak perhaps, but James already here.
This might send him back real passive. Oh. There we go, right? Like, Hugo, you built that up perfectly, did he? He finally has his first go at getting stuck in early. What happens? Well, James already on the angle. He's the guy just locking it down. And you get removed. So I think for m0NESY, you know, that's probably where G2 said to him, like, okay, yeah, no, don't try that again. We'll go back to respecting this early. Going to try flash Nico in, but there are a lot of bodies here. Wow. Jame on the angle delivers another. The dink might have landed, but nothing else comes through for G2. And so this is Outsiders onto a 6. There really isn't anything that Hunter could be expected to do here to make a difference.
Just spamming smoke. Meanwhile, they've still got 2 lurkers just to kill this late player. Not rushing the bomb plant. They don't really need to. Yakinda's going to find this kill, and Jax is caught jumping up Hunter. They know he was spamming CT earlier, and so they just want to try and finish the job. Yakinda does it clean as can be, and ever since that ace, he's looked like a completely different player. Outsiders are trying to win the half right now. They are in for a very good chance to do so. G2 are playing for round 15 right now. It's about to be leveled out unless we have some phenomenal dig work. And I say dig work, it's not even really the money for it if you're G2.
And I mean, this round better than most so far. It highlights just why Jame is like this kind of debuff AWPer. Like he just ruins your options to get aggressive a lot of the time. You know, and that's how we say, like, it's funny how oppressive he still feels. You know, so often the reaction, if you go a man down, you try to claim some space, you try to make it worthwhile. You know, you try to make it worth your time and money, that you've just thrown someone to the wall. things work.
He's so hard to read, man. I'm going to go back to, I've said this before, but when we had Slacks from Sprout on, our cast for Pro League, he was saying how, of all the AWPers he'd played at that tournament, all the tier 1, all the incredible AWPers in the group, the one that ruined his team the most was Jame. And it's not like Jame even went crazy in that game individually, but he is just in your head the whole time. You think you got a read on him, and then he throws something completely different in. Just, yeah, you'll never see a player quite like this guy ever again, I don't think, in Counter-Strike Go. But, regardless, it's a quick A-Wrap. They're here very early. Pistols trying to tip-tap away. Re-aggression down Banana should be punished. Kicker gets spotted. They should know he's very close to the corner. Oh, they jump it. That's a good way of setting up for a trade. And one more kill comes in on the A site, but with m0NESY cleared from the pit, it's going to be a bomb plant. And at this point, Nico should be looking to save. Lexi trying to grab a gun on the way out. Buster's throwing his out the map, and this round's not over yet, buddy. Flint needs to hold on, so he shall. But almost for a second, Outsiders drop the ball. Nico will back out and play for that 15th round. This is big as well, getting this AK out. It means G2 will actually have an AWP. That wouldn't have really been a factor with armor unless Nico saves.
And like, dude, Outsiders have put so much time and effort into, kind of like breaking apart this B side of the map that the A players are a little cold to open up, right? Like they're not really having many chances. If you look at the actual like scoreboard right now for G2, it's the B players and the B rotator in Hunter who have all the kills. Like they're the only guys getting many opportunities to fight here. Over at A, you're having to be very measured. You're having to kind of play within the confines of the site. And so I think in the long run, it's kind of like creating paths for Outsiders over towards A whenever they want to lean back into it. You know you're going to have guys like Flit, your Kindle working this apartments control. G2 haven't really wanted to fight that yet. The one round they attempted it got shut out. So I wouldn't mind seeing them maybe try to put a bit of pressure on these Apps lurks, right? They're so consistent. You know you're going to get someone there in these rounds. It's just always a risk, you're kind of in your own head a bit taking that opening fight because you know the reality. If you lose it, you don't really get opportunities to reclaim that kill outside of the few seconds of a chance at a trade that you're going to get upon the initial contact. So, it is always tricky figuring out how to put a stop to the Outsiders. And this game is very much exemplifying all of those traits right now.
Yeah, m0NESY's got the AWP. Now, G2 coming in with their last round of the half. Their last fall by, they've had a couple of ecos in this half. And they even called a pause prior to it, trying to etch out an idea to win this half 8-7. m0NESY's on long side, fighting for it. He's going to get flashed. Fire the shot, and that's big info for Outsiders, just knowing this AWP is on A. Now, again, as far as they know, it could immediately rotate to that B bomb site. There's always that gamble, but they feel assured with m0NESY and Jax anchoring down A. The two quietest players, mainly because this has been a very B-centric half. G2, they feel the freedom to get aggressive. They've got enough manpower on this B site. Nico goes back to sandbags. He can even get flash further in. But I say that, there's actually no util, there's no flashes on B. They would have to swap out players if they want to do so. Nico's just playing on his off angle for a headshot. Outsiders don't want to challenge this. And he's trying to sell the position for Hunter, who's hidden in at the back of the bomb site. Outsiders, at 40 seconds now after throwing a util, are going to come back to the banana and try and take Nico down.
Oh, nades out for Kicker. They're expecting a lot more respect here. No chance at this trade yet. Util going over, but Jane will not commit to it. They're going to go back into an A play. Jax in the pit, playing this one-way smoke. m0NESY's here as well. Had a quiet start, and it's not set to get any better for m0NESY. Oh, Jax so low. They're just going to avoid it for now, try to get into the bomb site, but letting him stay alive, letting him still be here could cause them problems in the long run. It's a safe plot, but it doesn't go down in time. And Jame 1v4, 3 seconds. He cannot win this.
Unless you wanted the knife. Yeah, simply no time. Nice round out of G2. Jax has been dropping that one way all half, but Outsiders have never really committed up the short side. It's good for two reasons. One, when T's molly it, it will immediately put it out. He's done that already preemptively, but also you see the nice gap he has to fight in the short side, and they have no idea. They cannot see him back. A couple of rounds where Kicker presumed he had a lot more room than he did, taking Banana with knife out and getting caught by Nico or Alexi, but it's not the end of the world. It's still a very good T side on Inferno for Outsiders. But G2, that pause was worth its weight in gold. The triple B that they pull back into an A stack later on. And it's their round to take. We had an Apps pop for Outsiders in their T-pistol. G2 have a little more util available though. No kit. Kinder has a nade to lob down Banana. He is solo B right now. This is a pretty common start of a round for Outsiders going 4A, and James tries to get that info to piece together what G2 want to do. Outsiders, look at this setup. It is pit and site-centric, but they can't stay here forever. The quieter, or the longer it's quiet, the more you're getting scared of the possibility of a B execute, and G2 look to set that up now.
Trading util at Banana. I don't know if this does want to be the commit, right? When they kind of throw that decoy in, it's like to give the illusion that, you know, they were setting up with that flash early, trying to get someone out towards top Banana. But Outsiders have never fallen for this, and that util was enough to spook G2 away from the B play. There was a nade, there was a flash, they didn't like what they see. So now they try to recommit back into A, but 4 strong here for the Outsiders, all in the right place, right time. Monacy opens up. Jax is going to remove another flip in the graveyard, had to hold it down all alone. His teammates turned to dust around him. And so it's only Yakindar left up through Arch. Nico's already on the angle, and he doesn't miss those. G2 with a 9th. Wow. It's this pistol to open up the second half, and that was in spite of walking in to the trap that Outsiders laid over towards A.
Yeah, they bully Outsiders in that pistol, right? The point of going for a stack like that is you just have to commit with it. If you're Outsiders, you can't doubt yourself. You have to stay on the stack. But what works is Hunter comes in Apps early, gets all that info, peeks into A site, sees nothing, and that's part of the reason G2 go back. He's seen no one on the bomb site. He's seen no one in graveyard, but Outsiders were there. They were just crouched in, they were hidden, they were giving away nothing. And even the misinfo does G2 justice. Very clean pistol. And Outsiders with a bit of a classic in the second. They've set Yakinder up with a FAMAS. James got a scout, forced in, trying to flip the script, trying to convert, or stop G2 from converting. But it's default round from the T side. With this top B control, they can go back late into a B execute, but not too late, as we saw many a time for Outsiders. And they're going to roam maps, looking for picks early, where pistols often sit, but not this time. Triple B setup. Very common second round for Outsiders here. Not just having the FAMAS, but having a B stack. G2 trying to force their hand, force a fight, force util, anything that can give them a way into this round, but James on the angle. And on his contact, Yakinder can swing.
Yeah, bombs moving up here as well for G2. Looks like they want to try their hand at this B exec. Outsiders once again have got the stack here. Tag from James Scout, and even though it's a traded damage, right, James will take that all day long. Bombs going back down, Banana. Is it going to be a regroup into the A hit? Nico committing alone, trying to sell this B play, and he has sold it. Kicker dead over at A, and even though Nico dies, right, they've got this site, they've got full control. G2 very, very measured with how they approach this one, and they managed to best the stack.
Yeah, right now the calls are coming together for Alexei. G2 are doing a very good job of avoiding or even just tearing apart these good setups for Outsiders, these well-drilled setups. There's definitely a level of familiarity here. It's kind of why you called it a chess game in that first half between these two teams. That double smoke fake into B kept Outsiders there the entire round. They never wanted to pull that apart, and that just falls into G2's favor. You see one smoke on its own, you don't panic. You see a second, right after that's faded, you start to think that the hit is in. G2 are hoping to pull a third player to B, but that guy was already there and he never left. It's 10 rounds now. Yeah, we haven't seen a full buy, 4 outsiders. We've still got to wait one more as they get away with some stolen guns, but this is going to be G2 with quite the lead before we hit rifle rounds. Presuming nothing goes wrong here.
Yeah, but you're never ready to say it will, right? Or will or won't. I don't know, dude. I've got some memories of outsiders winning rounds that they certainly shouldn't have.
Yeah, are they going to push mid?
Oh, they try to have Yakindar fighting it early. At a bare minimum, that Famus is retrievable, but James doesn't want to commit to that fight.
He had lots of trade options there. Nico hung around after that first fight, and then another player even re-swung into the angle. In a round like this, outsiders, they've got to take as many shots as they can get before G2 execute, because not only do you not have the weaponry to multi-kill on your bomb sites, but you don't have the util to kill G2 in this round either. So right now it's a gamble. It's all you can really do in a round like this. It's very outsiders, 4 players on B. James does hang around for a moment, but G2 have again made the right call, and they've already won the round as long as they just commit on this info Hunter's gotten. And if James tries to rotate in and beat this long smoke, Hunter's going to see him from this gap in apps. Smoked off in library, long info lost, and G2 ready to close.
Now, I don't really love the save here if outsiders did want to go for it. You know, really the only things of value is this util you're going to take with you and the armor on guys like Jame and Flit. You'd love to do a bit of damage and force some reinvestment out of the G2 squad so they don't get to run a full bonus, and so outsiders will go looking for that damage now. They've dished some out, but no kills yet. G2 looking to keep this one flawless, even though they're still fighting these players for outsiders that are trying to save. Their goal in this round is very much changed over time. G2 up to 11, bonus round coming through the pipeline. Outsiders at a bare minimum going to have everything they need.
Yeah, it's looking a little flat on this CT side. Outsiders are just playing gambles. You know, they're just hoping G2 make mistakes, and a lot of teams would, but G2 just haven't made any errors yet in the second half. This is where I want to see people get involved. I want to see James taking his mid fights, maybe popping apps, you know, going across the stairs if G2 don't spot him. I want to see Yakinda and Banana as well, a position that G2 were really putting a lot of onus on in the first half, that won them a lot of rounds, forced a lot of late executes for outsiders that they lost to time or Nico at the back of the site. Yakinda hasn't really done anything towards B yet with that FAMAS. He's been very safe. Last round he played A, so this is the perfect round for outsiders to maybe throw themselves into some fights and do what they do best on this CT side. They've called out their third pause. They know just how important this opening gun round is to their CT side. Without it, likely 13-7 and almost no more opportunity. As good as they are at longing out games, and as much as G2 struggle to close, this gun round matters so much for outsiders.
It really does. It really, really does. And at least you've got all the pieces. Right, you've got James Orp, you've got util, you've got everything to make this one work. Now they've just got to stick the landing. It's up against the bonus round as well. G2 are going to play into this fast. It's a real change of pace. Out into top mid. Kicker will hold on, dealing with Hunter. That is a big opening kill. It's kind of removed all the paciness of this round out of G2.
Yeah, that's a round where if you get that opening kill off of the rush, you just speed, man. You just commit, but Kicker rather, the quietest player in the server, puts up a massive defensive kill to slow this one down. G2 still want to commit with the position they've been given. They don't want to let outsiders re-aggress and get that info back. Yakinda has rotated alongside with James, who's firing off shots through the smoke. Someone's got to go through and help Moto, because this bulk of the hit is coming through on the short side. James going to make that move. Oh, he's been volleyed though. He has to dive through. A minute on the clock. G2 are committing.
Yeah, they're moving in up the short side, right? Oh, the reload is so unfortunate, but Alexi somehow wins that. Meanwhile, Modesty double opener into the site. It's a 2v2 G2. This was a bonus round. And they're now poised to run away with it. Modesty dead. Alexi with this AWP. The rotate from Buster is very, very late up through middle, but if anything, that could work in his favor. Maybe Alexi discounts this. Right now, he's so fixated on flushing out Yakindar. Buster was never even considered, arriving super late to the party, but still making one hell of an entrance.
What was that from James? What was he trying to do? Did he think he'd beat the timing for Alexi and they'd swap places in the smoke? That's the only only example or answer I can give you. Like, he's hoping Alexi's running at him, and so he can trade places and group up with Yakindar. I really don't know. Either way, the early rotate for Yakindar and the move through Moto is really, really nice because G2 got 3 entry kills in about 5 seconds so quickly that Yakindar knew he was not going to be expected on that re-aggression. He's able to stop the planter off the bomb and stall just long enough for Buster up on the short side. Still a very sweaty round, one where m0NESY goes ham with the rifle entries, and G2, a close try, but they forced the final pause out of Outsiders. It may not feel like a lot in the moment, but those are the rounds that Outsiders use to pump them back up and get back in a game like this. G2 are going to be more than aware of that fact. James got his mid-spawn with the AWP. 5 and 10. Very quiet, though. He had, that one massive kill to open up onto m0NESY and Banana in the first half. Not really seen too much of note from him this game. Gotta see that return to glory.
Wants to give it a go now. Was waiting for like a flash peek into middle, and with that util not coming over, he just decides against taking the fight. Never offers that one up.
Nice nade. 3 players hit by that. 60 damage. G2, they want to commit early, it looks like. They're just running up. They maybe think the Outsiders are heavy B from the get-go, and they were right. Wasn't the commit.
It's nice though, it's kind of let them gauge the response, right? Because they lobbed in some util from top middle. They see what Outsiders' response is with util of their own.
Oh, wow.
It's even pulled a player away from this B bomb site. So all this util getting traded, it's worked to reinforce the A stack. G2, now if they follow through with the B play, things would be looking lovely.
Yeah.
Only Buster here. He does have a smoke, right? He can lob that in if he hears them start to take car. He's even got Yakindar moving back around with util of his own. It's nice that Yakindar's the guy to lob that smoke in, right? That's going to help Buster out. Means he can just sit pretty back at the bomb site, hold on to that smoke till later on in this round. Exec gets lobbed into B, but it's not the commitment for G2. They're going back into an A play. Outsiders never fell for this, right? Sure, they bought Yakindar back, but they're still 3 strong over on A.
Nice shot from James. That's the opener. 15 seconds. You've got to get a trade kill. Hunter will find it. Flit off the box, and they know James in the site. He's trying to hide in, duck down, kick it in the pit with a double, and James drops a bomb with seconds to spare. It's done. Nico has to dive away. Too late to the party as Outsiders put on 9. All off the back of that A-hole. G2 couldn't seem to make up their mind where they wanted to end. Just going back and forth between bomb sites, they managed to force a 4-man A-stack. They made that round look like the previous with all of that long utility, completely losing info on that long side for Outsiders. But yeah, even with only 3 on the site, they're able to hold it really, really easily. Jax is also very quiet, I noticed. 3 and 8. Not really had to say his name too much. The closer this game gets, the more worrying that score is.
Oh, the attempt at this little boost up over at Logs is immediately shut down. And dude, this squad get even more annoying once they've got these early man advantages. They don't often overstep for you to ever reclaim that.
Classic Yakinda move right here. I think Nico smoke pushes. Well, Yakinda's just as confident it seems, although gap in the smoke. Nico going for 1 taps, James the same, the missed shot, and Jax does come back in with a kill. That is high impact. They can explode right now. The bomb's late, but they're 4 here, and Hunter's got another. Gone from the pit, leaves Flit alone in holding this A site. They can save, they can retake, but what they can't do is stop A from being taken.
Dude, I think they're kind of fortunate that Yakindar tapered off with the banana aggression, because Nico's still here with the bomb.
They're trying to get him across.
Yeah, they're trying to get him out of there. He won't manage to cross on back. Outsiders are saving, and thankfully there was no point where they rotated down Banana there, or else that could have got super weird. G2, they are going to get this one over the line. And, you know, I hope we kind of go, I hope we see a return to some of these pacier rounds, right? Like, it's always rough. There's a reason why Outsiders games, no matter who they're up against, it feels like they always play out the same. They are a team that is so good at getting their opponent to subscribe to, like, their style of gameplay. Yeah. You'll kind of note that whenever teams play this team, they almost end up mirroring them on like, T-sides with how slow a lot of the rounds are, with how it does become, like, a game of trading util, info plays, grandiose fakes. And a lot of the time, I think one of the reasons why Outsiders frequently like win matchups where that happens is you're kind of going for like an imitation of a playstyle that isn't entirely your own. Like when I look at Alexi, my brain doesn't, especially on Inferno, it doesn't go to like some of these like really drawn out rounds. I'm used to things like Apps Pops, him pushing top mid smokes, getting stuck in early.
Just training players, you know, and trading their way through bomb sites really, really quick. But no, I agree. And that's why it made the first few rounds of this half really exciting for G2, because despite a lot of stacks for Outsiders, G2 would often avoid them or go into them and just remove them in seconds. So it was looking really, really good. But now that we've got nades, now that we've got Jane finding a couple of picks here and there, Yakinda taking Banana back, we're getting more Outsiders rounds build in. G2 do break through though, 12-9. Again, a fight back at B. Nico eating nades and mollies. He's got smoke ready for it, though. And try and fight back with a flash. As that top smoke, molly fades, he takes down Yakinda, completely caught off guard by that pacey pop off the back of his own smoke.
Yeah, I feel like that last round is just kind of imbued G2 with that energy again to realize that, okay, we got one kill that round and then just accelerated on the back of it. Let's try to create more opportunities for ourselves like that. You know, Yakinda just flat out wasn't ready for the pace change in that round of a smoke on the molly and a wide swing from Nico. Those are not the kind of fights you've been dealt earlier on in this half.
Well, there were two mollies as well, right? Like, that's the best part. He waits till the top one fades before he goes. Buster drops his cross smoke to get back to the pillar, but there's a lot of fire in the middle of this site. The spam from Alexi puts Flit on his last legs, but they can't find Buster. Smoke spam only goes so far. They've got to clear him out at the back of the bomb site.
Oh, they go back. They clear Nico out. That's huge. Buster's still alive here. And now the smoke starts to fade. Flit's able to help. At least draws the attention away for Buster to claim another life. He's just playing a timing game right now. Trying to waste as much time off the clock as he can by never giving them this fight. Starting to whittle away back in. Buster, last man standing, and they eventually flush him out. It's kind of mental that the guy playing B anchor around that, like, you know, like smoke for the pillar cross is the last guy left standing in the exec, right? Credit to him for staying alive so long, but as everyone else was stripped out of the round, started to feel a little bit inevitable there that one was going to tip back the way of G2.
It wasn't just the whiff from Flit on the Coffins play. Sure, it set Buster up, but it could have been 2 kills for Flit if he went a bit wider. But it's also the fact that G2 not only send Nico through tree smoke, but then also Hunter runs through after Nico dies. You may have read it once, Outsiders. You won't read it again. All those rotates get cut out, and then Buster can play off of no one. He just has to just take a peek and hope that he hits the head. He won't. m0NESY very patient. And that can be really impressive for a guy, you know, still relatively inexperienced in comparison to a lot of the players we have in the server. In fact, everyone. And you know, he doesn't freak out a lot. You don't see m0NESY panic in these hits right now on the T side. So 13-9, willing to play that clock right down to the bitter end. And this is G2 looking to steal a map right out of the series. Outsiders, a mishmash by Orc and P250.
Dude, yeah, this is scary with them all inning this, right? Like, they're hoping they turn it around now, or else they might never get rolling at all. If G2 win this, they go up to 14. The money for Outsiders is broken, and suddenly they're on for a bit of an upset in this first map, in the Outsiders map pick, to open up this Elim series.
What a cool...
They go in a B, they get it for free. And honestly, for Outsiders, there's worse things that could have happened here, right? You're going to get out with everything you bought into this round. And so that idea that, you know, their money was going to be broken up against 14 is now a non-factor with everyone staying alive. Is it going to be a unicorn round to find G2 their 14th?
They'll take it, man. Pacifist, G2, they're all for it. Not rushing the fights, and Outsiders get to give this one another go, but up against an even more dire scoreline. This is super impressive that G2 seem, you know, I don't want to jinx it, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but seem to be, you know, taking this one clean right now. This half has not really been a contest. We've had a couple of rounds in the mix for Outsiders, but this is their map pick. This is where they do some of their best work on CT sides, some of their gamble stacks. James been still quiet with the AWP despite a couple of kills. And G2 have risen above it all, 14-9, 2 to go. You know, it's kind of what we wanted out of G2. As much as I'm always believing in Outsiders, G2 coming in championship form to this tournament, 2 very close losses in games that they should have fielded W's in. It was time for a decisive victory. I just didn't think it was the place.
Oh, we're not out of the woods yet, right? There's one thing to be said, it's never over till it's over versus this Outsiders team. But I am inclined to agree with you. I think the fashion in which G2 have put these rounds up on the board, especially in this second half, have inspired a lot of confidence.
James back on his short angle with the AWP. Kicker app side and flit on long. G2 putting that pressure back on middle. James waiting for a wide swing or a flash to come through. We saw Hampus with a spam to remove Simple from this position yesterday. Do G2 have any tricks up their sleeve? That's a re-smoke in middle. G2 are way up and past it. 50 seconds. Modesty doesn't need to respect that smoke. They're coming in on our side. They're wrapping this A site. It's a full commit again.
Yeah, Flit's trying to set them up with flashes. Jame also lobbing them over long, hoping to slow this down. Kicker from within the pit opens up with this first kill. Oh, another one for Kicker, putting on a bit of a show for us now. And this crossfire inside of the site, it's going to be so hard to get past. And that's if you even get to it. Modesty up and over, but now brought to his knees. Nico, last guy left standing. 20 seconds, bomb cut loose over on the short side. He's running out of this round. He's done with it, wants no more part in it. Outsiders onto double digits. They repel that A play. And so the going is still good as far as they're concerned.
Yeah, sick round out of Kicker, right? Even when he's having a bad game, he is a super solid pit and apps anchor. Not really see much apps control on the CT side. Outsiders haven't been keen for the info on the A site. They keep getting surprised by these A attacks, but they do manage to put up a stellar defense. James is just looking a little bit out of it there, just running out through the middle of the site in the open when G2 already have all the way up to Moto. It's Kicker who just bails them out with 3 kills, both long players gone, and then the first guy on short side. 10 rounds for Outsiders, slow and steady, trying to bite back. Jame again waiting for that mid flash so he can take a peek, but G2 are not throwing one. They have no AWP themselves. It would be a free fight for Jame, but G2 try to avoid that engagement. And maybe that could be the difference maker, right? Give Jame a pick, give Jame a fight early. Because he has been, despite very quiet, also very passive. Not trying to get back in. This is going to be just Buster on the B site right now. G2 throw and execute, which they have been doing in these early 30-40 seconds of rounds. Completely cancel him out. Alexi, oh my god, he's got to go. He's forced to play. The flash coming in. Buster's not there to swing though. Alexi fires a shot. They know he's still at top card. They know that util on the retake didn't work, and now it's G2 to commit.
Yeah, they're moving in, right? 3 strong here for the Outsiders. Alexi goes up and over. Bomb's now looking to join him on the back of Monacy. They need these openers. They need to flush out Buster once again, right? Still alive, back at the site, but this time Alexi finds him. Hunter's waiting to deny the rotations, but shot in the back. They do deal with him. 3 versus 4, and with these A players still so far away, you would have needed that kill to come in to even make you consider attempting this round. Jame and Kicker are saving. G2 managed to break apart that B site, and are now up onto 15 on Outsiders map pick.
Yeah, if there's one thing James is proficient at, it's saving, right? doesn't let the hunts come through, but G2 are still chasing, still searching for kills at the end of the round. Regardless of not whether they get them, G2 are sitting on the precipice of a map up in the series. Their opponent's pick removed from play, and Vertigo up next, which they've picked into this series, screams some level of preparation. Timeout coming through for Xtaz, trying to make sure that they don't get ahead of themselves. It's some team's biggest mistake up against Outsiders. And yeah, we've not actually seen really any banana control on the CT side either. It's something that G2 were all over with triple Bs early, with some great util. It was never really Monacy taking those fights. We haven't seen AWPs in the B side of the map this entire game for either team, but G2, even with free banana control, they are just running wild on these A executes.
Man, Jay might have saved the AWP, might be his whole shtick, right? But now he needs to save Outsiders. I really hope, you were kind of calling for it earlier on. I wasn't even too fussed that he wasn't getting super involved. It doesn't really feel like he needed to, and Outsiders were still able to find a lot of success just on playing their usual, gamble-heavy, kind of lean style on this CT side. But now, if there ever was a time for him to hit this one early, it's here. It's up against 15. G2 have not really had to contend with an AWP fighting them in the opening of these rounds. So I'd love for that to finally come through for the Outsiders. Else G2 are going to run away with this one. Once again, very measured out of the gate. Trading util up the banana side, slowly but surely working the apartment's control. Nico trying to go and seek this kill.
No.
Yakindar spammed out. That is brutal. Nico throws himself in. He relishes in the opportunity to fight the man that everyone's talking about. Yakindar now out of the round, up against 15. And G2 are trying to give Outsiders a taste of their own medicine. Oh, we've got the man advantage. We're going to pump the brakes. We're going to make them sweat, make them feel that pressure. And only then will we hit the go button.
Outsiders don't even know where it is, although I say that rotate's coming in for Kicker right now. He's made the call. Resmoke at 35 seconds here. G2 cut off, but they're going to let Hunter roam and look for this pick, and he certainly might find it.
Dude, he's calling right now. It's clear.
Forward. Yeah, but James still here. James still on the angle. Hunter's got to find him. He's taking the kill. 20 seconds. The red carpet rolled out on the A site, and G2 just need to get the bomb in tow. Nico's here to hear rotations, and even though he gets no kills, he hears every single step. He knows there's no one left on this A bomb site. Closest player is that smoke spammer. Nade's not going to stop a plant. Monacy here to cut them down. It's Jax through the smoke instead. And G2, this is their map.
Yeah, not much the Buster and Flick can do here, right? They're trapped over at the long side. There's even Nico coming in late, a chance to play the backstab. They will get kills to propel themselves in for this. Oh my goodness, it's down to a 1v2. But Nico's now arrived on the scene. Only Flit left standing, and G2 are looking to run away with this one. He's running out of time. It's planted for the apartments. Flit, will he have the read? Nico with a jiggle, and that's it, lost to time. Outsiders cannot recover. It is a damn good try in the 2v5, but G2 steal Inferno away and now go and map up in this elimination series.
That has to feel excellent for G2. There's not many rosters who can knock down Outsiders and make it look pretty clean while they do so, especially on a map like Inferno. Outsiders pick. Very well called T-side for Alexi B as well. Really just avoided those stacks every single time. Forced a lot of saves out of Outsiders. Completely shut down Jame in that second half as well. And yeah, Nico just fragging out a B every single time. Compare him to Kicker, who almost got nothing done on those T-side lurks at Banana. Sure, got a lot of space when G2 gave it to him, but in terms of kills, Nico, no competition. And G2 made that look clean, man. It didn't really look competitive.
Yeah, it's a sign that I'm really not used to seeing out of the Outsiders, and it's also impressive for G2 because, like, when you think about these teams' strengths and weaknesses, it actually felt like a really good matchup for the Outsiders. This G2 squad always famously kind of struggling to close out games, Outsiders being a real comeback team. It felt like a recipe for disaster for G2, and they've put a lot of those worries to bed here in this opening map. You know, I got to second what you say about Alexi's calling. I think that T-half was really well put together. It felt like Outsiders, you know, their usual tricks, their usual tendencies, none of it was working. You never really had that like prerogative to get involved early out of their AWP. The AWPs were kind of a non-factor for both teams on this one, so that's a bit of a weird note. But I feel like for G2, it was at least by design. You know, it kind of maybe felt like they'd said something to them honestly, like, okay, don't get caught getting aggressive. You know, we've seen what's happened to guys like Zywoo, for example, how Jane can get in your head. You know, it's not about him putting up like 20 kills in a map. It's just the 11, 12 kills he does get and what that does to his opponents. And they never really offered those up to him.
It's what we wanted out of G2. It may be at the dismay of Outsiders, but they're poised now to go through 2-2 and fight for their final matchup. They still have to take down their pick in the series. It's going to be Vertigo coming up next after the break.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
back, fellow kids. We've got our next map on the way. It's Vertigo between G2 and Outsiders. Outsiders currently sitting on a 5-map loss streak here over on Vertigo, and G2 this year alone, they've taken down Entropic, Astralis, NiP. They've got a pretty good track record on this one. I'm a little worried for the longevity of this series now. At the same time, I'm kind of impressed by G2. They manhandled Outsiders there. Not easy to do so, to shut them out in 26 rounds and look good while doing it.
Yeah, dude, I mean, I think the stage is set for a G2 2-0. Like, I mean, it certainly feels like a possibility now, right? The moment they were looking so good on Inferno, I was already worried for the longevity of this one. You know, Outsiders, while Vertigo used to be a pretty sick map for them, it's really fallen off in recent memory. They've had a far tougher time on it. They're up against an opponent that up until yesterday were on like a big old streak here, right? And I don't even think like, you know, even yesterday's matchup goes to like an overtime. You know, it's a close affair. They still could have won it, and there was definitely like mind games at play in amidst all of that. I think those mind games that you know maybe made G2 suffer a little bit yesterday in the heroic matchup are gonna fire them up here in this one. I think, you know, they really don't want to fall out. That's the main thing. You know, you cannot go from grand final loss major to out in Legends at this one. You know, that just simply wouldn't be good enough for this squad, especially with some of the things that have flown their way over the Twitter sphere. So yeah, man, I think they're going to be feeling pretty pumped here. I'm worried for the Outsiders. You know, we were kind of saying this could be the last outing for this team. It could be the last outing for this iteration of the squad, and it might all end with a bit of a whimper.
For sure, I've doubted this team before, and they've reverse swept many a series I've seen, but at the same time, like, given those outside factors for Outsiders and the fact that this may be the last time we see this full 5 play together, you know, in any LAN tournament post-major, it does make me worry that they will just fall apart here and they will crumble. James looked very lifeless in that map. Felt like Yakinda was the only guy doing anything second half. Buster had some great entries on T side, but it all kind of fell into a big mush as G2 swept the field and swept the series, or board at least. Now they're looking to sweep the series 2-0 and go through to that 2-2 matchup where many frightening foes wait in the wings. G2, can they meet them there? T-side pistol breaking windows to cover the mid-steps and to set up utility as well in the T-spawn. Jax gets boosted up to throw in some sort of smoke. It will look to end on that A site.
I think this might be the elevator one.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, for the attempted a mid to be. Yeah, it's going to fly in, but blocked.
Nice block.
Okay. Flitz doing keepy uppies, but it will keep him off the mid angle. And so in that moment, G2 overrun them. m0NESY with a double opener. He was a bit of a non-factor back on Inferno, but he started this one off well. Hunter holding down these rotates. Buster is cornered in, and that is a beautiful pistol out of G2. It doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, and it doesn't get more telegraphed as well with that smoke coming over. Flit had full information, plus the block, and all the angle to fight middle. That just leads to dead man, and G2 don't lose a single player as they just storm Outsiders in both bomb sites and in middle. That was really nice. That was really decisive, and G2 already setting a scary precedent coming into this second map. Full eco, Outsiders, they want to get those gunnies in as quick as possible. Feeling threatened already. Pre-B smoke to get Hunter in. Give him a bit of a veil. But mostly rifles here for G2 as they tip-tap up on this A bomb site. No one's here. No one's home. It's a mid-stack.
Yeah, I think m0NESY's starting this one off feeling pretty confident, right? The pistol was a good showing, but even this round, you know, he's wide swinging up ramp first with the AK all alone. Like, there was no one at the time where he was peeking to trade him. There was no one who could have helped out there. And he's got like one of the big ticket items of this round. You know, normally you'd kind of have someone like your Jax or your Hunter look to lead the charge in those moments, but felt like he had the read, and I mean, they were dead on, right? This mid stack does nothing for Outsiders. It was just a full eco, so kind of par for the course. This was always meant to be a G2 round. Are we going to get another Unicorn round? 2 in one series? No, Jax won't let that happen.
Just a horse round now. No horn on top. And not that rare after all.
Here he is, feeling horny. Good for the double. And Hunter wants some cash as well.
Hey.
Gonna farm some up with these Mac 10s.
Hey. Yeah, nice clean rounds out of G2. Couple of casualties on the way out, but going into a gun round now and they know it. Outsiders no AWP just yet. G2 keep it flat with rifles. Throwing that A short smoke from Spawn, they're going to be looking to default towards A with the majority of this side. Outsiders taking some mid-control. Double setup here for G2. Don't seem to mind. They're being very loud up on this ramp control. Yakinda coming through the short smoke to try and fight for it. He's been mollied out very wide. Nico could find an angle here. But he jumps it, gets the spot. The spray's a bit high. Yakinda ducks below it. That was one way of finding the opener.
We've got a banging head-to-head over towards ramp though, right? Yakinda versus Nico, kind of a, you know, bit of a throwback to some of those banana rounds over on Inferno in that second half. Boosts up.
Boost on boost.
Both players with vision, doesn't make it any easier. Buster, this is a good hold considering he's the solo B player. They know where he is and he will get spammed out eventually. Wastes a lot of time though, G2. They wanted that to be a lot cleaner. They wanted that to be, you know, the opener coming through and then they just spill into a B play. Now it's tapered, now it's slow, and it's given outsiders time to rotate in and plug this hole over towards B. G2 try to rotate back. Yakinda feels like he could have a timing here, and he does. They're lined up trying to cross back. He assaults them from spawn, and so outsiders are on the board right away.
Yeah, very quick into middle. Outsiders did that from the get-go, right, with that double mid stack. It's something that you can do a lot. You can drop one ways in mid. You can double stack on both the little white plats there, but already aggressing on T-spawn flanks is what I like to see, something that G2 haven't been leaning towards, holding even in the second round. So how much mid-aggression we're going to get out of Yakinda and co. This time it's G2 here with at least a pistol. Oh my goodness, that is a ranged tech tap to take down Flit. James is getting curious as well. Rare to see him in the front line. Pushed up all the way down B. It to be smoked for Alexi. Jax is going to swing with it, but there's a trade for the rifle. That's all they ever wanted. James here for a double. They don't check it, and James drops 2 in the bomb. Nico has to trade, but he's so low.
Hard round on his plate now, right? Yakinda already here and holds the line. Only one shot needed, makes it look easy. Outsiders in with their second. And James, yeah, the man getting stuck in down towards ramp. That's not a sight you see every day. I kind of like it, dude. Like, he was a bit of a non-factor over on Inferno. We already said, like, both the AWPers weren't super involved there. But James wants to try and dispel any worries by getting his head in the game early on, right? Being involved in some of these fights.
If you know you're a map away from not just elimination, but your entire roster falling apart and spreading out, and your best player maybe even upgrading and joining another tier 1 team, you know, maybe that just makes outsiders start throwing themselves into more fights and gives them a little bit more levity in some of these rounds. I'd love to see that. Could catch G2 off guard, because G2 certainly looked prepped for exactly what they got given back on Inferno. Those T-side rounds were immaculate. They avoided stacks. When they went into them, they did a good job of just shredding 3 or 4 man holds. Buster gets a pick and gets out scot-free. It's only pistols in this round, a nade for Jax. Hoping just for some cheap damage, but G2 almost no way they should be getting kills in this round. Couple of boosts again at the same time. It's a bit of a different one. Just look for a fight here for Hunter, but he gets spotted and knocked off. Nico's up, but Wood, well, it is Wood. He can just get spammed through it. They should have seen his head there as well. Just made me fearful of a deagle. Nico's patient, but Buster's giving away nothing until Kicker makes contact.
Oh, that's the bomb running in first on the back of Jackson. So now outsiders know it was the B play. Kicker is just farming them. And Nico, well, he waited patiently for his chance to strike. Now they know about him. He has to drop on off. And any hope of doing damage here is pretty much out the window. He just wants sweet death. And luckily enough, outsiders will oblige. Run up by James. He makes a bit of money.
Yeah, Orb can come right out. May as well throw the gun, the MP9 out of this round, right? If you've got 7400 and G2 are coming in with a rifle round, upgrade would be nice, but yeah, James does do it. I was getting scared there for a second. He's got the law, but will he lay down the law is the question. Taking that A side. Got Flick dropping the deep ramp smoke. G2, no orbs just yet on this T side again. Flat rifles running amok up A. The util is going to get Yikinda off the angle. He loses full info. He's still got a deep Molotov. Maybe this bottom A retake utility to smoke the T's out of the forklift room. Buster getting flashed in. Doesn't make a play with that, but he is going to peek over the top on the second one. G2 will be even less ready for this. Boost up, out he goes, bit of damage, but he's getting spammed as well. Oh, I can't believe Jack stayed on that angle.
Dude, both players were dinked, right? Both down to 14 on the spam. Nico still working the short side control. Yikinda offers up that opening. Nico has rolled out the red carpet over here towards A. James was floating around the sandbags with this orb. Now is to concede a bit of space. Doesn't want to get caught out on an island. Doesn't want to be that first domino to fall. Gonna go fighting for this. James trying to get involved.
Right.
Very measured on the swing. Nico holding, waiting for it, and there's the kill. James throws himself into that fight, and now they drop the bomb over on ramp. At this moment, outsiders know what's happening.
30 seconds, a way to go back, but they don't look interested in that option. Through the smoke kick, it's going to stop it. And late is this last man at Jax, meaning Monacy has to go. Right now, Solo Dolo sneaking into the site, trying to use the cover of the smokes and hope that outsiders just don't call his bluff on the stick here. As he's cleared short, he wants to plant. But will they respect it? Tap comes through, there's the face, and there's the fight that wins the round for outsiders. Molly on the bomb, and Jax can't touch it with 10 health. They know they've tagged him up, and Kick finishes the job. 4 rounds to the 2 of G2. Outsiders are looking a lot more locked in into this second map.
Yeah, dude, 2 players who didn't really accomplish a hell of a lot back on Inferno are like the guys rising to the occasion right now. You know, we touched upon James already, but Kicker also had a very slow start that never really built into anything meaningful. Well, he's been hyper involved to open this one up, right? He is a big reason as to why this A bomb site is held down here. That little hat trick of frags out of the guy, going a long way.
Yikinda, watch out. Oh. Luckily enough, they actually swapped spots this time. It's Yikinda on short side. James took a deep peek with the AWP and got a kill. Yikinda's molly just evaporates into the ground, bouncing underneath the scaffolding as G2 get ever closer.
Flashed in, wanting to go with it, wanting to peek on the back of it, and that's a double up. They've retaken ramp away from G2. That is brutal. You needed this real estate to try and get anything going, and now with it gone, you might be out of the round. Yikinda still getting aggro, still getting up in their face, and he's so ready for Alexi. Tucked in behind the sandbags. Outsiders now 5 in a row. Been a long time since G2 put one up on the board, and something needs to change. Something needs to give. They're hoping that Monacy's AWP could be the answer to their prayers.
That's the longest streak outsiders have put into this series already, and we're just a few rounds into this map, so things are looking a lot better, certainly. Like you said, that AWP required at this point, especially with James, who has been, as we said, throwing himself into more fights, going for ramp peaks, pushing down with that A1S as well on the short side. He's got those quick nades up for Nico. He's going to try and take space. Yikinda meets him there. That drop is heard. Nico should have caught that along, and what an angle to find James off the back of the sandbags. They're not ready with a flashbang. It's beautiful for Yikinda. Monacy trades 3-on-3 right now, and it all goes slow. It all goes quiet. G2 are not ready to commit. They just wanted the pick.
It goes real quiet now in this 3-on-3. Interesting that outsiders lent so heavy into this B play with Buster being so deep, right? Like Kicker, was reinforcing the site hold, and Flip was deady over in mid, so it's given G2 a lot more room than maybe they were ready for. However, Buster is ready to strip all of that room away. Now arriving from this B flank, that's the bomb dropped first. Even though there's a man up the short side, Hunter's got to go back, got to deal with this player. Jack's trying to crack open A, 2 kills on his plate, and he doesn't miss that opportunity. Now the bomb is the problem. There's a smoke on it, and Buster has the round in the palm of his hands. Ready for Hunter up close, but cannot win that head-to-head. It's a G2 round. Jax delivers on the mid lurk, and Hunter wins the fight for the bomb. They managed to regain control there. That had all the makings of an outsiders round. And yet somehow G2 rise from the ashes to find success, when really, they shouldn't have.
No, they shouldn't have. You're right. That bomb drop for Buster was perfect. If only he played a little more aggressive. They just didn't know about the flank for Jax. If Buster went in and tried to double kill there, right, went a little wider rather than just taking the bomb player, he could have won that round immediately. Jax's flank probably would have been held and expected for, but Buster wanted to tuck in, and that gave so much room to the lurker through middle. A position that outsiders have not had to worry about all maps so far. But finally, it comes back to haunt them in the worst way possible. Beautiful round for Hunter as well. And G2 break the mold. Still rebuys available, and one more after this for outsiders. So James going to continue to deep peek with this AWP, sending it short side. Hunter's going to meet him there. G2 have not been respectful in this A control, and they've gotten a lot out of it, taking this space very early. It's been Nico up on this headshot angle, and trying to fight James and Yukinda in these positions. Short has been a little more difficult with that AWP. Yukinda's been spotted. Won't stay on the spot. Nico trying to flash him off. Good reboost on ramp, but right now G2 are threatening and execute. Whether they commit is a whole different question. Throwing in the smokes. They've got more to throw later on. But Monacy wants the kill before they do, and he might find it. Yukinda up over default. Almost catches Alexi.
Kindar's trying to peek this, but that's exactly what Monacy wanted. That might be the go button pushed, right? An early advantage, a 5v4 that goes untraded. And Monacy still waiting, still hungry with this AWP. James holding a deeper angle, but the smoke in his way now nullifies that AWP. A good bit of spam damage, however, it's all coming up Monacy. Third entry on this AWP, and that's enough for G2 to walk away with the round. Flawless at that.
I don't think outsiders were ready for the AWP just tunneled in there. That whole round was Yukinda trying to re-aggress. What they did is they threw that smoke on the first sandbags, on the headshot angle one, so they could flash Yukinda back in, and he can take fights on really favorable angles where he can't get, caught by that headshot position that Nico's been playing. But as the smoke comes down, as he starts to push up, before the flash pops from the bomb site, Monacy's just so patient, and every kill gets delivered to him. For a guy who's very quiet on the AWP last map, so is James. We didn't really see many AWPs go off on Inferno, even on those CT sides, but that's a high impact round from the AWP. And G2 back to back, starting to whittle away this money. One more buy for outsiders before they're just relying on loss bonus pistols.
Really seen Monacy lean B to try his hand at this opener. Outsiders aren't going to feed him though. Yukinda pushing down the short side. And this time, you don't have this Nico aggression to try and flush him out. So a little bit more room given to the outsiders. They will still taper off eventually. They don't want to hang around forever. Hunter's trying to work a B pick. If he can get one and just set them up, give them this early man advantage, that would be huge.
This one way is so nice as well. Even though he gets flashed off, it's not like Buster can do anything but change position. He can't actually peek. Honestly, got a pick. Yukinda, he's been, high impact on this A site, but he doesn't want to throw away a further advantage. This is the smoke he was going to use for regress last round. Molly up in front of it as well, trying to buy time, but G2 are not in a hurry. They want to go back to B right now. Buster, he's never really been good for much at this bomb site once G2 have been buying up full. Sat back behind double, it's a good position. Crouch means he doesn't need to worry about that wood boost as well, but he knows what's going on. Full util coming in.
Gonna play ahead of the smokes, but oh, he's dead right away. Kicker now trying to fill the void. The Kovacs with the openers. Hunter might be low, still just as deadly. Jack's late mid-lurk as well. These mid-lurks from him, they were a recipe to success last time. This time might not even be needed. Yakindar still fighting. And there's Jax with the backstab. G2 up onto 5, quickly making us forget about this streak the Outsiders were on, as now the money is broken. G2 well and truly back in the swing of things here. And so much of it feels like it's happened since this AWP's come through for m0NESY, right? It's been a fairly consistent source of these openers. Even that round there, he wins this fight at ramp to kickstart it all.
The jump, I didn't know it was a jump check. He was just trying to escape, get info. That should be a freebie, but m0NESY's on the perfect angle. And yeah, he really has been doing God's work up on this A site. Nico as well, looking for more picks. Hunter's by his side on short. Every round that goes by, Outsiders lose more and more space on A. They were pushing all the way down bottom short to start this half. They were fighting one ways. Those options are no longer open. G2 have commanded respect out of Outsiders on the A side, and they're playing layered pistols, looking for just quick kills. There's a man dead in middle. Jack's on his lurks again. There's a good flash this time. They do find one. It should still be okay. Alexi's here. Line up on short. Hunter's got 2. And Kicker, not long for this world either. He's in the kill feed. They know he's in position. m0NESY's got it. It's perfect. They are feeding m0NESY right now, and he is hungry. 6-5 for G2. The eco doesn't get scary, and Outsiders now need to come in with a response. Pause would be great here. But looks like they know what they want to do. They just need to do it fast. This one's getting out of control.
G2 might be about to respond to this 5-round streak from Outsiders with 5 of their own, right? Bit of a mirrored spot to be in, but it's always sweeter when you're on this T side, man. No
Nico
respect
again.
from Nico, playing so deep up ramp.
Look, we just saw it from Yakind's perspective. You can't even see Nico, but he has such a nice angle to take these fights. That smoke is really good. It's like the one that Big made popular, but he's just throwing it a little bit further left, so he has room to walk up through it. And if Outsiders are respecting this short smoke, they can't really do anything about it. Earlier, it was Yakinda swinging through it and playing towards that back pillar on the right side of ramp, but he hasn't done it in ages. And so Nico's got even more room.
Oh, mate, now they know about Buster as well. They get the info about this double B hold. That might make them reconsider. I think it's at a moment like this, right? You learn about that double B setup. You're going to try and give a bit more room over to Nico on this A site, see if he can keep creating space for you over at top ramp. And now, I mean, with Cousin Hunter moving in to join him, Yakindar looking to be this first point of contact again.
Nice going.
Actually goes creeping in, spots Nico on headshot. Nades exchanged at top ramp. Just trading util right now. 20 seconds. G2, if they are going to go for this, they've got to go pretty quickly. Pretty sharpish. And Yakindar opens it up with a double. Might be low on health, but he's lived up to his side of the bargain in this round. Now the rest of Outsiders just need to deliver. Bomb does make it into the site. Low HP on Alexi. Able to get that plant in. m0NESY with the first. Gonna need to do so much more here. All 3 over towards the boost. Bomb planted open for ramp, can be watched from short as well, but right now m0NESY's trying to fight for this. Tap on the bomb, will bait this swing. He needed a helping hand and Alexi cannot help him. All alone, Outsiders flood them down. Everyone out from behind the boost just running at that ramp hold. And it's a nice try for m0NESY and Alexa B. But in very dire straits, dire circumstances. And that one missed shot, you know, it's kind of an uncharacteristic miss for Monacy. If he gets it, maybe there's some legs on that round.
Yeah, he had a couple of chances to just win that round for G2, right? If he hits either of those shots, it's probably G2 getting it over the line. All the util was gone for Outsiders. They had no kits in that round either. That was awfully close, very scary. Yakinda put up a lovely double on short side. Those were clean double dink A1S headshots, but it didn't matter at all. G2, they can't do it. They go back to taking this B control. Leaving Hunter at bottom. They've been trying a different boost as well. We often see that headshot angle boost on the fence. They've been doing one further back just to try and catch Outsiders B players off with a different angle. Jame deep mid with the AWP. Flick won't connect. Jax is thanking his lucky stars. They're still holding both sides of the map. Alexi caught walking away. They know there's another player there. Buster has plenty of cover at Tetris. He's been playing awfully close on B, but despite that, it's not really been picked except for rounds where G2 are executing, and he's going 1-for-1 when he can. Buster's up close. He's just been mollied in this position, so re-aggress, it's not going to be checked. Hunter doesn't even look, and Buster gets a freebie. 5-on-3 now, all from Buster. And G2, they've only got one smoke for this AXX. This is going to be very constricting. They need kills.
Yeah, short side pick would have been a lovely way to start it. Right now, you can lob that one smoke in for the short side run up. I'm going to assume that's how they want to go about this, but they're getting pincered by Buster on the B push. He's been very aggressive on this side of the map. Nico's flicked back for him. They're moving in now. Nico with the taps, 3 in the round, trying to do it all solo. As he's in with a third, Monacy's in close, the barrel's been spotted, and so now it is just Nico. Flit runs him down, and Outsiders are good for a 7th.
Oh, what a flex for Flit. Just chases those 2 kills, knows that G2 are going to be fiddling around, deciding who's planting. Both players up in the site, trying to cover with all those weird smokes. It's not normal enough for G2 to just stick it on default, play cover on sandbags with the AWP. They have to play side by side. That's a dirty few shots from Nico. 3 kills in that round, and it doesn't win it for G2. The Kinder getting hyped now, as Outsiders are fighting for this map far more than they did on Inferno. Neck and neck, taking the lead. Nico again going through the ramp smoke. But he does tick in the molly, and you can hear Buster. Oh, he looked like he had that one, but gets stuck on the stairs, and Hunter opens up.
Oh, man, this creates so many more opportunities for G2. Whenever we've had this fight go in favor of Buster or Kicker on the B hold, it's often been a bit of a disaster for the G2 squad. This time it's Hunter winning it out. That's going to spread Outsiders a little more thinly. Might force them to take more risks over here towards ramp. More peaks, be it for the info, be it for the equalizer. Yakindar's looking for it, and Monacy has missed him on the smoke walk, but he spammed out. Never given the chance. Flit's mollied into the open, and G2, it's all coming together.
Nico lives. He accidentally jumped. He double jumped. Full Mario mode. He went up and over, and Flick couldn't kill him in time. Even if he gets that kill, G2 are trading it. They're winning the round. Nothing that can be done about it for Outsiders. And Jame again, who started mid, is left longing for kills. Oh my god, he's getting wallbanged by Monacy through elevator. And that is the signal to leave. G2. They have got a lot of money, but it's last round of the half next, so knowing they take out this orb could be everything. And James is playing audaciously close to the bomb site. Still getting his kills, of course. Yeah, stay on Monacy. You never know. You never know. He's hit him once, but not again. It's going to be G2 equaling up 7-7, back and forth. The 5-round streak from Outsiders. G2 came back in with an excellent T-side, though, yet again, as they did on Inferno. And they've done what they must on a map that's been considerably, 62% CT-sided in the Challenger stage on Vertigo. G2, the numbers all scream favor. But they're not there yet. Nice stop.
Oh,
now.
James got the spawn.
Yeah.
Gonna try swing this. Well, just leave. And I mean, Nico, he's done this every single round.
Yeah, and Outsiders, like I said this earlier, the only way to stop this play from Nico is disrespect the short smoke, and they've been so terrified for doing that. Nico's in the open. James thought he had the cross, but he didn't have a good enough angle. Nico just creeps up below the default boxes. Modesty now, time to shine, flicking away, hitting James on that boost. G2, they can just run their exec and win this round.
Yeah, they're lobbing all the util in,
No
getting
bomb.
the ball rolling for this A play.
Bomb's so far away.
It is going to waste precious time. You
Oh.
kind of need these site fights to pan out, and with it being a 4-on-4 early, that bomb drop is now problematic. Nico tries to win the round before the bomb's down, goes peeking in. Monacy's at least here to reclaim the 3-on-3. Bomb now getting planted, no util to deal with this, so that will come in. Monacy's blinded by Kickert's flash. It sets Buster up nicely. Now lobbing in one more flashbang out of Kickert to try and accelerate this retake. Alexi whittled down inside of the site.
Wow.
Good for the first kill. Has support from Jax swinging on the short side. They're not ready for it. And it's a lineup for Jax. G2, they close out that first half at 8-7. It looked like that bomb drop, you know, coupled with some overzealous peaks once the exec was in, was going to cost them dearly. But the IGL coupled with the anchorman Jax will hold the line.
Yeah, you can't even really blame Outsiders that much for taking fights in that round because they're not expecting that mistake. They don't think the bomb's been left, and so they're there to try and stop that plant, try and keep the pressure on. But it's such a weird round and a weird issue for G2 that it works in their favor. And Modesty with open sight lines to continue picking this A site is what he got away with all damn half. Nico wins ramp, Modesty wins A, and G2 win the half, 8-7. It's still very close, but those odds don't believe in the Outsiders comeback. For the first time in a while, I'm inclined to agree. Is this the last road, the last run for Outsiders? Nico, oh, not the jump. Oh, he went for it. Very close. Hexet going in. Nico looking for blind shots.
Outsiders recognize, though, the amount of room they've been given here. Do have util on Monacy to soften up the bomb planter, but that's really all it's going to look to do. They've lobbed in that early smoke. Yakindar's trying to fight for this control. Nico in the head-to-head bests Yakindar. So now with him out of the round, someone else is going to have to step up. Someone else is going to have to deliver for the Outsiders. They've just seen Kickert crossing back onto default. They know he's now within the site. Measured for G2. They're waiting for this util to go in. Retake smoke at the top of ramp. Nades into the site. Smoke on the bomb. Flashes to set them up, but it doesn't matter with Kicker doubling down. The site man comes alive. And even though he's cancelled out, Nico in this clutch, 1v2. They just run at him. They hold W and they fight Nico to the very end.
I love that Outsiders commit with a game plan, even though it doesn't go the way they wanted, right? They wanted to stay on the bomb site to fight. In a pistol round, that's such a good call, and we've been seeing teams do that more and more. Going back, especially when CTs buy up kit smoke on this round, or just any util, is so hard to win those rounds with Glocks far away, on ramp, on short. You're spamming smokes and you're getting headshot. Outsiders wanted Yakinda up close behind that CT cubby so they could actually play off of him. Kicker doesn't need that help though, just sits default and Outsiders fight all close to A. Those Glocks reign supreme. And despite some beautiful shooting for Nico, it's still Outsiders with the pistol. Honestly, he's been given an A1S in the second round. Looking for that hero rifle to hold on and stop Outsiders' conversions. One gun shouldn't be able to do that much. Nico's got the deep peek, Monacy's on short. And Outsiders are coming in.
All right,
right, Nika, give us something vintage with the Deagle. Let's see. Swinging out, it's just a tag. Monacy's M4 is going to spam Flit out of the round. Outsiders get this top ramp control they were looking for. They've even got a man up deep. Yakindar fighting with the MAC-10. 45 seconds, that's still plenty of time in an Outsiders world. They do want to follow through with this A-play, lobbing all the util in. They're boosting Monacy up, a double boost to throw him high. And Monacy tearing this round away from Outsiders. Buster will respond with one. 30 seconds to get this bomb down. They're going to commit. Oh, not yet, actually. Fake on the bomb, hoping this baits peaks, and it will. Buster's getting fed a double kill of his own now. That smoke made things a little bit weird. They were paranoid someone was going to try and run down the planter. That hasn't happened, and so Outsiders poised to play around this bomb. KitKat's going to make it back to ramp. Buster still caught fighting out here on a bit of an island. A chance at a 3v1 peak, but with Monacy now dead, the Pistols have got to do it, and they will. Kicker 1v1. Jax has scavenged this A1S, but he's running out of time, running out of chances. Tap on the bomb, and now KitKat's seen him. Doesn't have to fight for this. That's the round. Jax will concede. He's out of there. Knows he can't win this in the 1v1. And so Outsiders, they regain control. That is phenomenal that comes up their way after Monacy was boosted in with 3 kills.
Yeah, that was a 2-on-5. 2-on-5 in the pre-plant. It's not like they even had the pressure of the bomb. It's the fake tap that forces players over the boost. It doesn't feel consequential when it happens, but it all just drips dry. When you lose Monacy, you lose that rifle, you have no kit, you have no utility, and we know how hard these retakes can be when you're just dry fighting, and T's are getting given chances to jiggle, to get that info, see that you're off the bomb. 6 kills out of Buster. That boost from Monacy was excellent, but it wasn't enough. My God. Well, at least they get another go with that Hero M4, but it's supplemented by far less. Hunters at least put it in a prime spot. Pushed all the way down. Jack's trying to bait for him. Buster solo on this angle. Jack should be ready to help out Hunter to repeat, but he's trying to bait footsteps right now, make Outsiders peek off of his noise. They're not interested. Buster's even left the B-bomb site. Come to regroup. The timing of this round, the only thing that can make this round interesting is the timing of Hunter's flank. If he starts walking, if he doesn't like what he sees and commit to backstab Outsiders, he can do something, much as how Buster was constantly on that bottom ramp flank. But it seems like that time has already passed. Outsiders are ready to go. Hunter just started.
Okay, trading 1 for 1 there's nice. It's actually going to slow down the exit, lending even more time to Hunter. Nico now flushed out. This A site's starting to crumble, and Hunter only just arriving. Buster's been here before. He knows what these B-raps look like, and so he's going to go back and deal with Hunter trying to pull a Buster-esque play. Outsiders now on a double digits, right? We've got this investment looming for G2. Gonna have the AWP in Monacy's hands. Rifles for everybody else. But it needs to turn around soon. It needs to turn around quickly.
Dude, Outsiders are longing this out, but yeah, it's all on the rifle round right now. The true test of G2. What the CT side's gonna look like. Monacy's looking for util over the top, seeing if they're throwing that short smoke. It's a consistent factor almost every T round of G2, but Outsiders will respect early, will let James work the ramp. Monacy sees nothing over the smoke. Because James is not in a hurry. He arrives precisely on time. But Monacy's been here since the beginning. Gonna flash kick it in. Looks like he's calling for something. He's going back over the boost, over the box. Monacy doesn't know, but he goes back on the angle. This is so close, and Monacy hits the headshot. Nico activates off the back of it. He's been seen, but Monacy has his cover.
Yeah, a lot of freedom given to Nico there. Monacy, another from this AWP. Once again, man, the golden gun for G2. And it's sent Outsiders away from this ramp play, something that was tried and tested to open up this T side, now falls to ruin. Gonna regroup with Flit over here in mid, 30 seconds. as they lean into middle.
Taking mid this late in the round is just going to be so difficult.
It's a save.
Yeah, they're not doing it. It's going to say 5-on-3. G2 are always going to have a mid player, and even if Hunter sees something going on, he can just fall off if he wants and play a bomb site. Suddenly, you've got a triple stack no matter what site you go to, and Outsiders simply can't break through. That's it for G2. 2 picks off the flash, and Outsiders out with a bang. They give it up. Oh, don't you dare, Monacy. Your wallbangs today have been on point. You get this cowering in corners. Oh, they're so close. I don't like it. Very uncomfortable. And yeah, Orbs, Deagles can go through those walls into ladder. Look at these, man. To think that Monacy goes back to this angle a second time and finds Kicken's face as well. He was lining up util. He was trying to throw the little one-way smoke to get them up short. Well, you might need a new lineup, bud. First pause coming out. Outsiders felt like this half is gone, or this game has gone to plan. And yeah, sure, they had a pretty decent CT side. But they want to address the problems before they get really out of control. And James, you know, he's learnt the angle that Monacy wants to fight him on this side, but doesn't want to let that happen again. He needs to win that out if Outsiders even want to take ramp, because they're not going to be as oppressive as Nico was in that first half. Think about how every round Nico would throw that deep, big smoke and run up through it. Outsiders will not do that. Maybe your Kinder will take some short spawns, but other than that, Outsiders going to be pretty respectful in the early round and wait out this util.
No, that's a very good point, right? Like, Yekindar is the guy who does try to do that, but it is kind of spawn-based for him, right? So it's not a guarantee. You're not going to have that every time. And so this is where the pressure is going to fall to James to try get these openers. Monacy's willing to take this fight, right? You are going to have a source of trying to get them. Oh, that's quick! The Orb nails Kicker. And an early 5v4 G2. Now they go a little more lax over at ramp, right? They kind of say, all right, if you want this space, you can have it. We'll take the 5v4 and get the hell out of there. They might even elect to re-aggress in late. This util getting lobbed over the top. Yekindar up and past it. Right now, G2 are not aware of this. They could just get caught with util out. James holding this short angle, but a missed shot from his AWP. It's a very tight peak for Monacy. He even got a tag off there.
It's ballsy. G2 are even trying to re-aggress here. Might work, though. Yakindar's off over the one-way, and Nico walks in. Finally, a bit of vengeance comes the way of Yakindar. 4-on-4 now, as G2 have given up their advantage round. Missed shot for Monacy, a rarity. Goes back for smoke spam. Molly lands on default. Outsiders delayed on the plant. Jax over the top from CT and managed to snuff out Yakindar, but it's a wide plant. This one is so good for the ramp hold here for Outsiders. It might disrupt G2's lineups if they want to be throwing default utility over from CT. Out it goes, but that's not going to do a thing about this wide plant.
It makes life a little bit harder for Jane with the Orb. Oh, Monacy nails that shot. Flit barely gives him a pixel to work with. Spammed out now. Jame moving in on the angle. Jacks up the short side. There's a fight that's got to get one, and Buster will win it. Jame dead. Buster 1v3 swinging up. Doubles down, but the defuse is held. It's a G2 round in spite of all the kills going the way of the Outsiders.
The bomb is what wins G2 around. Some things are changing, Harry. Those rounds, those tides, they're turning. And G2, it goes in their favor, this one. That smoke, it almost gave cover for Outsiders to play wide, to actually stop that defuse. But I love the way G2 run at that, right? The way they remove the Orb. Hunter's on top of Boost while Alexi gets on the bomb. It's like a double layered peak. James just trying to hold for the defuse, but he gets double faced. Buster, he gave it a go. He did all he could. But it's going to be G2 sneaking it past. Final second defuse. And 10-10. That was after Nico gave up that 5-on-4 and it gave Outsiders a way in to get the stick. Oh boy, this one's a tense match right now. Buster, he's really put up a game today, hasn't he? Back on Inferno, he was the one man finding those kills on the T side for Outsiders. continues to do it here and now, but not enough for a round.
James knows the importance of these fights on the ramp side. He really hopes for a peak, and he will get it. Okay. I mean, dude, that kind of kill, m0NESY looking to get stuck in, looking to reap the fighter ramp that's so often been fruitful for him. But this time going the way of James, that was, you know, one kill that we've seen break the camel's back, you know, versus Vitality the other day. ZywOo on the receiving end of just one kill, but it can shape the outcome of a matchup. How longer does that feel so safe for G2 to go back to? And Outsiders with an early 5v4. Can they stick the landing here?
They have to. And if they do, they break G2's money yet again. This game completely changes the outcome of this round. Molly forcing respect out of G2. They want to fight for it. They'll smoke it instead. Outsiders have to wait. Another 15. Everyone is here but Jax. 3 on the site. They're fighting for the farm. They know they don't have the utility to play a retake round. They've got to stop this one from ever going down.
Yeah, flashing in. They wanted to try and fight for top ramp, but Alexi's on the receiving end of that opener. Hunter, even though he holds the line, he's out on an island. He is very much alone. Nico's attempting smoke spam, but nothing's connecting. And so it's going to be a save here for G2. They cannot justify going for the 2v4.
Yeah, it's a really rough save as well, because you just barely win these rounds with pistols on this map, and just 1 or 2 M4s. Maybe if you have an AWP, it can go crazy. It can play very heavy rotate. But Outsiders have been super methodical. They've not been offering up picks on A ramp, other than when m0NESY's had that AWP and deep peaks. And their executes have been really clean so far, getting a lot of bomb plants on the T side on this A site, and that's why we've seen all the rounds for Outsiders. They haven't really tested B. They haven't done any mid-lurking. They've had the control, so G2 can't flank. But Outsiders never really made a move in middle and tried to wrap like Jax did a couple of times on his T side. Alexi's also having a very quiet game, but it hasn't really mattered up until this point. He was the guy to stick that bomb in the 4-on-1 that they picked up to time. But yeah, no better time than now for Alexi to stand up in the fragging department as well. Second timeout for Outsiders, maybe trying to ascertain the money of G2, as this has been a very back and forth half. And with 2 guns getting saved, you're never assured that G2 won't throw something your way. But this one, oof, not as clean cut as maybe it felt in the first half.
Both the rifles have B spawns as well, which, like, you know, maybe you kind of try to play around that here if you're G2. Try to send them in early, right? We've already seen Hunter attempt to hit this flank timing once. Outsiders are very much back into the swing of things here, though. Trying to long this one out, trying to take us all the way to dust. They're not ready to step away from the Major just yet.
To this team, just, you know, you cut the head off of it and a new one appears. You look at it in the eyes, you turn into stone. It's not a myth, it's a reality. Outsiders don't give up, they don't die. G2 waiting back on B with both their rifles. It allows them to double save if it doesn't end B, but this one's at least starting on the site. Buster's right below. Jax doesn't know, and he might walk in to his own demise. Shots just rally through that metal, enough for Buster to find the 5-on-4, and that gun irretrievable if Buster stays in this position, so he shall.
They want to go fight Buster. They want to try and deal with him.
He dinked him with that one bullet.
That's crazy. And I mean, now the rest of G2 are all in on the B site. Yeah. Like, Outsiders have won this round. That's it. It's 1 kill on Jax, getting a little too big for his boots over at the B site, a little bit impatient. And I mean, if there's one thing Outsiders have got in spades, it's patience.
Too much.
even as they pad out this site again, even as they reclaim the A1S from the B stairs, it's still going to be such a tall order to muster anything up here. They're going to try and throw Nico up into this boost once more. m0NESY got 3 from this last time.
Yeah,
However, they're ready for it. Yakindar flushes out Nico. The gun getting juggled around. They try to put Alexi up here this time around. 2 players up on the boost, and Alexi has offered up the first. 3v4, they move on in. Yakindar close on the short side. They've got him trapped, but no one able to go on the back of that flash.
They want to save. They don't want this one, this round. Know how unwinnable it's feeling. They may shave a couple of kills off the top, but it's still going to be cut and dry for Outsiders with 4 alive and a big money round, especially if that orb gets saved by Kicker. James just hanging around, full acrobat mode. But yeah, this is the changing of the guard right now. Outsiders are waking up in their T-half. G2 have only had 2 rounds in the second, including that defuse that, if Buster was a second quicker, would have stopped it. And Outsiders, they don't want to go down quiet in this series. They at least want to long it out to a third. That last map is dust too if we get there. And then suddenly this series opens up a lot, because you have to keep in mind, Outsiders, they have a 5-loss streak on this map. It has been dire for them in 2022.
Yeah, man, I don't know. They're starting to piece it all together, aren't they? They've got G2 right where they want them, on the ropes. Every round hitting like a 2-for-1. Jax is once again trying to take this early peek down towards B ramp. I like that he just calls it off this time, right? If he died again pushing on the ramp side, that would have been a huge problem. A big red flag. Another nade just got given a Buster to lob in here.
Yeah. Very patient. You're not going to get many of these picks a half.
It's just, you know, kind of similar notes to what we were saying on the front. It's very, very hard to do much against this, like, slow signature style of Outsiders here, man. Like, you're throwing in that deep ramp smoke every round, and yeah, it holds them back for a bit, but eventually, you know, once you don't have the smokes to keep replenishing it, you end up conceding ramp anyway, and so Outsiders, they see it as still achieving their goals.
Hunter's just been sat mid all half, so patient, but nothing has ever come through. Finally, an announced mid-take from Outsiders, and he's caught with his knife around the cross. They won't kill him. He gets out scot-free. He should never be alive, and m0NESY is sacrificed as a result. Hunter here in spawn, over the top, knocked off by Yakindar, and now this B-split can come through.
Jax holding. Alexi waiting. Oh, who do you pick to watch here? Alexi with the first. Jax is dead. And now they know about this man.
No way.
Tetris fighting for his life. James has dispatched of him. Nico worlds apart from this B play. And so Outsiders, you know, they switch it up in that one there. They move away from these A ramp takes, from these kind of, you know, slow put together rounds. They go into a bit of an unknown for them, which is the mid to B. And it works damn near flawlessly.
We haven't seen that round, Harry, since round 1 of this map, when G2 took 5 middle and kept everyone alive, jumping over Con, chasing Elevator, chasing CT. That was a really clean round for Outsiders, again with 4 up, and now their money is swelling out of control. And G2 the whole time, you've been talking about these respectful A-holds and how they're giving away ramp and taking it very late. Again, Outsiders just keep cycling this A-short smoke, like the Nafany smoke, like they're jumping up onto top. And so G2 keep getting so scared that they're getting lurked on A, but it's not happening. Perfect round to be running that. G2, even though they had a heavy lean towards mid and B, they just get diced apart.
What do you do here as well? Like,
yeah, lose this round at least. You could buy a couple of guns.
You could get an AWP with 3 M4s around it.
Ooh, I mean, that's cocky.
It's tempting, right? But you'd be super limited in terms of utility, like super limited. Nico would have none. Jax would be like, you know, drop the gun, he could get a bit. Yeah, I'm assuming they just play it safe. And I think that's probably the right call.
13-10, yeah, maybe. But, you know, you buy here, you lose it. You're playing for OT with a 5-round down, and Outsiders are not giving you, you know, the way in. Maybe you play a little looser. here. Try and take back middle.
Dude, this is not a nice place to be in, though. This outsider squad, this team is everything G2 hates. It's like all their weaknesses rolled into one squad, right? The idea that G2 have always struggled closing matchups out, closing out series, closing out individual maps. And Outsiders, their whole specialty is centered around these comebacks, centered around pulling games back. Now, Yakindar dead to the boost, but the moment they've seen that boost employed, they pick up the pace on a B play, moving in. Jax here, trying to hold the line alone with the Deagle. Even one kill would be big out of this Deagle. He certainly had chances, but they all just sail by. Alexi, he's mollied out of there, doesn't want to hang around, doesn't want to be another casualty of this B play.
This is devastating right now, and I love the Outsiders. The second they see that rifle up on A, they just charge the other side. They know it's all G2 had to work with in this round. Couple of guns armed up now, but Outsiders are not losing this post plant. G2 can throw themselves through and over smokes, but Buster's here with Kicker to trade off the back of him. Got to pick his side to watch. Kicker's called, he has left. Buster's on right. G2 aren't moving a muscle. Smoke shots are only going to send G2 out of this round with their rifles. Nico's going for it. Monacy follows up, and suddenly Kicker's cleared as well. 1v3 for Flit. They line up, but G2 get all the kills. I think they might just have enough time. This was not a round to win, but they're off the bomb. It's done. Outsiders convert. 14 rounds. G2 gave it a go. A commendable attempt for Nico and Monacy, but there's no prizes for second place.
Oh my goodness. Dude, that's gonna hurt. You know, like you had it. You had this, had all the kills moving back in.
Wow.
And it comes down to maybe a few seconds difference. But it will sail past G2 still. A lot of damage done, right? Maybe something they feel good about in that when they did just throw bodies at the problem, they were able to get all the kills.
It just took so long there.
Oh my goodness, Outsiders. They're trying to do it to them. They're trying to take this to dust. And if we end up there, man, this becomes such a wild card. It's become so up in the air. Monacy needs success with the AWP. Like, when G2 looked their best, he was opening up in these ramp fights, and we're going to get it now. That AWP rallies off the first, and quite the man to find. It's pesky Yakindar dealt with early.
Yeah, same as last round, except it's not like Outsiders have the freedom of seeing that one gun and exploding into the B-bomb site. G2 fully armed, ready. In these rounds, they have at times given away the pick, re-aggressed, refaced, and died. No one is making that mistake right now. G2 are back at the bomb site. Monacy flicking to find another. That's kick it out of the round. And Monacy wants more. Molly pushes Flit. Even though that smoke came in for Jame, Flit reacted too fast, too soon. Molly does finish the job somehow to Hunter, but a 2-on-4?
Oh
surely
my.
not.
You thought Monacy had done enough. He's got 3 kills in the round, and yet still G2 are barely holding on. Bomb now planted. They're the ones on the clock. They've got to move swiftly here. Jame and Buster both on the ramp side, both just playing the long game around this timer. Jame gets the spot. Monacy's looking for a way back in, but isn't going to get given a peek freely. They start to move in now with the smoke on the bomb. Buster's playing up close. Monacy dead. Jame wins that head-to-head. And Buster waiting for this defuse. He's not going to fire off. He takes it to fake. Damage done. Jack spammed out. And it's only Alexi left. He can't trade it. Where's he looking? Oh, no.
2v5! Again, 3 kills out of Monacy. What round is this? It's not a hero gun. Everyone's armed for G2. That is a sitter. That is an unbelievable save out of Outsiders. That's the round that Monacy got boosted back on those boxes in CT and triple killed with the A1S. Do we remember that one? And still Outsiders shut down the post plant. But this one, fast flicks doesn't make a difference. Jame holds on, and the close rifle of Buster, the guy that's been cracking open bomb sites, puts one to bed. 15 rounds. Outsiders are not going out without a fight.
Might be on a loss streak, maybe. They're about to turn it all around. Now streaking together rounds to close out this T-half.
And this is their worst map, right? Exception of Nuke, their permaban that they never play. This is their worst map in 2022. You couldn't tell it. This was an 8-7 half. G2 won their T side. They felt fantastic. head in hands right
Dude,
now.
I can't believe Alexi didn't even try spamming the smoke as well. Like, there were a lot of question marks there as to how that 2v2 played out.
Looking for James.
Oh, dear. And I mean, Outsiders, they're a team that get in your head. They're a team that make you doubt yourself. They push you to the limits and they leave you exhausted at the end of it. One of the big problems for G2 is having the resilience, having that ability to turn around games like these. And if that problem rears its head again, man, Outsiders, they're poised. They're ready. They want to send them out.
Alexi feels like he can't win a fight with a rifle. He's had to double orb this round. Flit surely can't get this kill. That was a despicable miss shot.
Oh, dear.
Alexi dives out. He has room to move. Flit scared of a double setup. To ramp around again. It's all Outsiders have called in this T side. One little mid to B thrown in there. And another B exec on an anti-eco. But every gun round has just been this A brute force. Eco re-peeking off the flash. And the aforementioned man back in the bomb site with his AWP. He has been no sleeper this series, especially not this map. 24 and 18, hitting every kill required, even when it's not enough. 30 seconds, Nico's still here. Outsiders don't know.
Oh, the kick out see him. I felt like he saw him. Spammed out. Nico's dead. Thought he had the round-saving position, but now it's all on the line. 5v4. Outsiders trying to turn it around, trying to break this loss streak and send us to a third. m0NESY, if there ever was a time, 3 kills has not been enough for him. He needs even more now. With Nico knocked out, a new hero has to emerge here. James holding for this swing out of the AWP. Such slim margins, but no one's seen each other yet. Still, G2 cannot wait forever. They're on the clock. Eventually, they've got to go. They don't have flashes to force anyone off angles. They've got to win dry fights. Jax and Hunter provide the openers. James on the ramp side. Oh, m0NESY's dead. 2v2. Time ticking away. They got to get on the bomb, and they can't find it. Outsiders, they take us to dust too. They're not willing to let up yet. And that classic Outsiders resilience shines through on G2's map picker Vertigo.
You couldn't have blamed them in getting 2-0'd here, Harry. G2 put up a phenomenal Inferno. They had a great T side on this map as well. It felt all the makings for G2 to just roll over this game and close out the series and make this a nice, reassuring day. But this ugly beast of G2, this difficulty in closing games, in closing series, rears its head again. At least we had the caveat of, yeah, their BO1s, overtime games v Na'Vi, v Heroic, tilt in the server perhaps. This one was pure Outsiders, pure outplay, and pure m0NESY moments that mattered not. Unbelievable recovery on that T-half for Outsiders in a map that they have now broken their 5-loss streak on. And now we go to dust.
Dude, this is wild to think, right? That, like, for G2, it looked like they were just going to 2-0 this. It looked like it was going to be a very easy walk in the park. Outsiders start putting those rounds on the board, start to recover over here on Vertigo, and now that's going to a third. You've got to question, like, where are G2's heads at? How are they feeling? Like, they really dropped the ball here. They definitely, at moments, like when m0NESY's 3K'd so many of these A-holds and the rounds still go against you, it's still not enough. Like, that is a huge problem.
Yeah, 2v5s in the T-side alone there for Outsiders, and plenty more disadvantage done right back. Buster at the top of his team, absolutely impenetrable on those T-side entries. And Yukinda, he quieted down towards the end of that T-side. He was the one getting picked towards the end of those ramp hits, and it didn't seem to hold Outsiders back. The amount of post plants that they converted, James as well, someone who we didn't enjoy watching on Inferno, was very tapered, was very safe, was saving a lot, was not really throwing himself into impactful rounds. In those post plants on the T side, he was shutting down folks.
Yeah, and dude, like, it's scary because if G2 do fall short here, this would be like a huge red flag, you know? Like, these are the kind of results that can just destroy rosters. Like, think about it. They go to the grand final back in Stockholm, right? Then the grand final in Katowice. They're having all these chances cropping up, and so they're at least making the runs as to where you would expect a team like this. But now if they fall out in the Legend stage, 1 and 3, like, that's just not good enough for this squad.
G2 made the grand final of Stockholm and still cut their in-game leader. When he's dropping 6 kills here and they're falling like that in the Legend stage, it draws in questions questions for G2. It draws in serious questions and cause for concern unless they can shut things out on Dust 2. There's still another map in the series. No one is safe. Nothing is sacred, and there's still one more to go. We're going to have to wait to see who the hell longs out this series.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Well, we're used to seeing both these teams make appearances, make deep runs in the playoffs, right? But today, one of those journeys is going to get cut very, very short. Outsiders able to battle back on Vertigo, the map pick of G2. It sends us to Dust as a decider. Hugo, coming into this, I know that after seeing Inferno, you and I were both feeling kind of convinced, kind of sold on this G2 squad, that this was going to be their matchup, their series to win, and them carrying on at the major. Now, is that getting called into question in your head as much as it is in mine?
Oh, absolutely, right? That was an 8-7.5 for G2 on the T side of Vertigo, and they just fall apart. They get shattered on their defense. It's Outsiders with these meticulous, annoying, gross T side rounds to manage to close it out. Some incredible 2v5s out of Jame, Buster, and the rest coming through on those post plants on the A side. That was super impressive. At the same time, G2 should, presuming they can keep their head in the game, always a question when you're getting, burnt, the candle's getting burnt to the bottom, as they always do in these Outsider series. Can you keep your head in the game going into Dust? It's a great map for them. It's one that they've taken plenty of top opposition down on. We know G2, if this game was on the stage right now, I'd have full faith that G2 would be, able to run over Outsiders with that lack of experience on some of these players in those crowd events. But G2 aren't there yet, man, and they need to win not only this map, but they need to take down another BO3 at 2-2 if they want to get there. They may never even have the chance to fight for that final spot, and that would just be a shame, man. I love Outsiders, but at the same time, a team built for championships, a team where the core made it to the Stockholm Major final and even the Katowice final with this squad as well earlier in this year. Like, this should be a team that should be running through. The fact that they went 1-2, I wanted to put down to their matchups, to their seed, to their opponents, to those overtimes.
To BO1s even.
To BO1s, but there's no more excuses now. This is a BO1. Dust 2 is all we have left.
Yeah, dude, and I mean, it's kind of poetic that it's gone the distance, because now we really get this litmus test. One of the things that's always been said about this G2 squad is they're never safe, right? No match is over till it's over, but it's like the opposite of Outsiders. It's like they struggle closing them out. They struggle getting them over the line. There were moments where they've been celebrating earlier on in the tournaments for besting opponents that they should be beating, but they were just happy that they got the game finished. That even though, it takes going to an overtime, or it takes it coming down to the wire, they at least broke through. Well, now, there's no celebrating in sight. It's full focus. If that curse, if this problem of being able to close out a close series rears its head again for the G2 squad, their journey in Antwerp is abrupt, it's short, and it's over. And Outsiders would carry on fighting.
Yeah, it would be a disappointment. There's no other way of framing it, really. And their challenger stage was anything but a disappointment for G2, right? They just destroyed Liquid on their opener. They beat Spirit in overtime. They closed that game after a very nice comeback from Spirit, I think on Dust as well. And they even took down Ents, who have been a real powerhouse right now inside of this region, looking like the mini phase coming back in and upsetting and surprising many. So yeah, the form recently has been good for G2. There's not been any questions about that, but that's, again, you just can't count out Outsiders, can you? You can't kick this team while they're down, because they'll get back up and they'll hit you in the face. Here we go, folks. Final map of the series, final map of the tournament for one of these two teams, and if Outsiders lose, it may be final map of this roster's history. We'll have to see whether longevity is in their back pocket, as it usually is. Bomb spotted in spawn. Hunter takes a peek. But it's Outsiders on a slow default pistol. Their bread and their butter. Tasty.
And I mean, there's something to be said about how Outsiders play these T-pistol rounds, man. I think it's so good, because G2 have come into this. They probably had a little talk in between maps, right? They're probably, going over the game plan, trying to pump each other up. And then this is the pistol you go into. It's grueling. It's slow. And that's more of a problem for you when you try to build up this high, moving back in. Outsiders, this is what they're used to. This is just another day in the office. Nothing peculiar, nothing out of the ordinary. That kill from Nico to open up was nice. It was clean. And it's denied this long control to the Outsiders. What do they want to do now? They really weren't ready to have Flick go down in such a fashion.
They've got the nades for a mid to beat. But that's a hinge smoke to get them up catwalk. Alexi can spam, but no guarantees on these shots. Outsiders make it up, and on the catwalk sits m0NESY. Gonna get at least a jiggle off. Sees the outsiders look to be committing. 30 seconds late out long his kicker. He's gonna have to find some fast impact as NiKo's crossing from the car, dueling them as they go into the bomb site, but they're not making it far. Good util. m0NESY blind hits his headshot, and suddenly this pistol is a wash. It is a wipeout.
I actually think that was a read from G2 because I recall Outsiders doing a non-identical pistol on Dust earlier in the tournament where they send Flit early out the long side, and then, you know, his whole goal is to just try and sell this as a bit of a ruse. Then you deal with him, and you're hoping that G2 get paranoid about like a late B commit before falling back into the A play. And you note that actually once they found Flit along, they padded out the A side. Yeah. They stacked it to the 9. So I do think that was a bit of a read there from the G2 squad, and that's a nice feel-good way to open this one up.
Yeah, knowing that, you know, your calls are either working is a nice feeling, but it's not just that for me in this game. It's we need like the hero show from NiKo and m0NESY, and I don't think they've been underperforming. m0NESY certainly didn't. On that last
m0NESY
map.
was doing everything he could.
Exactly. m0NESY wasn't the problem. I don't think NiKo was the problem. You know, he had some problematic rounds in 5-on-4s.
Here's my take on it. NiKo was not a problem, but he was also pretty average, and that's not why this guy's in the team. You know, like same can kind of be said for Hunter. I think he actually had a really rough go of it on Vertigo, and so I'm hoping even just to step up from one of these two guys. I mean, you're on the kind of perfect map for it. That could be the push needed to get this over the line.
Yeah, and NiKo's great on CT side of this map, but on those T-halves, Hunter's such an enjoyable player to watch on some of his cat takes. So I do hold some optimism for G2 in this game, despite the way that we have been framing this one. It's more just the fact that I'm shocked we're even here in a third map decider, given how the first first 3 halves of this series went. 3 halves?
Yeah, you know, 3 halves make a hole in a bit.
A hole and a half, man. 150%. That's what m0NESY needs to be on, and he cracks ahead.
Yeah, Buster's going to try and time him on the mid-smoke walk. m0NESY holds the line. It's only Glocks, right?
Yep, should be easy. Should be breezy. And NiKo looking to be squeezy on short. Gonna boost over, no way. He's spotted, and NiKo just keeps spamming. These guys are a shot of death, and he'll connect every single one. G2 and O.
Yeah, they got the conversion. Outsiders, though, they wanted to get a buy going right away. Looking at the spawn, this is a great B spawn, but Outsiders aren't really a team I can envision going for something out of the gate, out of spawn.
Chopper would take it.
Chopper would be rubbing his hands together right now. All right, boys. I know the perfect call, but for Outsiders, it's a lot slower. It's a lot more measured from the get-go. I mean, hell, dude, when we were in the RMRs to get here, there was a moment where they started a round off trying to take long. It didn't go their way, and everyone's just having a drink of water, like chilling out in spawn for a solid 30 seconds. They really don't mind letting that clock tick down. They're going to work this mid-control. And they get Flit very deep up the catwalk. A lot faster than I can imagine G2 are ready for.
G2 are leaning back to spawn right now. That will still leave this scout to have the cross contained, but if Outsider's going to go, they surely will throw at least one of these smokes on the cross. Would like both, you know, get that headshot angle, smoke the big popularized. So much of the utility that we know and love today came from Big, and even got B specifically. It was great to see him back, standing behind the boys today. Unfortunately, Big did fall to Vitality in a slog of a game that went overtimes in all 3 maps. Outsiders know what that's like. Into middle, NiKo stops the first, getting spammed, but they can't put him in the hearse, not yet. They need to trade this kill. NiKo almost gets 2. It's good damage onto Buster, but he can't hunt them down. Back into the bomb site, G2 set up camp.
Okay, Jane coming in through the tunnels alone with the bomb. 20 seconds as this push is now on the cards. Buster's coming in to join Jane, but he's super low on health. A lot of the pressure's got to come from these mid players, and Yakindar and Flit will step up to the occasion. The scout good for the first, but a 1v4 turned 1v3 in the retake is anything but ideal. m0NESY is out of there trying to save this AK. The footsteps are heard. They will come hunting. Gonna take another out of the round. Flit and Buster are both low. Still, he should never attempt this just on numbers alone, and he will elect to play it safe, give outsiders the respect in this round. The mid to B works wonders. That Flit Yakindar component out through middle, man. It's a terrifying twosome. And they're able to mop up those B frags without Jame and Buster ever even getting involved.
Yeah, that was a really awkward FAMAS spray on the bomb site as well for G2. Didn't do him any favors in stopping that split, but very well timed. The fact that outsiders can get those mid players set up and still be patient enough to wait for the tunnels component. Very clean mid to B in what was again a bonus round for G2. They had Scout, they had worse rifles, but now they need to come in with the goods. Still no AWP, and still SMGs as their money was broken very early on. Alexi's going to take a SMG, at least being heroic there and setting up his stars. He's going to go get quick into lower as well, using his spawn. This was heard, Yakinda knows, but there's always the fear of the upper push, and there is a player there behind the Molotov. Jack's waiting for the fade, and he might be able to go. He catches an angle, Yakinda gets out relatively scot-free, and outsiders, while they have to concede the control to 3 G2 players, they at least know what's up.
It's a lot of bodies involved with taking all this control of lower. And even though it's going to give you more options to rotate in the long run, right? That's kind of the goal here. Once you've got Jax established, free up some of these bodies to go and reinforce the A side of the map. There's still that period of transition you're going to be caught in as you shuffle these players out of there.
Yeah, but outsiders aren't a team to pounce on the moment and to grab that gap. Instead, they creep, silent, out long with all 5. This is no surprise to G2. They know this is the one position they don't have, and they see nothing in middle. Re-smoke and upper as well.
Dude, though, versus a lot of other squads like this, Tunnels player would give you like way more confidence to go and reinforce A, but it's like outside, you're still not sure. You're still worried they could just be waiting for this smoke fade. It is the A play. You would have been right to put more bodies here. m0NESY, it's ugly on that spray. Hunter trying to get boosted up and over. Nico dead on the catwalk. And so Hunter needs to deliver now. Yakindar with the plant, gonna get it down, gonna get it planted. And a 3v4 retake, not the cards G2 wanted to be dealt. They're gonna try and make the best of a bad situation, but it only makes matters worse. The boost denied. And trying to save is Alexi. Oh, just about getting out with this A1S for now.
Don't speak too soon.
Still has to try and cross again. They might even come hunting for him.
Yeah, they know he's locked in right side CT. He probably dies to the bomb here. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe he just gets away. It is a deep plant in the site. So Alexi, I trust his feeling. He's going to get away with this rifle, and last second go over the box when he knows outsiders have crossed out. Still around from the rifles though. G2, like you said, had all that space in the world, but it didn't inspire much confidence in their defense. A couple of whiff shots plus that boost getting destroyed by Yakindar. And outsiders already building early to their T half. No money here for G2 either. So Alexi and Jack's got to do the heavy lifting, and around they shouldn't have a lot of faith in. That lower smoke lets Hunter get involved. He's peering through it, bit of a one-way created. Alexi, I like this move all the way up top. Flashed in even rather. Flit's seen this though. So it's no surprise. Kicker's come back to assist, and James making sure that top mid hasn't been taken through spawn. It's a very passive default for outsiders, purely based off the fact that Alexi has shown his control. He's finally given it up. He's kept the rifle in a retrievable position, and he's got pistol bodyguards to either bait for him or take his weapon if he falls.
Flit and Yakindar gonna walk into this short side stack. Oh, but it's dismantled. Here's this one M4 trying to hold on, and Alexi's gonna get the dink, but not the killing blow. The A1S now cut loose. Hunter, even though that's a nice tap, it's still, maybe, and with a chance. They pincer Hunter on the cross, Chance at the plant now. I mean, Jax, you're buying up next round anyway. This is already good results. He's going to try his hand at the round, but Kicker is one step ahead. Yeah. Knife was out. Jax was never ready for that. And so Outsiders, they regain control. All in all, nice bit of damage for G2, right? Something to bear in mind as this drags on.
It's something we talked about in earlier games for Outsiders in the tournament, but for Yikinda, like, you know, what does he want to do at this event? Does he want to try and show himself off? We already know that he's certainly got options available after this event, regardless of results, but he just comes in with another meaty round with 3 kills on the entry. Looking so clean right now on Dust 2 as Yikinda. And again, he started very slow on Inferno on his T side. Oh, if he peeks wider, he just gets that kill. Does he know? Maybe he thinks he's being held. Honestly, barrel poking out Nico. Almost a new haircut. James can't get the scissors in time. Close shave for G2 keeps things even. Yikinda eats a grenade. Outsiders even holding for a top mid push. You never know. Or could sneak past. Long corner smoke for James. They love a late long take do Outsiders, whether it's even just popping and delaying by 5 or 10 seconds and smoking the molly right before it disappears, or taking it late in the round with these cross smokes to get into the pit. That's their plan.
Oh, that's a brutal flash. James sets them up for the opener.
What a wall.
And the wall of smokes gives them free passage. Ooh. Boosts being held. Monacy, that is clean. He's ready for it, but one hell of a response. James, even tighter angle, able to snuff out the AWPer inside of the site. The bomb's now moving up long. Buster still late lurking B. They're going to try and run boost James into the site. Oh, he's tagged down low. Very much wounded now.
That molly.
Molly's going to make life hard for him. They need this flank to activate, and even then, like, there's just so little time left. Someone needs to fight this short player. James needs help. Flick goes swinging, and Nico taps them out. That there is a G2 round through and through.
Yeah, I mean, Buster had a chance to take the shot early. He just wanted the guaranteed kill, but even with it, Nico the whole time had the catwalk cross on lock. He knew that James could not jump up and get into the bomb site without exposing himself, and considering he was already 10 health from that run boost across long, there was no way for James to get the bomb down with 2 catwalk players available. Nice shooting for Nico. He's at least coming hot today in this third map, especially 11-3 to begin from what was a really nice start to the round for Outsiders. Getting that pick clear, trading Monacy only 1-for-1, and it's just a lack of smokes for that long cross that causes more problems than Outsiders were ready for. G2 hopefully heads still in it. The hype man of Jax. Trying to keep him going. Tooth and nail for every round. And this one, those might be their best weapons. 2 Deagles for Outsiders. Not ideal.
Now towards long. Far more pace on it this time around. Our Outsiders ready for this AWP back inside of the site. G2 have immediately conceded long, even taking the tunnels. James going to open up, besting Monacy again. Smoke now for the cross. This was what they were missing last time. Nico going to try and play through it. Goes running in. First kill goes his way. There's a lot more where that came from, though, and Nico only good for the first. AWP now in Alexi's hands. Guns retrieved. Buster moving up the ramp. Doesn't look ready for Alexi here. Will check for it. Doesn't make matters any easier. And now these smokes are going to start to dissipate. Outsiders, same problem as last round. Once they're gone, how do you get in?
You don't. Are they looking to save, or do they just want to give time for James to get set up? Oh, he had to be quick there. Jax gets spotted, but gives it away. He has the smoke to lock out James on catwalk later, but he's regressed back to the long side. And again, the same problem, the no smoke on the cross. But with so much time having passed, do G2 even know that this bomb is in the middle of the open? Because they were going back to check B for a moment. Now they're finally here. They've regressed. Jax is getting crossed in. He might see this package sat in the open. open. Hunter trying to cover the cross. Yakinda going through, and he makes it for free, but it's at least spotted.
Oh, you're very happy that that molly was not for Gandalf. Alexi tries to fight through it. Is now low on the back of the Molotov.
Jump.
Plant's coming in. Hunter jumping. Nothing connects. Hoping, praying that something could have come through there. And James still very much in the round with this AWP. It's a tag onto Hunter.
Ouch.
Alexi brushed aside. Outsiders. This was a round that looked so cooked, looked so done when they didn't have the smokes for the cross, but somehow they battled back into it. And Hunter is left saving in the 1v3.
What a robbery for Yakinda again, right? Just the slowdown. Outsiders put so much paranoia in G2's head and moonwalking into the scope. Flit went all the way around late cat in the post plant. They were so assured by Jamie Yakinda with that cross. But Yakinda just swings out, not only stopping Alexi with the AWP, but even finishing Jackson Gandalf. That was really nice for Outsiders, and man, they don't need the long smokes. That's all I'm learning today. They are fine just hitting those run boosts. A lot of the times, people will mess those run boosts up on long, right? The ground isn't too flat. Even a little bump in the road can completely topple any run boost. Outsiders know what they're doing. They won't make those mistakes. Things like that can cost you a round. G2, they're now broken. We've got this hinge smoke thrown from spawn, requires the scope. But James Fine being in the back of the pack, nothing new. Full long setup, but no flash here.
Mate, we were talking about Nico needed to come alive. Like, he's got the same amount of kills as everyone else on G2 put together.
Damn. Well, as we proved, sometimes a player popping off isn't enough, right? As Modesty found out last map, how many 3Ks did he give us in lost rounds?
I mean, I'll even...
Kicker,
oh, my
you
God.
cheeky bugger.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello.
Kicker, they're free! They're free! 4 kills on the Modown, and Yakinda there to close.
That's such a tilt.
Dude, it's so... I don't even know how to put it into words. It must just feel horrific. Like... They're in T-spawn, for crying out loud. Like they always are. The round will be live for like 50 seconds and they're still in T-spawn.
Yeah, Kicker's just pulled the handbrake, man. He's practicing safe driving. Well, you can't drive with the handbrake on, but they had more than enough
The safest
time.
driving is not to drive.
Yeah, true. Can't crash if you don't move. Can't lose if you don't leave T-spawn. Impatience. But that's fine. It was full eco, so you know, not a worry for G2. Just very sweaty for Kicker. He loves a late long lurk, and he'll do it again, creeping through the smoke, ballsy, but got flashed by Flit. It's going to be Alexi tucked pit side, and Modesty coming in with no AWP to support. Kovac is in spawn. Yakinda gets hit. That is worst case scenario. He swings because he thinks he's going to be fought, but he could have even run away and escaped. Probably wasn't expecting that smoke to hit him either. Couldn't have been better. Not only slows him down, but gives a huge audio cue for Nico to get that kill. So a bit of luck goes the way of G2, but they have to capitalize upon it. They have to close the round.
Triple B lean.
Certainly a read.
Yeah, but with Jay making so much noise, like this doesn't scream commitment. If anything, it's like the polar opposite, man. He's just scoping in and out with the AWP, lobbing in a bit of util, trying to keep bodies over at this B site, even dropping that walkout smoke through the tunnels. And it has sold G2 down the river, right? They're still 3 strong here. Alexi gets the info. They're out on the short side, but there isn't much he can do in terms of stopping them getting this site control and getting the bomb down. Gonna be a retake now. Down in lower, James is bested. That is a big kill to have found.
Have to win it.
This is the chance. G2 getting all the frags as that bomb plant comes in. It's Flit alone, trapped in this site smoke.
Nice.
And he will get shut out, so G2 able to deliver there.
Ooh, just sweaty, sigh of relief. Brush it off of your forehead. Go next round. Yeah, James just lurking late lower. They knew he was there, like you said, putting up so much noise early to fake. And even though G2 didn't have the setup to stop a bomb plant, with that deep long commit, they can come in and just crunch on those A players. That short side hold was not enough. G2 go on with a clean round. Very important for the money as well. We're still early in this half. G2 have yet to establish a serious bank account. They've yet to really get Monacy going on this AWP. It's finally in play now. Yet again, been a while. Back to lower for Hunter. Ooh, in and out like a light.
He's just going to leave mid, and Flit's now walking it.
Oh, if he went for that, that's the round, Harry. That is if Flit just W's, that's just Jack solo B. No one was even in spawn. That gap, that bubble, oh, it's popped.
No one's watching short right now. There is a route up through the catwalk into this A play that would be pretty much free. Like, Monacy can come back from long, but he's not really in a position to do so. He's holding for late re-aggro. And, like, it's insane. You don't feel safe going further than this if you're Monacy. And so he's just going to be stuck holding, like, a dead angle for the entirety of the round. At any moment, in the last 20 seconds, outsiders could come his way, but it's not. It is this B play. Hunter's caught with nades out. Jack's getting overwhelmed. Flit's going to mop him up. And so a 3v4, a round that a lot of teams would look to save in. If you don't get a kill soon, you will be left just ducking out of this one and giving the respect to outsiders. And that's the decision. That's the bitter pill that G2 have to swallow.
That's got to be off the info as well that Flit gets so early in the round that G2 were not playing for mid that round. They may have, rotated Nico pretty quickly to spawn, but when you get locked out by those mid to B smokes and you can't climb over and you can't shoot through, and outsiders just, dumping their players through B tunnels, it's a free round. There's nothing G2 could do. They had only 2 in the bomb site. Outsiders like those odds, and Flit was just tracing Jax in the bomb site full blind until that wore off. But lovely round out of outsiders. At least G2 keep the majority up. But 6-4 already, all the makings of a strong T half. On a far more favorable map than Vertigo has been this year to the outsiders.
I mean, dude, it's not always like the most enthralling in terms of getting like really pacey rounds out of it, but you've got to appreciate the kind of grotesque beauty of the outsiders' game plan for T-sides. It's like an artist who makes sculptures out of fingers, man. Like, yeah, it's a little gross, it's a little grimy, but still beautiful. Hunter down through lower, holding for this swing, and he's got Monacy fighting with him. Flash to set that drop up. Hunter was playing anti. Now they've got him boxed in. They want this trade. Monacy there to help him out.
I don't know why he didn't kill him there. He had him dead to rights. They get out 5-on-3. That is crazy that Kinder doesn't take one further step and just spam the corner. Hunter was so low. He just gets stuck and chased by that orb. Seems like a bit of an oversight. Jax is full sending.
I mean, hey, it's actually valuable info that outsiders aren't in T-spawn. Like, he's going to get the drop on the bomb here. Oh, no, he's not. He's going into middle. Now, James is not ready for this. It's a lineup. Jax knocks them both down. Kicker. Oh, had the chance to trade that. Does whiff the execution a little. And is now just playing for damage.
Well, that's one way to win a round. G2 will take it. I like the double lower setup. Something new. Hunter's occasionally poked his head in there a little bit, but not had any support so far. And the fact that G2 keep throwing this lower mid-smoke almost every round does two things. One, it covers their cross. They're able to get all the way into the B site without having to worry about Jane being boosted and getting picks, but also it conditions outsiders into not knowing when that smoke is met with players in lower. Even if it's just Hunter running lower, throwing a nade and running back, it's in the back of the mind for outsiders like, okay, we've got to be really methodical in our lower takes. We've got to clear this position. We've got to worry about cap boosts as well. It just adds a whole new layer to G2's defense and wastes even more time for outsiders, even when there aren't setups there. It's one of the reasons we've seen Dust 2, which was predominantly a T-sided map, the only T-sided map in the pool prior to its changes, now swing very heavy the other side, right? The options to push up middle, to take lower. They're there, and G2 at least making great use of them right now.
Hunter's one way in mid didn't spot Yekindar getting so deep. As far as he's aware, no one should be here right now. Yekindar's got great space on this push, but at first he's going to go clear out lower. Scarred by how that last round started, they're keen to get this control early. They've at least denied this early flow of info, these early chances at fights to G2. Now, I mean, is often the case, once they kind of got the real estate they were looking for, in this case, Cat, and the tunnels control, they're just going to sit for a moment, wait and see if they catch anyone moving around for the G2 squad. When that doesn't happen, they'll group on the Cat side and look to move into this.
We've seen a while for Outsiders coming up with a boost, though. They're not committing off that util. They still have a boatload more. Just trying to get nades out of G2, who have done a really good job of holding on to HEs at least. You know how powerful these can be when you know the Cat commit is coming in or stopping a bomb plant. They have 2 HEs right now on different sides of the map. Monacy missed shot. They're going to start to cross in. That smoke for a Molotov that's not appearing. Nico gets dropped on in spawn. The rest of Outsiders have to come in, and the patience pays dividends. Monacy walks into the scope of Jame, and they cross in. Bomb can go down, and save must be called as Jax, while he can win his fight, Alexi's already run away.
Yeah, he's going to have a chance to take one out of the round, but that's really the extent of it. Outsiders up onto 7, and I mean, Jame continues this streak of being, you know, your favorite AWPer's least favorite AWPer to go against. He really is just like an anti-AWP AWPer, dude. He must feel so frustrating to go up against. Bests Monacy in the head-to-head, knocks him out of the A play, and it sets Outsiders up brilliantly. Then you've got like these looser pieces, right? Your Kindars, your Flits, who are given a bit more room in terms of as that sight hit's coming in. Your Kindar dropping into CT, getting the better of Nico. That clash of the 2 stars.
Yeah, that is so annoying for someone like Monacy, where you've got like 20 seconds on Outsiders. They're up Cat. You know it's A. They have to commit. They're in your spawn. You feel like you're getting run down on ramp as well, and you don't know if you are or not. And you're just waiting for at least to get a couple of shots out of your AWP while Outsiders cross in. And they won't cross in. They refuse to go wide because they know you're there, and they wait for you to make the mistake of swinging into a pick. It's so annoying, because it's so high risk with 20 seconds to still be waiting on the CT AWP. Like if Monacy tucks in there, Outsiders are out of options, and he can play for bomb denial. But Jame is just one step ahead, man, at all times. 7-5, and I'm getting a little concerned here, Harry.
Yeah, it is starting to get a little bit worrying, right? Like, Nico was a real focal point early on. He started this, I think it was 12-3, actually like an identical scoreline to the one we had in the Outsiders versus Vitality matchups. I always started much the same way. And then a couple of rounds go against you. A couple of chances don't go your way. And the fall-off is pretty steep past that point.
Long take, but yeah, G2 are here. It's a good read. They've got numbers in position. Nico now wants to get involved. He wants to force gunfights. He's shown his hand. He's very close doors, and Outsiders know that will slow them down on this long take. They go back to mid. Kinder's just been creeping in through mid all half. Hunter's behind the door. And with Monacy on Cat, these two can try and play in tandem. Flit's going to clear this. Oh, he turns lazy check. That Molly's going to force Kinder's hand. He goes right through this time. Does get that better of Hunter. Trades into the 4-on-4. And options open suddenly.
They're grouping in middle, but they've still got kick out over at long. This feels like they want to try and lean back into A. At least that's how they're poised. That re-smoke on short might send them away. And honestly, that could do more harm than good to G2 at this point. Like, they're very heavy leaning onto the A play. m0NESY just finding himself a little safe cubby to exist in. Outsiders, they still mean business. They still want to take this short control back. Gonna have to get past this double layered hold of m0NESY and NiKo. The two top performers right now. m0NESY holds the line with a double. NiKo, if he can follow up, that's the bomb dropped. Instead, Buster's gonna get the better of him. A site now open for the taking. There is a player in CT, right? You are gonna have this rotate out of Alexi. Jack's with him. Kickert's missed this timing.
Ouch.
The nade, it's so close to a kill, and that would have won them the round. Instead, the bomb is now planted. Buster, low on health, still seeking his fortune, playing inside of the site, not afraid of a fight. Both players up the ramp side. There's the first. Buster might be low, but it's not made him any easier to deal with. Jack's trades and a 1v1. Molly on Kicker is big. He's lobbing that in, but with them already on the bomb, the nade's gonna have to do it, and it will. Burns out Jax, and Outsiders steal that one.
No, Jack's got the defuse.
Wait, really?
Last second. I'm pretty sure.
I thought he got off, but...
No, he got it. He got it.
Oh my God.
The nade did great damage, but it all came in too late. Outsiders win. Sorry, G2 win it. Last second stick, 6-7.
That's insane.
Yeah. Shocking. But that bomb plant wasn't open, right? Buster didn't actually, G2 won it. Buster didn't actually have catwalk control, so he had to plant safe.
Dude, they used that plant a few times, and it always makes me nervous, right? For that exact reason when they're set up on the short side.
Kicker just had to get the molly in earlier, man. Like, that was the whole point. You could see behind the round, I was worried of the plant, but then I saw Kicker had molly nade, and I was just thinking, that's fine. G2 no smoke. They can't win unless they stick before the util. That molly had to come in way earlier, because the nade did it, and they killed Jax.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, they're pissed and they're going for it. Full send B, and surprise, surprise, Kicker's got his revenge.
Dude, that's insane.
Psych.
Not every day you get that pace out of Outsiders. We were joking about it, you know, like, oh, they won't be rushed. They just don't do that, but they pull it out now.
Oh dear, G2 may have won a round, but they kept nothing for it, and Outsiders knew it. That money was low, the mollies were lacking, the weaponry is trash, and Outsiders just abuse it through B. Kicker probably annoyed that he lost a clutch that was set up for him. He was top mid in flamey spot, just waiting for cat rotations that never came. And yeah, really he should have won that round. I can't blame you, Harry, for getting it wrong. But yeah, this is a 1T side for Outsiders right now on a map that has again lent to be CT sided since the changes. Nice upgrade for NiKo at the end. They can't stop the save. But they can save the series. 8-6. One more in the half. Ooh la la. Cross and pass the Yorp. Always terrifying. G2 keep going for long takes, which, you know, is objectively a good play, but Outsiders are never here. They've not sped long, and other than 1 or 2 rounds this entire half, they're usually late taking it or leaving kick at lurks.
Dude, do they just want to all-in B again? I mean, they don't have any other real estate. Like, it's kind of the option they feel tied to right now.
100% success rate at just jumping through the tunnel smoke. Both times they've done it, it's been their cleanest rounds yet.
If they get fed this kill on the push through upper, they are going to go. The rest of the gang are moving into middle, trying to get a bit more control for the Outsiders to work with. That flash hits Jax. No. And so that's info gained for the Outsiders.
Flash peek is nice. Oh, that's even better. Yakinda wasn't blind. He re-peeked off the flash, but it's NiKo a second later and a second faster. Smooth moves to take that 5-on-4 in a round where weaponry is a miss. NiKo has to be the king of this round. He's gone for more. Kick it's dead. If NiKo activates, he can flank this cat play.
Alexi with the 5-7. They don't know about it. The flash to set him up is a thing of beauty. And James now boxed in a corner. They know all about him.
Ouch.
And even though he nails that shot, he would need to do so much more. G2, they've stumbled back to their feet here, spurred on by last millisecond. Jack's bomb defused. They're able to pull it all together in round 15. Nico has a big moment as well, up on the catwalk, entrusted with the big gun, and he puts it to use.
It's certainly not been the problem in this map, right? And, you know, didn't really feel like a big issue in Vertigo. Him and Monacy on that A side were often just getting all those multi-kills, falling back into safe setups, and it's the retakes that let G2 down there. They at least hold on. 7 rounds CT side, no complaints. Could have been a lot better, though. Outsiders snuck some absolute blinders through in their T side. And those odds, which were once extremely one-sided, nothing like it anymore. Outsiders favor. 8-7. And this is not even for qualification, for elimination, for devastation, for maybe roster reformation.
Dude, like, either of these teams getting eliminated here is bad. You know, like it's really not where you pegged them. But I do think it's that much worse for G2 if it were to befall this star-studded lineup. It's not over yet. Like, they've kept themselves in it. They've kept themselves afloat. Yakindar is all the way through spawn, and so at this point, Outsiders know that this was destined to be the A play. They've sight out James. Needed one of those to connect. It's couple of chances sailing past him, but everyone else is going to rise to the occasion. The gap in that smoke put to devastating effect. And even though James tapped out, there is a big push through this smoke. They run Monacy down. They don't give him the room. And so Outsiders are on to a 9th. And dude, like, I don't know, if the pistol's anything to go by, if kind of the conditioning of just knowing who you're up against is anything to go by, look at the differences and keep an eye on this as the game goes on between how much freedom Outsiders get on their CT side in terms of grabbing information, taking key areas of control, and compare that to what G2 were dealt. Everything had to be super reactive. Very rarely did they get any of these like key info positions or big flanks off.
Well, you know, so it's the playing out of fear a little bit, playing not to lose. It's you not wanting to get too aggressive and give him mistakes and throw away 5-on-4s. To a certain degree, making sense. They had a lot of tunnels control in that first half, but when they didn't, we saw the results. It was just B executes from Outsiders. You know, it was Nico. We said coming into this game, Nico CT side, great on this map. T side, Hunter. He's the guy I'm looking at. 3-11 right now. Can't go quiet. Once we hit those buy rounds for G2, he is an integral piece of this attacking side for G2 on a map like Dust. And right now, he's gone silent at the worst possible second. Talking of run boost, though, first, double run boost. Hello. One's a bit of a dribble, and one's a full-on spit. James is going to rub salt in the wound as he holds his shot, and Kick It cleans up. Alexi's on the corner. With only a Glock, he should not overwhelm anyone. Ooh, keep it clean, keep it alive, and he will. Kick It comes in to help. 10-7. Yeah, talk about the pistol, right? For Outsiders, when they were doing long cross rounds early in the half, they sometimes didn't have the smoke because they'd thrown hinge smokes first to get Cat, or they'd done the long wall to get Pit, and so they would like run boost over long. G2 and that pistol, they threw the long smokes, but I don't know what happened. Did they get blocked, or were the lineups bad? But there was a massive gap where Buster just killed, I think, 2, and also got so much damage on those crossing players into the bomb sites. Things like that, even in the pistol, while it was one-sided, that didn't help. Outsiders winning right now, 10-7, convert their pistol. They call their first pause of the map. They know winning this rifle round can kick G2 while they're down.
G2 have got all the pieces, right? There's no excuse to fall short in this one. They're up against a bonus round. They need to hit the ground running, man. Just for the mental side of this matchup. They need a little victory to cling on to give them that second wind. Trying to set m0NESY up for a mid-fight, but Outside is not the kind of team to get caught giving these away. Dude, Outsiders are taking real estate on both sides of the map. They just flashed Buster towards upper tunnels, and they've pushed Flit aggro over here towards long. Already, this is a nice setup here. There's a lot of like early warning systems in place as to the intent behind this round. That mid flash going to at least get Jame off the angle. Allow G2 to cross scot-free over here in middle. There's a world where Flit could come in on a backstab here. Long has been completely discounted. Tunnels is now looking like the object of G2's desire. They're going to start to go back to it, and right now, it's only Buster here.
Yeah, he was excellent at popping out of the B site with Kicker and getting entries, but how can he do when they're coming his way? Kicker goes over the smoke. He's going to get flashed through. That's insane! Winning that fight to Nico, a fight that Nico so often netted the 5-on-4 in middle on the other way around. Now he's dead on the entry. Oh, behind the smoke, there's been a creepy crawly. Jame has gone through m0NESY. If he gets a shot off, Jame should swing and trade immediately. m0NESY's so committed, but Jame has gone all the way back to the site. Yakinda's gone. They've realized it's an A play. 10 seconds now. Flash peek for one. Kicker will fall and double dip. Jame is ready to stop the plant.
Oh, out in mid, there's a whole separate fight going on, but they need the plant over here in A. This is the 2v2 for the round. m0NESY's lost to the hands of time for now. Up onto the catwalk, Hunter cannot find that spray. Alexi with a chance to save it. It's a 1v1, Flit versus m0NESY. Flash goes over, m0NESY peeks and nails the shot. 3 in the round. The young gun keeps G2 in it.
That's why he's here. That's why you pay him the big bucks. Youngest player of the major, and he wants to stay that way. He wants to stay in the major with a run, with a 3K, and with a clutch to keep G2 going. Massive round out of m0NESY. That was terrifying, man. From the mid pick rather into the A play. Delayed swing out of Outsiders on the site. G2 managed to close. Whew, sigh of relief. And now just pistols for Outsiders. This is G2's second wind blowing in their face. They can build back bigger and better.
There's a heavy B stack here. If G2, if they just go for an A exec, which, you know, pretty par for the course in a round where you know the money's low, they win it.
Yeah, you struggle to lose this round, but the B stack is certainly a way in. And however, G2 don't look like they're falling for it. Wisely avoiding the danger zone. They bump their way up A. Flash to Cat and executes like you wanted, Harry. This is a 9th for G2. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah, I think stacking B in this round's kind of optimistic at best. You need to play the range game in this one, right? You got all this util to set you up, and G2, like, they're still being very methodical with how they approach it, but they've won the round. Even a chance at a unicorn one to put them onto their 9th. 10 players still alive right now, and not showing too many signs of changing anytime soon. Yakindar's going to go hunting, right? Try to take a gun out of the round. Flit's even moving in through spawn, so we do have this kind of spread out for the Outsiders, trying to make it worth it in some sense of the word. Okay, that's clean. Catman should trade it. Hunter will. 9 now on the board. Okay, this is, in my eyes, this is like the ultimate test for G2. You know, we talked about it a lot throughout this series, a lot in like the preamble before we headed in, how it feels like this is kind of like a real test of the metal, because it's always a team that struggled closing out versus a team that's known for their comebacks. And so I really believe that, you know, if G2 are able to get back into this, to start to build back in, that would signify them overcoming a real mental barrier for this team.
Yeah. Imagine that, right? Like the opposite for Outsiders. Because, you know, Outsiders may be heavy in the lead and you may pull a comeback, but that won't stop them from winning round 29 and 30, right? For G2, it would be the inverse. For them to pull it back up against the world, up against one of the best teams to long out 30-round games. To close a 3-map series. Alexi wants a V contact. Yakinda's over the smoke. It's perfect. By design, picks him out of the window. And now on the wall, it's Buster.
And Nico over here in mid, even though he burns to that molly, you need kills out of Buster in the hold, and with him dead right away, Alexi, someone who's been pretty quiet throughout the entire series, maybe with the exception of Inferno, where he had a bit more impact, a bit more to say. He roars to life in this round, right? And that felt a little more like vintage Alexi, playing around the smoke at the front of tunnels, being the guy at the front of the pack, just running them down with a nifty little smoke play to get him in.
Yeah.
And so that will tie this game up. 10-all. Outsiders. They're moving into eco territory here. So unless this AWP and this AK go huge, it's going to signify a changing of the guard. It's going to signify G2 looking to move into the lead.
Yeah, it's kind of like that Imperial game, Harry, where G2 were kind of falling flat on their face. They were trading rounds. They weren't playing too great. Modesty pulled out that big 1v3 on the B site Mirage, and then suddenly G2 came alive and they swept the series. Modesty got that clutch. G2 looked like a different team. And, you know, even though their fans deserve health insurance paid by Ocelot just for the heart attacks that G2 have given them over the years, at the same time, even more credit, even more props to G2 if they can pull this one back from what looked like a flat third map and close it out. 10-10. Well within reach. Money advantage. 2 guns saved. Should be G2 onto another.
How does Jane want to use this AWP? Right, he's kind of in that hero position, someone who's going to carry the weight of this round on his shoulders. Does he want to get involved early? It's not really what you think of when you think of Jane, but there are ways they try pull him into this, right? Whether it be kind of cap boosting. He's actually got an all right spawn for middle by the looks of things, so could try to challenge Modesty, who has been attempting to catch players crossing. He scoped up in mid, but just goes running into the B site. Modesty, meanwhile, out here towards long. That molly going to send him out of the long doors. No chance at the pick there. They've entrusted the entire B bomb site to Jame.
Even if you get a late activation from Hunter, right? While Alexi had that big impact round on B, if Hunter can come in with some multi-kill rounds up on this A site, suddenly you're cooking with gas, suddenly you have a little bit more in the tank. Expensive, but worth every penny here for G2. They're going to try take long late. Kick it up close 5-7. Yakinda not really here to help. He's got a flashbang, but I don't know if it will go in time. This looks pretty contacted. Can throw it. He's got a pistol out, and Kings is already put down. Yakinda has to run all the way back and flip with 1M4. Is shot through the crack. Nico, he's got a smoke gap. Jame, he may be on the big green, but he is too far away to have impact. Nico's legs seen. Buster can't close it. Nice shot from Nico. Opened up this A site and won G2 the round they must have.
Yeah, this is just a save on the AK and AWP. Outsider's going to try run it back in the next. G2 up in the lead, and they get here flawlessly as well. It's, you know, keeping 5 alive matters a hell of a lot to them right now. Just looking to set themselves up for the remainder of regulation with money now getting made. G2 are in a really good spot, even removing this attempted save of the AK. James going to be a little bit harder to flush out, but they are still looking for him.
Ooh. There's one, there's another. James got it. And it seems like the time should just be enough for him to save. Maybe one more fight from Alexi if he throws himself at it. He feels like it's worth it with G2 on a comeback with the money. But James will get away. G2 will take that at the end of the day. 11 rounds. The lead is theirs for now. But a rebuy from Outsiders. And a couple of pauses have been called in the latter half of this game for Outsiders. surely ready for this rifle round with a plan. We're seeing some smoke criminal antics from Nico, from Alexi towards B. Routes to find opening kills for G2, and they're capitalizing on all of them. Love the nade for the cross. They don't use a smoke. It means that Monacy can see nothing as those CTs make it to B.
Oh, hello. Jax is still committed to taking long. They weren't ready for this kind of speed. They thought there'd be more respect. None of that to be found on the long side. Hunter with the opener. Outsiders, as they try to respond, things are getting worse. Monacy opens up in middle. G2 poised to take a round here. Outsiders are already backing out of the A side. They're already looking to save. James just written this one off right away. And so G2, as long as they just follow through with their plans to hit this A bomb site, nothing goes wrong, and they move on to 12.
Yeah, I love that from Odyssey. He was always going to re-peek into middle, and James was actually willing to take that fight with the AWP, but Odyssey decides, you know what? If I just regroup with my team in a 5-on-3, there is no way we lose this round, and he's damn right. Gets out on long. They're even being methodical just in case outsiders are still here to fight for it. They're not. Nico, he could get exits here, and kills from Nico matter so much. Flit will not allow it. He's had a very quiet game. Haven't really said Flit's name in this map. But at least holds on to that orb. Sets James up for the future. G2 get the site, get the round, and outsiders get their guns. Look how timid G2 are. They still aren't convinced. Better safe than sorry, I say.
It's scary though, man. Outsiders are saving in a lot of these moments, right? They're keeping guns into the next, but you know, you can save all you want. If you're not putting a round on the board, eventually it's all for naught, right? This entire round hinged on a crucial fight, getting one out over towards long by G2, and Monacy picking another in middle. If that's all it takes to force the outsider's hand into just writing a round off, doesn't bode too well. G2. It's also Hunter, right, who opened it up over at long, who's had a, by his standards, criminally quiet map here.
Yeah. Ever since G2, or ever since Monacy won that 1v2 on the A site, G2 have not lost a round. 5 in a row. The young gun inspires them. And G2 do right by that clutch. 5 in a row. On fire. 12-10. Another buy. Lots of saves, lots of money, lots of chances, but G2 keep coming in with something new every single round. That long play was lovely, and it's forced a bit of a reaction out of outsiders. They have to play it, they have to take it back, they have to be ready for that attack. 3 players start A site. They realize long's clear, and G2 wanted to punch B.
This is a massive B lean, and like, Buster's in a spot where going 1-for-1 really isn't enough. He's peeking it wide. That is really ballsy. Could just get caught with Util out.
Yeah.
They're coming through that, bud. Yakindar with the first. Buster goes unchecked. They weren't looking at him, but still a one and done is all the best he can muster. Rotates coming in through middle. James at the window with this AWP, hoping that someone gives him an angle, someone gives him a fight. Nico is late up short, coming in on a backstab as well. Trying to be that insurance policy, and if he drops in all the attention right now. Oh, hang on, they are looking back. KitKat seems aware of this possibility. Still, it's so timing based, and the longer Nico waits, the more effective this is. They're not considering it. They will turn. They've spotted him, and they do get that trade. 2v2. Half the time ticked off the bomb now. Smoke in the tunnels. Gonna knock out Monacy, gonna lock him out of the round. He's got to come through that, play ahead of it. Hunter holding the window. This is a must-win fight. He's now been spotted, but there's so much time ticked off the bomb. Outsiders cannot attempt this. They're saving again. Ooh. They just about get away with 2. It's 13. G2, another round. The B play works wonders.
I can't believe these T rounds, man. What a clutch out again. Alexi, he kind of saved them with the calling on Inferno, right? We certainly weren't happy with the way the Vertigo went with some of those CT rounds, some of those retakes, but the T side of Inferno was excellent, completely countering outsiders on their home map, on one of the best maps that they play, and now we go to Dust to a 50-50 middle ground, and Alexi's just spicing it up every single time, exploding long, exploding B, not respecting this defense, and forcing Anchors to go 1-for-1 in rounds like that. It's all G2 ever won. Thank goodness Nico Nico takes as long as he does to drop spawn, because Outsiders were almost ready for that reaction. If they got that 3-on-2 onto Nico, they absolutely win that round. But he at least thins the herd yet again. 6 now for G2. With their back up against the wall, they fight for it. For survival in this major. Long take again, Flitz here, and he's got to put on a show, or at least live. Out he goes, Nico's up cat. They have no idea, but a missed shot, only damage to James, gives Outsiders a second chance at life.
Yeah, they're so thankful that doesn't connect right now. They're at least all still here. Flashing a peek in, it's a lineup! Double for Flit before Monacy trades. Bails out Hunter, keeps him alive, keeps him in this, and Nico's mid lurk is still giving results over. Might have been spotted. Again? Oh, they're flashing again, but this time, Kicker's had to turn. Flushes Hunter out, and it's all left onto Monacy. 1v3, he rescued them with a clutch before, but this time might be too far gone. He's getting smoke walked, and Kicker is there to seal the deal.
Oh, Kicker's had enough, man. These long pop flash plays are gonna be the exact remedy to another faster round. That's a realization for Outsiders that all these rounds have been quick, right? These last few, G2 are pumped up. They've got momentum. They're exploding. They're trading. That's the best way of putting it down. Not being left in one of these slow late round retakes. This game haven't really come up for Outsiders. They just stopped G2 from ever getting in the bomb site. It won't dismay G2 though. They want it again.
Yeah, fast out long this time with a vengeance. Real pace behind it. They're going to get all this control right away. Outsiders don't even risk fighting for it to open this one up.
G2 hear that cat control at least. They know it's going on through the long wall. They get Monacy in the pit with a flash. Any repeats, any flash peeks, any hunts with the AWP will be punished. They're clearing up a B. Outsiders know now what's up, but this will be a more standard round on the A site, one where they may have to retake. Is there a late long smoke coming in? No one's priming anything right now. They're going to try and fight the cross. Deep CT smoke, flash for it. Jax with a kill, but missed shot of James Orb.
Kicker here, man. He's got to make all the difference. Mollied out into the open. They've seen him now. They've got him trapped out in the open. Kicker dodging bullets. Does put one in the grave before he's traded. Is that going to be enough? 3v4. Outsiders, so often they would save here. They're already leaning away. They're already conceding. They write this one off. The first fights don't go their way, and so they give G2 the respect. Up onto 14.
Cannot believe it. G2 go and do it again, back to back. But this is the difference. They don't announce it. Even though Outsiders know G2 have long, how often do you see a team take long, sit back, wait 40 seconds, let a player lurk, let someone sit top mid boxes and wait for rotations? That doesn't happen. G2 walk all the way up. They don't even throw the CT smoke before they fight. They just flash peek it, and Outsiders were not ready for that pace. A rare missed shot for James. And that could have been a 5-on-4. That could have been an even odd retake for Outsiders, but sometimes you only get 1 or 2 chances to save your round, and if you miss those chances, G2 can pound and find 14. Perfect call again. And now we're reaching the very end. 2 rounds for G2, and they will eliminate Outsiders, one of the hardest teams in the third map to beat.
And this would be them like really overcoming that mental barrier that we've set up, bro. Like I don't know, like I didn't have this coming through. Like, Outsiders had this lead, things were looking good. But G2, the resilience has been there. They've brought back in some of the signature G2 flair with it. They're feeling it now, man. They're pumped. Fast into middle. Not afraid to take this risk. They know that Outsiders haven't been too keen on throwing themselves at these early gunfights, so it's a lot of real estate taken for free, and now they walk out middle. James is here on the angle. Missed that shot last round, can't afford to have it happen again, but it will. Dear. Alexi is the man to best him. The IGLs clash in middle, and G2 come out ahead.
Oh, the smoke spam finished off. He either gets that kill. Buster stops Hunter in upper again. He's been a bit of a liability in this T side, in this whole map, to be honest. Outsiders hold on. 4-on-3, more spam damage to put Alexi down low, and G2 have to up and leave. They don't have a smoke. They don't want to sit in the middle of this crossfire. Outsiders have a sight line from either side of the map. G2 go cold, they go quiet, and they re-aggress on the catwalk. They wait for a mistake. Nico might get what he wants.
Oh, it's going to go default.
Nico
Nico does get your Kindar in middle.
They can go back.
They're going to try and go back now into the B play. They know they've weakened it, right? They know it's only busted
pressure.
there. Kicker feels the need to take a swing, and Monacy's going to double up. It's only Buster left. They know he was B-ward bound, and so with Nico waiting in middle, that kill is sealed. G2 onto 15. And dude, it's so rare to see outsiders be the one to feel the pressure in moments like that.
Yeah.
But they do. They feel it. Yakindar was caught swinging middle. Kicker then gets a little curious as to what's happening on the catwalk.
James.
And it's that fight, this swing, Monacy with a big double that makes all the difference.
And James again with that missed opener. This is not a guy who falls under pressure, but right now he is. And Alexi, who's been stoic all series long, big smile on his face, feeling invincible right now. It's the unlikely duo that we never thought would come together of Nico and Monacy, high-fiving, and 5 kills between the two to close that round and put G2 on match point. One more, 4 chances. Outsiders have been here before. They've longed this one out. But G2 are looking invincible on this T side.
Yeah, I mean, but dude, it feels different. Like G2, they look determined. They feel ready to win this. They want to keep competing. Outsiders, they're the ones feeling the pressure. We're getting missed shots from James, so much so that Yakindar's even feeling the urge to pull out the double orb here.
Is it Outsiders-esque, or will they just crumble? This second orb is up a B. It's a really nice angle, but no one's fighting it. Hunter's tucked in safe. He at least knows he's not going to overplay his hand. G2 are taking catwalk in the meantime. They have all the map in the world. There is no gap. There is no room for aggression. G2 just being as methodical as always. Pushing back a potential AWP on catwalk. Yakinda still holds stalemate. James sits at the back of the bomb site on A. And rarely do games come down to the captain with whiff shots off these saved orbs, but this one also can't afford to be that. He's holding for a boost up. Nico's got his gap under the smoke again. He's found kills from this before, but no one's crossing back from long. Flit waits for a lurk, and James needs to go berserk.
Yeah, this guy might be... Oh! Nico's dropped in. James will trade it. It's a big 1-for-1. He composes himself, but a second man's moving in. Alexi concealed behind this smoke, and James got no idea. The rest of G2 are launching him into B. Ah! Oh no, that whiff for Alexi. He's going to get out alive at least. They try to go B. Missed shot from Yakindar's AWP. Out through tunnels. Hunter in pole position. Flashes go in. They leave everyone blind. Outsiders, it's all on Yakindar to try hold the line. He's overran. Flit and James now on for the retake. 2 versus 3, bomb down, around the Outsiders would have normally saving. They've now got to attempt. James might be great at saving orbs, but now he's got to save the game. He's got to save their chance at the major. Holding for a re-peek at the window, not given anything yet. A lot of time ticking off this bomb, and as they go in, it feels like it's all coming unraveled. It's all coming unstuck. G2 turn it around. They keep on fighting. And Outsiders, it's the end of the line. They fall 1-3 out in the legend stage. They're done.
Unbelievable T-size today from G2. You can't doubt them. That was the way they got into these series. It was the way on Inferno. It was an incredible first half on Vertigo, and they shut it out with a Dusty Musty to close. That is a sigh of relief. It felt like Outsiders had done enough, that they were the ones capitulating this G2 roster and breaking them down to nothing to eliminate them, and they still fall short. That one is gonna leave a burn for Outsiders, but for G2, that's gotta be a relief, man. This is a team that we needed in those playoffs. They're not there yet, but they are one step closer.
Yeah, mate, I think this kind of exemplifies something, you know, very important for G2, and that's that they can keep themselves afloat in a series that isn't going their way, that is going awry. They were on the back foot, but they're able to turn it around. No small part because of Nico there on Dust, man. He had a huge performance. In the early game, it was only him really finding anything. Then you had m0NESY start to come alive alongside him, and that incredible duo of just him and m0NESY able to lift rounds up and take full control of them. There was a really important moment as well for Alexi where he starts to find impact, starts to find his way back into a series he'd been pretty underwhelming in, and it felt like it just injected so much more faith into that T side.
You could see his mindset shift, right? You could see his mental completely change on some of those T side rounds, making some very ballsy classic Alexi calls, some really quick long takes, all off the back of like B rushes as well that Alexi was entering himself. And remember that this comeback, this streak of T rounds, where Outsiders found 1 out of about 8 or 9 in a row for G2, was all off of m0NESY's 1v2 clutch in the A site. This guy is, again, the youngest guy at his first major and putting up a major performance, full of clutches, full of inspiration to legends of the game like Nico, who have been around the block, who have been in those finals, and m0NESY is still bringing a new level. It's the m0NESY and Nico show today, but G2 hold on. And it's what we always wanted, right? It may suck to see Outsiders be eliminated, but given the championship team that got formed to win this major, we had to see them in playoffs.
Yeah, and dude, like, even if you kind of break this down to like raw individuals and their counterparts on the other side, it was great to see, like, towards the end, Nico felt like he was constantly getting the better of Yakinda, constantly getting the drop on him there. And then you also had this fight between Jame and m0NESY that on Inferno was like super slow to get going. Then we kind of move it around to Vertigo, and actually I think m0NESY did pretty well, but Jame was still the one like kind of boxing him in, making him feel very restricted, shutting him out in like those big 3K rounds. And then it kind of comes full circle with m0NESY being the one like putting up these astonishing numbers. Yeah, man, I'm really impressed with G2 that they had the resilience, the tenacity to get that one over the line. I cannot convey this enough. It is not an easy feat when you're up against this Outsiders squad. It's their whole thing. It's their whole shtick. It's what they're known for, these comebacks. And it was you comebacking against them.
That's going to feel great. A mind shift, a mindset shift here for G2. And Outsiders eliminated, commiserations to them, taking some big games on the way at least. And we got one more big game to close our day, one more team to say goodbye to. It's going to be Cloud9 taking on Imperial here in just a moment.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
well. We just saw G2 able to long it out over the outside. It's a pretty banging series. You know, I think we've been kind of blessed today over here on the V-Stream with these Elim games, right? But now this is one where I'm really curious to see how it delivers. Cloud9 taking on Imperial. Hugo, I'm going to come over to you right away, right? So kind of talk me through, like, Cloud9, they signed this team. Everyone's pretty hyped, right, about putting this squad, this ex-players squad together again and getting them in under the Cloud9 banner. But honestly, to open up the Legend stage, the results haven't been like this impeccable kind of opening that maybe you were expecting. Now, I think, you know, the phase one, that's something you can look at and say understandable.
That's the big thing that I'm looking at, right? Because you have to remember that the opening game, they managed to beat Outsiders. That's pretty solid again. We know what Outsiders are like, even in those BO1s. They lose 30 rounder to Nip on Inferno, but you know, now I think we're all placing Nip at a very high level, considering their almost 3-0 run, how they take Na'Vi the distance, and even earlier on bashing Furia out, not out, but down into that 2-2 game. So Nip are already secured for those playoffs as well. Their only other loss was, yeah, against FaZe, but it was clear from, you know, either Cloud9 were playing some mega game veto where they were trying to play with their opponents, or they messed up the veto and Hobbit was covering for them. We don't really know. It's kind of unclear. It's kind of up in the air. All that we do know is, regardless of whether that map was picked on purpose or not, it was still a map that Cloud9 don't play. And if they wanted to pull it through for the major, it's an admirable attempt, but they kind of got what they, you know, should have got in that game. FaZe coming in, rip-roaring, looking solid, and kind of wrecking them on it. On the other side, Imperial, man, the fact that they're even here, we always say, is a shock, is a surprise. It's been years since we've seen players like FNX play at this top level. Almost 5 years now since he's been on these tier 1 lands, and he's actually super solid. He's a rock of this roster right now. Fallen's leading them super well, and this is a team that many expected to go 0-3, even in last stage, let alone this stage, and they've still managed to knock out BNE, one of the big talking points of this entire major cycle.
Yeah, I think Imperial very much exceeded the expectations that even they set for themselves, you know, let alone how we view them. Yeah, no, mate, I always think it's kind of hard to quantify, because it really does feel like they've risen above the level I ever had this team pegged at to begin with. I never really know where to place them. You know, I think they've given us some surprising results here, even able to push a team like G2 to their very limits, which was legit in and of itself, man. Like, it's pretty wild. So look, we have these vetoes coming down the pipeline. Going to be an overpass to open up Vertigo as the second map, the choice of Cloud9, and a Mirage Decider, a map that Imperial are very well versed on.
Yeah, this is kind of nice. We both have two teams very comfortable in their picks on Overpass. Imperial on a 7-win streak right now, looking really, really good. Obviously, some Brazilian teams in there. But as we've said, I feel like doubting Imperial to upset and to cause a storm today would be a bit disingenuous, considering how they have already made it further than we assumed.
And this was coming from a guy who in the G2 matchup, Hugo, you were very ready to just say, like, yeah, G2 should be winning it. But I think you've got to admit, G2, like, because Imperial have kind of been above the level we've all pegged them at, you find yourself giving a surprising amount of respect to them in this matchup, right?
Yeah, I think they deserve that, right? That much has been proven. You know, we'll have to wait and see if they can long out a team like Cloud9, who have often made Overpass a mainstay of their map pool, even in the past. So I don't think it's going to be an easy run. I do think Cloud9 are heavy favorites, but at the same time, to pretend that Imperial haven't earned their spot, not just in the past, but even in the present, I think is silly. I think these guys can give Cloud9 a run for their money, especially considering what might be going on inside of this squad's head today. Pistol round of Overpass, and it's Imperial's map pick on the T side. Heavy con setup. And Imperial, one thing you say about those T sides, they're very methodical. They love these grouped 5-man trade hits. Got Mirage to close. I do think we have an excellent map pool for this series. And also, you'll notice a Cloud9 first banned nuke in this game. Probably a good idea. Yoink.
Exile with a double opener. That is a beautiful flick back onto Fur. FNX is hoping for a trade here, but that window of opportunity is kind of closing. Exile just going to get out of there with the double opener for Cloud9. No chance at the trade for Imperial. And playing this one right down to the final few seconds. 30 left on the clock right now as they poise this bomb on the short side. Fallen makes noise, doesn't commit to the fight. lobs this util in towards B, couples it with a flash. There's been a lot of noise made to telegraph this as a B hit. In reality, that bomb's going back up towards A. FNX is deep. He's been spotted. Axal knows they're inside of the site. They hear that plant coming in. They're going to try and run FNX down. Fallen gets the plant, but now is alone in the 1v5. Not much he can do here as he's flat overwhelmed, and it's a big 4K from Axal to open up. Pistol round in their back pocket, but a plant, considering, you know, the situation, considering the 2v5 they found themselves in, you can't turn your nose up at it.
No, not at all. You get a bit of respect there, but 4 kills from Axal. He comes in with the goods, and that's all we ever wanted for Cloud9. A little pistol on their opponent's map pick, and they get to build off of it very early. This is a map, Overpass, where more than I think any map, maybe Ancient could be up for debate there, where you can really steamroll just off of just winning that opening round and converting, right? Get your AWP in your first gun round, start streaming together rounds, and it's very hard for T-Sides to break through the money on this map especially. Perfect mid-pop peak for Axal. He's on a tear right now. 6 kills in 2 rounds, and we're not done.
They're going to trade out with Shiro, who still looks to be aggressive in mid. The flash to set him up for that peak. Axal might not be here fighting anymore, but he's still helping the effort. Shiro has the bomb under his control now and is even trying to go further than that. Bolts is expecting a little too much respect here. Shiro looks to fight him. And so it's only FNX left standing. They run him down. Axal might have been low, but that doesn't stop him from laying down the pain for the final kill. The conversion found, besting the force out of Imperial. Now just an eco to follow. That's a Cloud9 looking good for that 3-0 start.
Yep. Exactly, not even really getting out on middle for Imperial is it's not a great sign, but I like that Cloud9 are always so aggressive in this middle position. They're a team that love to just sometimes throw 3 or 4 guns into mid and give up that B bomb site and play retake setups. They're also a team that have really good utility at stopping bomb plants on both sites on this map. You'll sometimes see that on eco rounds. Right now they're just farming the kills. Pistols out for Imperial. He saw it cross, but Hobbit is quick, and the bomb is back in spawn, so Imperial are just looking for glory, for kills, for some damage. But Nafani hit him, sure. Yeah, I take it all back, he's dead. But winning this round is a tough ask.
Yeah, just trying to milk some kills out of it is all well and good. The boost was a nice touch to try and do that, but Axal, 9-0 to open this one up. Thus far, only Fur to put up a kill for Imperial. Fur's been very dependable, man.
Yeah.
I feel like in pretty much all these games, he's come in with big performances to try and help Imperial get going. I think another second man that you can look to is Bolts, but he definitely has been more inconsistent, right? There are some games where he does just kind of feel like he falls off a little bit. You're going to need both of them switched on to open this up. Shiro donning this AWP right away.
It's nice to see Cloud9 already just look confident coming into this game. You definitely didn't see that in the FaZe matchup, not just on their faces, but more so just in the server. They're taking a lot of space. They're throwing themselves into gunfights. They're not playing scared. And I think when you're Cloud9 and you know that individually you're in better form than Imperial, that only leads into your favor in CT side Overpass. Some good flash peaks already have come through in this map. Shiro's big green waits on the bomb site. Condor keeps getting blown off Cloud9 so they can get spam damage in through. Bolt is a little beat up. But still, Imperial on this slow default are going to take their toilets control through long. Axal has his back covered and a very weird angle to clear for a rifle. I feel like he could go 1-for-1 here for sure. Fallen might walk dry. There's a double face flick back needed for Shiro, and it's not going to connect. Axal gets his one, but Shiro's not done. Bomb dropped. Axal comes out. That smoke will give them, or the flash will give them the bomb control, but not if Cloud9 swing for it. Flash from back of the site. Nafani sets him up for another, and Cloud9 just don't let go. They don't get forgiving. They keep giving kills the way of Imperial.
And I mean, out of all the ways for your first rifle round to go, you barely even make a dent here. Bolts looking like he wants to save. 3K from Axile, man. So many of these rounds coming up, Con, playing into this A site, and that's right where Axile wants them. 12-0 to open this up. And I mean, even that save is really less than ideal for Imperial at this point in the game. It throws the money into a really weird way very early on in your T side.
Right, little Mach 10 Tech 9 rush by. They're going quick through Con. They don't care the door's off. Axile's going to hit every step, and well, he will be wrapped from middle. I guess not every step, most of the steps. The clitter-clatter of those T's running in through the blue hallways hid the player coming out from behind in middle. So they will trade and get another gun. It's a really good call to reset here, but they won't go B. Imperial are going to go back to that long A position. They've got lots of util to run some sort of execute. Cloud9 are going to re-aggress. They want info, but this could be misinfo, while Hobbit still holds onto the site for a long take. Shiro gets involved in mid. Oh, that's easy. Bolter's holding connector. Nafany goes one step further. The bomb comes party. Instead of regrouping with a squad on long, trying to trade those kills, has left the package out in the open. 2-on-4, surely no way back in.
Nafany's even reusing this angle. It's the exact same toilet setup as that last round, and Imperial might not expect it for walking in. Even though he checks it, it's kind of half-hearted. He didn't really believe in the angle. Vinny's good for one, but that should be the end of the line with Shiro here. Holds firm, holds his own, and Cloud9 5-0 to open up. Still just Fur, and now Vinny joining him up on the board for Imperial. Everyone else yet to make a dent. Fallen's going to bring that AWP into play. Maybe that gives him more of a chance with some of these early mid-fights that have been dealt the way of Imperial. But thus far, everything's come up Cloud9.
Yeah, 3 players yet to get on the board here has not helped anything, has it? But Cloud9 have been very impressive, and that will continue. Smoke force on the Molotov. They even throw one in front, and I like that because Imperial realized that even though they smoke the molly, Cloud9 is still going to fight mid. They're still going to peek party. And that second one, while it's a lot of usage just to get yourself out of spawn, at least forces respect for a change out of Cloud9. They have to go back to this double long setup. Shiro on the AWP. On a wide angle. And maybe finding Fallen here. A run boost or a flash will be required to get this AWP into the picture, but we know Shiro can hit a flick or two.
Oh, does just give it up, does just concede the angle. Doesn't want to give Fallen's AWP a chance. Can't get openers if there's no openers to be found. So they just fall back into a very passive A-side lean, right, with 3 players here. I mean, the guys down on B haven't really had to lift a finger yet. Inters hasn't seen anyone. That's just his story. Just kind of been hanging out down on the B site.
0-0.
Thus far, everything's ended in these attempts at getting into A for Imperial to Cloud9. They feel very safe in having this 3-man stack here.
They're going to boost this smoke. That might be a nice way to set Fallen up. Pop through instead. That's not what they were expecting. Axel was caught in transition in the middle of the open. Shiro, headshot angle with the AWP, but Fallen might face first, jumping and plucked out of the sky. Shiro puts on a show, gets one. Nafany swings for a double up, and there's simply no time unless Shiro will suddenly fall for fakes, and he actually gets him off. 2 kills and a third towards that dumpster player, but he doesn't stick the bomb. There's simply no time, and Inters wins the round. That is devastating for Imperial.
Dude, as if Inters is 0-0 and has just won a round for Cloud9.
Impact frags. Wait, what? No. Yeah, sure. It counts. Oh, I mean, Fur had to fake. He had to swing and kill everyone. Because if he didn't, he would have got peeked by that AWP and killed. It was a lose-lose. At least he went out with a bang, with all the glory, but without the round. I guess in some sense, Cloud9 threw enough bodies at him that they want it to time. You know, if he only gets 1 kill, maybe he can go right back on it. But he had to multi-kill. They just kept chasing through. It all started with a nice flash pop play through the smoke. 5, 4, 3. Yeah, he just didn't have it. Nothing he can do there. If there's only one player, he gets the bomb.
Yeah, and like, he gets them conceivably like as fast as possible. Yeah. You know, it's not like there was anything on Thursday. He plays it all like according to textbook Counter-Strike, but just time is the problem there.
Time gets all of us eventually.
And like Cloud9 are reinforcing B. They're thinking like eventually the B play has to happen. Yeah. And I mean, they should be right in that. Eventually there's got to be a B play, surely. But it's another one of these A-side leans out of Imperial. Very fixated on trying to break apart this A-bomb site.
At the same time, while it's a really cool B setup, they've got a player holding boost. They've got a guy on barrels with util out. And then they've got a flash play ready for Monster. Like, you've got Axel 13 and 2 on this A site. And you've got Shiro with an AWP as well. Like, you don't need more than these men. Oh, at least you shouldn't, to hold down on A. And smoke will stop Imperial in their tracks. They just about get Axel out of dodge. And he can reaggress to a position they cleared him from before on the bin. Imperial, they've got a lot of space, but again, with this going so quiet, Cloud9 have moved players back up. Nafany's here now as well to supplement the hold.
This is feeling a lot like last round, man. Like, they're pushing up into the AAA stack once again. Not a lot of time. FNX wins the opener. I feel like we're watching the same round again. This time, Nafany and Shiro, they've traded places, they've traded positions, and Nafany opens up with that trade. 15 seconds. Far moving up the short side. And a missed shot out of Shiro's AWP. Oh, it might have teed Imperial up for something here. Can they get that bomb down? It's a truck plant. Hobbit now dead. And Inter's at 0-0 in a 1v4. His scoreline's going to keep being just this, you know, it hasn't even played around yet.
Life of a
but he has 1-1 for Cloud9. This one is unwinnable, unsalvageable. And so Imperial, they finally break themselves in. They finally break apart that A-hold. All it takes is that one Shiro miss, and suddenly, you know, the gap is closed. They're up in your face. They're in the sight. They're spilling in.
That really was deja vu, though. Like, the exact same positions. Again, the entry from FNX. It's just the Molotov that causes the problem, right? Shiro whiffed, but it was predicated by a molly back dice. Imperial, you know, they try to flush him out, and they do exactly what they must. If he lives and even just gets back to bank and doesn't even take a shot, he can stop that bomb plant on truck, and Cloud9 can win that round with just seconds to spare. But 10 seconds as the stick comes in for Fur. It's a lot better this time for Imperial. Felt like all the makings to another Cloud9 round, and you see why Imperial are incessantly going back for these A-site executes. That was clean. That was way cleaner than the previous one. But yeah, when you're hitting with 10 seconds, you don't have much room for error, as we've already found out. Now Imperial, they've had their round. They're going to go back and try something new. Head B. Axel just flashing himself into mid. Once those fights, sees nothing.
Is Inter's finally going to get to play around?
Surely.
Is it finally his chance?
Oh, God, that's 3, and they just do nothing. Like 35 damage to Nafany. That's like a read on position. That was just deep to where, you know, Apex throws like Vitality Flash down into Monster. But no one was standing there. It's just a bit further than the boost. Train's in the way. Choo-choo. And now the barrel's molly into what you would presume would be a fake out. This is not a commit. There's still 2 players defaulting mid and connector with a lot of maps still to clear and a lot of time left to go.
Dude, as if Inters was so excited. He was so ready to get to play. But now they're going up con, settling back into an A play. Axel, he is the guy that can make all the difference, needs to win this first fight, and it doesn't go his way, with first securing that Cloud9 and now scrambling these rotates to the upper side of the map. Shiro gonna have to put on a show. That first shot misses. And now bounds back into the bank, conceding the site control. Imperial, a route to a bomb plant here. Nafany playing ahead of the molly. It's a lot of damage. The spam from the AWP could do it. And now the bomb's dropped. Very little time. Bolts is going to give it another go. Shiro, try it once more, but this time the shot does not connect. Flash goes out, Inter's blinded. Not how he wanted his first round of play to go, but he's out at truck. He does survive the crossing. Dead on that re-swing. And so finally given a chance to play, he had to perform, and the team flash was not how it wanted to begin.
God, they really don't want him to get in, do they? They really don't want him to play. Really nice executes on A for Imperial. It had to, that kill from Fur had to come in. The patience to sit party holding for a long push at 30 seconds is so important. If Axel gets that kill while Imperial were committed to A up con already and Fur dies, they're all going to get backstabbed laying up toilets. Shiro had a couple of chances to get shots off before the bomb made it in, and even though he stops one planter, he couldn't get that toilets pick. He couldn't stop the plant with 10 seconds left with a second wall bang, and poor Inter's full blinded by his teammate Outbank. That one hurts, but we don't hold him to it. And maybe he'll get more action down on B later on, but a first timeout used by Cloud9. Trying to find fixes before it gets too problematic. At least they save the AWP. These rounds have been close though, so this is a last buy for Cloud9 unless they pick it up. That's how you break into that T side. Imperial with a way, a route. Cloud9's route is very B. While Vinny's walking into B, Cloud9 are pushing playground, and that kill only confirms that they have a lot of space. Nice shot for Fallen. Dropping Shiro and Connector, couldn't hit the flick. And a nade to kill Inter. He's really not having a fun time. Fur holding again. Has he heard something? He must have. He is so cognizant of this corner. But there's two CTs here, and Fur's fiddling with nades. He's going to get out of dodge, let Fallen pick up the pieces, but I don't think they know.
Oh my god, they think they've dealt with it. They think they've dealt with him. Hobbit, a missed shot out of Fallen. He needs to win this, and he will with the Glock. Hobbit locked out, Fallen with a big round, 3 kills. 2 of them from that AWP, 1 with the sidearm, and it set Imperial up for a third. Nafany will begin his rotation up towards this A bomb site, but it might end here at Heaven. Still just waiting, hoping they play into his hands with a late B commit. He hears the footsteps of FNX. He knows there's someone in this A bomb site. This could still get weird. The bomb's here. Like, Fallen's now sprinting away, trying to drop back down into B. Very, very late into this one. No, wait, are they just going to recommit as 3? Okay, they're going back in. And Nafany dead. FNX bests him in that head-to-head. A must-win fight, because if FNX dies there, and you know, you're pushing into a site that you thought you had, 10 seconds left, scrambling for a bomb plant, those are the kind of moments Cloud9 relish in. Instead, Imperial walked that one over the line. Big round for Fallen, right? Pretty much all those swing kills coming from the IGL of Imperial.
Yeah, it's really cool to see this last dance come around, especially in the time that we've been talking about age in Counter-Strike and you know, what years do you drop off and when do you peak and can you keep it together? Because FNX, he's still hitting mad headshots, man. He's still got great form, even though he's 32 years old. Really draws that one into question. Clean kills coming into that round. Fast out B now for Imperial, and they make it easy. Flawless. 5 up and into the stack. They make quick work of it. 6-4, Cloud9 rebuy immediately. Meanwhile, on the B stream, spoiler alert, on the A stream.
I was going to say,
you're on the B
I know
stream.
what the scoreline is. It's right there.
Enter slicing up Heroic right now in a third map.
Imperial back to this slow burning start. They've completely conceded mid, lobbing in utility there early, trying to deny any aggression out of Cloud9. Instead, their aggressive efforts are fixated over it short in this round. Hobbit here, tucking himself in. He's going to see feet as they come through the short tunnel. If they do, Imperial right now looking like they might just contact play out. Monster Inters is here, waiting on the angle. Finally getting dealt, just a dry B play. Good for the first, and Shiro here to help out. That's the bomb tumbling away from the grasp of Imperial. Even gonna drop a smoke, really making life hard for these players to get out Monster and get involved.
Molly even there, it's trapping them. They have to go wide behind it. They still can't get rid of Inters. Orb does get dropped, but there's so many CTs here right now. Nafany comes in clutch. Inters hasn't moved a muscle. They might not even expect it. He's been here so long that they may have forgotten. FNX going to clear. Inters dinking, trying to finish the job. He gets away with it. Fallen can trade, but it's too little, too late. 1v3 onto the A1S. But Axel from Heaven here to trade Nafany. No matter what happens, many a man would save in this spot. Fallen wants to give it a go as he clambers in. Axel is wide, ready to swing. Fallen fires off, Nafany bites, and he does win it. That's going to be Cloud9 keeping it cool in another gun round after Imperial build a bit of a streak and break the money. Cloud9 do right by the B hold, do right by Inters. Keep it together.
It wouldn't be too surprising to see Imperial go back to this kind of A-leaning default, right? They made it real clear early on that that was the go-to game plan. The B-pop not working out for them, only going to send them back into what's comfortable here. This time taking short control away early. And it is nice, you kind of get this idea that they're trying to fix these problems on the fly as they're occurring. Right, no longer giving up mid control, no longer letting Cloud9 get info on the short side of B. It has restricted that flow of information available to this Cloud9 squad. And so what's happened in times like this? What's happened in times gone by? Well, often it's been moments like this followed up with an A play. With no info secured, Cloud9 do triple up the efforts in that A bomb site, leaving this B hole down to 2. Oh, and Inters is even moving like he wants to push this monster smoke.
Oh, that Molly's gone out, but it's not for Barrel. It's in front of the pillar to try and push players back into this boost for Imperial. It's by design, but no one appeared. No one poked their heads out. Heavy monster setup. Our third player's even rotating A because Cloud9 have a big gap on A short. They've been playing only on the long side on this round. So that's left B pretty ripe for the taking. Hobbit wants to move in front of this utility. He's got a nice off angle. Bolts has to go through on a fade of a molly and he hits the headshot. Only Inters in the site has moved off of the barrel to group up with Nafany, and now they have to do it. The gruesome twosome back in the pit. 20 seconds. Imperial need these entries. Fur's going to deliver. They don't know about Inters, but he has been the one man, the one consistency. Down on lower, first sneaks in and he wins another fight. Shiro couldn't supply the cover from Heaven, and somehow, someway, Fur has bludgeoned his way into B. Cloud9 must save. Tails between their legs, and Imperial take another flawless round on the lower site.
Dude, this is impressive thus far from Imperial, man. It really is. Like I said, Fur's a real consistency within this team. He's still just keeping up appearances, isn't he? Topping the charts right now. But I think critically around him, you've kind of got like the whole supporting cast switched on. You know, in some of these Imperial games and some of the losses, it's felt like their one or two hero players just didn't have that supportive element around them. Well, this time it feels like everyone's had their moments. You know, FNX over towards the A-bomb site had been getting those openers, have been crafting round. Bolts now opening up into the B play. Fallen bailed them out in that mid-push round with a big triple kill from his AWP. Everyone's had a moment. Everyone's had a turn. And this 13-1 scoreline that Axel once possessed, well, it's nowhere to be found now. He's slowed down massively.
Bait stack again. Imperial tried this a couple of times. They've got a few lineups. It's very cheeky, but Cloud9 have yet to be caught by it. Anthony just takes a dry swing. Inter's pushed back by the molly, but he lets his smoke bloom before he opens up to the monster angle. Imperial not given a trade or a way back in to this 4-on-5. They reset to middle again, and hey, the raid plays were, you know, working here and there. They're getting a lot of room.
FNX was a big part of that, though, right? Like a big part of getting this opener. So it's going to fall to someone else. And well, with Fur dead over here in middle.
All right, now you're in trouble. Yeah.
The two kind of playmakers for this A site, both knocked out. They don't even know about Hobbit, who's still down here in connector.
Holding so long, Shiro on long, and they've crept past him at least, but with a player back in the bomb site, Hobbit can just play for the retake if he's needed to. They might go back to B, back down connector. Fallen's going to get backstabbed. Shiro just clear it. Knife out. One Fallen running around. Shiro, where's he looking? He doesn't hear a single step. Hobbit can backstab, but he knows that was a fake out by Fallen. As they crawl out monster, the boost is there. Nafany gives us the goods, and Vinny 1v4. Got the bomb, hunting the kills. Nice molly to give him a bomb plant, but he fakes it. He thinks there's more in the pit. But with that double boost up, that's all there ever was in B, and now his opportunity gone. Axel swings random and takes the round out for Cloud9.
I'm kind of amazed he assumed there was another man there, right? Oftentimes when you've got that CT boost in, it is just like the big telegraph that, yeah, man, we've gone very lax on this site control. We're playing to just take someone out of the round and then set up for a retake. And they did give him the respect to plant the bomb.
Yeah.
It's one of those moments that will just sail on past, though, for Imperial. Cloud9 with the reply.
Yeah, that was crazy in mid as well. Shiro just heard Fallen running and he didn't react unless he thought it was Hobbit or something, but very strange. Luckily doesn't come back to haunt Cloud9. But they are a team that, you know, not only do that boost a lot, but also like playing retake because they have these nade setups and they have really good retake smokes. Flashes out long. Imperial move up. But a double toilet setup. This is often met with a flashbang from the T side, but Axel's anti-flash to some degree. He can turn around. They're going to contact him. Oh, that's easy pickings for Shiro. He dies, but they're not ready. Knife out, you can see it. Vinny was not expecting a second player in toilets. Untraditional setup for Cloud9. Gives them the kills, but Axel now has to fight for his life. And FNX comes in from the short side. Keeps things even. A is open. It's only Nafany back in spawn. But do Imperial make that read? Hobbit faked the footsteps on that rotate. Hoping they heard it, but they weren't up short far enough to even know.
And Imperial are like more than comfortable playing rounds in the final 20 seconds. They're not feeling stressed right now. Nafany with one well-placed kill could really disrupt this. However, the bomb's coming in right at the back of the pack. So that man that he's got to try find, got to thread the needle here. Nafany, perfect timing on this. One kill could change the outcome of this round. And there it is. Hobbit comes rotating up. The round was theirs all along. Cloud9 engineer that one brilliantly. Nafany realizes the full scope of potential he's got there on that timing wrap around the long smoke. And so Imperial might have been set up nice. They might not have fallen for the fake footsteps out of guys like Hobbit. Might not have rotated into the B stack and in theory headed into the easier site of the two. But Nafany just engineers that round to perfection.
Yeah, it's not even just a gap in the smoke. I don't think there even needed to be a gap there for him to go through that one. He just heard two players cross out long and knew he had so much room to backstab. And that is the danger of going for these 10-second hits, right? That third player didn't even get to clutch or try because there was simply no time to even win the round as that bomb gets dropped with seconds to spare. So Imperial not managing to fake out Cloud9 much in this T side. When they win rounds, it's often just off the entries and just trading their way into bomb sites. But when they go for these really late executes. Cloud9 have disrupted a lot of bomb plants in this map already. Far more grouped, but that is a shot from Shiro. Up in front of the smoke, he goes back for 2. Axel gets a kill in mid, and already Cloud9 have poised himself for a round. Shiro doesn't respect your utility when he's feeling this fine, and Bolts now has to throw a spanner in the works.
I mean, look at this run from Shiro, man. It's clear he's feeling it all the way through Con, all the way to Wrap middle. Bolts is very, very quickly running out of options. Does he want to go back? Does he want to fight forward? Eventually, he's going to have to make a decision. Oh, over the top. Hobbit's heard this. He shot on the jump down, trying to keep Hobbit guessing. But he's not freaked out. And there's that swing. Bolts caught from the man lurking low at Cloud9. Up onto double digits to close out this first half.
Yeah, very solid CT sidebrand out of C9. No questions, no problems really. B-holds were a little lackluster at times with Imperial getting some nice executes into that bomb site. They have a lot of ideas. That's what you will say about Imperial, right? Multiple nade stacks, mollies to set themselves up in their boost on B short. They have a lot of way of getting picks and a lot of firepower on those openers, but it does come down to the late rounds where Cloud9 don't respect Imperial's utility, running through smokes and mollies, and just letting those individuals flex their muscles. Fallen set Vinny up fully. Armor and nades. It's 2 for 1. Fallen's going to be playing middle instead with 4 players here. It's not like Vinny can stop a plant, really, with 1 HE. It's not like Cloud9 are going there anyway, so they will meet this mid-stack, this full setup. Ferg gets a lovely shot. He's stuck out in the open, though. Hobbit will trade, but is he ready for double con?
Yeah, that second player of Fallen, only good for 1 before he's traded.
There's still another man.
Bolts.
Who holds this?
Oh, dude, Nafany.
Ratty.
Oh! Can he get flicked onto? Bolts actually wins that and then takes it 1 step further. Just Inter's left to beat, and Bolts now dropped out of the round. It's a 1v1. Inter's versus Vinny. He's dropping down lower with the bomb. Gonna have the plant here. Vinny very far removed, especially as he doubles down on this long commit. This rotate is gonna take so much time.
Yeah.
So long to get set up for this. And so Inter's right now has a world of opportunities. He can go anywhere he wants in this post plant. Gonna go and wrap short, bombs planted for him. This is a very tough ask of Vinny in the clutch.
Yeah, he kind of has to presume it's a passive post plant. He can't waste time walking around and clearing corners. He's just got to tap that bomb and force the reaction from Inter's. There's simply no time. He needs an instant kill here. Vinny's got it! And now that's the round for Imperial. It looked lost in the source with that con setup getting corrupted. But Bolts comes in with 2 massive kills, and Vinny hits the 1 bullet to close out the round. That was a close bomb as well. But it's Imperial's pistol. And suddenly this series tightens up, perhaps. Cloud9 don't wait long to buy immediate rifles in round 2. That's a lovely little pistol round out of Bolts and Vinny.
Cloud9 are coming in with a vengeance, though, Hugo, right? With the bomb plant going their way. They're throwing everything into this round. They've got rifles in play. Good bit of util as well. Nade's nice. Hobbit is super tagged by that. Cloud9 have been gifted this con control. They've been given a route up into the A site. And there's actually a world where, like, if they had the bomb here, they could just plant on A. Like, right now, there's nobody in the site for Imperial. This has to be commed across to FNX as he rotates up. He can't be too overzealous in this one as they hear him moving in. Cloud9 close the gap. They're already in the site, and FNX is tapped out. At this point, you know, the long control almost should feel obvious. Fallen, gonna win that. And now the bomb coming up ramp on the back of Axel. A must-win fight, and Fallen at range. MP9 drops the bomb. Cloud9, they might have the A bomb site, but with no bomb, with no control, it's no round yet. Hobbit going back, trying to flush out Fallen. Right now, he's dodging him. This is taking a lot of time.
Yeah.
Now he's dodging him. This is taking a lot of time.
Yeah. He might find it. Fallen's not giving up the kill. Hobbit has to run, and run he shall. Fallen hits every step, even if he doesn't even peek here.
Look at this.
His team is set up for the win. Bomb again loose, and Cloud9 are playing in CT spawn. They're all the way down in the doldrums, in the dungeons, in the darkness. And that's where this round has left them. They may have the sight, but Fallen with that MP9 cross-map kill.
Dude, it's mental. It wasn't even fair to get the third kill. I thought it was. Fallen just sniped it out
Fallen
from under
got
it.
it?
Yeah, so brilliant round
okay.
out of Fallen to put
Sick.
7 on the board for Imperial. Like, considering just how wrong that looked like it was going to go, and like a must-win fight at range with the MP9 that he has no business winning, somehow he cooks up a 7th for Imperial, now donning his AWP as well. Weapon of choice in hand for Fallen.
Damn, son, still got it.
Cloud9 are going to reinvest. They're going to throw everything into this with the saved guns alongside them. They're putting it all on the line here, but this could be how Imperial close the gap.
Absolutely. This is a very, very risky buy, but it's kind of a must-buy for Cloud9. You've got to have faith in your individuals. That's a little bit of a mistake. Some whiffed Galil sprays in there, but ultimately, Cloud9 had the round in the palm of their hand. Going to try and take mid and long again. But Imperial are just backed up into the bomb site. Floating a third player to B. Fur's got a lovely angle here. Very hard to hit that headshot. You can see most of it when you're crouched, covered on the right side. Fallen's AWPing as well. And they don't have the range to remove him. The only gun really is this AK. To the front of the pack in toilets at least. Smoke, Fur, does he have a gap? The lineups have to be perfect, and they are. But Fallen over the tippity top. Missed with a flick. They're up close, good flash. Fallen needs help. There's 3 CTs here, but the T's are getting in with the entry from that AK. Fallen's falling, and Fur around the edge of the smoke, getting spammed out by Inters. Right now, those 2 rifles are trifling Imperial, and wow! Shiro hits another headshot to put Vinny in the clutch. This one ain't happening.
Yeah, he can't even attempt it, dude. You can feel that getting way too claustrophobic. The boost at long for Fallen, that really needed to, at a bare minimum, be the kill on the long player before all was said and done. It just left him and Fur like boxed in. They know exactly where those 2 players were. FNX in the corner had a lot of responsibility trying to watch the run up, but just too many targets. He was hung out to dry. Vinny's not long for this world, just going to hold on to that A1S, Cloud9 with a response. And as you say, man, that AK was like the big ticket item. It had to do something. Well, it opens up onto the AWP and continues just giving kills over to the Cloud9 side. That was in spite of them walking into a 3-man stack with a 4th quick rotate out of Imperial.
Sneaky round to get past, especially considering the one prior, right, with that bomb loose in mid. But Cloud9, they show why they had faith in their rifles, their 2 rifles, both of them getting entry. Shiro with a double. And Vidi now the only guy with a gun getting set up on the triple boost. Oh, it takes him a second. Got to jump in unison, and now Vidi's up on top. But no one's taking B short. There's a bit of a flash. It's all a ruse, all a rumble, and nothing in the tunnel.
Pretty cinematic walk up. Maybe it builds to something cool. Vinny on this rotate early with the A1S. They didn't see anything from that triple boost down on B. And so now they start to pull bodies back up. Vinny up on this boost with this hero gun. Having to have his moment now. If Imperial want to have any chance of somehow pulling this one out, it's all going to come from this M4. He's been spotted on the jiggle, drops the bomb, Nafany with the reaction, and suddenly this A bomb site is just laid to rest. The big, dangerous piece. That A1S is now removed. And so just the pistols, Spurs good for a kill, but can't go any further than that. Hobbit just about gets through. And so Cloud9 will get a 12th on the board. Kind of miraculous. There was even a moment where like damage was getting done, where it even looked tenuous considering what was brought into that round.
That was a bit scary there, wasn't it? Some pistol kills, Vinny with the opener.
Hello.
He had to multi-kill.
Fallen's got the mid spawn here.
All right, let's give it a go. Big Green ready to take this pick if Cloud9 meet him there, and they will. Fallen done this a million times, and he's going to hit it. Easy done. Inter's gone. Nafany chases him down, but again, like the pistol, there's this triple mid setup, and it's delivering death. Fallen with 3. One by one, they feed the beast. And Shiro in a 1v5. Through the molly, that's cocky. How much more you got?
He didn't get the bomb in that jiggle. He's going to go back and try to clear out the backline. Bolts is pushing. This could give another kill over to Shiro's AWP. But he's tucked. I like this from Bolts, man. Not overstepping, not going too far. Shiro, is he ready for this? He checked it, but doesn't make it any easier. Fallen banging round with that AWP, helped out by Fur and the rest of the gang over in middle. And they turn that attempt at fast mid-control out of Cloud9 just to dust. It literally barely makes a dent on that run-up from catching Inters on the cross, on the jump over, had maybe a couple of pixels to have that one connect, to then going back in and facing the mid-fight. Screams confidence out of Fallen.
Yeah, more of that. We need to see some of these B plays now for Cloud9 just to avoid this very heavy setup. They keep seeing 3 in middle from the get-go. It's going to be some idea as to how Imperial are starting their rounds. As much as how Imperial, the G side, were just obsessed with only going for A execution, about 8 or so rounds. And right now these setups are profiting them. Another AWP. Or Shiro as well. Nafany's on a tech tap, but gonna go smoke the molly and take mid quick. Hobbit holding for aggro, for leaving the connector as that door goes off again. Fallen on a far safer angle, trying to dodge utility, but it's only the toilet smoke party molly. Cloud9 are not that pushed up yet. This flash will get them there. Fallen fires and falls back. Cloud9 know where this AWP sits, but it shouldn't be much of a surprise. Bolt's going to be able to hold the molly, while Vinny, even from this angle, will get that first contact on a monster push. The only counter to this is if Vinny gets popped and full blinded, and Cloud9 are very close while he is, Bolts could get caught throwing the Molotov. Nafany's got the flash.
It looks like they want to wait to see what Hobbit and Shiro get away with over on this A side of the map, right? This could get super weird, because it's like if they find success on A, you might feel tempted to rotate back up with that bomb, but that's where, you know, Fur being here in con causes you some problems. At this point, you are committed into this just being an A fake and ending in the B hit. With them seeing one man now, the B hits in, Fallen wins that long fight. They don't know about Bolts. I thought the barrel would have given him away, but it doesn't, and he mows them down. Nafany and Inter shot in the back. Never to know what hit them. Bolts mops them up. And Shiro is left saving. Imperial, another round, 4 alive as well. Whenever they do put them up, oftentimes it is very clean, and that's going to help them in the long run. Look at Cloud9, they're not so fortunate. Their money's down in the dumps.
Yeah. Very ballsy call for Bolts, because Vinny goes 1 for 1, and then Bolts goes, you know what, I'm going to not throw this, and just switches back.
Dude, how did they see the barrel?
Yeah, I don't know. They just ran right through it, looking left side, waiting for a re-peek. They hadn't seen a monster setup before, right? It's their first time in that position, so just not ready for that setup. I'm sure they'll check it next time. burned in the back of their mind, but that's a perfect round to just let them pass you. Bolts wins it with the surprise factor. And now they have nothing. Glocks across the board with this saved AWP. I mean, even for Shiro, this round's a bridge too far. Not going to get given really these opening picks that you dream of. And your pistols have to die so that you can live. There's a spot. Now Shiro's interested. Like a tracking missile. Seeking heat towards B. But Nathani's already gone. And one by one, Cloud9 starting to drip dry.
I mean, this one was never meant to be around, right? It very much hinges on just Shiro having round of life with this hero AWP. They're going to group for the B hit at a bare minimum. You know, there were just 2 players here, but a third has now moved in to fill the void. Good setup for Bolts, but he's only up to the task of that first frag. 30 seconds now as Cloud9 start to move in. Vinny around the pillar, also traded by Shiro's AWP. Axile brings it close. Fallen's going to hold the line. And Imperial are up onto 10.
Yeah, definitely an overstep for Bolts there, knowing an AWP's in play, but still wide swinging monster after a kill. Should just take that and leave, but considering they're already up a man, Imperial are able to trade their way to the round. Some nice shots out of Shiro, keeps the economy fresh for Imperial, but it's still Cloud9 coming back in with a rebuy. Couple of bad money rounds for Cloud9, no longer the case. They don't have the util to run fakes in this round, that's the one drawback. But they had to buy regardless. Oh, Bolts inside of the molly. Fighting deep. Cloud9 on a very lax default. Don't have connector. Luckily, Fur's not milling around there either this time. Hobbit's contacting.
It's very ballsy. It's not something Imperial have really seen yet. But as that re-smoke is lobbed over,
so much util forced.
It's denied the B play for now. They're going to try and walk this double setup over towards mid again, right? Hoping that Cloud9 can do something to shuffle these rotates around. However, Fur, who's waiting on this bench angle, going to win the opener. Shiro not in a position to trade that and actually flashed off the angle. It's info gained. He's now having a duck down con. FNX, oh my goodness.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness. If they try to come through, he's right up in their face. FNX here with the double. Can't quite make it a third, but he's done his part in the round, hasn't he? Only Inter's left standing. 1v4. Flash goes in to try and give him a chance, to try and get them off this angle, but it's so hard for Inters now. Seen the heaven hole, doesn't know about the short man, doesn't know about the water player, and it was never even needed. Imperial close to tying this game up, and I mean, with the money now broken, they seem good to deliver on that.
Dude, it's solid CS right now. Like, even Fur, who gets flashed back in, could have gone for a wide swing to take out Shiro. He just spots and runs away. FNX has been quiet most of the game, other than some early T-side entry rounds. Has a beautiful double up in Monster inside of that smoke. And Cloud9 are getting schooled. They're getting taught a lesson in these last few CT rounds. Imperial building back into the match on their pick in the series. They should surely have to long out a 3-mapper, even if they win here. Vertigo is solid for C9, but this is impressive enough that they are neck and neck right now, and they are breaking the money round after round of Cloud9. Keep forcing ecos. Fallen's hitting shots. It's not much of a weak link right now. Cloud9 haven't really found their way into the T side to break into buy rounds. They just converted their pistol. That's all they've had.
It's actually just so surreal, man. I mean, like... Oh, hang on a moment. This is a little bit weird over on the monster side, Hobbit! What is that? Woo! Balls never knew what hit him. Vinny wants revenge. Vinny wants blood. Pushing the short side. They're boosting up, but he could discover this. He could uncover this. Instead, he's going to wait. Oh, his teammate. Oh, F&X flicks back round, and they've mopped up the short side. A good start, but it's quickly turned sour. Shiro walks to his death as well. Vinny on a tear in this round. And it's only Inter's left standing. Similar spot to last time. An impossible 1v3 out through Monster. Gonna go back, but it's being held. It's being considered. Imperial on fire as they chain 5 together. And dude, this is... It's so impressive. Like, you know, when we kind of look at this, when it was the tail of getting the band back together, so many people were just kind of like, oh man, what's that really going to achieve? Because when you look at it, like, you know, these guys aren't in their prime anymore. This isn't them in their element. They had to build something where you are dealing with guys who felt like they were kind of past the sell-by date in a way, you know. Yeah. And the fact that they come together as this 5 and are just so much better than the sum of the individual parts, there's really something to be said about this from Imperial.
Yeah, there's belief. There's belief in the system. I mean, that round is a bit awkward for Cloud9. They could have had a 5-on-3 after Hobbit got that D kill smoke spam. If only that boosted player held the shot a second longer to line up the headshot, trying to D-spam at that range was never going to work. But Vinny, the perfect aggro to trap him in shot water. Yeah, for Vinny, I think we were wondering, damn, this guy's leaving Furia for this. Like, he was doing so well. Furia were rising through the ranks. They were still holding their top spot as the best team in their region in NA and SA. But right now it's working out. Imperial are looking for a deep run. And if they take this first map against Cloud9, that's one way to do it. But smoke spam for 2 kills in this round. Bolts through Monster, Fallen through toilets. Vinny hears the steps though, and he's going to try and walk on the back line. Oh, he escapes. Doesn't like what he sees. But Inters did hear him climb up on that railing, so he's going to hold for the fast flank. Meanwhile, it's crunch time. First pushing in. Might catch him by surprise. These aggressive toilets maneuvers for Fur. Oh my goodness, they're walking right by. Flashed in, missed shot for him, and now Shiro should be there to finish the job. He can't. No way! That's 2, and he should not have gotten away with them. Should be dead now, surely. I keep telling myself, but Vinny's here to backstab to keep this round standing. It's a whiff spray, and that was the only way back in as Fer got smoke spammed on his escape. Cloud9 hold on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, it really was by the skin of their teeth, man. Like, that is so down to the wire. And really, if Vinny doesn't completely, like, butcher that spray on the backstab, that could have been so much more. The bomb was dropped over towards toilets with like 20 seconds left, and with the smoke in the way, there was definitely a world where Vinny could have done a hell of a lot more there. That is unfortunate, right from the high highs of him just multi-killing over on the short side in the round prior to last, to then having that be his go at it there. Couldn't deliver on the impossible scenario that first somehow crafted.
Just holds on throughout the blindness. No real choice about it. Cloud9 force no shot though. As far as they're aware, there's no AWP in mid, but Fallen's just regressed in the toilets, and Imperial have again put up this triple mid defense. Cloud9 are crawling into it. That's Fer getting cleared by Nafany though, out on Fountain. Cloud9 are starting to come together. Fallen holding for the jump, the boost is not there. And volley off that position, Nafany gets a double entry. Fallen can decide to regress. They've not seen an AWP. They know it could be possible, and Fallen shows them the truth. But all the way back to the bomb site now, as a big gap is open on long. He doesn't want to get backstabbed. Cloud9, meanwhile, can just reset and regroup. That bomb's in spawn. It's going to get picked up by Axel, and they should be able to trade their way into a bomb site. Winning this round without a triple gamble stack for Imperial should be a very tough ask.
Yeah, and they're not taking gambles yet, man. They're entrusting Fallen with the entirety of this A-site hold. It means he's just got to go absolutely ham with the AWP. And as he's kind of skipping out of there now, leading into this B play, flashes start to sound in the A-bomb site, and this will just be a save out of the Imperial squad.
I like this call from Fallen. He could have justified staying around to stop the bomb with 10 seconds. There was a way, maybe you wall bang, default, you get a kill, wow, you've won. But it's unlikely, and Cloud9 have so many players and Imperial have so little money. This is the safe decision. This is the game-winning decision you're telling yourself when you call it. You give them 14, but you come in with your full buy, and you play for the whole map in your next gun round. All this work relies on the next rifle. Otherwise, Cloud9 are taking their opponent's pick and setting themselves up to eliminate Imperial in 2.
Yeah, they're going to supplement it with the tack timeout. You know, the pressure's really on. Their backs are against the wall here. And if this one gets taken off, if this round falls apart, as you say, Overpass likely goes with it. And if that's the case, with Vertigo coming down the barrel next, going to be a rough world for Imperial.
But even if that does happen, even if Cloud9 do what they should and win this series, I think Imperial have put on quite a show in this map, even now, up against a very lethal Cloud9 roster. Can they do it?
What are they going to cook up for us here, right? That triple mid stack that's been so faithful, so dependable. That round there, it was the downfall, right? It opened up 2 kills in middle for Cloud9 to just explode on the back of.
Holding for the 5 boost.
They will move away from it, right? Leaving 1 man in middle this time and really padding out this B-bomb site to open up. This is Fallen trying to have a bit of a read on the round, a bit of a read on the game. But slow to start for Cloud9.
FNX was trying to hear steps up on A short there. Or anyone in connector. Jump spot won't see a thing as they're boosting. They hear it. And they get a bit paranoid as well. But, oh, miss jump. And they just decide against it. Right call. They actually dodged the nade mostly. Hobbit gets bit a bit. But this double wants a setup. This time Bolts has to drop the molly. They will clear this position. They will not let that one go unscathed. Flash over. Vinny's blind. Molly out. But this is what I said. If the flash is good enough, look at him getting sold down the river. Vinny does trade. FNX close corner. MP9 churns through one. But Shiro trades and Vinny holds on. 2v2. 30 seconds, Fallen falls in, and he needs to go mad.
History's got to repeat itself here. Fallen in the B site, 30 seconds, they run at him. Oh, there's the first. Brings it to a 1v1. Fur to try and close. Nafany deep right now. Fur wrapping CT. Good timing on this peak, but he's missed the opportunity. And now the next one's going to be that much harder. Nafany wanting the fight, wanting this engagement, crossing back in, but Fur wins it. 13 on the board for Imperial. They deny 15 to Cloud9. They put it all on winning that round there, and they're able to deliver. Imperial are still very much in this game.
Oh my goodness, everyone goes 1 for 1, Harry. Everyone puts up a kill, but Bolts in that round pretty much. That was sick. Can't believe Fallen drops out of heaven instead of playing a retake round and even gets that shot off when they chase him. For no screaming, no shouting, just a sigh of relief as this game goes on one longer round. Now the nade stat goes back the other way. They heard the jump ups last time. They know the info is what Imperial want, so they try and break it with nades. It won't work, no one's there. B execute, this is gonna be an early B execute, I think. They take short pretty quick. They're already lining up smokes back in spawn. They have no other map control. Vinny has had multi-kills from this position before. They haven't cleared him out the corner. If they run and presume this angle's empty, Vinny can go ham.
Oh my goodness, there's the double. Vinny holds the line, even gets out after the double. Oh dear, Cloud9, they can feel this one starting to come undone. They're still committed into the B play. I mean, hell, it's all they've got. They've given up real estate everywhere else. Bolts, molly to barrels. Good for the swing and a double from him. Why not make it a third? Imperial tie this up at 14 all.
From a 1v1 on the B site, to a flawless round. Contact kills every single time. Cloud9 barely throw an execute. It's a Molotov, that is it. When they've entered B, at least they've had Imperial pretty blinded on this bomb site. Now they just waltz in and they expect a different result. Imperial win every single gunfight. Flawless round. They've got wind in their sails. Cloud9 have pistols in their hands. And why not rush B? Why not play aggressive? It's all you've got. Imperial red wrong. They got for a heavy A setup, and Cloud9 are going to explode.
Yeah, definitely a route to something here. Like, if you're Imperial, you're kind of set up to play retake now. You've pushed mid. You know it's not this A bomb site play. And so for these guys in B, you're either going to need a mow down out of Vinny playing inside of the site. You'd love it if he could just go 1-for-1, maybe set up to play retake, but you got to deal with it. He's stuck here fighting. There's the first.
Wow.
Vinny, very pliable with a bit of help from Bolts. They churned up the first two in. Vinny trying to get aggressive. Will get silent. Shiro puts a stop to him. Not over yet, Imperial. They need to compose themselves. They're going to try and give Fur to come in on this backstab. Inter's tagged. Up in the site, Shiro's coming back. Wants to try and wrap short here. Wants to try and play around the bomb. But now locked in this fight. Has to win it. Fur holds the line. Nafany and Inters, they're both boxed in. They're stuck on default and shut down one at a time. Nafany at least gets out of there to play around this bomb. Smoking his way. They're running in now. Someone's getting on it. It's Fallen. And the shots can't connect. Everyone willing to throw bodies in the way to protect Fallen and find 15 for Imperial on their map pick.
Unbelievable. This was like Cloud9 ready to close. This was Cloud9 poised and ready to shut out this entire series. And now it's upside down, inside out. 15 rounds for the Brazilian side. And Cloud9 don't know where to look. A timeout. Coach of the year coming in. But is it all in vain? Is it too late? They may have ecoed for 15. They got a bomb plant. They got the bare minimum to give them everything they want. But Imperial's mid setups, their triple mid setups have been solid. And Cloud9 almost have to go A after they fail B round after B round after B round. Contact, execute, fast, slow. It's not worked. And so if Imperial go back to what's been their bread and butter with Fallen with the best mid spawn, ooh, baby. Who knows?
It's overtime or bust.
8 out of the last 10 rounds. Fallen wants to make it 9.
In with the swing, and Shiro goes back, tries to deal with him. Double up aggro at long. Hobbits at least put a stop to that and return the 4-on-4. Fallen stuck down in connector. He's stuck fighting, having a care. A push up through Com while he's also losing middle. This is a very tricky spot for Fallen to navigate. If he gets out of this somehow looking pretty, it could be everything but a missed shot, and that's unrecoverable. Hobbit with a double. You've lost Fur, you've lost Fallen, two of the big hitters for this Imperial squad out of the round now, and a man down. Cloud9, they're going to pump the brakes for a moment. They're going to slow it all down.
All the room in the world. No AWP on a long angle. This is Cloud9 ready to XK. They can even throw in a pump and try and wait for a reaction, try and force Imperial to panic, to push in, to throw utility. There's none of it left. It's going to come down to gunfights, and Cloud9 will welcome themselves into this site.
There is this crossfire being held, right? FNX alongside him. Old mate Vinny. Bolt's very far removed from this round, so it comes down to these two to hold back this A play. First kill belongs to FNX. They learn about Vinny at the truck. 20 seconds as he drops this smoke. Gives himself a lot more room to work with, and it's so uncomfortable right now for Cloud9. This plant's getting delayed. They do flush Vinny out eventually. FNX tries to make a play, and Hobbit sends him to bed. It's Bolts, 1 versus 3. Very late from this rotate up from the B side of the map. And this has got overtime written all over it.
You should have killed him while you had a chance, Imperial. All you've done is piss them off. Bolts through the smoke as it fades. Got a clear hard left, and he can't get the kill. Axel sends us packing into bonus play, into extra rounds, as Imperial put up an incredible CT side on this map. Cloud9 just about long it out. They are going to stay away from that B bomb site. It has not got them any good rounds in this second half. Unbelievable shots being landed by Imperial, but Cloud9, somehow, some way, they hold on. Axel's been a hero, man. Whether it was CT side starting, him on his mid pushes, causing so many early kills for C9, anchoring A like a beast. Now he's entering, now he's opening up on this T side. They need him more than ever. 15 all, we go again. 10K MR3, first to 19.
Fair lobbing in that mid molly. Does he want to try and push with it? Does he want to try and get stuck in? Just going to listen for it getting extinguished. Now he knows they're out middle.
We often say overtime is where the more experienced team comes alive. I couldn't tell you who's more experienced. Do you count old or new? Do you count the young boys in a solid, long-standing roster, or do you count legends of the past back again?
I mean, you almost can't help yourself but root for Imperial, right? Just for how wild a story it would be. Fallen on this angle. Oh, he's seeing something. An arm gives it away. Up close, combat AWPing. All trying to seal the deal on this close player of Fur. Nice. But they only trade 1-for-1 apiece. It's a 3v3. And A is wide open right now. Cloud9 starting to move in. No contest out of Imperial. No one able to challenge this. Plant's going to go down. Imperial need a retake inside of this A bomb site. These have not been super fruitful whenever that plant's come through. Time working against the Imperial squad. No util to try and flush these players out. They've just got to brawl. They've got to fight their way back in. Vinny with the opener and the follow-up. It's all set up for Axel to try and clutch. 1v3, bomb planted for him. And Vinny wrecks him on the swing. A huge 3K. Imperial find the first in overtime and launch a successful retake over on this A bomb site.
Dude, Vinny has been a player that we've been kind of underwhelmed inside of this team in this tournament, right? It's often been Fallen going ham or Fur and Bolts putting up incredible CT rounds. But this game, Vinny has gone absolutely mental and put up quite the match. Sick 3K coming back in. CT side holds on B have been lovely as well. It's part of the reason that Cloud9 haven't been able to break into that bomb site half the time. Vinny's getting it done. First round at OT goes the way of Imperial. Cloud9 have to dig deep. Not the team that I thought would get Cloud9 to pull out their shovel. Nice molly. Fur's got to run a long way back as well. He will have the cover of Fallen's Orb. And Hobbit lines up this deep smoke to deny info on the long side. Imperial eyes closed on the A site. Fur wants it elsewhere. Has been a terror in the toilets in years gone by. Got to roll them back again. FNX is pre-rotating. We've got a triple A hold right now. Re-smoke, and both these players push up alongside each other, but Cloud9 want lovely double open on that doorway. Vinny seen by 3 players as Cloud9 poised to explode.
Yeah, Hobbit with this late lurk going to win his engagement. Fur dropped out. The B sites crumbled under the weight of this Cloud9 offensive. Flashes negate these CT players, leave them blind and send them packing. This is all the makings of a Cloud9 round. FNX not even close enough to consider giving it a go. They are out of there. Bolt still fighting. Hobbit dead over in Con. It's going to be a very late retake if they do want to attempt this one. Fallen up in heaven. Door now getting swung. Napany spotted. Deals with FNX. And even though they've done some damage, even though they're still giving it a look in, it's a Cloud9 round all day long. They run at Fallen. And they tie this up at 16 all.
Yeah, Cloud9 get them so paranoid on that A site. They knew that stack was coming in, and they finally explode back down on B. Vinny's kind of caught in the open. His off angles, his off positions on short have been really nice, but he was stuck between two right there, and that door open could not have come at a better time. Look at him just getting situated. And Cloud9 just exploded onto that B-bomb site to finally break through on a site that's given them nothing in regulation to level the playing field 16 all. Fallen still got his AWP. Crowd funded. Waiting for this jump up. It's not going to happen. Oh.
Oh! What? He goes back and checks it. Hobbit just wanted the info, but Fallen's not playing around.
Oh my goodness. What a check.
What a mental way
Yeah.
for the last round of this first half of OT to open up.
He could just get swung by Playground. That's so ballsy. The time was there for Cloud9, but Fallen checks his watch. Yeah, I got a few seconds for this. 4 on 5 now. They've just got to go desperate into this B bomb site, into the darkness again. It's Fur and FNX double con with Fallen on the A site. And the best part about that is not only can he solo AWP A and still hold on, but this B rotate is going to be instantaneous. The second Bolts and Vinny call for support, Fur and FNX will answer the call. Cloud9 need entries. They can't get traded into this bomb site or this round is done. Nafany's on a limb and Cloud9 go out.
Yeah, Axel leading the charge, right? Knows there's a man down here in water. Vinny on the receiving end. Bolt's going to re-swing out of heaven. It does get caught in the air. Fallen trying to do it. Oh my goodness, over the top of that smoke. Axel's looking for him. It's a late lurk from Nafany that looks to seal the deal. 18 seconds as that bomb moves back into the site.
Oh,
it's a heaven plant. There is so little that Fur can do. Does have a smoke. Maybe that helps him, but first he's got to win this opening fight. Axel tucked in at pillar, Heaven player spotted, and Nafany just nails the shot. Cloud9 gonna win out that first half of OT at 17-16.
Hey, Fur had the read somehow. I don't know how he knew that was a heaven plant, but he had the idea. Still, Cloud9, that's a far better B execute. You could just see Imperial, because of that con setup, we're trying to, again, pull back into a safer setup all the way to the pit, and they drop that close smoke, but Cloud9 just don't respect utility in this game. They haven't all CT side either. They walk right through it. Axel continues to give us huge opening kills, and he's been full of them in overtime as well as regulation. Breaks through B and sets up Nafany in heaven to close the round. Cloud9 lead 2-1. 2 more to do it on Imperial's map pick. A hyper-competitive game in a series that should not have been, but we've said that across the entirety of Imperial's run through the Major.
Back to this con control. It was an eternity ago now, it feels like, this first half, but Imperial, they do love getting this real estate. Vinny leading the pack. Axel's holding for this dastardly duo of him and Shiro that started this game off on such good footing. Responsible for keeping it locked in. Vinny, what is that? Spams him out. Oh my God, Shiro's missed the shot. Vinny's running at him, feeling peak form, peak confidence. And he's doubled up on the open, and now with an AWP in hand as well.
Insane.
What is going on, Vinny? Wild. Up in the air again. Finally going to get punished. Nafany holds with a double before he's cancelled out by Fur.
Fair enough from Nafany. He might have set them up for success. Vinny blundering entries that Cloud9 couldn't contain, but now they've got to stop this site from getting taken. FNX, risky jump up. We've seen it work, though. Gets that stick off. Swinging through the smoke again. Inters right through into the bomb site. FNX on a headshot angle. He has to be crispy. He has to be pristine. Swinging with the smoke. Inters stops him dead in his tracks, and Bolts with a 1v2. Cannot let them cross on the bomb with that smoke down. They need to trade, and so they shall. Cloud9, map point on Imperial's pick. This has been so stressful for Cloud9, but they might be able to close. One more chance. They didn't get 15 first. They fought for overtime. Now they get to lock the door shut.
Man, you really thought that Vinny had done enough here. Like, what is that? And then to run at Shiro, leaping the whole time. But just jumping the gun, thinking the round was won before all was said and done. And that's going to come back to haunt Imperial. A 3v5 that Cloud9 somehow pick up.
Deep breaths. More AWPs, more madness. And rather, it was Cloud9 to get 15 first. This is their second chance to close the first map. Couldn't do it last time.
Dude, this
Fallen's
double aggro is being
in
held.
the smoke, they're not looking. Hobbit checking close corner while his teammate was looking deep, but didn't get saved by that smoke fade. Fallen's ready. Another 5-on-4.
Seems like Fallen wants to slow it down, right? Wants a moment of composure. This is a chance to keep the overtime dream, the double overtime dream very much alive. Bolts on the boost, at least gets the info. They have a better idea as to what this B hole is shaping up to be. 50 seconds and Fallen's come back.
Wow.
Over at long, Verge is still waiting. Gonna try and activate some super late lurk here, but does run the risk of finding very little impact.
Yeah, he could be left alone.
Oh, hello, they're coming up to him.
This is nice because Cloud9 have a B stack right now. They're triple lower. Shiro's even in, just sitting in trunk. He doesn't even have the long info. He doesn't have the short info. If he was jumping dice, he'd be getting all these peaks, but he's scared of Fallen's AWP, picking him dry. Here's the steps now. They're jumping in. Missed shot. They're getting close.
Oh, no. Flash is good, and Fur's going to find him from the long side. Cloud9, a 3v5. They won the last one, but this time, there's no turning it around. They're too far removed. Imperial keep the good times rolling in. They just don't know when to stop.
How do they keep doing it? Another flawless round. And you're forcing fear out of Shiro. That's a rarity. He's been pretty solid this game, but he's tapered off once we've hit the overtime for sure. Axel may have kept it up, but completely avoided in this round. Exits all he can find.
It's just insanity because, like, Shiro is one of these AWP players who was very much up there in the discussion. You know, when you were kind of looking at top AWPers, he was up there alongside the best of them, alongside, you know, legendary names in the current year. And right now, Fallen is above him on the board. He's carrying a lot of impact. And like you say, it feels like he's even put the fear in Shiro.
Yeah. Because solo AWP on A is absolutely fine. Nothing wrong with that, and especially when you're a man down. But you want the info. You want a bit of warning just to set your team up for the chance to retake. Cloud9 had to save to get a full buy, to get the AWP back in this last round. And this is the last round of this overtime. We either start it all over again or Cloud9 close here and now. Imperial are fighting for bonus again. They've done it before. Fallen patience at Monster. That smoke begins to fade, but they replenish. It's a flash, rather. And no kills getting given to Fallen. He throws the bomb away. He doesn't want to give them any info, any warning as to where he is.
Oh my God.
Did he see Inters? If he did, he could perfect peek him. Oh, Fallen's aware.
Dude, that's close.
Very
right?
close. Without that
knows
smoke,
what's up.
Inters is dead. He had to change position. He knew he'd been cleaned up. Another boost, but come on. No one's died on these yet, and everyone's tried them.
Dude, they just dismantle it.
Yeah, he
and
could've
maybe it was for the better. Inters was just hard looking at the boost.
It's very loud at B right now. Shiro this time is playing a little bit more information based on that A side, jumping, looking at long. Axel's with him. These have been two of the top performers. Nafany, of course, has had a great game as well, but he's already leaning out of B. This is about to be a double B hold. Nafany can support from heaven. Might be able to throw his flashes from up there.
He's just left.
But he's left up and dry completely as Imperial with 20 seconds to get ready to go.
This is all the conditioning of that first half. These late A commits. That's what Cloud9 think they're running into. In reality, it's this B play. In they come. Inters with one before all said and done. But he is still traded.
Oh.
F and X
gonna take it out with a double opener. Nafany dead, falling from the heavens. Shiro and Axel, 2 versus 3, trying to stop this one from getting run back again, but they can't find a way in. It's just Axel, 1v3, bomb ticking against him, Imperial set up in the site, and everyone brimming with confidence. They're going to peek in together. Fallen's there to send us into another overtime.
Dude.
Double OT now.
Nafany killed Hobbit, Harry. Nafany killed Hobbit. He was waiting back in pit. The second player out of that weak defensive setup. When his teammate goes 1-for-1, he's ready for a repeat. Nafany flashes out of heaven. Hobbit full blind, and then he instantly gets jump peeked here by FNX. I thought that was a T-flash initially because it was so perfect to clear that back pit position. Imperial break through on the B site yet again. And this game, oh, it's terrifying. No one is safe right now. All over again. First to 22. Welcome back. I cannot believe Imperial are challenging Cloud9 this much. It may be their map pick, but C9 no stranger. 2 overpass. They're already up and past that nade. It does nothing. This is a pacey beginning for a team that's been very slow in taking middle. Oh, forget middle.
Oh, dude, it's so quick that, like, this is just going to shock Cloud9 entirely. There's one guy over on A. Axel's going back to, like, keep an eye on long, keep an eye on what's happening here. But they're so deep, and he just missed that timing.
They beat the flash.
Flash is going over, but they're way deeper than he's ready for. Now he's called for rotates. He does do a good chunk of damage, and he's trying to hunt these guys down. They're boxed in. Oh, no. Axel with a double.
Love
Fur
that.
and Vinny cut down. 2 of the big-time players for Imperial knocked out of the round early.
What a flash for Shiro. They had to hide. They could not see a thing. I love that call for Imperial. It doesn't work, but you see just how close that was. The timings they found to potentially win the round off the back of that play. Very risky. But at this point, you've tried everything. You've got to dig deep on this T side. Axel anti-flash, but need someone watching long. They could walk right out right now. He's looking at the wall. If they walked in, he is not ready. Thank goodness that third player's come up. They're going to hear it, though. Bolt's not activating, waiting for that flash. And after the fact, Axel can turn back, and so he will.
Okay.
Bolt still hits a beautiful headshot. Shiro's smoked off. Not a lot of time. One shot ought to do it. He's landed it, but Shiro wants more.
Yeah, still dancing around, still being a nuisance. Just slow it down. This site taking time is of the essence right now. Imperial cut down, and Shiro there to close. First in the second overtime, going to go the way of Cloud9. It's all opened with Axel running the gun on the long side, right? Throwing himself into a gunfight, no longer fighting on Imperial's terms. He makes his own rules there. And with Shiro as this turret on the truck, not missing a beat, it all comes together. Back to the drawing board now for Fallen and the gang.
Yeah, these B executes might be what Imperial have to go back to, right? They were actually pretty solid when they were doing their early defaulting. They were putting a lot of fear in Cloud9. They were forcing stacks on this A site a lot, and yeah, Imperial just managed to batter their way into B in so many of these T-sided rounds. They're getting spotted, though. This contact play is something Hobbit tried in the first half. Good barrel molly, but it's going to be smoked, and Inters doesn't hang around. He just gets out of dodge. Nice reaction for Cloud9. They were ready for that play. It seems the longer we got into the game, the more tricks they've had up their sleeves, and the better they've been able to read Imperial. Imperial, they need a round at least on this T side to give them a buffer. Cloud9 can't go 3-0. They would almost certainly be poised for a map at that point. Back to the drawing board for Imperial. Bringing their felt tips to that top site. Axel tucked in, flash for a peek, but Fallen's not blind, and he hangs around. Axel won't give him another go. He's going to, again, retreat back to the bomb site, wasting a lot of time for Imperial as they have to clear close long.
And all this time spent clearing, you know, it's time wasted, no one deep. They're all back inside of the site. Now Imperial lob all these nades over. Triple set here at Cloud9. Shiro, aim needs to be true, and he will best Fallen in the head-to-head. They're still moving in up short, but with 20 seconds, Shiro mollied off, has to get out of there. Nafany's now dead. Vinny with the opener, and they spotted Shiro on the bank side. 10 seconds, it's down to the wire, but they're getting all the openers. Shiro's gonna try his hand at a wall bang, perhaps. Combat AWPing as he moves in. Oh, not quite the third. FNX still barely alive, is sprinted down from the bankside, and now Fur over at long, getting teased by this AWP. Shiro just playing with him, all buying time for Inters up through the connector, peeling attention away. This kill could mean it all. Fur takes one to the grave with him, and now the 1v1 tucked in at long. He's so low on health, 2 HP. Time is not Inters' friend, though. He's got to tap this. Fur, will he take the bait? He's on the bomb. Fur swinging out, and Imperial get that one over the line. 19 all, milliseconds the difference. Fur plays it to perfection.
Inters, he knew he was committed. 4 seconds deep into a stick, he gets swung. He has to just commit. He can't get off. He wouldn't have time to restart the defuse all over again. What a call, but what a play from Fur. The white's willing to close. And Inter's going to look at the ground, but he can't dodge death, not this time.
Dude, that is like a raw experience play out of Fur, man. Just counts to 4 in his head, knows that he's still got time to deny it if that was the stick. And it's kept Imperial in this one, 19 all.
Shiro just missed that gap. Fur lives to fight another round, and there's the door off. Axel finds a first pick onto Bolt all the way into B short. Very cheeky opener. Cloud9 have had a lot of ways to do so. But somehow this game's still going. 4-on-5 for Imperial, a very rough hand at things to try and turn this one around, but forget the long contact. Next is walking up short, and Shiro's ready for that timing. Maybe ahead of the curve, but Shiro sends him back to it. Vinny comes out from short side, and right now Imperial, they're just looking for duels. It's their only way back in. They can't even really execute right now. They're all split up. They have to win fights. Hobbit might give them one. Crossing in, missed shot. Hobbit recovers well onto Vinny. Fallen is committed in front of that molly. Fur dead and long, and this round is as good as done.
Yeah, Cloud9 take 2 in that first of OT. Still up in the lead, right? 20-19. Imperial gonna have to dig deep moving into this second half. Cloud9, always the ones pulling ahead, right? Always the ones getting on to map point, but still yet to cross the line.
Yeah, Axel's just had an unbelievable game, right? Like, he slowed down a bit in the first, in the second half of the first overtime, but he's come back alive again in that one, and whew, up 30 plus, 33 right now for the Cloud9 boys. No better time to have a hero. Imperial, it's far more level. But Vinny has definitely had his moments for the other side. Fur at 29. It's anyone's game, Harry. There's no other way of putting it. When you're this deep into overtime, predictions are out the window. Imperial's map pick, they're down a round. Cloud9 need 2 out of this 3 on their T half. But T sides have been very difficult today in this matchup. It's been 10-5 CTs. 2-1 CTs and OT.
All the makings of an A play, but that bomb is still back at T-ramp. Cloud9 have got options open. For bringing in a second AWP alongside Fallen. Combat AWPing over on the toilet side of things, and Inters waits with bated breath. Fur looks very aware of this possibility. Going to be a real test of the old reaction time, and oh no, he's going wide. That's going to feed Inters that opening kill.
Now Rotate's getting scrambled, things get a little bit messy here. Vinny will win a fight down on the B side of the map. Nafany also out towards short. The rest of Cloud9 are picking up the pace for an A hit. Fallen, missed shot, and spammed out. Shiro's gonna put a stop to him. They're rotating away, and Nafany comes in with the backstab. Just Vinny left as that A bomb site crumbles, and there's nothing he can do. So far away, Cloud9 are up onto map point.
Yeah, he's even got mollied on his retreat. His exit route finally opens up, but simply too late to win the round. You don't want to save, but it might be your best bet. It might be your only option. He's trying to get past this orb. He's at least crept all the way past Hobbit, but Shiro's still got this stairs swing from Bank, and Vinny doesn't have time to go back the other way. Shiro turns his back, and Vinny, there's a bit of a gap, but still assured by inters in the toilets. You'd like to think Shiro shuts it down. And 21 rounds. They've now got 2 chances to find one. The biggest gap yet that Cloud9 have had to end this map. It's been neck and neck the entire way through. But these guys just, like, even on T sides, it's hilarious how little they respect this utility. On CT, right, they're coming through the dumpster smokes, they're playing abrasive, they're trying to deny bomb plants late in the round. But what was that? Running through that short A smoke with 2 players jumping, and now Cloud9 want to end it with a bang.
Yeah, straight in a B, mate. The flash is good. They're all back turned. Bolts with the first. Fallen's going to end him, helping and putting on a show with this AWP, sending Cloud9 packing. They tried to go for the all-in B rush to close it. The full disrespect B play. And Imperial locked them out. Bolts and Fallen have bolted the door. There's no getting back into that side of the map, and Cloud9 have got to look elsewhere.
2-on-5 to close, a little less likely. They've caught timing, but okay, without that kill getting presented, maybe Nafany just uses the gap. Walks through this bubble while Shiro keeps Fur trapped. Just shoot him in the back of the head right now. That's if Fur doesn't feed the orb, and yeah, Nafany's got it dead to right. So Fur's coming back. Oh my goodness, that's a very expensive death. 13 health in a 2v5 doesn't scream success for Cloud9, and Imperial now know where Cloud9 are going. They're still staying 2B, because they don't have that con rotate on control, but Fallen's inside of the toilets. Just needs to make sure his back isn't open to long. FNX isn't really covering right now. It's a little bit awkward. He's trying to make sure he has that info for Fallen, who's very open, but Shiro's also snuck past him. Cloud9 have somehow hit the gap, but this molly gives away Shiro's position, and Imperial are ready to find 20 themselves.
Big round from Fallen, man. He opens it up with the double. Down on B is so fast on that rotate that they assume that huge gap they found is a big blessing, and it's not. Fallen was there the whole damn time. Immediately fell away from B after getting this. What a time for that orb to come alive. What a time for Fallen to do this.
I mean, it screams desperation going for that B rush for Cloud9, right? They just, you know, they don't want to long out the round. They want to try and win it off the first fight. And if they catch Imperial with their pants down with a pace change, maybe that works. But as we saw, Imperial on every B rush defense have managed to maul it and keep almost every player alive. Hobbit got tagged on that mid cross. Not ideal. He was caught jumping over the slide earlier. Fallen's really had it out for him.
Dude, if it's another overtime, I don't know. I don't know what happens. I don't know.
You know what happens now?
No one was ready for this. Fur with the opener. Nafany on the receiving end. Hobbit still tagged from earlier on. Imperial, they just refuse to let go. They will not let you have overpass. 5v4. And it all goes quiet now.
What's the OT major record? Someone remind me. Someone tweet me. This one has a third written all over it, Harry.
Okay, walking down the long side. Hobbit's got a very wide berth here. Very good spacing. FNX with a nade out. Lobs that flash in, but Hobbit doesn't respect it. He's going through. FNX is still playing with utility. That's a backstab. Now they're having to turn on a dime. There's a man in the site. The site's corrupted. It's been lost. Flash for Fur, but he does hold the trigger. Doesn't fire off. They don't know about him. Fallen's boxed in. This is getting wild. It's getting weird. They think they found a gap, but here's the backstab. Axar's going to turn around. The nade could finish this off, but it's just a bit too short. Fallen will recover. 3, or now 2 bolts.
Up through CT has got a best Hobbit. He was tagged earlier on. It's all on this. Hobbit dead. Shiro boxed in at the truck. Very uncomfortable. Planted for CT. He's going to try and fight Bolts. Oh, but the shot misses. And Imperial, they won't let up. It's another overtime.
No one's screaming, no one's shouting. This one's just stressful. Your heart must be pounding at this point in both teams because all they're doing is surviving more play. We've not had Imperial with a chance to shut out this first map. They keep fighting back against the odds, against map point. And Cloud9 just can't close. Unbelievable game we're getting. And we're nowhere near the end. No one knows. How does Fallen even get that kill? He doesn't see his opponent. The smoke from the nade completely sets him off. And Shiro, shots he should normally hit, he will avoid. He wins that first fight. That bomb's for him. He has 2 positions to play it from. That's the game. But not today. We run it back first to 25.
I mean, hey, man, in their heyday for these guys, like, the expectations were never there, right? They always went against the odds, and now they're looking to do it all over again. Another overtime. Cloud9. They need solutions, man. This T-side's been the problem. Been the problem area in OT.
Crawling up connector, not a position we've seen a lot used by Cloud9's T side at least. Hasn't really been contested either which way. Got to get their mid play off the back of it. Fallen and Fur, double setup at long. Fur's very wide, he's committed, but he does have a bit of cover from the rock here. However, he requires Fallen to hit the shot, and if they throw a very likely flashbang, Fur is left high and dry, so he does back out and watch the A side. This is a massive gap for Imperial, and if Cloud9 contacted, Imperial would have all that info. Well, sorry, Cloud9 would have all that info and flank potential, but they're not going to do so.
The reboost back up. Oh my god, Fallen! He really wanted that fight. He really wanted to be involved. Now they drop a smoke and they fall back out of there. There's no trade today, Cloud9. That big gap, that big chasm that was open over towards A has been closed up. Imperial right back in.
Boosts on boosts.
Gonna try and have Shiro match the success of Fallen's AWP. But nothing's being offered up, nothing's being given freely. You're gonna have to work for this one, Cloud9. The molly slows them down, and we're operating in the final 20 seconds. Every single second counts. That molly timing is big. Cloud9 have got to be quick. They've just got to run amok into this site with the long swing. Fur is dead. 8 seconds, the bomb dropped. Fallen's dropped it out in the open. They don't get it, they don't grab it, and that's the round. Imperial steal that one right from under Cloud9's nose.
It was in the toilets. Fallen found it without an AWP, and even though Inters trades the kill and swings out like he should, he ran one step too far, forgetting the bomb. And Cloud9 never get the stick. They had just enough time if he was there to trade and grab it, but it was one or the other. And so it leaves them lacking the round. Imperial hands off the keyboard. They win it down in B. And they find the first. Game that keeps on giving right now. That molly at 20 seconds absolutely screwed the pooch. Oh.
And dude, I mean, you know, like not grabbing the bomb there, it's all screaming stress. It's all screaming problems. Whereas whenever we look at Imperial, it looks very composed. Like they knew this was destined, this was set to be theirs if they held on long enough, and hold on they have.
Just an insane game right now. And Cloud9 probably really regretting that B rush when they had 2 rounds to close on the T side last overtime. Fallen coming to life in this A-bomb site. He has been far more effective on these solo holds than Shiro has on his CT side. There's been no doubt about it. Fallen's multi-killed many more rounds in this position. Double long setup plus the insurance policy of the AWP. Fallen 7 multi-kill rounds, Shiro 8 in the game so far. So at least Shiro's besting him that, but A site losing info now.
Yeah, it's a nice smoke. Gonna let this close walk-up occur, and Fallen's got no info on it. I hear him moving around, gonna try and set this off with a flash. Fallen holds his own just up on top of Dumpster. That's so ballsy. He doesn't believe they're peeking him, not for a moment. Just the tag, but second time's the charm. Fur opens up at the long side. A wide berth now for Imperial in this round. 5-on-3. Cloud9 have won moments like this before, but it feels different. Their wins have changed.
They need to watch back, turn back.
Fur's dead. Fur turns on a dime, and that's the round. Cloud9 are out of there. They don't even give it a go. Imperial now streaking them together in this third OT.
I love that for Fallen. He takes the shot, but then he completely gives it up. He knows even though Cloud9 may have all that control up short A and maybe in the bomb site, there's a double long setup. There's no way Cloud9 are ready for not one, but two players close long, ready to stop a plant. And even though Fur for a second looks the wrong way, Cloud9 were desperately trying to trade Fallen, and he was disappeared. Fur gets the kill, the forces the save, and Imperial find 2 in a row. They're the ones looking for the flawless half right now. They've never been this far up in an overtime. Favored now, if you'll believe your eyes. Cloud9 waltzing out monster. It's not a full rush. It's early. It's with a flash. But the Fallen's here. No. Of course he is. Second shot again. And big Fallen, bad Fallen coming in with 2. Has dropped the bomb. Shiro, no way back out of this. That molly almost chips him out. He's full blind. Fallen's got a third. He wants to end this map here and now. And his wish is Imperial's command.
Just Shiro, spammed out, finished off. It's a flawless half from Imperial.
First time.
And every single time it's been them having to grind their way back in, them taking us to overtimes, them keeping themselves afloat. But the best have risen to the top here, Hugo. Now, 3 chances to get their map pick over the line.
Yeah, and Cloud9, they look very, very uncomfortable at the moment, right? It's not like they've been cheering their way through this one. This could have been an easy affair. This was a 10-5. This was Cloud9 in control at the end of their first half. This is just madness. And Imperial are running through it every step of the way. Swip, swap, CT now for Cloud9. Axel, he has had 1 kill in the last 8 rounds. 7 rounds, rather. It's been quite a slowdown for the top player of Cloud9, and not when they need it. Double A setup, Shiro and Axel. They were solid, but Imperial, they want to do it how Cloud9 did.
They're going to try and send it just how Cloud9 did. All in B play. Will they get the results? Will this be the salt in the wound? They're deep. They're well within the site. No one's checked for inters. Oh, he will get 1 from the barrels. They need to deal with him. Nice. And he's good for the kills. It's a 2v2. Imperial are trying to do what Cloud9 could never.
This flank timing so fast. Shiro's coming in. Forget the bomb. They've got to play for fights right now. Shiro walks the smoke. It's all Cloud9 have been doing. Vinny could escape. He knows they're both here. He sticks the plant, and Axel spams him through. Cloud9 hold on. Nafany brings the heat, the hype, and they need it right now. They need to flip it back the other way and make it OT4.
Yeah, but dude, I don't know, man. Like, that was just a B rush. You know, that was just an all-in B offensive. Believe me, they can slow it down. They can go back to what was working.
That's why they do their best work.
Yeah, Imperial still have a lot more tricks up their sleeve. That was just the tip of the iceberg. And even then, it was still uncomfortable right till the very end.
Far better round for Axel there, at least. Vinny's come out through short. They want to boost again. It's not really been effective yet to see this boost get a kill.
It's being held right now.
Oh dear.
Inters temporarily plays around with Util. Got to be careful. Up and over. And Inters finally gets rewarded. He's held that boost so many times now. And they go right into his crosshairs.
Oh, Imperial, they can feel this one closing up. They can feel that flawless half start to mean less and less by the moment. Fallen's going to have to work a pick on this A side. We have a double orb. First double orb I feel like we've seen all game. No one's been running them. Axel posted. Fallen, not flashed, makes a jiggle. Axel sees him. Oh, he holds the shot. He wanted a guarantee, and Fallen got that info as much as Axel did. He does not want to recommit. Forcing this second orb back into the top site with 2 CTs in position. Nafany on the truck. Imperial are walking into their own death. They just don't know it yet.
Yeah, it's a very heavy stack here, and there's not a lot of time left. You are operating in the final 20 seconds on the back of a long play. That one molly's drawing Nafany away, and they're very passive on everyone else inside of the site.
And he's coming
Shiro
back.
needs to hit these. Oh, Axel with a missed shot, but Shiro will pick it up. Doubles down. This AWP delivers. Fallen's never given the chance to trade, and he's out of there. Cloud9 still fighting, and he even dropped Fallen on the retreat.
Oh dear, thank God Vinny saves it. They really need the AWP. All right, Fallen's had a monster performance today. Him, Axel, Shiro, top of the server right now, and it's been quite a competitive head-to-head. That's a big round for Shiro, right? Remember when he was getting scared towards the end of regulation and wasn't even really playing that A site and was giving them all the room in the world for Imperial to consistently run these execute setups into A, forcing Cloud9 into retakes? He's not doing that anymore. He multi-kills on top of that site. Into the stack go Imperial, and they come out in pieces. Final pause. Who the hell still has a pause?
Imperial, they've been sat on it, man, as the golden goose. They knew that if the situation called for it, if they needed the breather in the third overtime, in the last chance to close it out before going to another OT, they've got that pause to bank on, and they've had a little bit of time to cook up an answer here. Fallen, a lot of his success in that second OT, I know that's a weird sentence, but it was found just holding on to this monster aggro with this AWP. This time, he wants to lead from the front. Okay. Look at him go with the AWP. Fast through short, it's such a ballsy call, and it screams that he's got an idea as to how to get this over the line for Imperial. Haven't seen him take a short fight with this AWP yet.
Cloud9 have been taking these fights, so they've been fine dueling from the pit, especially when they've got AKs. Hobbit's looking for this engagement. Intus has been on barrel almost every round of this CT side. He's finally tucked in close. He's the only man watching Monster right now. That gives a big gap if Imperial were to contact, but they are going to do it through short. Fallen laying out the line for Vinny to go, and in he goes.
Oh my, that swing, it's punished right away. A 4-on-4, Inter's dead. Hobbit tucked in now, down inside of water, needs to put on a show. He's quickly getting wrapped, getting overwhelmed. Bolts is the man to find him. Fur's knocked out in the meantime, a 3v3. Nothing's easy, nothing's certain. And it stops for a moment. Flash to get this bomb into the site in just a moment's time. This is going to switch up. Now it's Cloud9 on the clock. How long do they hold this boost for? They're hoping it gives them a way back in. But each second spent up here is a second wasted. You can't last forever. They start to move out now on the back of Shiro's flashes. In they come. Bolts brushed aside. Fallen and FNX. They can feel this one getting away. Fallen with the first. Oh, up and over. FNX holds the line. It's only Shiro left standing. Gonna come down to the 1v1. Clash of the AWPers, and Fallen's playing with him. Over on the short side. Oh, he's sticking the bomb. Fallen's gonna swing it. Oh, Shiro nails the shot. It's a nail biter. Is there time, or have Imperial done it? They have. Oh man, triple OT. Fallen walks it over the line in the clutch. They say IGL's got frag, but look at this guy go.
Something's never changed. Still blowing our mind to this day is Fallen, and that is one hell of a map stolen by Imperial. Cloud9 in 3 overtimes with every match point. The second Imperial get one, they do it justice. They end it here and now on Overpass. They're picking the series. Vertigo up next, and Cloud9 have got to be in their heads.
I can't, man. I can't. Like, I wasn't mentally cut out for that one. I can't believe that that's how it goes. That's how she goes, Bubs. Like, man, the resilience out of Imperial to last not 1 overtime, not 2 overtimes, but to then go and win it at the promise, right on the precipice of going to another. It's just something else. And it all ends with how Cloud9 tried to end it. With a B play, with an all-in B offensive. Only Fallen and the gang get it over the line. I don't know, man. I'm lost for words, Hugo. I really am.
I think that's apt. I think that's just right. Like, everyone's doubted this team, and honestly, fair enough, right? This is a team that said they were here for content, Harry. Well, they're putting on a show right now. They are giving us some real content, as they managed to not only avoid the 0-3 dream, but now are back up with a map in their pocket against Cloud9. This is a team that many predicted to be a top 4 roster at this entire event, straight into the Legend stage, here to make a run. Well, right now they might get run down by Fallen and these fellas from the past. The future is now, though, and it's a Brazilian one.
I can't. I can't even begin to imagine how this felt to just, like, oh my God, Hugo, there's so much to talk about because so much has happened. Like, so much Counter-Strike just took place. I don't even know where to begin. Look at Fur up top of the board, man. He had such a phenomenal game. We said coming into it, he's been a rock. But the guy who actually top fragged, the guy who put up the most numbers was Fallen. Like, he had so much impact in this.
Yeah.
Him and Fur. And then you have, like, this meeting of, like, the new and the old generations of Brazilian Counter-Strike. Vinny having a great game, right? Oh, dude, it's like the stars aligned.
Yeah.
And Imperial now a map up in this one.
And Fallen wins the 1v1 against Shiro to close out the map. You could, scriptwriters, well played. Very well played. You couldn't have done a better job with this opening map of the series. Vertigo is up next, Harry. I don't even care who you think is going to win it.
No,
predictions don't matter. We're getting out of here.
Let's go.
4-win streak for Cloud9 on this map. Let's see if Imperial can break it.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Well, hop in the time machine, y'all. There's room for each and every one of you. What an incredible opening map. Of course, you know, now as we start to get ready to head to Vertigo, let's kind of, you know, taper our expectations in a little bit. I think it's going to be hard.
Are you sure? Are you sure you want to taper your expectations?
But let's just go like objective fact. Let's take a look at this one as we walk back through it, right? For Cloud9, we're going onto their map pick now. It's Vertigo. It's a very, very good map for them, right? It's
like Overpass, right?
Well, yeah, but I'll say this, you know, Imperial undefeated on Overpass, and much akin to that Cloud9, they're undefeated here on Vertigo. Now, the reason why I say all this is just to kind of set you up so that in a world where Imperial did somehow do it, we'd all be that much more impressed. We'll say, wow, they really did just defy all logic and expectations. This is one that, if it was going to happen, felt like it was going to be a 3-mapper. Vertigo is a serious, you know, tool in the kit of Cloud9. But there are some extenuating circumstances here, right? There is this idea that they just got pushed to their limit. They just played their hearts out. They had so many chances to close out Overpass, and yet, in spite of all of that, Imperial managed to hold on.
Yeah, just to clarify that with numbers, right? Like the first, you know, they were 15 first, Cloud9. They had the first match point in first overtime and second overtime, and as soon as Imperial then went on a flawless streak in OT3, it took them a couple, but they ended up closing it with their first opportunity to do so. They grabbed it with both hands, and yeah, Fallen really gave Shiro a shaking. That was a banging head-to-head. They were very close in the numbers, but ultimately it's Fallen who wins that 1v1 to end the entire map. I still think if we go Mirage, you know, coming into the series, I thought like, oh yeah, if we go Mirage, oh, C9 will be fine. Like, they love this map. Hobbit on your screen is one of the best A anchors in the world on this map. But I think they've just gotten shaken. Hobbit bottom frag for his team right there, and this is Overpass has been great for him in the past as well. And like you said, not just the motivation for Imperial, knowing that they are now not only further than anyone ever expected of them, a map deeper into that as well, but for Cloud9, do they feel shattered? Do they feel like they dropped the ball? Can they reset from that position with everything going on? It might be very hard to get yourself out of the mind palace that Cloud9 are in right now. And for Imperial, they are floating above the sky. You could even say, Harry, they're on Cloud9.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, like, it's very, very hard to quantify, right? Because this kind of Imperial buff that we have from these guys all being
Major
together.
Buff.
Yeah, man.
FNX, 100% win rate.
It's actually something else. And, you know, we can move away from being so objective. We can kind of look down the rose-tinted glasses of this one. Imperial have just been, like, so head and shoulders above where you could have possibly put this crew at. It's so hard to quantify when you look at, like, past results for this. And I don't know, man, a big part of me finds myself on board the Imperial train. I think a lot of people are in that camp right now.
Yeah, in the same way that when we saw G2 manage to long it out against Outsiders and close a series when they were down, and this is a team that has really had trouble ending series even when they're in the lead, I think if you flip it back the other way, if Cloud9 can come back from that unbelievable loss on map 1 and still win this series, like, that shows some serious mental power for Cloud9, but the powerhouse has already begun. The fight of bottom B, and it's Inters to trade to give us a 4-on-4.
Yeah, Cloud9 wanted to go quick. They wanted to go fast on the back of that, but because it's a little more drawn out, it takes a little longer than they liked, they're going to start to slow it down, start to explore some other avenues here. Imperial remain firm. They give up middle, they reinforce that B site, and they kind of spread their resources with a real focal point being over here towards B, over in middle. Vinny starts to hear these footsteps now. He's been entrusted with the dual Berettas. He's going to have to put them to use.
Yeah, I think when these smokes come down, those dualies are going to be really, really interesting to just either go through or put a lot of shots through very, very quickly. It's the fire rate that's so attractive with these. Cloud9 are doing the deep take, the Outsiders take. They're going all the way for the spawn right now, and they're going for the throat. Fur gets pushed out by smokes. Molotov is the gap. Vinny will take it. Fallen hit to kill. Everyone's getting tagged up, and Vinny's finishing them off with a dually. Shiro's stuck in the middle of the site, and Fur picks him out of the round as Vinny can't clear. Nafany doubles, and Imperial win that pistol round to start the map.
Yeah, it's over. Imperial win the major. There we go. Right, look, pistol round locked in. They get off to a good start here. They really do. That had all the makings of Cloud9 doing something, but they just get whittled down coming up the ramp, right? The footsteps heard early by Vinny, going 1-for-1 on the B skirmish. Having, you know, just kind of everyone rotating so quickly and lay down fire on this bomb site causes a lot of problems. Cloud9 never really had the room to work with there. 4 spy now on the cards for Cloud9. They want to try and get their heads back into this one right away.
Yeah, big old bite. The scout shot will miss. Shiro tagged up early as Cloud9 clear up towards ramp. They do have a Molotov, but Hobbit with his back turned. Vinny just walks in on a random timing. There were 2 players holding it, and now there's no one. Deleted by Vinny, who goes ahead of the HE and finds further damage. They even pre-smoke the sandbags. If that molly comes in, it will do nothing. Inters stuck in on yellow side, and they don't even know about Fur. He can go at a moment's notice. Back spotted, body dropped, and Fur backs out.
Oh, mate, the nade just to brutalize Inters. Like, there's not any route back into this one. There just isn't. Like, you're already just churned up on the back of Vinny from sandbags and Fur on the short side. It's just screaming confidence from Imperial, man. Like, they were so down to fight. They were so keen to get involved. Fallen can have a double on his plate right now as Cloud9 are just solely looking forward. They're not even considering the presence of this short man.
Oh,
they will go back and clear Fallen out. Shiro decides something ain't right.
But they think they have short now, and it's nothing like that. There's still Fur, who's re-aggressed off this angle. He started here, and he'll finish the round here. Shiro's gone, and Bolts cuts through Inters and the low health. It was always going to be difficult, even getting all the big guns out for Imperial with 2 A1Ss. Cloud9's force gets brushed aside with ease. Now they've got to take an Iki-Diki as Imperial look to build up 3-0.
This is super cool, though, right? It's very, very, very neat that you have Vinny here, I think, right? Because Furia were really keen on Vertigo back in the day. It was like one of their go-tos back when he was in the team. So he's going to have a lot of ideas as to little tricks, little things to try and squeak past Cloud9. And with him looking confident early on, that was always one of the things that was missing. Even earlier on in the major was getting like these big games out of Vinny. Bird doesn't know that a Glock's got all the way up short, so it gets a little awkward there, but it should have some normality restored here.
Yeah. Oh, that's Team Flash. Fallen can just fight, right? He's got the favored gun. He's got all the health in the world. P250 has to hit the dink. So Fallen's just fine to close this round, you think. There it is. 2 for him. And 1 casualty is not cause for concern. Not yet, at least, as Cloud9 come in with their first rifle round. Full buy with Shiro on the orb. He has second spawn. You can take a B peek with this one, but nothing too special towards that A site, at least. It's not like Fallen has his yet anyway. Last map, Shiro was 14-1 against FNX on fights. So many of them was FNX coming up on short A on T side, and Shiro would just have the open first pick. I think that gives a lot of credit to Imperial, considering they won those rounds despite FNX getting shut down so often so early. Right now, full ramp control, close shot for Shiro, shows that AWP at bottom A. Imperial are fighting for it, but really the hit is yet to come. Cloud9 are pressuring B. Nafany's trying to clear Tetris with that jump spot.
I think if Imperial win this first round, man, that is like this first rifle-on-rifle round, that would set them up really nicely. You know, you think about the game outside the game, where Cloud9's heads are at. They're hoping that the moment they bring these guns out, they can hit the ground running. That is ugly from FNX.
Nice.
The follow-up for Axile, double opener into the B play, and nothing really that Imperial can do about this. The bomb is still at B ramp. Maybe that has a chance to make things get weird. Shiro's going to get heard falling back. But I think Imperial already have their minds set on the save here. They were never destined to give this one a go. And so Cloud9 do hit the ground running.
I like that, you know, they don't go back for it. They just wait for that one man who's on his own to go and secure the bomb. Not like they have to give up the bomb site and risk Imperial coming in early on a retake. Also, if Hobbit swings there in middle, Fallen was still holding onto it for quite a while. Like, there were 2 opportunities for picks there for Imperial, and if you know, they net both of them, suddenly a B retake is on the cards. But this is the right call, saving your weaponry. Will also allow for that AWP to come into the next gun round, and Imperial know that Shiro's wielding his, so bit of respect goes the way of Cloud9 with a nice double for Axol. Both players whiffing a spray, but the AK comes in supreme for Cloud9, and they get on the board early. Yeah, I agree. This could have spiraled out control very quick with Imperial starting strong, but a taste of reality on Cloud9's map pick, where they do some of their best work as they pick up that first gunny.
This is where things get a little more exciting though, right? I think the Shiro versus Fallen head-to-head was one of the coolest things about Overpass, and we're going to have a chance to explore that early on here in this Vertigo matchup. Fallen bringing that AWP out. Shiro yet to put his to too much use, is leaning down towards the bottom of A. Cloud9 working this B control. FNX getting double naded, lovely nades to try and send them in. But they weren't ready for bolts at default. And nade's going to make FNX real uncomfortable. It feels like they want to bully that position. And it's netted a 4-on-4. Fallen holding middle. Cloud9 now go very, very quiet. I wonder though, if the whole idea here is to try and get Hobbit activated on like a mid lurk, it's gonna depend a lot on the success of these A players moving up through ramp.
Imperial clearing mid with 2 players.
It's
Hobbit,
ballsy.
he should get traded here, even if he gets his first shot off. Nice tag, Fur finishes the job, and that mid lurker is gone. Now Cloud9 make noise. They activate and they're loud while they do so. Vinny on and off angle, cleared by Inters on 8 health. There's still a couple of Molotovs. They can still place them down on the bomb site to stop a plant. That will delay the short activation, but Axel's already in off the ramp. Gone. That second molly lost to the hands of time as it goes in. Cloud9 take the site, and Imperial already giving them respect. Save called immediately. Massive kills for Axel and just creeping through and getting around the edge of that smoke. If Imperial played that round a little more standard, tried to play for the bomb plant and deny it with a Molotov, there was definitely a way into retake with utility, with kits, with an AWP, but Cloud9 catch kills, and Imperial will concede again.
Yeah, rough one to have sail away from you, man. So much of that just hinging on Vinny and Fur finding success in their 1v1s. And, you know, you can see the kind of degree of comfortability that comes with this map for Cloud9. They don't get as flustered when they're going, you know, men down. They don't get as flustered when those site takes don't go exactly the way they want, when they're slowed by utility.
Yeah, even just the idea of going and abusing this Tetris position and getting a pick and walking back. They know that Imperial aren't going to re-aggress after they lose a player here. Yet to see any like aggro flash setups for Imperial to take these stairs. That needs to be coming through, otherwise Cloud9 can just play that info game. Haven't had Imperial even really take ramp properly. They've not had the AWP in that position yet. Fallen's got it back after that save. But no spawns just yet. Cloud9 will continue to control ramp. Oh, that's a nice spam for Fur. Nafny through his own smoke is gone first. They'll trade that kill for the ramp control. It's worthy. Cloud9 again get to run one of their executes, either standard smoke walls or that combo we saw earlier, the deep Ellie smoke. Axel's hunting these kills, just looking to duel. He's feeling very fresh right now after an excellent opening map. Playing it very close on that pillar with just enough cover from those players on the site. Smokes come down and Molly pushes Fur out, but he won't escape survive the escape. Vinny gets naded. This util for Cloud9 right now is the creme de la creme.
Imperial locked out of this retake, and Axel, man, he's like a real nasty surprise as you look to move in.
So dirty.
It's taken a long while for this to take shape for Imperial.
Oh, they smoke short, not the bomb. Axel can see it.
Yeah, he's just waiting patiently. Here's his chance, right? They're going to move in, tap on the bomb. Axar springs the trap, is caught falling, but still delivers. And a missed shot out of Fallen's AWP. Cloud9 tied this game up early on at 3-3. It's a neat little A exec to get them there. They're looking to stumble back to their feet after that long old overpass game.
Yeah, definitely seeing the inexperience of Imperial already on this A bomb site, right? And Cloud9 is just abusing it, not knowing when to give up the site and play these retakes. Even though Imperial are getting man advantages, they seem to be giving Cloud9 ways in, whether it was Fur in the middle of the bomb site getting caught by Axel through the smoke a couple of rounds ago, or right there where they don't use the util to even get on the bomb. They just try and cut off one of the many positions that Cloud9 have in the post plants. And a very cheeky position for Axel. Not a common spot, but the perfect time to whip it out. This one should get even cleaner for Cloud9 as they look to build up quite the bank. They check the boost. Nafany's on top of it. 2 entries. The hype man of the squad. Been loud all day, but Vinny shuts him out with a big D.
That's a lovely D kill from Vinny. But how much further can he realistically take this, right? He's going to get overwhelmed. They're splitting him from short and ramp, and he's boxed in. Axal gets rid of him. With only FNX left, it's just a matter of time here. Cloud9 up in the lead.
Yeah, Cloud9 look pretty focused right now. This util is so good. The boost mollies every single time on this A site. Imperial, they need to find a way to beat Cloud9 at their own game on ramp, be it through re-aggression or controlling more of the ramp from the start of the round. Even when they had that 5-on-4, Cloud9 managed to break through. So what's a solution here for Imperial? No orb, but plenty of util to try and do early damage, and Cloud9 have already changed it up, sending the orb for a B pick. Oh, good flash. Gets Shiro off. FNX now controls the stairs. A little bit more real estate for Imperial to work with.
Yeah, they heard the molly tag as well, so they know he ran out of there. They got the sound cue. Axel's just seen that util go in, trying to gain some space. Will get shut out by bolts. Entirely separate skirmish going on for top ramp as well. Yeah, not ready for Nafany, just wide swinging him.
Dry up mid. Oh, and it's not there to flick. Bolts is ready. Second kill from him. He held B strong, but he can't do it the second time around. Hobbit runs in alone. Cloud9 just roaming in this round, sending each player out on their own fights, feeling the freedom right now on this T side and winning everything. Hobbit pushed all the way up. Smoke shrouded a bit of cover, but Fallen picks the planter. He spams Hobbit. He doesn't hit the shot though, and Hobbit finds the gap on the fade. FNX 1v2. The nade could kill Nafany, but he's a long way from the danger zone, and Hobbit swaps sides.
That's so annoying for FNX, man. He's going to check left, has to check right, and he won't believe in it. Cloud9 have chained 5 together to open up this T side. And it's no contest right now. The pistol might have been successful for Imperial, but that's reality crashing down around them as Cloud9 chain together all these rounds in succession. So much getting given by Nafany over here towards ramp, man. Just a constant nuisance. And as you say, very loose in that round there. Not afraid to go out and just play individual fights. Go to where's successful. Go to where the going's good.
Yeah, if there's one thing we talked about a lot on that first map, it was how they disrespected utility in Cloud9, right? They're just running through smokes on both halves, whether it's coming through monster smokes or even on retake rounds coming in through their own dumpster smokes as well. Like Cloud9 played timings to perfection that last round. Oh, what a spam. Nafany finishes the job.
Done a lot of damage with this scout. This could actually set Fur up real nicely, but double swung. And he's knocked out. They might have had 20 HP between them, but he's never to know that. And this A bomb site now compromised.
Oh, this round is so quick for Cloud9. Definitely can see a mindset shift. I wondered if they'd be a little bit rattled after losing Overpass the way they did, with more ample opportunity to end it than Imperial ever had. But they're focused back in, and they've got another bomb plant. No one here to deny it. Bolts has to just hang around for exits, try and get an upgrade. FNX should save. There's no way in winning this round, even with the low players. Cloud9 can re-smoke. Right now, guns in hand. That that realization setting in for Imperial. This one is a bridge too far. Cloud9 have already even left. If only they had a kit, huh?
Yeah, right? Kind of ballsy to have just entrusted the entire thing to Hobbit.
Ooh. Hobbit's dead. I respect it, but no, too early. Too early. He was dead to the bomb, if not jumping off the building. And Cloud9, 6 in a row now. First pause coming out of Imperial. Let's see what they come up with, right? FNX can drop an AWP if he wants to Fallen, or Vinny. I think that would be really nice. Get that big green in play ASAP. Fallen's got second spawn as well for A. Not ideal, but...
Yeah, I don't think he would run the risk of taking that alt peak with second spawn, man. It's scary, especially when you know Shiro.
Yeah.
You know, if you give him that pick, that is like the undoing of the A site.
And Cloud9 just been running up through the Nafni smoke, right? Just coming up yellow very, very quickly. We had that one round where first spammed him out, but otherwise they've just had full control towards top ramp. Let's see what Imperial have come up with in this timeout. While they think they're solving problems, Cloud9 are creating new ones.
Mid aggro going to be the first order of the day. Bolts does not commit to it. That Molly denies too much space. Cloud9 go pretty slow to open up. They want to see what tricks Imperial had up their sleeve here. Knowing that something will have made a change on the back of that pause.
Oh, Vinny Smoke didn't go to plan there, but maybe it gives him a bit of hope, a bit of help. Fell in through the ground. Nafani not up yellow yet. Mollied out Tetris. I think Imperial probably a bit scared of playing it with some of the double nade molly combos we've already seen. Ooh, Vinny. That smoke thrown by his teammate gives Nafani a bit of cover to hide behind. They have no idea, and Shiro's picked him from the bottom side. Up close, Fur is aware of Nafani's close position, able to trade. Molly in. Shiro's got to choose. Which way does he go? Back instead. Keeping that 4-on-4. This is the first slower round for Cloud9, where they're giving Imperial a bit of respect. Burning out all their util, though. If Cloud9 ever get a plant in this round, retake is going to be almost impossible. There's a late mid lurk in Hobbit ready to activate, and right now, no eyes on this position.
Yeah, this really hinges on just a big individual moment now out of either Fallen or Fur in this site hold. Util starting to go over. Cloud9 are moving in, going for the throw. Fallen with the first.
Ooh.
And Fur wins his fight on the short side. This is good. This is exactly what needed to happen. There just isn't time for Shiro to play into this with both those players on the extremities getting dealt with. Fallen even reads the wrap through middle.
Wow. God, they're chasing him. Oh,
right there.
Oh, no.
First, so close.
One more shot.
Shiro will get away with the AWP, lives to tell the tale.
God.
That tack pause, man, it did put the fear in Cloud9. It made them be very slow in that one, right? They tried to wait, see if they could catch a bit of, you know, maybe overextension out of Imperial, see what that change was. These were the swing fights over here on A. Fur and Fallen. Double kills apiece, and that sets them up nicely.
All right, now I think Cloud9 are going to go fast again. Yeah, they try and give a bit of respect away of Imperial. Now they're back to aggressive ways. Vinny through the smoke. Nafani was right below yet again, and he's given us the 5-on-4. Fallen re-aggressing short. With that smoke down, even if he mollies, Nafani's up and past it already. Oh, he's in the molly. Nafani finds him in the corner. No cover for Fallen. 5-on-3 now. These rounds are very difficult to recover on Vertigo. First, close on short, but he's going to get cornered. Trapped in, gets 2. All you can ask of him there, but by this point, his team have all fallen short, and FNX is stuck alone on that B bomb site. He was the quieter guy in the first map, and being a B anchor right now, with what Cloud9 is throwing at Imperial, is not going to help him perform any better.
Yeah, I think Vinny was really expecting that after repelling one of these A plays, they were going to get given more respect over towards ramp. He needs to taper off this short aggro, man. You know, you're not inferior anymore. You don't have some of these guys helping you out that you would normally have. Imperial do like to take more of a, you know, passive line towards ramp. And so that run through the smoke just feeds the beast, lets them pick up the pace to the A play. So Cloud9, the response is immediate. They're on to a 7th, and with that, you know, the money kind of gets called into question here at a bare minimum. FNX is flushed with cash, so he can drop guns over.
Axel's just kept up his entry work from that previous map as well, just banging heads in this A site. He was a guy who even got that game going for Cloud9. Without Axel going absolutely mental, would not have been much of a contest. Pressure on B now yet again. Bolt peeking middle, wins that fight for your Hobbit, knowing this is the late lug in many of these rounds from Cloud9. Gives a big slice of freedom the way of Imperial to just anchored down in their bomb sites, passive positions in B, not looking to offer up picks.
Oh my god, Nafany's got no idea. Wow. And so that's a freebie. Fallen's dead over in the B play, but FNX holds the line with the first. Now getting run at. He can't get any more out of it. But a 3v2.
Nice nade.
Shiro brought down a half health. Bolts is just waiting for his teammates to move in and help him out. Shiro's trying to take space away, but with 2 players here, the trade could come through. Well, can't quite get there in time, and so Shiro's still alive. That molly, does make life hard for Inters. Shiro tries to make up for it, but it's a 1-for-1. Inters in the clutch, and Fur's gonna best him. Oh dear, Cloud9, that had all the makings of a 2v3 until that molly comes out. It forces a swing out of Inters. It forces Shiro into a fight he didn't want to take as well. Both of them get forced into the open.
Yeah, he feels that one. That one's got to hurt as well, right? He didn't want to peek to throw the molly. He knew there was a second player there, but at the same time, just staying gun out, scoped up, might have been his best bet if that was the alternative. Cloud9 dropped the ball a little bit, and Imperial capitalized. Good of them, but it's still a one-sided T-side right now. Can Imperial build off that round? FNX is AWPing. Taking Spawn towards that B-bomb site. Maybe asking Fallen for it. It's pretty rough over at B right now. Barely ever going more than 1-for-1.
I think they're going to go trade the AWP back. Luckily enough, Cloud9 are following through with like this fast A ramp commitment. And actually, no, they won't. It is just to do this double stack over here in middle.
That's fine. If you've got a solo or B, this is good. FNX can take a couple of pot shots and get out. Fur wants to fight ramp. He's been pretty successful. He's been getting away with a lot of cheeky business here. Nafany again, cowered in behind the top sandbags. Vinny has to check it, and he will. 5-on-4 now. Do Imperial give up while the going's good, or do they double down? Vinny wants more. Oh, that's a lot of damage. 2 kills. That's a shot for Shiro on the escape. Vinny gets picked out of the round, but Fur 2.0 KD wants to keep it clean.
With a flash. All right, Fallen trying to set him up, but yeah, dodged. That's one bridge too far. Inters turns from it, and it's a 3-on-3. All that hard work of Vinny and Fur challenging ramp early now out the window. Even odds in this one. And Cloud9 starts to move in. It's only Fallen in the A site right now. Open on the short side, vulnerable to this push from Axel. Has to keep his attention in the right place. He's seen the shadow. He knows that Shiro's moving in. Bit of spam. They don't know about Fallen yet, and Shiro thinks he has the element of surprise. He does not. Fallen's going to open. Axel dead over at short. Cloud9 scrambling for a way back in. Flash to set up bolts, but it's Fallen getting all the glory over at short. Just Inters left, goes for the bomb. Caught out in the open. They've just got to finish the job. Missed shot from this AWP, and bolts gets it over the line. It all gets chaotic there, but in those moments of chaos where it really gets weird, where it really gets wild, Imperial are able to toe that line. And put a 6th up on the board.
Hey, they've been through chaotic rounds and Overpass. They can stay so calm in those rounds. They didn't let the pressure of the game get to them. And right there and then again, that rotate out of bolts sold Fallen's position so well. Just getting spotted by Shiro walking up. I can't believe Fallen didn't take the shots when he saw Shiro's shadow. But still tucked in on shore, able to double up to close the round. And all started off the back of Vinny, who does get aggressive. Typical Furia essence in him, with a deep peak, finding 2. Imperial fighting for what could be a pretty even half by the end of things. FNX spent his entire round scoped in a B, not wanting to make the mistake of leaving your bomb site open and getting lurked into it. But just probably feeling a little bit useless right now, not getting many chance to play into these gun rounds as Cloud9 continue to batter the A site, even when they get B picks. Shiro scoped up. First found a pick again. He has just been wrecking Anthony down on this ramp. That's a deep peek to find him once more. Hobbit in the smoke, and Vinny again tries to hunt in the 5v4 and lets him down this time.
Hobbit fast up the short side. Fur creeping in. Crab walk, and Hobbit mopped up. Fur with a double.
Oh.
Man, what would it be if it weren't for this guy? So consistent in his performances. Just a brick wall for Imperial. 2 to the name already. Needs even more. Fur flashed, fully blinded. They've got him trapped. Bolts in. Shiro trying to spray, getting hounded down. Axel good for 1, but Bolts is going to trade it. Oh, makes it a double. And it's just Shiro left now. A minute still to play with. All the time in the world. Low on health and trying to get that bomb out of there. Bolts is swinging from CT, but doesn't go all the way. So Shiro will elude capture. Right now, Imperial, they think they've got that bomb. They think that's their golden ticket. The AWP now retrieved by Shiro in the clutch. He's armed himself with his weapon of choice. And he's been given the room to play this one out.
If Imperial make the read, they've got the nade to stop the plant. That's what Shiro's going to have to go for right away. We have not seen a single late recommit back into B in a clutch yet for Cloud9. They have just started on B, ended on A. Shiro's going to get that stick. Bolts without the nade. It's on FNX. Now they've made the realization. They've got to go. Hello? FNX taking his time, but he's here. They've got to trade this kill. Did they hear the AWP get picked up is the question. Shiro's holding for a jump out of the construction. FNX is going for it, trying to bait the shot. He's forced it. Shiro, they know where he is right now. Bolt's coming in. The nade is primed for FNX. It's going to bounce off the site. It won't do a thing. Shiro's got a bit of a gap, a bit of a veil to find this shot, but Bolt's pre-fires, and Imperial clutch it out 2-on-1. They shut down Shiro. Easier said than done as this scoreline balances.
Okay, tie game now, right? Oh, my
Even
goodness.
just being tied here is phenomenal. This is not a map that Imperial play. 4-win streak for Cloud9. They're taking down Nip, Big. They were running through this one at Katowice.
So here's something kind of fun for you, right? The most recent team to have bested Cloud9 on this map was Liquid's, Fallen's Liquid
really?
back at the end of 2021, right? And Fallen was a big component of that, so...
Funny that.
Thought you'd like it.
Yeah. Tasty little history between these rosters, even if these 4-5s haven't played each other before today. Oh, there it is. I was waiting for finally FNX to get involved at B. He took stairs once, but there's a perfect flash pop play to find a 5-on-4. And again, Imperial, they always want more. They're so motivated to take kills, but it doesn't work. Yet again, Shiro keeps things even. Imperial one step too far. Bolt, getting tapped, and he's still keen to fight. That will be his undoing. Imperial get a bit ahead of themselves yet again.
Yeah, Vinny has pushed all the way down towards ramp here, right? You might kind of be wondering why they overextended so much at B. Well, Vinny's given them a degree of freedom to stack that side of the map, but if he dies, that is A open. Ooh. Vinny with the first. Molly now goes in. He's separated the push, but they run through. Dealing with the ramp man. The rotates are here. Util for Fur could be used to delay this plant. Mollies go over. Fur's got to dodge them. He perished in this Molly once already. Up through the short side. He's dropped the bomb out in the open. Now that Util becomes paramount, it's a 2v2 for Fur and Fallen. Nade sails past, doesn't find the impact it was hoping for. Hobbit playing around the rafter. That Molly gonna heat things up for Axal. He's trapped, he's burning in, it's swinging wide. Fallen now dead. Fur in the clutch, but is he ready for Hobbit, who's getting grimy with it, playing around the pillar, and there's the tap to close. Cloud9, 8-7 at the half. It's a one-round advantage moving in to their CT side.
Yeah, but that was really a great T side for Cloud9. Imperial had a couple of clutchy rounds to keep it going. Fallen and Fur on the A site were the guys to look towards, but I don't know if Imperial will have as much metal in their pocket to pull back an 8-round T side of their own. 9 rounds rather, and shut out this game. Might have to be a triple overtime or something. some very disrespectful rounds out of Cloud9, knowing they are the better team on this map, even if Imperial have taken them the distance here tonight. Very interested to see what Imperial have in store in this pistol, because look at the sheer amount of utility. 3 smokes, a Molotov, 2 flashes, 2 HEs. HEs are great for someone like Sandbags or Boost. You can blow Cloud9 out of a round. But will Cloud9 let them take these fights? 4 on A, they're here to fight.
It's just going to be a brawl for this ramp control. Cloud9 trying to get stuck in. Bird's already deep.
Ooh.
That's clean. Lovely tap. And now a molly at the sandbag. Shiro's got to smoke it. Nafany with the reply, with the equalizer. Now it gets awkward. Imperial, they grind to a bit of a halt. They feign that they're falling back, hoping that Cloud9 will concede a man away from this A-site hold. Instead, they're triple over at short.
Oh my goodness.
They want to go back into ramp and they want to get this real estate. It is going to leave them out in the open, vulnerable to these blocks in the swing. Shiro with the first. Still looking to play the range game versus these Glocks.
Oh.
It served him well.
Oh, those are clean kills. All those nades littering the ground, and FNX holding for a flank that never appeared. It was all the push up in the front for Nafany. 3 from him, 2 from Shiro. And yeah, that backup from Imperial, well, they were trying to fake Cloud9 out, make them panic rotate. These guys have the experience. They're not going to fall for it. And Imperial never got to get up top A and throw one of those executes like they wanted to, right? If you get double smokes down, double nade boost, there's a really good way in there for Imperial. But Cloud9 keep the pressure on. They never let go. And they steal that pistol right back. Even calling out an instant pause. There's not going to be a force out here for Imperial. With no bomb down, they're going to just keep it clean with Glocks. Cloud9 making the use of every moment in this map to pull back this series from the brink of defeat.
Follow eco here, man. Imperial, they loved going for these buys as fast and as quick as they can get them. Does mean that this one probably just sails past you. Out in the mid, but Hobbit's waiting here. And this is a chance for Hobbit to become very rich indeed with this MP9. Doubles down, Dink down to 5, but he's got teammates here to pull the trigger on this mid play, and they will put a stop to it. Axel, triple kill, big hold from him and Hobbit. Just stop the Glocks from doing anything wild, anything crazy. Now we have that investment for Imperial, and this is a real taste test as to how this half is going to shape up.
And Shiro's immediately got his AWP in play as well. No spawn, but that might not stop Shiro from at least setting up on sandbags as Cloud9 try and just go for a standard ramp fight round. They've got the numbers here, starting 3A yet again.
B-lean.
All right. Imperial going to try to take stairs. This is how Cloud9 started many of their rounds, even if they didn't end here. Might be a flash setup. Axel's very close. Inter's going to fight with him. They don't believe Imperial have the util to clear these positions. They might be right now. It's just going to be fights throwing themselves over the top. Inters can't double up. That is ballsy from Cloud9. It's going to dig their own grave. 4 on 3. The nades are good, but Imperial, like Cloud9 did, already backed out. Hobbit, the guy through the A smoke, has pushed up ahead of the B one.
I mean, they've got all this freedom to lean so heavy into B because Shiro is just waiting over on short with this AWP, and he's very proficient at hitting this opener, just getting out of there, leaving after 1, and that would bring it back to a 3-on-3. They're almost encouraging Imperial to walk this AWP, but he's a little jittery, a little nervous. That first shot sails by, and he goes for the commit. That is a real overreach from Shiro. Tries to put a stop to the A play. Ends up teeing them up for a round on the opposing side. Nafany just wants a gun, and he is going to get one here. Constantly been getting the better of Vinny, hasn't he? And this round's no exception. Still, it's an Imperial round at the end of the day. Not a mistake you're used to seeing Shiro make either.
Part of that's the realization that maybe he didn't think every player was there, but the realization that, you know, if you give that up and you go back after the missed shot, they're going to trap you in short, right? They're going to take ramp, clear sight, and you're going to be stuck there. But Shiro Shotgun Orb, pretty good at it. Yeah, definitely jittery. Right word. Too keen to close the round right there on short. Imperial managed to break it back and get into that A site. 8 rounds now on the T side. They find their picks on B and they rotate out. Even though Cloud9 had that info, it was not enough. Got to get the kills as well.
They're using a lot of pauses as well. Now, I'm not too worried about it yet, but if this gets into crunch time, I mean, we all remember Overpass, right? That was a real long one.
I'm not planning for that again, but we'll see.
I mean, history could never repeat itself, right? That's what they always say about it.
FNX could not win a 3rd major, guys. Surely. Well, we'll see if the numbers are true. Shiro keeps getting bad spawns. 2nd in a row with the same one.